Chapter 152, Chapter 149. After fighting about for a while, the hard drive was an older model, I managed to get the thing to fit, booting it up. I leaned back and watched as my computer transferred the files over, scanning everything and putting them into my drive. When it was done I began searching through the files, looking for Richard's research papers. I found a lot of college essays, a few email chains, and deep inside the folders I found some porn. Terrible 90s porn. But hey, at least now I can say for sure that Peter's love of redheads came from his dad. But finally I found something. A locked folder hidden deep within the files. I tried opening it up, but I found that it needed a security code, 10 letters, and not one more. I had one try to get it right. I put in everything I could, my name, my mother's maiden name, birthdays, even tried the old German scientist that gave Cap his serum. Then when looking through the old books he had, I found Richard had a love of Charles Dickens. I tried shortening the name and putting it in, but again, nothing. I was frustrated. He would need to put the password down, right? This was possibly his life's work, he wouldn't risk not having access to it. I myself had a safety feature on my computer in the Baxter building that allowed Johnny or Sue to use the terminal if I'm not around to grant them access. So, I turned to the stack of books and notes I took from the storage space. He started his genetic theories in college, meaning he created this file during the time. The passcode could be in here somewhere. I picked up the books and scrolled through them, trying to find any particular word underlined. Finding nothing more than scribbles from a college student cramming for last minute, I tossed his college books aside and turned to his notes. I found his handwriting unreadable. Guess that's genetic too, huh? He did take very detailed notes, formulas upon formulas. I wasn't much of a bio guy, focusing more on machines with a hint of chemistry, but I did understand what he was trying to make. It was the basic chain of testosterone, and he had altered it in such a way that this new strain will allow the user to bulk up to 3 times their muscle mass almost instantly. And it was based on a genetic code he obtained from spiders. Guess even back then the Parker family had a thing for spiders. I had seen such an application before, Venom, not the evil version of Spider-Man, no, I mean the green thing Bane used to beat down Batman. This was the basic strain that Richard played with, but, it seemed he based his entire paper around this chain. He did eventually give up on it, but, nobody forgot their first theory. I know I still held love for the essay, I even used it as my password, will part of it. He had a nickname for it, STR Spider, perfect. I kept the notes besides me as I put in the password. And just like that, it was unlocked. There were dozens of folders on it. I began the slow process of looking through them all. I found the oldest one dated to just after he left college. I opened it and found various video files. Clicking one I leaned back and watched the video play. It came on to show a lab with test tubes and other scientific instruments on a table and a chair before them. A young man with brown hair came into frame. It was Richard Parker, my dad. Recording of day 1, I spoke with a voice eerily familiar to my own. I joined a private research law today. I'm not permitted to list its name. The risk of discovery is too high and these people take security very importantly. I was introduced to everyone and was given my own lab to work in. I'm not sure when I can record next, hopefully it will be soon. The next recording was a month after that. I opened it up. It's been a month since I last recorded. I found out what I have to do and I'm honestly ecstatic, he grinned, the chance of a lifetime, to recreate what Dr. Abraham Erskine made so many years ago. I started working on what little super soldier serum data that is available, mostly just written down notes though. I found that the spider serum which I devised isn't what Erskine had in mind, sadly I had to scrap that train of thought. The next video was made the very next day. This time Richard looked red in the face as he wiped his drenched hair with a towel. So I meet my partner today, he smiled like a fool, Mary Fitzpatrick, specializes in genetic splicing, damn that woman's amazing. I swear she's my soulmate, red hair, perfect smile, and that ass. Oh god that ass. I rolled my eyes, yup, he's Peter's dad all right, I'm not sure how she feels about me but, oh I'm excited. The next video was a year later. Mary found something interesting. Richard looked serious, a manifest down in the archives that many looked over. An author's name wasn't listed, it was about how one could alter the body's cells to accept modifications done to it. Brilliant book, most people here have been using it as a guide for a long time. But Mary had a different theory, that it was more than just a guide. That. In the PDF is the chapter 166. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 153, Chapter 150. Parker? Are you in there? A woman's voice brought Richard short. Here Mary, he immediately shut off the camera. The next video was made a month after that. We have been working on a new formula, one based on the book Mary found. Richard looked exhausted, but he still smiled. Like I was saying, we believe the book was written by none other than Dr. Abraham Erskine himself. We noticed the way he wrote was extremely similar, meaning that this book could have the answers we were looking for. He chuckled. Oh, and on a side note, I finally got Mary to go on a date with me. So that's nice. The next was nearly a year later, and this time Mary was in the frame with Richard as well. Things aren't looking good. Richard looked more tired than I have ever seen him. We were able to crack half the code of the super soldier formula. We brought it to Herbert A&D. I should have listened to you, Mary, he sighed. Mary wrapped a hand around his and squeezed. We made a terrible mistake, Mary continued. These people weren't who they said they were. People are disappearing, our colleges, anyone who is involved with this project. We are leaving the first thing tomorrow. I have contacted the government and asked for assistance. I don't know what's going to happen now. And the next recording was 3 years later. The frame was not inside a well-furnished living room that struck a sword in my head. I remembered that place. It was my house. Richard and Mary came into view, looking much older. And in Mary's arms was a little baby boy with brown hair and a red pacifier. My eyes widened as I touched the screen. That was Peter. Whoa. Richard and Mary sat down on the south before the camera. Little Peter was jumping up and down in Mary's arms. The woman could barely hold him down as she smiled and waved him gently. Richard smiled at his family before turning to the sighing. I prayed I would never have to use this camera again. They found us. I don't know how, but they did. People have been following Mary and I all week. They want the formula, I just know it. We perfected it half a year ago, but now, it can't ever get into their hands. We have to make sure they can never get their hands on it. Mary passed the baby into Richard's hands and turned to the camera. We are putting the videos into Richard's old computer along with enough evidence to target the man we believe is behind all of this. We pray this gets into the right hands, and that we don't cause a war that could possibly end the human race as we know it. And the video ended. It was the last one. I cursed and quickly began to look through all the files they had kept with these things. There were documents of land ownership, bank statements, photos of a shady-looking lab and even a handful of pictures of a guy with black hair and a thick beard. All of them were pertaining to one man, Herbert Wyndham. A simple Google search told me a lot about him. Geneticist, of course he was. Father was German and mother was Italian. He came to America for college and worked for, you guessed it, a mysterious private lab. He eventually did leave the country, setting up base in Italy. He gave a couple of guest lectures from time to time, and from what I read he charged a lot for that privilege. Guess that's how he keeps the water running. He looked old, older than Uncle Ben. He didn't have an address listed, but he did have a scheduled appearance in a week's time in a college for a lecture about genetic enhancements being the future of humankind. I tapped my chin. This was a mystery, and I loved mysteries. Well, not really, but when it was this juicy, I couldn't resist. I needed to find out what this man knew. I could interrogate him as Spider-Man, but, if Peter Parker was seen traveling to Italy and then some guy interrogates Leicester, well, you don't need to be a genius to figure that out. I needed to sneak into Italy. I need a private jet. I looked at the clock. It was nearing midnight. Perfect. I picked up my phone and dialed in Tony's number. He picked up within seconds. Hey, Spider. What can I do you for? Can I ask you a favor? I asked him with a smile. A week later. Felicia and Ben were with me at Stark's private airstrip. Yeah, that guy has his own landing strip. Frankly, I'm not even surprised anymore. Are you sure you have to do this, Peter? Ben asked, looking sad. I thought you were happy at the Baxter building. I told him in May I was going with Tony to visit the Stark factory in Italy, get a feel of the tech they make there, which of course was a lie. I am Uncle Ben. I'm honestly just curious as to what Mr. Stark makes. I shrugged. Relax, I'll be fine. I'm with freaking Iron Man, aren't I? In the PDF is the chapter 167. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyark. Chapter 154, Chapter 151. And that's what I'm worried about, Ben grumbled. Trouble follows that man like a magnet. And I'm sure Peter will duck and hide when it gets dangerous, won't you, honey? Felicia winked. Yes, sweetie, I promise, I smiled. I still don't understand how you got to meet the Tony Stark, Ben said, looking over at Tony, who was waiting for me by his private jet stairs. I told you, he's a friend of Sue's. I asked her for a favor. I shrugged. Relax, Uncle Ben, I promise I'll be fine. Ben sighed. All right, if you're sure. He gave me a hug. Just stay safe, okay, Slugger? I stepped back and nodded. Promise. Good. Now, I'll leave you two alone. Ben winked at me and walked away and into his car. I turned to Felicia. I think May's convinced him to get a wedding place fixed. Felicia shrugged. Yeah, I figured. She looked at me with narrowed eyes. What's this about, Tiger? And don't give me that bullshit about it being a factory visit. I ain't that stupid. I smirked. I wasn't going to lie to you, kitten. I sighed. It's personal. I'm your fucking girlfriend. I handle personal, she hissed. I know, I nodded. I promise, when I get back I'll tell you everything. But I need to do this first, and I need to do it alone. I made her stare and eventually she backed down with a sigh. Fine, but I swear to God, next time you're taking me with you, she hissed, and you're buying me shoes from Italy, got that? And not the cheap ones, I mean really expensive black ones. I smirked. Promise. I wrapped my arms around her hips and pulled her in for a kiss. She hummed into our mouths and slowly pulled away. I'll be home soon. Go get Tiger, Felicia smiled. I chuckled, she has no idea how much she sounds like MJ right now. I see her get into Ben's car and the two of them drive away. I quickly walk into Tony's jet and sat down next to him. Questions? He asked, sipping from a glass of whiskey. Nothing I couldn't handle. I shrugged as slowly the plane's doors shut and they began to get ready to take off. Just wanted to know why I was going. You know you never did tell me why you wanted this. Tony lifted an eyebrow. You're right, I didn't. I shrugged, remaining silent to the unasked question. You know, I could turn this plane around, he threatened. All I would have to do is tell the pilot and we won't budge an inch. You'll just have to find another way there. Maybe Thor can give you a lift, or maybe. My dad and mom worked on the super soldier serum. I cut in. There was no point in not telling him. He would be so annoying for the rest of the trip if I didn't. I'm sorry? Aren't they a little young? Not the original one, I mean they worked on recreating the serum, and, I sighed, I think they succeeded. Tony looked at my arms. Is that what he put into you? I nodded. A version of it, I think. But something was wrong. The people they worked for weren't good people. My parents were afraid of them, so they went into hiding, and they died. Tony looked at his drink and swirled the amber liquid around. And this includes our trip to Italy. How? The head researcher, Herbert Wyndham, they thought he was after them. He's in Italy. Well then, let's go find him, Tony smiled. No. No. No, this is personal. Tony Stark can't be seen with Wyndham, he's too important to spook away. I'll do it, myself. In red and black. No, I think a ski mask will work just as well. No one needs to know I'm there. So you needed my jet to make sure there's no record of you entering the country, right? Tony asked. I nodded, he smiled. Always wanted to be an international human trafficker. We arrived in Italy in 10 hours. Tony managed to sneak me out through airport security and we ended up driving to the university that Wyndham was scheduled to lecture at. The streets of Rome were amazing, so beautiful and full of life. There were people everywhere, street artists, musicians and of course, cute girls in short skirts. Sigh, nice. Tony dropped me off before deciding to actually do something useful and check out his factory in Italy. I told him I would call if I needed help. I walked into the campus and cautiously looked around. People there were older, much older than me. But thanks to my height I don't think people would think I didn't belong. I managed to sneak into the lecture hall where Wyndham was to give his speech, and just as I sat down near the back, away from the students, he walked in. His speech was in Italian, obviously. I had difficulty following it, but I did. Good thing I actually picked up some Italian, hey? His lecture was ingenious to say the least. Honestly, this guy could give Sue a run for her money, but then again he is like 60 years older than her. I would like the guy too, if I didn't think he had something to do with Peter's parents' death. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 155, Chapter 152. At the end he excused himself and walked out. I followed him as he spoke to the principal of the college and a couple of students. The man shook hands, gave a few career advices and then collected his paycheck and left. I followed him closely as he walked out of the college. I did what I was trained to do by S.H.I.E.L.D., be an agent. Nat thought my stealth skills needed work. She kept picking me out of a crowd, but she was an international spy. Wyndham was just an old man. He got into a car and took off into the streets. I threw a spider-shaped tracker onto the bonnet of his car and watched him drive away. That night I followed the tracker to his house. I was dressed in a black ski mask and clothes with some of Felicia's burglary tools. I asked her for them, she didn't even ask why. God, I love that woman. He had alarms, silent dangerous ones, the best money can buy. I connected my SA to his phone lines, accessing his Wi-Fi, and through that I managed to hack into his security system and shut it all down. Yeah, I'm so getting better at this. Using one of Felicia's laser glass cutters I managed to sneak inside without a sound. I crawled along the ceiling and towards the living room which still had its lights on. I slowly pushed the door open just a crack to peep inside. The study was old-fashioned, shelves of books lining the walls and 2 chairs next to an open fireplace. Wyndham was sitting in one looking at the flames as he sipped his glass of wine. I looked around, he had a computer on his desk near the back. I creeped into the study and wall crawled my way onto the other side of the room. I made sure not to make a single sound as I slowly crawled down the wall and approached the computer. I took out a copy drive that could scan and copy all the files in the computer and inserted it into the computer. So, are you just going to leave without saying goodbye? Wyndham suddenly asked. I immediately tucked underneath his desk and stayed still. How did he know? I was like fucking on the walls. I sniffed the air, no fear, just curiosity came from the man. And slight confusion. He wasn't sure. I kept quiet, hopefully he thought he was just losing his mind. The old man didn't say a thing. I heard him get up from his seat and walk towards the door. I know you are here, my dear, you can come out. I popped my head out and saw him leave. Did he think I was someone else? Most likely. I turned to the drive and found it glowing green. It had done its work. I snatched it up and put it away safely. I got ready to leave when I heard something move, something big. I can't keep living like this, a woman's cry came out. I was curious. I sneaked to the door and slowly opened it, giving me a clear line of sight to the kitchen. You know the dangerous people who are after you, Interpol, Shield, Wyndham spat out the last name. I moved in closer and suddenly a young woman with black hair and a tall busty figure walked into my frame of sight. I don't care, they don't even know I'm alive. And if they do they will kill you. Wyndham yelled out, and then what will you be? I'll be free. The woman's accent was clearly American. What was she doing in Italy? Your father didn't want this for you, Wyndham said gently. He asked me to keep you safe and that's what I'm going to do. Keeping me locked up isn't keeping me safe. I know, just give me some time, soon you'll be safe, and then you can do whatever you wish. And until then, you have studying to do, young lady, Wyndham smiled. Have you finished the assignment I set out for you? Yet, she paused and sniffed the air. She looked around curiously before slowly landing her eyes on me. Fuck. What the hell? She leaped at me, clearing 20 feet in a single bound as she tackled me through the door and pinned me down on the ground. I kicked her off, tossing her through the air. She landed on the wall and was stuck there. I paused looking at her. She could stick onto walls. Who the hell are you? She hissed. I jumped onto my feet. I'm Pikachu, I need to get out of here, to many unknown variables. I ran to the door, but she jumped into my way. I ducked under a kick and dodged her follow-up. I jumped back and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. She was trained, every strike looked like it was going for the kill, but her execution was shit. Nat would be appealed. I grabbed her arm and threw her over my shoulder. She landed easily, but before she could attack my first met her guy, making her buckle over in pain. Sorry beautiful, I have a date and I can't miss it. I jumped towards the window and crashed through it, running out into Wyndham's garden. I saw trees up ahead, I could lose them in there. Chapter 169. At the end he excused himself and walked out. I followed him as he spoke to the principal of the college and a couple of students. The man shook hands, gave a few career advices and then collected his paycheck and left. I followed him closely as he walked out of the college. I did what I was trained to do by SHIELD, be an agent. Nat thought my stealth skills needed work. She kept picking me out of a crowd, but she was an international spy. Wyndham was just an old man. He got into a car and took off into the streets. I threw a spider-shaped tracker onto the bonnet of his car and watched him drive away. That night I followed the tracker to his house. I was dressed in a black ski mask and clothes with some of Felicia's burglary tools. I asked her for them. She didn't even ask why. God, I love that woman. He had alarms, silent dangerous ones, the best money can buy. I connected my SA to his phone lines, accessing his Wi-Fi, and through that I managed to hack into his security system and shut it all down. Yeah, I'm so getting better at this. Using one of Felicia's laser glass cutters I managed to sneak inside without a sound. I crawled along the ceiling and towards the living room which still had its lights on. I slowly pushed the door open just a crack to peep inside. The study was old-fashioned, shelves of books lining the walls and two chairs next to an open fireplace. Wyndham was sitting in one looking at the flames as he sipped his glass of wine. I looked around. He had a computer on his desk near the back. I creeped into the study and wall crawled my way onto the other side of the room. I made sure not to make a single sound as I slowly crawled down the wall and approached the computer. I took out a copy drive that could scan and copy all the files in the computer and inserted it into the computer. So, are you just going to leave without saying goodbye? Wyndham suddenly asked. I immediately tucked underneath his desk and stayed still. How did he know? I was like fucking on the walls. I sniffed the air, no fear, just curiosity came from the man. And slight confusion. He wasn't sure. I kept quiet, hopefully he thought he was just losing his mind. The old man didn't say a thing. I heard him get up from his seat and walk towards the door. I know you are here, my dear, you can come out. I popped my head out and saw him leave. Did he think I was someone else? Most likely. I turned to the drive and found it glowing green. It had done its work. I snatched it up and put it away safely. I got ready to leave when I heard something move, something big. I can't keep living like this, a woman's cry came out. I was curious. I sneaked to the door and slowly opened it, giving me a clear line of sight to the kitchen. You know the dangerous people who are after you, Interpol, SHIELD, Wyndham spat out the last name. I moved in closer and suddenly a young woman with black hair and a tall busty figure walked into my frame of sight. I don't care, they don't even know I'm alive. And if they do they will kill you. Wyndham yelled out, and then what will you be? I'll be free. The woman's accent was clearly American. What was she doing in Italy? Your father didn't want this for you, Wyndham said gently. He asked me to keep you safe and that's what I'm going to do. Keeping me locked up isn't keeping me safe. I know, just give me some time, soon you'll be safe, and then you can do whatever you wish. And until then, you have studying to do, young lady, Wyndham smiled. Have you finished the assignment I set out for you? Yeah, she paused and sniffed the air. She looked around curiously before slowly landing her eyes on me. Fuck. What the hell? She leaped at me, clearing 20 feet in a single bound as she tackled me through the door and pinned me down on the ground. I kicked her off, tossing her through the air. She landed on the wall and was stuck there. I paused looking at her. She could stick onto walls. Who the hell are you? She hissed. I jumped onto my feet. I'm Pikachu, I need to get out of here, to many unknown variables. I ran to the door, but she jumped into my way. I ducked under a kick and dodged her follow-up. I jumped back and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. She was trained, every strike looked like it was going for the kill, but her execution was shit. Nat would be appealed. I grabbed her arm and threw her over my shoulder. She landed easily, but before she could attack my first met her guy, making her buckle over in pain. Sorry beautiful, I have a date and I can't miss it. I jumped towards the window and crashed through it, running out into Wyndham's garden. I saw trees up ahead, I could lose them in there. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 156, Chapter 153. Get back here, the woman cried out as she leaped out and chased after me. I cursed seeing her catching up. I was running around 20 miles an hour, how the hell is she matching my speed? Can't you just let me go? I swear all I wanted to do was ask you out. I threw a joke in while thinking about her. She had my powers, agility and endurance. Clone? No, too different, no brown hair. Anyone who knew anything about genes knew that if you wanted to get the same results you needed to use the same genetic sequence, meaning she isn't my clone. I reached the forest and leaped onto the trees, jumping from branch to branch. Oh no you don't, she yelled as she leaped up and followed me. Damn, what is this girl? I leaped onto a branch when suddenly a flash of green energy came flying through the dark night, destroying the branch, sending me flying down into the ground without any support. Lucky I landed in a squat. I was about to take off again when she launched herself at me, shoving me into the ground, pinning my arms down. You aren't going anywhere asshole, she grinned victoriously. I tried pushing her back but was surprised by her strength, she wasn't normal. I looked up at her, green eyes similar to that energy beam she shoot of. Energy beam, no, electricity, bioelectric energy, exactly like, oh fuck me. Jessica. I asked in utter shock. She looked at me in surprise, how did you know my name? I looked at her and slowly the world began to die away, I felt something pull inside of me. I felt my body heat up, reacting to her. I smelled maple syrup slowly roll off her body, I could smell her lust. What's happening, she hissed as slowly she let up on her grip around my arm. I could see her eyes clouding in lust. I don't, I felt myself get hard, it was involuntary. I reached up to her face and cupped it, I growled feeling an overwhelming sense of lust take me over. And from the way she looked at me, I knew she felt the same. She kissed me, if ever anyone asked me, I would always swear to that. She kissed me. Her hands went under my shirt as her tongue tried to clean my mouth. She humped my groin as my hands automatically went to her ample behind. I gave it a spank, she moaned. I tried pulling back, but I could feel lust rolling out from me, so much I felt like I was drowning. My breathing got harder, I smelled her scent, it was intoxicating. I rolled her around, getting on top of her. Her hands reached for my pants, I could feel myself grow in excitement, it was just like, oh my god, Felicia. I felt a rush of pure shame and rage come rising up. I pulled myself out of the lust-induced craze I found myself in. I broke the kiss, she looked at me surprised in a husky lust-filled voice like that of a lover she asked, what's wrong? I have a girlfriend, sorry, I sent a small amount of bioelectricity through my arms and into her rain-soaked clothes. She jerked in shock and I leaned away, quickly running away as fast as I could. I turned around and saw her getting back on her feet, looking confused, guess she was finally snapping out of it as well. She didn't follow me, I ended up on a highway and called Tony to get someone to pick me up. As I waited for his car I went through what just happened. She was like a drug, I couldn't even be in her prissiness without an overwhelming desire to rip her clothes off and mount her like a dog. It was primal. And the only thing I could think of that could do something like that were pheromones. Jessica Drew, I was sure it was her. She had the powers and the skills to match. But why did I react to her like that? The original Peter Parker never had a problem with Jessica and, oh shit. I'm not the same Peter Parker am I? I have Jessica's powers too, or at least a portion of it. I can't manipulate pheromones like she could, but I can detect them. So that means, it's like Cindy Moon all over again. Cindy Moon was bitten by the same spider that bit Peter. Whenever she and Peter meet they couldn't keep their hands off each other. It was a serious problem. Could the same thing be happening with me and Jessica? Since I have similar powers to hers and they both involve pheromone? It was possible. But why was she there with Wyndham? Wyndham, how do I know that name? I'm now wondering if this man had a bigger role to play in all of this. Jessica was controlled by Hydra before she became a hero, meaning Wyndham is Hydra, meaning Peter's parents, used to work for Hydra, fuck. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 157, Chapter 154, Attack on Hydra. So, what did you find? Tony asked the moment I walked in. I held up the flash drive. Let's find out. Tony motioned to his workstation. I found a port on the side of the table and put the drive in. Immediately the screen began to display the files. Tony quickly took hold, searching through the files. He looked focused, like really focused. I watched as he scanned through the files quicker than I ever could before suddenly stopping on one file. He took a step back. What's subject D? I sighed, fuck me. You know. I nodded, it's a program I stopped a few months ago while working an assignment for S.H.I.E.L.D. A couple of scientists were forced to recreate a genetic mutation, they were forced to experiment on children. How do you force someone to experiment on children? You threaten their family and friends. I shrugged. I managed to put an end to it, but it was too late. A lot of kids died before that. I don't understand though, what does a child experimentation ring in New York have to do with an old scientist in Italy? If it was Wyndham, who's a top-ranked gene testes, then I would wager they used his principles in their experiments. From what you told me, it would be perfect. Tony began typing away at the computer before sighing, okay, good news and bad news. What do you want first? Good news. Okay, I found a ghost drive. Tony pulled up a locked folder, it's labeled, Super Serum Project, but... Let me guess, the bad news is that you can't open it, I sighed, can't you decode it or something? Can't, it's a corrupted file. Tony pulled up the image of a jigsaw puzzle, only half the pieces are here, the rest are missing. Only with the second half will the file even open. So you can't even open it because the files simply don't exist, I sighed in realization. Tony nodded, exactly, but there are plenty of other files we haven't looked through yet. Want to give it a shot? I nodded. We spent the night looking through his notes but couldn't find anything solid linking him to the scientists I busted. It was a waste. The next day Tony flew us back home. I thanked him profusely for helping me out, he didn't mind, after all he got to spend some time away from the lab and away from his PTSD. I tried to tell him to talk to a shirk, but I don't think he really listened to me at all. When I came back home I found Ben and May there to greet me. I told them all about my trip, details Tony and I agreed upon beforehand, and for the most part they bought it, luckily for me. That night I went downstairs to my lab and inputted the data from Wyndham's computer, comparing his notes with Peter's parents. As I did so I heard my basement window slide open. I turned around and suddenly guilt filled my heart as I saw Felicia shimmy inside. She landed before me with a smile, hey Tiger. I smiled, I couldn't help myself. I stood up and walked up to her. So, when did him? Her sentence was muffled as I wrapped my arms around her and pushed her onto the basement bed, kissing her in a desperate attempt to wipe away the feeling of Jessica's tongue out of my mind. She moaned into my kiss before slowly pushing me back. I didn't know you missed me that much. Oh, you have no idea. I gave her kiss on her forehead. Italy was hell. Why? I sighed, guess it was time to come clean. I told her everything, about how my parents were involved with my powers, how their experimentation somehow gave me my powers and how I went to Italy to find the man who might be responsible for their deaths. Felicia listened silently all the while, sitting next to me, holding my hand. At the end she sighed, I guess I understand why you wanted to do this alone, but Peter, she slapped my up the head, you were planning on breaking into someone's house and you didn't even think of asking me. I rubbed my head sheepishly, sorry. But, I ran to my desk and grabbed a black cardboard box and gave it to her, I got you a gift. She opened it and grinned at the sight of two expensive-looking black leather boots with silver lining along the side. Okay, I guess I can forgive you, she giggled. I smiled, but slowly I remembered the reason I felt so guilty, why I insisted on buying the most expensive pair of boots Tony could find. Why I nearly went broke buying them. Jessica drew. I shouldn't tell her, I know this, but lying to her isn't how one keeps a relationship stable, I know that for a fact. I took a deep breath and sighed, Felicia, there's something else. Felicia looked worried, what? When I was in Wyndham's place I ran into this girl. I paused, she was like me. Like you? What do you mean? I looked at her, she had the same powers I have. She's also the one whose powers I obtained. I sent a spark out off my fingertips, showing her my blue bioelectricity. She has spider powers. Felicia looked amazed. I nodded, yeah. She could climb walls, fast, strong, and I think she can do the pheromones thing as well, and go a step above. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 158, Chapter 155. Chapter 172. Felicia narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? She can control the pheromones of other people, I admitted, make them angry, sad, happy, and I think we might have been affected by it. I blushed, she kind of kissed me. Felicia raised one silver eyebrow. I didn't kiss her back. I swear. She kissed me and I was like completely shocked, and then I don't know happened, her powers must have gone haywire or something, because the next thing I know she's trying to strip me and I was out of it. So, what you're saying is she drugged you? I winced. Yeah, please don't be mad, I didn't really want to. She was silent, silent for a long time. She looked at me with hate-filled eyes. Did you kiss her back? No, never. I felt broken inside. In this entire life my relationship with Felicia is the one thing I knew I could say was mine. Everything else Peter could have done on his own, everything, but her? She was the one choice I made because I actually fell for her. The only one, and to see her go, I don't think. Felicia got up. I was scared stiff. I prayed she wasn't going to leave. She walked up to me. I begged God, the one above all, Stan Lee, anyone who was listening, to make her stay. And suddenly I found her arms wrapped around me and her head resting on my shoulders. I'm not going to leave you because some Italian bitch kissed you, Peter, she whispered. Did you really think I would do that? I couldn't help it. I felt relief wash over me, forcing tears of joy to blur my vision as I wrapped my arms around her. Losing you is something I don't think I can live with, Felicia. Never you. I can quit being Spider-Man before that. Felicia didn't say a thing. She knew I didn't want her pity, just her forgiveness. She rubbed my back and held onto her tight. I was acting like a child, I knew it, but for her, I would play the fool for all my life if the need be. She finally broke the hug and looked down at the shoes. Wait, is that why you brought me such expensive shoes? I chuckled. Yeah. Hey, maybe you kissing other women might actually be a good thing, Felicia teased. I rolled my eyes. I hope not. So, are you going to show me what you found? Felicia asked. I nodded and led her to my computer, showing her all the files my dad had and what I got from Wyndham. I explained what each file contained and even what the ghost drive that Tony found. And that's pretty much it. I finished. Not much, but at least I know my parents weren't crazy. Felicia nodded as she looked at the screen intensely. What is it? See something? I asked. Yes, that. She tapped a folder on my dad's hard drive. What is that? I blinked and looked at the file. It's his school papers. Why is it here? She asked. Well, I think it's because he just put in everything he had on the super soldier serum onto the drive here. I shrugged. But did he really start working on it at that age? Felicia asked. I nodded. Yeah, he's kind of a genius, like yours truly. I grinned, clicking on the file trying to open it, only for an error message to pop up. I blinked. What the hell? I read that the file was corrupt and couldn't be open. You can't open it? Felicia asked curiously. No, I can't, I hummed, but, no way, no, I couldn't believe it. I dragged the file and moved it to the ghost drive. I inputted the file into the date and suddenly a new message popped up. File complete, opening now. My eyes went wide. Holy shit. The file began to fix itself as slowly it opened up, displaying hundreds of number and formulas I had trouble following, but then a new screen popped up, one with the Hydra logo emblazoned on it in green. Shit. I yelled, grabbed the main power cord to my computer and ripping it off. What was that? Felicia asked. Something bad. I broke open my PC and tore apart all the parts, destroying the CPU and motherboard with my increased strength before ripping the hard drive out. I then went to the Wi-Fi router and tore the cables out. No need for the risk. Peter, what's going on? Felicia asked in concern. I looked at her. Something bad. That symbol, it was Hydra. Felicia looked confused. You mean that Nazi group Cap fought? I nodded. Yeah, the very same. What the hell does your dad have to do with a dead Nazi group? Felicia asked. I looked at her. Who told you they were dead? I sighed, turning to my hard drives. I need to bring this to Fury. Can S.H.I.E.L.D. be trusted with something like this? Didn't they try to make weapons with that glowing cube thingy? Felicia asked. I smiled. She's way smarter than people ever give her credit. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 159, Chapter 156. Yes, they did, but if Hydra comes for the drive it's best to leave it in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands rather in mine, that way Ben, May, MJ and Liz won't be brought into the crossfire, I hissed. It's a risky call, I know, but, it's the only choice I have. You have his phone number or something? Felicia asked. I nodded, something like that. The next day. Are you sure you want to do this? I asked her for what must have been the 100th time. Yes Tiger, I told you, I'm your girlfriend, I'm not letting you do this alone, Kat huffed as she adjusted her goggles and costume. But if you come with me. What? Fury will find out who I am? Please, I don't doubt he already has some idea. After all, that picture of us kissing is all over the place. Heck, I saw MJ have a poster of it up on her wall. He will know it's me, or at least have some idea. So don't even think about it, Mr. Spider. I smiled. Yes ma'am. Doc continued to travel through the air. Slowly the clouds started to part and I saw the helicarrier appear before me. It looked better than the last time I saw it, though they still didn't have the retro-reflecting panels up and running, hence why they were out here in the middle of the Atlantic rather than flying over cities. Hello? Is the pilot of the flying car reading this? This is a restricted area. Stop now or you will be shoot down. This is your final warning, came a voice off the radio. I sighed. I put on my helmet and turned on my communicator. It's me, Spider-Man. Clearance code, I'm a fucking Avenger, let me on board. Ah, right, just give me a second, the voice went off before quickly turning, you have been given clearance to land, please use the upper strip near the entrance. Thanks, will do, I turned off the comms and slowly brought the car in for landing. This is so cool, Felicia whispered. I smiled as I landed the car on the helicarrier and got out. Felicia followed me as we walked towards the helicarrier entrance where Clint was waiting for us with quiver in back and bow in hand. Hey Legolas. Nice to see you. I grinned, waving at him. Spider, he rolled his eyes touching his communicator, Fury, it's really him, yeah, I'll bring him to you. So how's it going? I asked as we walked in, the air pressure immediately lighter the moment we stepped inside. Better, no Norse gods tried to take over my mind, so I would say it's been a good day so far. Clint looked at Kat, so, is this a date? I shook my head, sorry, this time it's strictly business. We walked into main deck, it looked a lot better than the last time I saw it. I found Fury at the helm putting in commands into his Kozal. I looked over and spotted me, you two are supposed to be in school. I shrugged, are you crazy man? It's summer vacation. So why aren't you in a mall with your girlfriend? Something important came up, plus she's right there, so this is kind of like a date. No it isn't, Kat cut in. Fury rolled his eyes, look kid I don't have time for this, if you're going to show off for. My father worked for Hydra, I cut him off. Fury paused, looking at me with his one good eye, excuse me? Did you fail history kid? Because Hydra is alive, I stopped him. I reached into my backpack and took out my hard drive, my parents was working on something, before they died. I found the files, but when I tried to access them, the Hydra logo popped up. Now correct me if I'm wrong Kat, I am horrible at remembering history, but didn't Hydra get broken apart at the end of the Second World War? They did, Felicia smiled, meaning the only way their logo got onto a file made in the last decade or so if they are still alive, or someone's using their name, I completed, but either way, you need to have a look at this. Fury looked at the drive and took it from my hands. He nodded, you were right in bringing this to me. I promise, I won't let anyone else get their hands on it. Good, and Fury, I turned off the voice modulator and lowered my voice to a growl, I put in a kill virus inside that drive. If you even think of using the data inside that you'll fry your entire system in that drive. Really? He raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Yes, I growled back, don't test me. He chuckled, don't worry, I won't. He handed the drive off to a lab tech and turned to me, is there anything else? No, I moved back activating the voice changer, I'll see you at the next Avengers team up or something. Fury rolled his eyes, before landing on Felicia's costume, is that the suit I gave you? I nodded, yup. You took military hardware and gave it to a thief. Fury asked with a raised eyebrow. Cap's a virgin, Tony's crazy, Nat's a killer, Clint's only trick is with a bow and arrow. Hey, he protested. And the Hulk can't raise his blood pressure, meaning no sex. We all aren't perfect, I walked away with Felicia smirking by my side. And what about you? Fury asked. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 160, Chapter 157. Chapter 174. I looked over my shoulder, I tend to lose my temper when people I trust betray me. See ya Fury. Fury turned out Barton. The archer grumbled, I hate that kid. Really? Fury asked surprised. Clint sighed, he's just a pain in the ass. That he is, Fury sighed, I have no idea how Agent Romanoff deals with him. She has a way with teenagers I guess, Clint shrugged, you should see her with a baby. With me. I flew up back into the city. That went better than I thought, Kat admitted. Yeah, maybe, I sighed, I just feel like giving him the drive was a mistake. You said it yourself, the safest hands are theirs, you weren't lying about the virus right? I shook my head, no. It will fry their systems the moment they try anything. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm guessing right now Fury has his best agents following my dad's trail, trying to figure out what he's working on. And when they figure out it's the super solider serum, they might try something, I really hope Fury isn't that stupid, I hissed. I landed the car near an abandoned field in the outskirts of Queens. We changed into our civilians' clothes and I drove us in. So, what do you want to do today? Felicia asked. I smiled, well, I have no plans. Any ideas? How does shopping sound? I grinned, sounds great. I drove us to the closest mall and parked the car. Felicia practically dragged me into the theater where we bought tickets for some romantic garbage movie. I hated it and Felicia, while she would never admit it, loved these kinds of movies. At the climax the hero was leaving for Chicago, his lover came to see him off in the train. He waited until the last minute before jumping off and onto the platform. He should have broken his ankles, but thanks to movie logic, his lover caught him in the last moment and they lived happily ever after. I walked out laughing, Why did he think jumping off a train would be a good idea? Oh stop it Peter, like you wouldn't do the same, Felicia huffed. Yeah, maybe, but like, come on, I have spider powers, that guy was just a human. Still, it was such a romantic gesture. I smiled, so what? You want me to jump out of a train? Oh no MR, for me you better be jumping off of planes, Felicia smirked. Well I think I can I stopped. I felt it. A pull in my core, raw animal instinct clawing in my mind to break free and fuck the woman who made me feel this way. It wasn't love, it was fucking lust, and I could smell maple syrup in the air. Peter? What's wrong? Felicia asked curiously. I shook my head and looked around, she's here. Who? Who's here? Jessica Drew, I hissed as I looked around. Suddenly, my eyes landed on a figure wearing an overcoat and a baseball hat standing off in the distance. We locked eyes and immediately I knew it was her. I could feel it. There, I hissed, pointing at her. Felicia stepped before me, think you can control yourself tiger. I'm trying kitten, I hissed. Jessica began walking towards us, we need to run. Why? We can take her, Felicia argued. Not here, not in front of all these people, I hissed once again grabbing her wrist roughly and pulling her away. We ran to the stairs when Felicia pulled her hand away. Peter stop. You're hurting me. I'm sorry, I sighed, I didn't. It's fine, she rubbed her hand, let's just get out of here. I cursed, I wasn't thinking, I always had to be careful not to hurt someone with my strength, but with half my mind occupied just trying not to fuck Jessica like a dog in heat, things are getting difficult. We reached the parking garage, we were all alone. We ran to my car, I saw a black figure chasing after us, their image reflecting off the parked cars we passed by. Suddenly they jumped onto the boot of a car and leaped at us. Get back! I cried out, pushing Felicia to the side as Jessica landed on me. I kicked her over my head and threw her far away. She landed on her feet and I landed on mine. We looked at each other, I could feel the raw sexual tension seep into my bones, this was really getting old. She leaped forward and sent a kick at my head. I ducked under it and quickly began to fight back, focusing on my training, on what Nat taught me. It was like a dance, we knew each other's moves, or at least could predict it. My spider senses were blaring, allowing me to avoid her hits while sending my own. We drew closer together, I could feel her desire for me, but I ignored it and she did so as well. She sent a punch at my ribs, I felt one bruise, I kneed her in the gut before sending an elbow swing at her face. She blocked the elbow and sent a fist to my face that felt like a hammer came down on my nose. Jessica was trained, every attack she could block, every kick she could deflect, but she wasn't used to fighting someone like me. Someone who matched her agility, something I'm betting she abused every fight he got into to get her the advantage. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 161, Chapter 158. So I did what anyone would do, I cheated. She threw a punch, I moved to the side, grabbed her by the hip and threw her across the parking lot. She got back on her feet, when she looked up just in time to see a bolt of blue energy coming for her head. Phew, it hit her with enough force to sending her flying back into a car. I panted, damn. You okay? Felicia asked. Just a little banged up, I hissed. I turned to Jessica and found her slowly getting up from the wrecked car door. The car alarm was blaring, she growled and slammed her fist into the bony, crushing the speaker system inside. Why are you here? I hissed. You stole something from me, she growled back. She was far away, the sexual attraction I usually felt wasn't there. I don't know what you mean, I lied. No point playing dumb, I know it was you, she narrowed her eyes, you even smell the same. So she can detect pheromones as well, I noted before speaking, yet? So what? I only took what belonged to me. Jessica blinked, what? Wyndham isn't who you think he is Jessica, he isn't a good guy, he's a monster and he works for monsters, I hissed. He killed my parents, he left me an orphan and he did it for power. To get the power to raise an army of humans like us, to make them his weapons, like he's obviously done to you. What are you talking about? Jessica hissed, Wyndham is a good man. A friend of my father's. He took care of me when no one else would. When I. Do you know what he used your blood for? I asked her. Jessica, meet my gaze, he took your blood samples didn't he? Did he ever tell you what it's for? It was to get me a cure, Jessica said quietly. No Jessica, it was to replicate your powers, I stood up straight, he had his men experiment on children Jessica, children. They died, all in the effort of creating more people like you, like us. Do you know how many children they killed? Do you? 31, and it would have been 32 if I didn't stop them. Why you lying? Jessica roared, he wouldn't do that. Ask him. I spat back, ask him what the lab at Hunts Point was doing. Ask him what he did with your blood. Ask him the names of the 31 children he murdered. Jessica looked like she was going to murder me. She charged roaring in rage. Her hands began to glow green with energy as she began to wing wildly at me. I jumped back at her sloppy attacks when suddenly the green energy exploded, sending me flying back. Peter! Felicia cried out as she turned to Jessica, you bitch! I groaned, rubbing my head as I pulled myself up. Note to self, learn how to do that. I looked up and saw Felicia taking on Jessica one-on-one. Fighting the spider-powered brunette off, sending a kick to her sternum that made Jessica hold her gut in pain. Just then Jessica held up her hand and shot out a blast of green energy, hitting Felicia right in the gut. Felicia! I yelled, jumping into the air to catch her from flying back. I held her like a bride, laying her down gently. Are you okay? Stings like a motherfucker, she cursed as she looked at me. Where is she? I looked up and around. We were alone. She's gone. Fuck, she got on her feet. That was like fighting you. Expect she didn't hold back. I nodded. Yeah, but how did she even find me? She's supposed to be in Italy with, no. What? Felicia asked. Last night, when we booted the drive and connected them, Wyndham must have put in a tracking program that lets him track the file's location through the net. Is that even possible? You destroyed your computer and modem the moment it happened, didn't you? Yes, but that was only after the Hydra logo was displayed. It could have sent the signal out way before announcing itself. I cursed. They know where I am, meaning, Aunt May, Uncle Ben. Felicia and I ran to my car without another word. We jumped in and I took off into the streets. I must have jumped 3 red lights, but there was no one to stop us and I quite frankly didn't care. We reached my home in record time. I ran into my house and threw the door open. May. Ben. Felicia and I ran inside, looking everywhere. The kitchen was empty, dishes were left out to dry, the TV in the living room was still running, Ben's favorite news show was running. This can't be happening, I repeated to myself as I paced around. Have you tried calling them? They might have left because of some emergency, Felicia said in a hopeful tone. Maybe, I nodded as I quickly dialed Ben's number. It rang for a few moments before someone picked up. Hello. Uncle Ben. The line was silent. I was about to repeat the statement again when a voice appeared on the other line. Hello Mr. Parker, or should I say, Spider-Man. I knew that voice. Wyndham, I growled, where are they? Safe, for now, he admitted, but not for long. We have them. If you ever want to see them alive again, bring me all your father's research and I'll give them to you. You have 1 hour's time. I'll text you the location and the time. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 162, Chapter 159. Chapter 176. He ended the call. I looked at the phone and growled, fucking hell. Felicia put a calming hand on my shoulder. Are they alive? I nodded. Yeah, he wants my dad's drive. And he knows I'm Spider-Man. How? I shrugged. He saw me using spider powers. He figured out I live in New York and have connections with the Baxter building who have also been seen around with Spider-Man. I don't think it would have been too hard for him, or he could have just read S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files on me. What are we going to do now? Felicia asked. I'm going to get the drive back, I told her as I walked out of the house. You mean we are going to get that drive back? She told me. This isn't a joke, Felicia. I turned around to her. People I care about are in danger. Which is why you shouldn't do this alone. I'm not putting you in danger. I'm not letting you go fight Nazis. Not alone, she yelled back. We stared at each other for the longest time. She wasn't budging. I couldn't imagine life without Ben and May, but without her, oh God help me. I nodded. Fine, but please, don't die. Felicia smiled. Wasn't counting on it, Tiger. We walked to my car and I quickly drove away to a secluded spot for us to take off and change. So what's the plan? Fury's not just going to give you the drive back once he knows what it is. I nodded. Yeah, don't worry though. I go back up. I took up my phone and dialed in a number. Hey, it's me. I need a favor. It's extremely dangerous, possibly a national crime and you might have to fight S.H.I.E.L.D. Sigh. Yes, you can borrow the car on Sunday for your date. Half an hour later. Unidentified flying car, please state your identification. This is a restricted. It's me, you jackass. Who else do you think has a flying time machine? I yelled onto the mic in my helmet. Shush, ease up Tiger, he's just trying to do his job. Felicia smiled as she checked her weapons and gadgets. We were in full costume and ready for a fight, just in case. Oh, he can handle it. I waved her worry. Spider-Man, you have permission to land. Please use the upper strip near the entrance, came the reply. I landed and we both got out. We walked in, but instead of going to the bridge, we took a turn into the labs placed near the backs. We ran in and Felicia spotted the drive being plugged into a terminal. I walked in, the lab geek there stood up. Hey, you can't be in here. Yeah, I can. I pushed him aside and grabbed the drive, unplugging it. Damn, not even a day and already Fury's trying to crack into it. I looked at the tools the techie used and whistled. Damn, impressive. With these things you could have broken into this thing in like, what? A week. A day if I bypass the system lock and donate all available servs to it, the techie shrugged. Cool, I extended my hand, Spider-Man. Oh, Leopold Fitz, he shook my hand. Cool, we should catch up sometime, talk science, I waved to him as we walked out of the lab. Oh, right, I don't think you're supposed to take that. Fitz called out. Tell Fury I said thanks for holding onto it for me. I called out behind me. Felicia and I ran through the helicarrier. She looked around, it's empty, should it always be this empty? I sighed, no, we ran out into the open air and there standing before us were 3 of my teammates. Felicia and I stopped. Hey guys, nice to see you all. Spider-Man, what do you think you're doing son? Cap asked. Nat and Clint stood by his side. Cap had his shield at the ready, his costume had changed, he wore the black and white costume from Winter Soldier now. Nice costume Cap, much cooler, I nodded, and as for what I'm doing, I'm just taking back something I gave Fury to take care of for me. That became S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property the moment you gave it to us, Clint spoke up, leveling his arrow at me, a red dot hovering over my chest piece. That may be, but I did it under the condition that you wouldn't try and find out what was inside, which you kind of did, so. This isn't a joke Peter, Nat cut in, this can be considered an international crime. Oh, right, because you of all people have never done anything like that, it was a low blow, but I was running out of time, there was only half an hour left before Wyndham called me again. Peter, whatever's going on, we can deal with it, together, Cap held up a gentle hand, we don't need to do this. Cap, you should be helping me, I spoke up. And why's that? Cap asked. Because Hydra has my uncle and aunt. Nat's eyes went wide, Clint looked sympathetic. But Steve looked downright horrified. What? But Hydra's dead. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 163, Chapter 160. Chapter 177. They aren't, I waved the hard drive before putting it away into my backpack, they are alive, and they have my family Cap. They want this thing for their lives. What's in the drive kid? Clint asked. My father's research. Into what? Nat asked. The super soldier serum, I completed. Steve looked horrified, you can't give Hydra that drive Peter, if they get their hands on it. If I don't my uncle and aunt are dead. I yelled back, I have to do this Cap. No, you don't, Cap leveled his shield against me. I sighed, what are you going to do? Fight me. If I have to, yes. Seconds passed, I gathered all my thoughts and pushed them aside, I would need all my focus for this. Cap crouched, Felicia and I matched him. He charged forward along with Widow. Felicia did as well, but in the last moment we took a sharp left and ran away. What the? Now Johnny! I cried out into my comms. Right. Johnny jumped out of the back seat of my car and jumped into the air covered in flames. He swooped down and blasted flames between the adults and us. You didn't think I was crazy enough to fight you, did you? I laughed. Cap leaped across the flames and charged forward, smart move Pete. But it ends now. No it doesn't. I sent a repulsor beam at him which he blocked, obviously, but he didn't notice me throwing a liquid nitrogen pellet at the ground before him. It exploded and Cap found his boots and feet covered with ice, sticking him to the ground. Sorry Cap. I yelled back and I could have sworn I saw him smile. Felicia and I jumped into the car with Felicia taking the wheel. She hit the gas hard and we took off into the air with Johnny right behind us, dropping into the back seat and turning off his fire. Okay, I'll admit, that was a little underwhelming, Johnny sighed, you promised me danger. Believe me Johnny, the danger's just beginning, I turned to the car's HUD and smiled, keep the car steady kitten. I have an idea. Half an hour later. The 1 hour mark was up, I got a text to meet them in a construction site a few miles away from town. Felicia and Johnny hide in the back as I took the car down in for a landing. Johnny get your hand off my ass before I shove it where the sun doesn't shine, Felicia hissed. Sorry babe, and for your information, I'm a glowing ball of fire, for me where is there the sun shines, Johnny grinned. Not if I shove it in deep enough, Felicia hissed back. Well if it's shoving you want. Johnny, if you even complete that sentence I take a dildo the size of Ben's hands and sodomize you with it, understand? I growled. I heard Johnny gulp, good, no one touches my kitten. Good, now remember, stay in here, the code word is Drunus, got it? Yes, Felicia nodded before she turned around and glared, Johnny. Sorry, he quickly said. I sighed, God help me. I walked out and slammed the door shut. It was the construction site for some kind of building, 50 feet tall and 100 feet across. So far only the iron frame of the building was set up, the concrete was set onto a parking lot besides the building and several sand dunes by the side. I walked in and immediately spotted a white van parked in the middle of the building. I walked up to it in full costume, no need to hide who I am, he already knows. I feel a pull, Jessica was here, I looked around and sniffed the air. I looked up at the iron beams 20 feet above me and to the left, I waved. She glared back, guess she wasn't happy I spotted her. I walked to the van, it opened up and Wyndham walked out with a cane in hand. He smiled, your father would have loved the costume, Peter. So much intelligence into the design, I'll admit, I'm surprised you managed to crack Stark's tech, truly, you are your father's son. For what I heard my mother was pretty smart too, I hissed. Oh that she was, and while I'm sure your father would have gone on and on about how amazing she was, but he was the real genius, Wyndham smiled a crooked smile, now, do you have what I asked for? My aunt and uncle first creep. He nodded, not minding the creep comment. He stepped aside revealing my aunt and uncle tied up and gagged, and by the looks of things, unconscious. Now, the files if you please, Wyndham held out his hand. I looked at him and took out the hard drive and tossed it to him, they are all in there. For your sake I do hope so, he smiled as he walked away. I ran into the van quickly and to their sides. Sir? Ma'am? Are you all right? I shook them furiously, trying to wake them up. Must you continue this charade? Wyndham chuckled as he walked out of the construction site with Jessica following him from above. I narrowed my eyes at Ben and May, I could smell something from them, something metallic. I touched Ben's face and traced a finger along his jawline. Suddenly, my fingers slipped into the flesh, I slowly pulled it away, reclined robotic features under it. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 164, Chapter 161. Chapter 178. You bastard! I roared as I jumped out the van and ran at Wyndham. Jessica dear, if you please, Wyndham waved her down. Jessica jumped down and faced me. We fought once again, this time she was a lot more focused. I pushed down the lust I felt for her, replacing it with rage and fear for the safety of my loved ones. If you ever want to see your loved ones again Peter, you'll do exactly what we say, or they will die, Wyndham said as he watched me and Jessica go at it. She sent a fist at my gut, I jumped over it, and landed behind her, I shot out 2 web lines, covering her with webbing. What the hell? Drew cried out, how come you can do this but I can't? Simple, I'm smarter than you, I turned to Wyndham, you're next, I ran at him. Sigh, did you even hear my threat? I did, don't care. I jumped into the air and came down at him fist first. Inches away from striking his face when suddenly something collided at my side, sending my flying away. I rolled on my feet and landed just in time to see all the sand in the construction site slowly gather around Wyndham like a protective guardian angel. Peter, I would like you to meet an old friend of mine, my very first experiment with human genetics lead to a very fascinating discovery, may I introduce Marco, or as I call him, Sandman, he smirked. I watched in growing fear as the sand started to form the shape of a man with dark hair and green and black striped shirt. His hands were sand in the form of a hammer and a morning star. He snarled at me, looking more animal than man. He isn't much of a thinker sadly, the procedure sadly left his brain in a sandy mess too. But he listens very well, Wyndham pointed at me and smirked, get him. Drunus. Drunus. Total Drunus I yelled as I shot out a web line and swung away from its tsunami of sand heading my way. Johnny came flying out of the car in his flaming glory. Someone call for a hero, what the fuck is that? Giant sand monster. Light him up, he turned sand into glass. I yelled out as I jumped away from his giant sand hammer fist. Get back here. Jessica yelled out, flexing her arms and breaking my webbing. She jumped onto a beam and chased after me, but just then a black boot-covered leg came flying at her face. Drew jumped away, landing on a steel beam with Felicia right behind to her. Jessica looked Felicia up and down and raised an eyebrow, who are you supposed to be? The girlfriend of the guy you tried to make out with, Felicia hissed. Drew blushed, but before she should say anything Felicia launched her attack. Johnny bathed Sandman in flames, melting the left side of his body into glass. The monster roared and swung at Johnny, who easily ducked away. You're going to have to better than that, freak. Johnny cried out. Not. Freak. Sandman yelled as he sent a wave of sand at Johnny, the torch barely avoided it. I knew my teammates could handle them, so I set my sights on Wyndham, who looked surprised at the sight of Johnny. I swung and landed right in front of the man. Didn't think I would come here without backup, did you? This is an unexpected surprise, yes, but no matter, he smiled. Where are they? I asked. And if I don't tell you? I raised my hand at Sandman's body and fired my repulsor beam at full blast, destroying the lower half of his body in a bust of sand. Sandman let out a loud growl of pain. Thanks, Spider. Johnny cried out, blasting the sand monster's right arm with flames. I leveled my arm at the Italian scientist. That will happen. Never start with the threat of death, Peter, Wyndham sighed. You need me to find your uncle and aunt, I'm the only one who knows where they are. You can't afford to kill me. Meaning you'll step down your threat, which also means I have nothing to fear from you. I nodded, sound logic, except, I grabbed his arm and twisted it with a snap. Arg, he cried out, dropping to his knees holding his hand in pain. I can still make you beg for death, I growled, putting weight on the arm. Where are they? Go to hell. You first, I brought him up by the collar and was about to break his face when suddenly... Spider! A little help over here! Johnny cried out. I turned around to see my friend being cornered by Sandman, sand covering how Boyd, he couldn't use his flames. I cursed, I turned to Wyndham and head-butted him, breaking his nose, throwing him aside, slipping a tiny little tracker into the helm of his coat. I ran towards Sandman. Hey ugly! It looked at me. I leaped into the air and threw several nitrogen capsules at the thing. Arg! It swung at them, causing his entire arm to get frozen. I landed on his arm and raised both arms at its head, firing off twin beams of energy right through its face. Marco! To me! Wyndham called out. Suddenly all the sand in the construction yard seeped away, rushing to Wyndham's side as it gathered him up before turning into a large ball of sand that rolled away with such speeds I grew worried that the man inside might not live. I hissed and turned to Johnny, you okay? Johnny patted the sand away, yeah, aside from my pride getting hurt for losing to a giant sand castle, I'm just fine. I nodded, then I turned to Jessica and Felicia fighting on the steel beams. I whistled as Felicia kicked Jessica across the face, a teeth came flying out. She then punched Drew in the gut before throwing a below to tie her up against a steel beam. Jessica tried to break free. Felicia walked up to her, cracking her knuckles. Next time you even think about sticking your tongue down my boyfriend's throat, I'll rearrange your fucking face. She threw a punch at Jessica's head, throwing her head back and hitting the steel beam, knocking her unconscious. Damn, remind me never to piss her off, Johnny whistled. What the hell is going on? A familiar voice cried out. We three turned to see a shield hover jet landing before us with its hangar bay doors open and Fury walking out with Cap and about a dozen agents at his back. So, how much trouble are we in? Johnny asked with a grin, almost looking eager. Fury narrowed his eyes at me, a lot, start talking kid, and you best not leave any details. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 165, Chapter 162. Chapter 179, Hydra's Mistake. So not only did you find out your father rediscovered the super soldier serum, you yourself found out the formula by combining the files of an Italy geneticist, who is supposedly working for Hydra, and your dad's old folder, and then proceed to give that sensitive information to said Hydra agent. I looked at him and nodded, pretty much, yeah. We were in Fury's jet flying through the air. Fury rubbed his eye, you're going to give me a heart attack, kid. I shrugged, maybe, but all's not lost. I opened my essay and displayed a map with a red blip on it. I'm tracking Wyndham now, we just have to follow him back to wherever he's hiding. I can find my aunt and uncle, you can get that drive back. Fury looked at the man, he's going upstate. Somewhere, oh fuck. What? What's wrong? That's an ex-CIA black site named Treadstone, Fury cursed, how does he have access to that? A CIA black site? Cap asked, that's illegal, Fury, the CIA. Isn't our problem, not right now. Fury looked at me, you are. I nodded, yeah, and if you want you can spank me later. But right now, we have a black site to break into. You can't, at least not this one. Fury glared at it with hate, it's designed to be unbreakable. Only one man has even gotten in and he's dead. Cap asked. No, not by any stretch. Fury's eye landed on me and then on Felicia, lingering on her for a while before he sighed, damn it, no choice. He pressed his communicator, Hill, we need him, yes, the personal we discussed, I know, I just hope you're wrong. Pilot, turn this ship around, we have unfinished work to do. Who are you bringing in? I asked, the plane did a sharp turn, we were now going north. Fury looked at me, the greatest thief in the world. The only one who has ever successfully sneaked into Treadstone underground base and come out with a list of CIA special agents. We put him in prison for life for that, too dangerous, but I guess this is a special circumstances. I shrugged, cool, mind if I call in some help as well? Fury raised an eyebrow, who did you have in mind? Oh, you'll like him, he's bald too. I chuckled as I dialed Jean's personal number, she picked up quickly, hey Marvel girl, I need a favor from the X-Men. An hour later. We watched as the X-Men's plane landed next to the shield jet. We were a few good miles away from the entrance to Treadstone, this way Wyndham wouldn't detect us even if he knew we were following him. The Blackbird's cargo hold opened up and the X-Men walked out. Logan and Storm were in the same uniform I saw from before, with Jean and Storm walking right next to them. Jean's costume had gotten an upgrade. She wore a black armored one-piece with a red X in the middle of her chest and a green jacket. The jacket's sides were yellow with the name Marvel written over her right chest. His face wasn't hidden, displayed proudly for all to see. Cyclops now wore his signature yellow visor and skin-tight blue armor suit. His uniform covered his arms and legs, he had yellow boots and gauntlets with a large yellow X on his chest like a vest. Spider! Jean cried out as she jumped into my arms, hugging me tightly, I so missed you. Scott growled, you know this guy. What? Oh, right, she looked nervous, he saved her from Magneto, Storm supplied, giggling at Jean's attempt to lie, they are old friends. I chuckled, yeah, by the way, cool costumes you guys, totally digging the skin-tight spandex. It's not spandex, it's a polymer blend 10 times stronger than Kevlar, able to stop bullets among other things. Xavier rolled down the ramp stopping before me and smiling, it's good to see you again Spider-Man. You too Professor, I shook his hand before stepping aside, Professor, this is Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, this is... I know who he is, the man cut in as he glared at Xavier, when you said you were bringing in backup I didn't think you meant him. Is it because I'm a mutant, Director Fury? Xavier asked with a tilt of his head. No, it's because you're a man with the ability to brainwash people, Fury shot back. Xavier smiled, I see Spider-Man's paranoia has rubbed off. Fury gave me a look, I said nothing but shrugged. Jimmy. Cap called out suddenly as all eyes turned to him and Logan. Logan sniffed Steve, you know me bub. Steve chuckled, yes, you could say that. Are you related to James Howlett? Is he your grandfather or? No, Wolverine cut in, I'm James Howlett, I think. You think? I lost my memories, didn't even know my own name until the kid here helped me out, he pointed a thumb at me. But how? How are you even alive? I shrugged, he's a mutant. Steve nodded to me and then turned to Logan, it's been so long James the First, you really don't remember me? Any of it? Sorry, can't say I do, Logan growled out, but, if you have time. Cap nodded, just say when, I don't really have anyone to talk to about this, guess people like us aren't very common. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 166, Chapter 163. Chapter 180. Logan nodded, you can say that again. Fury and Xavier went off into one corner to talk while Logan, Storm, and Steve were talking to each other. Steve mainly spoke about what he knew about Logan's past, which admittedly wasn't much, even back then he was a private man. But Logan and Storm listened aptly. So, what's all this then? Johnny asked as he walked out of the shield jet, his eyes immediately were drawn to the redhead, his jaw dropped, whoa. Who are you? Who are you? Scott growled getting between Johnny and Jean. Have you been living under a rock? I'm Johnny Storm. Scott crossed his arms, and... Hello? Fantastic Four? The Human Torch? Ringing any bells here? Johnny asked. No, was Scott's short reply. Jean giggled, I sighed, so predictable. Maybe, Jean shrugged, where's Felicia? When we're in costume call her by title, Black Cat, I told her, she's in the jet, looking over the plans for the place we are trying to break into, it's always been her goal to break into a place like that, guess she's just trying her own thing. Jean nodded as I walked into the jet. We passed by an unconscious and tied up Jessica Drew, I felt my arousal increase as we passed by her. Jean looked at her, who's she? It's complicated, I sighed. We reached the main deck where Kat looked over a detailed holo map of the entire structure. Kat! Jean cried out. Felicia took her eyes away from the map and widened them in surprise. Jean? When did you get here? Just now, she hugged Felicia before suddenly kissing her on the lips. I missed you both. Felicia coughed into her hands. I see you're still active. Oh, give it a rest, as if you wouldn't have done the same. I rolled my eyes. Speaking off, Jean turned to me and touched my mask groaning, how do I take this off? I chuckled, sorry Bertie, but I don't really think me kissing another girl while. Oh shut up you noble bastard, Felicia flicked the button on the side of my helmet raising the mouthpiece. Hey my protest was muffled my Jean's lips around my own as she kissed me deeply. Her tongue pushed into my mouth as I slowly gave in and fought back, easily winning as I pushed her tongue back into her mouth. We broke the kiss, she smiled, what do you two say to a night out after this? Felicia rolled her eyes, never change Jean. Don't plan to, Jean smiled, now seriously, a night out, you in? I shrugged putting my faceplate down, I'll have to take my car from where I left it last, but shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Alright. That settles it, tonight we're going out. Jean grinned. Shut up, so loud. A groan from the hangar doors came out. Drew's awake, I sighed as I stepped next to Felicia, can you handle her? Felicia nodded, yeah, I got this. She and Jean walked up to Jessica's stirring body, with me following behind a good 20 feet back. Morning sleeping beauty, Felicia spoke up as Jessica sat down on the seat, her arms and legs tied up in chains. Where are I? Jessica asked. Shield jet, Felicia supplied. No, Jessica looked horrified, you have to get me out of here, please. You don't know what they're like. They'll kill me. Please you have to. Hey, it's okay, everything's going to be just fine, Jean cut in, her voice soothing as she placed her fingertips on Jessica's temples, her eyes flashing a shade of orange before she closed them going limp. What's going on? Felicia asked. She's in Jessica's mind trying to calm her down, I informed her. Suddenly Jean woke up again and with her Jessica. Jean smiled, so, you okay now? Jessica nodded, why yeah, I guess. What was she freaking out about? I asked. She's been led to believe S.H.I.E.L.D. would experiment on her and kill her to access her powers, Jean informed us. Whoa, whoa, I looked at Jessica, no wonder you thought I was the bad guy. Still not sure that you aren't, she hissed. Listen Spiderling, I ain't the bad guy here, have you seen the news? I stopped an alien invasion, if we were the bad guys, would we have done that? I asked. Jessica stayed silent, looking at me. She spoke slowly, I asked about Hunt's Point, about what they were doing, I can't believe that. What did he say? I cut her off. She looked into my eyes, that he did what needed to be done. But he said no one got hurt, no one. That's a lie, Fury called out as he and Xavier walked in. We all turned to him as he grabbed a SA from his jacket pocket and increased the size. I whistled, damn, you a fan Fury. It has its uses, Fury smiled before displaying a file and showing it to Jessica, 31 children, dead. And in their DNA, I understand, is trace amounts of your blood mixed in with deadly amounts of radiation. He killed children, whether you like it to be true or not is up to you. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 167, Chapter 164. Chapter 181. He promised to cure me, Drew looked like her world just crashed around her, I could sympathize. He lied, he was using you to create an army, and now, he just might have one. I walked up to her, resisting the urges I could feel swell up inside of me. I unlocked the cuffs that kept her restrained and quickly stepped away. Fury and the others looked at me cautiously, I waved their worries away. I turned to Jessica, that man in there killed my parents and now has my aunt and uncle. He's a monster, he tried to use your blood to make an army for himself, killing children to do it. I'm not blaming you, no, there is only one man to blame, him. If you want, join us, and together we can stop him. No one else will get hurt because of you. Jessica rubbed her wrists, I'm sorry, she looked down in shame. I sighed and looked to Felicia, well, I tried. Yes, this is Fury, Fury spoke up touching his earpiece, good, bring him into the jet, we'll plan out our attack here. I'll call everyone else here as well, Xavier touched his forehead and focused. I assumed he sent out a psychic message, but then again I can't really be sure. Soon though everyone had arrived, the X-Men, Johnny, who was still glaring daggers at Scott, Cap, who stood next to Logan with a relaxed demeanor, a handful of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and well, my team. So who's the special guest you're bringing along? Logan asked. Him, Fury turned to see Nat walking along with a man dressed in a S.H.I.E.L.D. operator's uniform. He had a thick white utility belt around his hip and special gloves wearing a half mask that covered his mouth. His hair was white, he looked old with lines running down his face. His eyes however were green, and very familiar shade of green. Wait a minute. Daddy. Felicia cried out. Say what now? I blinked in confusion. The man looked at Felicia in surprise, he lowered his half-face mask revealing a white mustache and a small goatee. He looked at her wonder, kitten. Felicia threw her goggles off and ran to the man. Nat stepped aside as Felicia jumped into her father's arms. We all watched as she cried, hugging him tightly. The man in question looked at her and slowly tears began to fill his eyes, kitten. Daddy, they held each other, I could feel the lose coming from her, I could smell the sadness and utter joy she felt. I watched, we all watched, silently, letting the father and daughter have their moment. Kitten, what are you doing here? He turned to Fury, did you put her up to this? No, he did, Fury pointed at me, Felicia's father snapped at me, I gulped in fear, Fury you asshole. It's nice to meet you sir, I'm Spider-Man, I went stiff. I swore I heard Jean giggling behind my back. And who are you? He hissed. He's my friend Felicia stammered out in a blush, and he didn't do anything, I came to stop wait, what the hell am I doing? Felicia drew back a fist and clocked her dad across the face, hitting him square on the nose, where the hell have you been? The rest of us blinked in surprise. Damn, that was a total 180. Kitten do you know what mom's been through? What happened to us after you left? Where were you? With us, in a S.H.I.E.L.D. prison so secure not even he could get out, Fury explained. Well I wouldn't say that Fury, the man adjusted his nose, grunting in pain, we had an agreement, I was your prisoner and in exchange you let my family go. Fury shrugged, sure. I'm sorry, can someone explain what's going on here? I asked, I really didn't like knowing shit, I thought kittens I stopped as the silver-haired man glared at me, I mean, Kat's dad was dead. He was, for all intents and purposes, Fury nodded, his name is Walter Hardy also known as the Cat. There wasn't a safe he couldn't get into and a building he couldn't breach. He was a pain in the ass, but we finally caught him. You mean I let you catch me? Walter looked at his daughter, to make sure my kittens would have a normal life, away from me. Fat load that did, Logan huffed. Enough, Cap called out, we are wasting time. Every second we waste Hydra is that much closer to getting the super soldier formula. We need to move, now. I'm not going anywhere unless Fury gives me a reason to, Walter spoke up. Fury raised an eyebrow. What do you want? My kitten, she's not going to have any part in this, Walter warned. What? Felicia cried out, you can't. I can and I will. You can't just leave and then show up one day acting like you're still my dad, Felicia hissed, you have the right to keep me away from this. Do you even know what this is? Yes, we're about to break into a top-secret ex-CIA black site called Treadstone to get back my boyfriend's aunt and uncle, Felicia huffed. Walter looked to Fury, how involved is she? Not much, now, since obviously she doesn't want to leave anywhere, I'm assuming she's coming with us. So, can we all get serious here? Fury ordered. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 168, Chapter 165. Chapter 182. Walter looked at Felicia before sighing, fine, show me the map. The hologram came up. Walter quickly studied it and put a finger on a ventilation shaft a few miles away. There. That's our entrance. We get in there, there should be a panel we can use to override the security door and open the front doors for us. Get me in there and I can crack it open. Good, then we take it by storm, Cap pointed out. James and I will take the lead, Cyclops and Marvel Girl can bring up the rear with Spider and Johnny. Storm, your powers won't be at a 100% in the narrow corridors. Stay out here and make sure anyone who tries to leave doesn't get far. Nat, you and Black Cat go with Walter and find a way inside, sneak around and find Spider's family. Any questions? No one objected. I talked to the professor, he'll connect us all telepathically, Fury stated, so from now on we don't communicate verbally, it'll getting some used to, but we'll adapt. Yes, well, all except Spider-Man and Black Cat, Xavier spoke up. Why? Fury raised an eyebrow. We have mental dampers in our masks, but... I sighed, tapping my temple, deactivating the sensor, I guess we can do without it. Xavier nodded, thank you for trusting me, Spider-Man. I nodded, saying nothing. I helped Felicia turn off her mental damper as well. We moved, Felicia with her father and Nat, we with Johnny, Scott and Jean. Before we went our separate ways I scorched Nat and pulled her aside, Nat. If something goes wrong, take her out of there. Please. Natasha nodded, don't worry Peter, she'll be fine. I nodded and quickly walked with the rest of my squad as we walked to where the entrance of the facility was supposed to be, a tunnel-sized entrance with 10-inch steel reinforced gates. We waited outside for the cat to open the doors. Peter? Can you hear me? I felt Jean's thoughts enter my head. I focused my mind and tried to answer non-verbally, yeah Jean, what's up? You're worried about her aren't you? I chuckled, you don't need to read my mind to know that. I didn't, relax, she can handle herself. Kitten has a way of biting off more than she can chew, I told her, she's passionate about protecting those she cares about. Sounds like someone else I know. I smiled, my nerves calmed down a bit. And then the doors started to open. They got in. Move. Cap ordered as he and Logan lead the charge. They rushed in and suddenly the entrance was covered with a hail of bullets. We hid behind some crates using it as cover. Cap then jumped out with his shield before him, deflecting all the bullets. Logan growled out and took out his claws, charging into the enemy lines, hacking and slashing his way through. I didn't like blood, I hated it, I hated the idea of death, but it had to be done. This was Hydra. I ran behind him with Johnny, Scott and Jean following closely behind. We fought off the armed soldiers. I sent out repulsor blasts at the ceiling bringing down chunks of rocks over them. Jean threw crates at them while Johnny and Scott blasted them with fire and force. Suddenly we came across a fork in the hallway. Cap made us stop and look to either side. We have to split up. James, you're with me, Spider you take the rest. I nodded, you got it Cap. We quickly split up as I lead my small squad down the narrow hallway. A door showed up at the end of the corridor. I made them stop, I turned to Jean, Marvel Girl, check to see who's on the other side. She nodded as she placed her fingers to her temple, focusing on the other side of the door. She blinked, 30 men, all armed, leaving their guns at the door. The moment we step in they will fire at us. I nodded, I looked at the door, steel, probably can't break through it, unless... Cyclops, step up, he stood next to me, on my signal, fire at the door and don't stop, okay. He nodded as he put a finger on his visor. I turned to the door and puffed my chest out, unibeam, max power, fire. Twin blasts of concussive force came flying out of his eyes and my chest as the door was ripped off its hinges and sent flying into the room, knocking out a handful of men. Light them up Johnny. I called out. The flaming man flew over me and into the room, sending out a stream of fire out of his hands into the remaining men. Scott, Jean and I charged in, while the shooters were too busy firing at Johnny we made our move. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands double exclamation mark subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance double exclamation mark. Person with folded hands. ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 169, Chapter 166. Chapter 183. Scott started firing into their ranks, knocking them down in waves. I took out my spider-shaped shuriken and threw them at the small army, piercing their gun arms before they even had a chance to pull the trigger. Suddenly the steel door from before flew into the air. I saw Jean focusing on it as she used it to sweep the men off their feet, knocking them all back. The room was clear in 2 minutes. I panted looking around. Nice work, gang. Okay, now this is more my speed. Johnny grinned. An ancient Nazi organization, kidnappings, bad guys with guns. Hot redheads. It's like someone's been reading my diary. You have a diary? Scott raised an eyebrow. Yeah, he does, I chuckled. I found it once. Did you know he still sleeps with his? Shut it, Webhead. Or I'll burn your clothes off. Johnny yelled, getting us to laugh pretty hard. I looked around. We were in what looked like a giant hangar of some kind. Heavy equipment were across the room, beams of steel and concrete. They were still building this place up. We need to move, find out where Wyndham's lab is. Jean, can you do a sweep? Figure out where any more CONCES humans are. I'll try. Jean closed her eyes and focused. In seconds she opened them again. There, she pointed at a small door to our right that had an electronic lock. What did you find? I asked her. People, scientists I think, working on something, against their will. Jean narrowed her eyes in hate. Sounds like Wyndham's MO. We reached the door. It was locked. Stand back, I'll blast it open, Cyclops said, reaching for his visor. So need Cyclops. I waved him down, pulling out a wire from my gauntlet, inserting it into the keypad. I got this. It took seconds from my decoder to break the code. It unlocked with a click. Ta-da. Decoder? Johnny asked. I nodded. Yup. I opened the door and slowly walked in. This part of the fort was much cleaner. It looked state-of-the-art. The walls turned to glass the further we walked in. I looked inside. It was a lab of some sort, big enough to hold 20 people, but I saw only 4 people inside wearing white lab coats. Are they loyal to Hydra? I asked Jean. So closed her eyes. No, none of them are here willingly. I nodded. Then we get them out of here, now. I walked up to a glass door and quickly unlocked it as well. The door slid open and we walked in. Who are you? What are you doing here? A female scientist asked, seeing us. We are here to get you out. We are with S.H.I.E.L.D., I told her. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Really? The others cheered. We are. Right now we need to get you out. Cyclops, Marvel Girl, get them out. Johnny and I will keep working our way through them. No. You can't, an older man cried out. If we leave they'll kill our families. He ran up to me and grabbed my suit. You can't do this. I promise nothing will. I stopped. I couldn't believe my eyes. He was older, so much older. He looked thinner than I remembered, but, it's him. My voice cracked. The words came out without me realizing it. D-Dad. Richard Parker looked at me, his eyes questioning. I'm sorry. Gee, get them out. Get them all out. I yelled at the mutants. Jean flinched. She must have read my mind. Fuck. She and Scott moved to the scientist. Please, follow us. Richard yelled. You can't. They'll kill your family will be fine. I yelled, holding him back as the rest of them leave. Good luck, Peter, Jean wished me as she took them all away. I turned to the man. I raised my hands to my helmet and unlocked it. Dude, what are you? Johnny protested, but I held up my hand, silencing him. I slowly removed my mask and looked at the tall thin man standing before me. Richard's eyes went wide. I looked at him. Dad. P.E. Peter. Richard sounded like he was unsure of what he saw. Is that really you? How are you alive? I touched his face, trying to see if this was another robotic decoy of some kind, but I found no reason to suspect so. Your mother and I. Tears started to well up in his eyes as he hugged me tightly. Oh my God, my boy, my baby boy. My throat choked up. It wasn't fair. I wasn't his son, not his real son. This isn't fair, but what could I do? I slowly hugged him back. We need to get you out of here, Dad, now. No, not yet. Richard broke the hug. Wyndham has my files. All of them. He can use them to create the super solider serum for Hydra. We need to stop him. I smiled. Relax, Dad, I already got that covered. He won't be getting anything soon. We need to get you out of here and then find Wyndham. He needs to answer for what he's. Spidey's senses went wild. Get down. I shot a web line at Johnny and pulled him away, ducking down, just as a black figure swished through where we were just a moment ago. We quickly got back on our feet. I put the mask back on and watched as a 10-foot-tall figure of black walked out from behind a cabinet. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands double exclamation mark subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance double exclamation mark. Person with folded hands. ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 170, Chapter 167. Chapter 184. It was a tiger, or so it seemed. It stood on 2 legs, had black fur with yellow stripes and a yellow vest on its back. Its body was rippling with muscles, it looked like it could bend steel with its arms. It snarled as its amber eyes leveled at me. Its claws were the size of my hand, it clicked as suddenly it leaped at us. Flame on! Johnny yelled, sending a fireball at the thing. The tiger thing was sent flying back and it yipped in pain. I tried to get back up, but I quickly sent out a blast of bioelectricity at it, enough to knock a bull unconscious. How did you obtain subject DS powers? Richard asked, amazed. Kind of, I nodded. What was that thing? One of Wyndham's side projects. A human-animal hybrid strong enough to match Captain America's strength, but dumb, so very dumb. Aw guys, we got company, Johnny called out. I turned to see more animal hybrids pour into the lab, each standing on 2 legs. There was one that looked like a boar, one that looked like a horse and one that looked like a chihuahua. Obviously the last one frightened me the most. Alright then, I charged up my repulsors, let's get cracking. Johnny and I blasted through the animals like they were paper. Johnny burnt them enough to make them run away while I broke bones with my blasts and fists. I tied them all up with concrete webbing, forcing them to stay jumbled up into the giant mess of flesh they were now. I turned to Richard Parker and gave him a thumbs up, told you we could handle it. Now come on. We got a job to do. Richard nodded blankly as we ran out of the lab and down the corridor. He took the lead, guiding us through the base. We passed by the security room, I stopped and broke open the open quickly with my decoder. We walked inside and saw 2 guards aiming their guns at us. 2 beams of fire from Johnny melted their guns and split kick from me knocked them out. I went to the terminal and began to track the shield agents and Cap's location. I found them all in the main hangar I had just cleared out, fighting the Sandman. They were losing, badly. Cap used the area around him to get an advantage, breaking open pipelines to slow down the monster while Wolverine was just being battered around like a toy. Johnny, you need to get there and help them, you're the only one who can. I yelled back. On it. Johnny yelled, flaming on and flying off. I began to move as well. Stay right here, I'll be back soon. Where are you going? Richard asked. Sandman, I'm going to stop him, I replied, having no clue how to actually do that. Maybe Cap had it right, use the water, could work. What no? You'll be killed. Relax Dad, I'll be fine, I told him, I've dealt with him before. Not like this you haven't, he pointed the Sandman's body, he's lost control. Wyndham has given him full freedom, he's a monster Peter, one move and you're dead. Well then, any suggestions? I asked. Richard looked scared, I can't blame him. He thought for a moment before nodding, yes actually, I do have one. I blinked but followed him back into his lab. Luckily the animal hybrids were still trapped by my webbing. We went to his workstation where he took out a metal box and opened it to reveal 2 gauntlets. I made them for Wyndham to control the thing if he ever got loose, but that never came. They produce a vibrational frequency that will alter the body composition of the Sandman, making him break apart like glass. I picked up the gauntlets, they weren't that big, I couldn't fit them over my own. I cursed, I needed to make a choice now. I quickly took off my gauntlets and put on Richard's, I felt it hum in energy. This felt familiar, the shocker, he used gloves like this didn't? Have to look into that later. I turned to Richard and nodded, I'll be back soon, I tossed him my gauntlets, keep them safe for me. I didn't wait for a reply as I ran into the main hangar. I saw Cap about to get smashed into red, white and blue mush. Cap! I yelled, throwing my arms forward and activating the gloves, sending out vibrations strong enough to shatter Sandman's composition. What? No, he looked at his hand and watched it melt away into nothing. The thing focused, tried to call the sand back to it, but failed. How? It's way too complex for someone like you to understand, Sandboy, I cried out. Johnny came flying in and picked up Cap, putting him right next to me before circling around and bathing the monster in flames. Thanks for that, Spider, Cap spat out a wad of sand, do you have a way to take him down? I think so, I pointed at the gloves. Right, then do it. I nodded and ran up to the Sandman, jumping around it, blasting out waves of the energy. I pinned down more and more of his sand, reducing his size. Johnny then came swooping down and blasted the thing with enough heat to make the rest of its body into glass. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 171, Chapter 168. Chapter 185. I panted as we stepped back, watching the human-shaped glass structure land onto the middle of the ground with unmoving sand surrounding it. That was exhausting. Johnny cried out. You're telling me, I sighed. I looked over and saw a hand sticking out the sand, a hand with 3 metal claws attached to it. I went over and pulled Logan out of the sand. He gasped and spat out enough sand to make a castle. I hate the beach. Why? Can't swim? I asked. In response he just growled at me, glaring hateful daggers. Son. I saw Richard run into the hangar with my gauntlets in hand. Son? Cap asked, surprised. Yeah, guess today's the day when all dads somehow come back from the grave, I sighed as he approached us, looking at the glass-encased Sandman. You did it, Richard panted as he looked in awe. Hey, we helped, Johnny smirked. Thanks for the gauntlets, Dad, they were amazing. I took them off and gave it to him, putting my own on in exchange. Richard then turned and gasped at the sight of Cap. Why, you're Captain America. In the flesh, sir. Steve extended his hand. I've been following your work since I was a boy. Richard quickly shook his hand. I base my entire life's work on you. Steve smiled. Peter told me what you did. It takes a brave man to stand against evil, especially the way you did. I didn't do much, I just ran A&D. Oh God, he turned to me with realization in his eyes. You fought aliens. I blinked and looked around. Are you talking to me? Yes. You fought aliens. And you're an Avenger. How does May and Ben know about this? No. I cried out, and you can't ever tell them. They would freak out. What about me? I'm your father. I shrugged. Think of it like a father-son bonding experience. After all, a family that fights evil Nazis together, stays together. I think I'm having a heart attack. Richard rubbed his forehead. Hey, so that's where he gets it from, Johnny whispered. Spider. I heard a familiar voice. I turned to see Felicia running out of a tunnel entrance with her father, Nat, May, and Ben. Cat. I cried out, spreading my arms out. Not the time, honey, she yelled. I looked over his shoulder and saw a squad of those animal hybrids chasing them. I got it. I leaped over them and leveled my repulsors at the animals, blasting them back into the tunnel. I kept firing them back down every time they tried to get up, until finally they were all unconscious. Ben. I heard Richard ask. Oh my God, came a faint voice. I watched as May fainted on the spot. Walter immediately caught her, while Ben just looked like he was doing his best to not faint as well. How? Ben asked. It's a long story, Richard sighed. One we don't have the time for. Nat grabbed Ben's arm. You're coming with us, let the others take care of this. But Richard looked at me. It's fine, Dr. Parker, we got this. I gave him a thumbs up. Nat, Walter carrying May, Richard, Ben, and Felicia and ran to the exit. Richard throwed me a final look of regret, but I just waved him ahead. Just then Cyclops and Jean entered. We got them all out. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have them, Jean informed me telepathically. Got it, Cap nodded. Professor, can you get a fix on Wyndham? I have been trying so for the last half an hour, Captain. I believe he's 3 floors down, Xavier responded. Hey, I was wondering where he went. All right, you heard the man, let's move. Cap ordered as he, Logan, Johnny, Scott, Jean and I all followed his lead towards a hallway that led to a staircase. They ran down, while I jumped over the side, free-falling 3 floors before shooting a web line and swinging down into the door, slamming it open with my feet. I landed on my knees and looked up. Whoa. The others quickly came in behind me and stopped in awe. The room was a large corridor filled with 10-feet-tall vats of blue liquid of some sort. The surface of the vats were frosted over, we couldn't see through their translucent glass surface. Johnny lighted his hand on flames and approached a vat, cleaning away the layer of ice, showing a mangled face underneath. What the fuck? Johnny cried out as he jumped back. I narrowed my eyes. I etched the face into my memory. Wyndham, you monster. It was the face of a 12-year-old child, blonde hair, blue eyes. His mouth had no lips, his face swollen into itself with its forehead jutting outwards. It was diseased. I prayed it wasn't alive in the first place to begin with. No one deserved such a life. Don't feel too bad, Wyndham's voice came through the speakers. We looked around but didn't find him anywhere close. He must be monitoring us through a camera. They felt no pain. Why, you sick bastard? Johnny cried out, you twisted son of a bitch. Language, Mr. Storm, Wyndham chuckled. Surely you, a child born to a family of scientists, can understand that sacrifices have to be made. They are dreaming, Jean said with closed eyes. He's brainwashing them, trying to make them loyal to him, to Hydra. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 172, Chapter 169. Chapter 186. What are these things, Wyndham? Steve cried out. I looked around. He had to be here. There was no other place for him to hide. No doors, nothing. Clones, of you, dear Captain. I could even go far as to say they are your children, came the evil voice. What? Cap's voice was reduced to a few pitches. I felt fear just listening to it, the rage, the utter anger. These were my very first attempts to recreate the serum, clones, plain and simple. But you see, they were defective. Your DNA is very hard to replicate with the few tissue samples we had. That's impossible, I never gave any samples, Steve called out. He motioned to us, signing us to move around. I nodded as I jumped into the ceiling, melting into the background of the dark roof. Jean, he has to be somewhere. Can you scan him? Captain asked mentally. Yes sir, I will. Jean closed her eyes as Scott and Johnny stood around her, looking for trouble. Yes, you never gave any samples, Captain Rogers, but Peggy Carter did. I paused at that. I could almost hear how pleased he was. Steve's eyes went wide. What? You didn't know, did you? That she was pregnant at the time? That she had your child? A child that met with an unfortunate accident. Wyndham laughed. I blinked. This isn't right. This isn't part of the movie universe. Did I change something? No, Logan gasped, clenching his fists in fury. What did you do, Wyndham? Steve cried out. I moved around. I need to find this guy, now. He was such a beautiful child, Captain, the monster continued. He had your eyes, and her hair. There. Jean cried out, pointing at a faraway wall. We all charged ahead, when suddenly all the vats started to vibrate and suddenly, the clones inside jumped out and landed before us, naked like newborns, and each mutilated in some form. Some were missing their skin, some were missing a limb, some were hunched, one was so deformed he looked like a mutated frog. Screech, they all yelled. I heard some of their vocal cords snap from the tension. They charged at us. I jumped down and grabbed two, throwing them at another group, slamming them all into the ground. I then stepped back and webbed them up to the ground. There, that should. Snap. Fuck, I hissed, jumping back just as one tried to swipe his 3-digit hand across my face, only to miss my 5 feet. They were strong, but stupid. These things are fucking creepy. Johnny cried out as he launched a fireball at one, only for it to shrug off the flames and tackle Johnny to the ground. Get it off. Get it off. I have you. Jean picked up the clone and threw him back. Johnny's eyes were wide with fear as Scott stepped up and blasted a whole bunch of them back into the wall. We'll handle this, you find Wyndham. Logan to Cap, and he swiped his claws across a clone's neck, spraying blood everywhere. We harvested what we could from your son. Wyndham continued to talk. He wanted to provoke Steve, and judging from the Avenger face, he was succeeding. Shut up. Steve cried out, throwing his shield at a speaker, destroying it easily before charging at the wall Jean pointed to. Just then the elevator opened up and out of it poured dozens of those animal hybrids. They quickly surrounded us, helping the clones push us back. I had to jump to avoid a rhino's horn from impaling me. We stood around in a circle, the clones and animals surrounding us. I looked at Cap. He looked pissed. Got a plan, Cap? Yes, carve a path for me. Wyndham's mine, he growled. Short, I like it. Johnny thrusted his hands to the side, flaming on. Ready, Cyclops. Say when Flammy Bowie. Scott touched his visor. Hey, that's what I call him. I chuckled. Ready? Cap asked. Fire. Kakoom. We all stopped and watched a vat come toppling down, crushing the clones and hybrids, clearing a clean path out. And standing on the other side was Jessica Drew with a look of determination on her face. Your route, Captain. Okay, now that's cool, I smiled. Move. Steve yelled, leading the charge with Logan following him. I jumped up, high-kicking a tiger hybrid that tried to pounce on us in the face. I landed outside the mob and stood back to back with Jessica as we punched and kicked the small army back. So you changed your mind? I asked her as we kicked away one deformed clone after another. You were right, it's not my fault, but I can at least do something to stop it. Jessica yelled as she threw several clones away, zapping them with her electricity. Cool, I grinned, guess that makes you a superhero, hey? If you say so, she grinned back. Damn, she's kind of cute. I wonder is Felicia and Jean would be open too? No need to be so greedy. Jean, Scott, and Johnny were clearing them out in the droves. Jean pushed them away into the walls while Scott and Johnny blasted them back with pure force and fire. I couldn't help but grin. Guess I got my own team now, hey? Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 173, Chapter 170. Chapter 187. I have a plan. Jean called out. What is it? Asked Jessica, who apparently was now linked into our telepathic communications. I'm going to bring the roof down, cut them off. Jean explained as she looked up at the roof. Scott, I need you to help me out. Just tell me what you need, Scott replied. Everyone. Get back. Jean cried out. Jessica and I jumped away as Johnny sent out a widespread blast, burning the enemies in front of us. Scott quickly sent 2 powerful beams at the roof and stepped back. Jean closed her eyes. I felt her brain being stretched to the limits as suddenly the roof came crashing down, dividing the room, cutting off the clones and hybrids. I panted, watching the dust down. Okay Jean, you officially take Storm's place on my coolest mutant powers to have ever list. Jean smiled as she bent over, panting, Thanks Spider. We need to move, Johnny said as Jessica helped Jean up. Cap might need us. Right, can you move Jean? I asked. I'll manage, she sighed. We quickly took off and found Cap and Logan standing before a broken wall. It looked like Logan had gone all apeshit on it, ripping it apart with his claws. He tore the wall apart and on the other side was a metallic door. Logan roared and thrusted his claws forward, only for a gigantic electrical feedback to blast him away. Logan! I cried out, jumping into the air and catching him, putting the now, surprisingly extremely heavy, unconscious man on the ground. I felt his pulse, he's just knocked out. I'm afraid even his impressive metallic claws can't cut through this. Wyndham's face spread on a monitor to the side of the door. He stood in the middle of what looked like a lab. It has enough electrical current running through it to fry an elephant. I suppose his mutant powers are the only reason he's still alive. He then looked over my shoulder and a sad smile came on his face. So Jessica, I see you decided to side with the enemy. You're my enemy, she growled out. Cap looked at the man in rage. He threw his shield forward, slamming the sharp edge of his shield into the door, making a dent before it flew back into his hands. What did you do to Peggy? Nothing, nothing at all, Wyndham smiled, but your son, well, sacrifices had to be made. You monster! Steve cried out, throwing his shield again and again into the door, but it didn't leave anything more than a scratch. That door was made to stand a blast from 100 pounds of TNT, I doubt a frisbee can do any harm to it. Then it's a good thing they have me, Cyclops replied, stepping forward, sending out an optical blast strong enough to rip apart steel walls, slowly pushing the door apart. I grinned, I turned to the monster, expecting Wyndham to be sweating bullets, but he didn't. He looked calm, impressive indeed, but no matter, I want you to come for me, I expect it, because I have a little surprise for you all. Boom. Cyclops' optic blast ripped apart the door, revealing a set of stairs going downwards. We followed Cap down the stairs and it led us into a giant lab with a raised platform in back and Wyndham standing before us, injecting himself with a red syringe. What is he doing? Johnny asked. Wyndham smiled as he dropped the now empty syringe. What I did, you stupid boy, is make me the next step in human evolution. I must thank you, Spider, the data you gave me was invaluable. With it I was able to complete my formula. He threw away his can, spreading his arms out as suddenly his wrinkles started to disappear. You think I joined Hydra to become a fucking Nazi? No. They were just a tool to be used. Like you all. I will now ascend to the highest form of human perfection, evolving beyond what you people think capable. I have unlocked the potential of the human body, I will soon become. Actually, evolution is a gradual change over hundreds and hundreds of years. What you're doing is metamorphosing, I called out, cutting the man off. Everyone looked at me, I shrugged. What? He's a Genesis, he should know this crap. You will be the first I crush, Spider, he roared as slowly he started to grow bigger and bigger, increasing his muscle size. Everyone, charge, don't let him finish his change. Cap cried out. Mia, don't bother, I called out. What? Why? Jessica asked in a panic. Because, 3, 2, 1, A&D. Bruh. Wyndham reached as he vomited out his lunch and several drops of blood. That's why, I chuckled, what type of moron would just inject himself with something that's never been tested? What did you do? Wyndham cried out as suddenly his muscles started to shrink, his wrinkles returning and his body losing weight faster than an anorexic beauty queen. Did you really think I would just give you the Parker's research? I chuckled as the others looked at me. I walked forward, stepping on the platform, watching Wyndham curl into a ball as he held his guts. Why you changed the formula? Impossible. I checked it over myself. Maybe, but you never knew the full formula, did you? I squatted before him. You see, on the way over to give drive, I decided to be a bit of a dick. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/Skyark. Chapter 174, Chapter 171. Some time ago. Felicia was behind the wheel as she flew my car towards the meeting point. She looked at me in the passenger seat as I linked the hard drive to the car's onboard HUD. What are you doing? She asked. I'm putting in a trap, I told her as I looked into the formula, memorizing it and quickly putting in over a dozen tracking softwares and a few self-destruct viruses. Think they would fall for that? Johnny asked. Worth a shot. I'm not just going to give them the super soldier formula without a fight, I growled. Can you imagine? Nazis with an army of Caprain Americas. You know, you should try and change it, so that they can't use it, Felicia suggested. No, from what you told me of this Wyndham guy, he's a genetic genius, he would know if something was missing. Johnny shook his head. I stopped typing into my HUD and looked at my friends. Yeah, but if I rewrite the formula, he wouldn't know. He might know half of it, just the first half. But the rest, it could be anything. You have half an hour, do you really think you can make a new super soldier formula in 30 minutes? Johnny asked. Of course not, I smiled, but I can make a defective one in less than 10 minutes that can seem to be the real thing. Now. I destroyed the real formula, I walked up to Wyndham's withering form, the others slowly approaching. I didn't bother memorizing it, not worth the trouble. I lied, the thing you injected yourself with? It's a fucking dud. Like the thing between your ears. You bastard, you risked your relatives' lives for this. Wyndham yelled. No, they were never going to be in danger. I walked away, spotting the hard drive linked to a computer terminal. I knew Fury would be pissed, he could come after us and probably send his best agents. I also knew I could convince him the danger of Hydra possessing the super soldier serum. So all I had to do was get S.H.I.E.L.D. to bust my relatives out before you discovered my little trick. Ta-da! Whoa, Jessica blinked. Yeah, he's such a Slytherin, Johnny snorted. Why you monster? Wyndham roared, do you have any idea what you have done? Stopped Nazis from taking over the world. I shrugged as I typed away at the computer, suddenly pulling up hundreds upon hundreds of files. Wyndham's eyes went wide, what? How are you doing that? It should be impossible for you to access those servers. Should be, but you see, I also put a little bug in the formula, the moment you stuck it into your terminal to analyze it, my virus was infecting every serve it could, meaning, I plucked the hard drive out, I now have the location of everything Hydra you worked with over the past 10 hours. Not back for a kid from Queens. Wyndham looked like he was going to die right then and there. Instead he just chose to faint. We walked out of that base, Cap carried Wyndham over his shoulder while Jean telekinetically carried Logan. We found S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside waiting for us with guns pointed at the entrance. Cap walked forward just as Fury walked past his men and approached us. Sir, we captured the Hydra agent Wyndham, and Spider was able to procure vital data on the enemy. Fury looked at me waving the hard drive, and just how did he do that? It's a long story, you might not like me much after I finish telling you. Fury narrowed his eyes, to be frank kid, I don't like you much now. I gulped, great, just what I need. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 175, Chapter 172. I don't know if I should kill you or thank you, I'm frankly inclined to do the former, Fury growled. I gulped, can I explain? What is there to explain? He slammed his fist into the conference table startling everyone there. You forced me to attack an enemy base without a proper plan on false evidence of a national threat. You used an international spy agency like your personal maid service. Johnny was standing in the back snickering when Felicia and Jean hit him up the head. Scott just smiled while Cap, Professor X, Storm, and Logan looked content to stand away from Fury's, fury. I gulped, in my defense, because of what I did we now know several other Hydra base locations that we have found out if we tracked Wyndham's movements. Fury roared. Not necessarily so sir, Hill suddenly spoke up, I just got a call from a lab tech. Apparently some of these sites are offshore and would have been impossible to connect to. She stopped immediately the second Fury turned his one good eye on her. She gulped and immediately backed down. Thanks Robin Sparkles, you were totally helpful. Sir, I understand what Spider-Man did was a breach of protocol and trust, but he did it to save his family. Steve stepped up behind me placing a hand on my shoulder, he did good work today. And he did it alone. Fury narrowed his eye at me, he didn't tell me or anyone else what he was planning. Actually he did tell us, Johnny spoke. Kat and I knew right from the beginning and Johnny stopped seeing Nick's eyes land on him, I'm slowly realizing I should shut up. Good, maybe you didn't melt your brains just yet, Fury narrowed his eye at me again, what were you thinking? I was thinking that if I told you the truth you would have opted to wait and see how long it would take for Wyndham to realize his mistake so my little worm would catch a bigger net of Hydra bases. You would have risked my uncle and aunt's life just for more intel. And I couldn't let that happen. Fury met my gaze and I was really glad I still had my helmet on, because I don't think the beads of sweat currently forming on my face gives off the confidence my voice does. We'll discuss this later, for now, we have other problems. Fury turned away motioned to an agent. Doors leading to a sleeping quarters opened up and May, Ben, Richard, Walter, and Jessica walked in. Jessica's presence here really got to me, I could ignore it while in battle because my focus was elsewhere, but now, damn she has a fine ass. She looked at me and bit her lips, she could feel it too. We immediately took 2 steps away from each other, don't want to risk another incident. May and Ben held each other, they looked lost and confused, they kept sending Richard side glances, guess they still couldn't believe what they were seeing. Walter immediately went to his daughter's side, holding her close. Fury stepped back and folded his arms, Mr. Ben Parker, May Parker, I trust my agents informed you of what is happening currently. Ben nodded as he held his wife closely, a sort of terrorist organization wanted my brothers, he turned to Richard standing right next to him, they wanted his work. And they kidnapped us for it and asked Pete to bring it to them. Where is Peter? May suddenly blurted out, is he alright? Did they hurt him? Don't worry Mrs. Parker, Peter is just fine, he smirked before turning to Richard, now, ain't this a surprise? I thought you were dead Dr. Parker. Richard nodded, yes it's been a long time. How? After all this time? Ben asked with a broken voice, where were you? Held prisoner, by Wyndham, Richard hung his head in shame, I tried to escape, so many times I tried. But I couldn't. Why? Why did they, how? May asked. The plane, it didn't crash by accident, Richard looked furious, they got on board, they grabbed Mary and I and jumped out in parachutes. Hay must have done something to the engines because as we floated down I saw the plane crashing into the middle of the ocean with all the people in it. Killing 300 people just to cover up the kidnapping of 2, Logan growled. I had to admit, that was a smart plan, cruel, but smart. Mary, she resisted, oh god, I saw her parachute snap, she took her kidnapper down with her. I tried to do the same but I was too scared. Wyndham had me, he made me work for him under the threat of coming after Peter and you. I couldn't let that happen. Did he ask you to make the formula for him? Fury asked. Yes, he did, Richard nodded. And why didn't you? You had 15 years, surely by now you could have done it again. Fury raised an eyebrow. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 176, Chapter 173. Mary, she was the one who had cracked the code, Richard admitted with a smile. Wyndham, he always considered me the genius and Mary as nothing more than a trophy, but he was wrong. Mary was the true genius, she was the only one who knew how to make the formula. She wanted to tell me but I refused. By then we suspected Hydra was coming for us, so the fewer people that knew the better. I stalled for as long as I could, a decade or so, until finally Wyndham gave up. He decided to put me on another project. Subject D. Me? Jessica asked. Richard looked at her and nodded. Yes, you. He wanted me to reproduce your blood. We had found you 5 years ago and had begun experimenting on your unique powers. I had to make some progress of this front, or else he would have killed my family. So, I helped him. It wasn't much, but I did the bare minimum to keep him happy. 5 years? But I've only been awake for 10 months. Jessica cried out. Wait, what? Can someone explain this to me? Because I'm totally lost, Johnny asked. Jessica was kept frozen in ice, Richard explained. She was suffering from a rare disease and her father, Jonathan Drew, one of my best friends, saved her life by using an experimental version of his own super soldier serum. It saved her life, but in order for it to do its work, Jessica had to be put to sleep for a long time. How long? Kat asked. 20 years, Jessica replied grimly. So you can't make the formula, hey? Fury spoke up. Richard turned to him. Yes, I'm sorry. No. No, it's fine, best such power be not in the hands of anyone. Fury sent me a glare, don't know what kind of crazy child might end up with it. Ah, I love you too, Fury, but you do know I'm straight, right? I snickered. Fury rolled his eye as he rubbed his temples. Such a pain. What now? Ben asked. Fury looked at him. I'm sorry. What happens now? Will you let us go? Ben asked. Fury nodded. Of course. You two are free to leave, after you talk to one of our lawyers and sign a NDA. This is a national security issue, you can't tell anyone what you saw. Ben and May nodded in understanding. Fury then turned to Richard, and as for you, well, I suppose you suffered long enough. After a few days talking with our boys in the lab about everything you did for Wyndham, I see no reason to keep you away from your family any longer. Really? Richard's eyes went wide with hope. Fury nodded. Yes, now. Thank you. Richard grabbed Fury into a bear hug, making the spymaster raise a single eyebrow in response. I see it's a family thing, Fury grumbled as he called a few agents and escorted the Parkers away, promising them they would be home soon. Thank you, I whispered to him. Fury sighed. You did save the day, just don't do it alone again. I nodded, remaining silent as Fury then turned to Xavier. I hate to admit it, but I was wrong. Your X-Men were invaluable. Charles smiled. I'm glad we could change your mind, Fury. Hopefully, if we can convince a man such as you, there is hope for us yet. I wouldn't count on it, Professor. There are people out there with harder heads than mine. Fury smiled. Can I count on your team again? Xavier nodded. That is what I made them for. Good, maybe this just might work. Fury extended a hand that Xavier shook, the two men showing nothing but respect for each other. Sorry you guys, but it looks like we can't have that date after all, I heard Jean's voice in my head. Don't worry about it, Felicia shrugged with a smile, just tell us when. Peter can fly us over any time. Jean grinned. Publicly she waved us goodbye, but mentally she was sending us a list of places she wanted to visit later. Felicia and I watched the X-Men hop into their jet and fly away. I knew this wouldn't be the last I saw of them, hopefully. I kind of like those guys. Johnny and Cap then left, Johnny taking off after thanking me for such an awesome adventure, and Cap to see if any part of Wyndham's stories were true, if he really did have a son. For his sake, I really hope it wasn't true, but then again, I knew I was kidding myself. Finally, Fury turned to Walter. Walter Hardy, as thanks for your services, I hereby reduced your sentence by 5 years. How many years does he have left? Felicia was quick to ask. 2 lifetimes, Walter replied, much to Felicia's shock. What? But that's not fair. You never hurt anyone. You only stole from those that deserve it, and that's not fair. I know, kitten, I know. Walter grabbed his crying daughter into a hug, holding her tightly. I am sorry, but I can't come home just yet. I promise, one day I will return, but until then, please, hug your mother for me, and tell her I love her. Felicia cried as Fury motioned for 2 agents to remove Walter. The cat forcibly removed his daughter from him as he walked away, hanging his head in shame. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc. Chapter 177, Chapter 174. Dad. Don't go. Felicia cried. She tried to run, but Walter shook his head. Felicia stood there and cried. I slowly walked up behind her and pulled her into a hug. She wept into my shoulder. I held her. I didn't know what to do. I felt so helpless. I could do nothing but hold the girl I love in my arms as she cried in pain. Shield gave us a ride to the construction site where I left my car. Fury told me May and Ben would only get home tomorrow morning, after a day of debriefing from Shield, and Richard would take longer. I had the huge task of acting out Peter's side of the story. Officially, he had accidentally stumbled onto the formula in one of Richard's old hard drives and Hydra found out. I then contacted Shield the moment May and Ben were kidnapped and they took over from there. With the help of Spider-Man, Captain America and a few other heroes, they were able to save Peter's dear aunt and uncle. I really am starting to hate having a secret identity. As I flew my car across the night sky and turned to Felicia looking out at the window, watching the stars slowly come out. I looked at her eyes, they were so distant, the gears in her head turning. She was thinking and I knew exactly what she was thinking. You can't do it alone, I told her. She looked at me. Do what? You can't free your dad out from whatever prison cell Shield has him in. She glared at me. You have your father back, Peter, but I don't. I won't give up on the man just because. Hey, I'm not saying that. Then what are you saying? She snapped. I'm saying you can't do it alone. I took off my helmet and turned to her. You wouldn't last a second. But if you happen to know a badass superhero who was amazing with tech and a penchant for pissing of Shield, well, then maybe you have a chance. Felicia's eyes went wide. How did you know? Know what you were planning? I chuckled. You're my girlfriend, it's my job to know, kitten. I put my hand around hers and squeezed. I'll always be on your side, Felicia. Always. Just, don't do anything harsh. Wait, we can come up with a plan first before MPH. She lunged at me, kissing me on the lips. Doc, the car's AI, immediately took over and stabilized the flight as I wrapped my hands around her and slowly pulled back. She pressed her forehead against mine. I love you, Peter Parker. I grinned. I love you, Felicia Hardy. Please don't try to take on an international government agency all by yourself. Felicia grinned. Fine. But you owe me. I rolled my eyes, if I must. The next day was, odd to say the least. Ben and May had finally been discharged by S.H.I.E.L.D. and I was there at home when they came acting the role of the sick nephew. They acted strange around me, more reserved. I didn't know why until Ben told me later on. Peter, there's something you should know, it's about your dad, he told me as May gripped his arm tightly. Ah, so that's why, I realized. I put on an innocent smile. What about him, Uncle Ben? He's alive, Peter. Cue my shock. And then followed a PG version of what happened to Ben and May. Ben had seriously edited the story. He made it look like my mom, Peter's mom. Wow, things are getting harder and harder to change, hey? Anyway, he made it sound like Mary didn't commit suicide to stop the formula from getting out, but rather her parachute was faulty. Ben also made Richard's stay with Wyndham seem pleasant, not the torturous ordeal it really was. By the end I think I deserve an Oscar for the performance I put up. I excused myself by the end of his tale and went out with my backpack. Ben and May thought I needed some space, but really, all I needed was to be out of that house. Acting was hard, man. I made it a few streets down when suddenly I heard someone call me out. Hey, Peter. I stopped and sighed, so close. I turned around and saw MJ walking up to me. She wore a loose white top that showed off a black bra strap, a pair of jeans with sandals and a green cap with pink sunglasses. I smiled. Hey MJ, what's up? Nothing much, so you heading out, what's new with you? Fight any supervillains lately? SH. Not so loud. I looked around, thank God no one was there. I do have a secret identity, you know. MJ rolled her eyes. Right. Hey, don't give me that look. This is all for you, I'll have you know. What do you mean? MJ asked as we walked out of our neighborhood. Well, think about it. Why do I need a secret identity? Felicia can totally handle herself, girl has mad skill. Ben and May might be in danger, but anyone stupid enough to go after them will have the entire Avengers team on their tail. So yeah, you're really the only one who would be in any danger if people knew my secret identity. Oh, so if like Electro decided to kidnap me, you wouldn't come and save me? What? Of course I would. But no Avengers. Well, yet. I tell them the old couple who helped raise me is in danger, everyone I'll be here in seconds. But I tell them this cute redhead from across the street is missing and I doubt they would all be motivated. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 178, Chapter 175. Hey. That's rude. I laughed, sorry. But it's totally true. Steve has a hero complex, so maybe he would show up, and Tony has a soft spot for family members that actually gives a crap. Hawkeye is, well, he's weird, but he's totally a family guy. Black Widow actually knows Ben and May on a personal level, so she would help. Only Thor and Hulk are no-shows, and that's because one is a god currently off-planet and the other is, well, the Hulk. MJ huffed, oh please. I hardly believe that. I doubt they would be so willing to help out. Other than you, I don't really see those guys as, well, as giving a crap. They just seem so distant. I smirked. Actually, I know for a fact as anything happened to May and Ben they would come to help. Really? How? Where do you think they have been for the past 2 days? I asked, raising an eyebrow. MJ's eyes went wide as she stopped on the spot. What? I smiled as we walked into a park and sat down in an isolated part of the park. I put my backpack to the side and sat with MJ as I told her what happened. Of course I didn't tell her anything classified or sensitive, but I did give her the headlines. Found Dad's old research, Ben and May kidnapped, teamed up with Cap, Widow and S.H.I.E.L.D. to save them, took down bad guys, found out my dad was really alive this whole time. Whoa, that's like, whoa, MJ blinked in utter amazement, so your dad's alive and kicking? Yup, I snorted, honestly, I didn't see that coming. I knew exactly what was going to happen, I had it all planned out, but him, I never could have accounted for him. MJ, it was like a miracle. MJ squeezed my hand tightly. I'm happy for you, Peter. Not many people get their parents back. I sighed. Yeah, well, maybe you can tell me how I'm supposed to, never mind. MJ nodded. I guess it will be super awkward, but Peter, I know people who would kill for something like this. Maybe, but I'm not his son, I whispered to myself, but she heard me. You are his son, she told me, you are his son and he's your dad, you'll figure it out, I just know it. Yeah? And why do you say that? I asked. MJ smiled. You're Spider-Man, that's what you do. I sighed. MJ, do you think it's some else under that mask? It's me, it's always me. I can't, I'm not some different guy the moment I put it on. No, you are, when you have it on you're the real Peter Parker, the real you. You really think so? MJ smiled. I know so. I rolled my eyes but said nothing. We both sat in silence as we just rested for a while. Finally MJ spoke again. How's Felicia? I sighed. She has her own issues to deal with. I didn't tell MJ about Felicia's father, it was a private thing. What's more important than helping your boyfriend out? MJ asked with a snort. I smiled. Family issues, MJ, you know how she is. Believe me, she knows, and the moment she's out of her funk she'll be worried about me too. MJ shrugged. Right, just saying, if you were my boyfriend I wouldn't leave you hanging. I snorted. Really subtle there, MJ. Anyway, what's new with you? Sorry I haven't kept in touch over the summer, it's just. MJ waved me off. Forget about it. I know, I see the news too, you know. Spider-Man has been pretty busy over the past 2 months. Helping clean up the city. Heck, I think last week you saved a cat from a tree or something. It was a cat, but it was from a burning building. I sighed. The city's in a mess since the attack. The others and I are doing our best, but it'll be back to normal soon, but I don't know how long that might take. MJ shrugged. You'll figure it out, you always do. I smiled. Thanks, MJ, nice to know someone believes in me. MJ smiled as we sat there in silence, just enjoying the breeze. Eventually I did go back home, talk to May and Ben about Richard and how to act around him. It was a pain in the ass, but I did all right for myself, I think. The next day came quickly and I found myself waiting by the door with Ben and May, just waiting for Richard to arrive. The door opened and slowly Richard stepped in. He wore a plain white shirt with the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo printed on it and a pair of jeans a few sizes bigger than his. He carried a handbag and the moment he looked at me I felt something pull at my heartstrings. Peter, he smiled. I gave a tight smile. Hey, Dad. The man dropped his bag and walked over to me, giving me a tight hug. I hugged him back, though I felt a little awkward doing so. I could hear May sobbing besides me while Ben comforted her, but they weren't sad tears, they were tears of joy. We eventually moved to the kitchen where May practically shoved food down our throats. Richard ate his food in silence as he took to just looking at me, which was really awkward. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 179, Chapter 176. He's tall, Richard smiled as he ate his waffles. That he is. I think he gets that from Mary's side of the family, Ben replied with a smile. You both did an amazing job raising him. Richard turned to May. Thank you. Oh hush you, Mary flashed him a smile. He's his father's son after all, he was no trouble. No, he was Mary's son, Richard said with a painted tone. He may look a little bit like me, but he has his mother's heart, and her smile. What was she like? I found myself suddenly asking. If you don't mind talking about her, that is. She's your mother, Peter, it doesn't matter what I want, Richard chuckled. Mary was amazing. Brilliant yet humble, the kind of girl you meet every 100 years, if you're lucky. She could light up a room when she walked in. She also had quite a temper. May giggled. I remember this one time, you and her had this little spat about where to spend Peter for school and she didn't talk to you for a week. Richard laughed. Yes, she insisted on sending him to a private school, but I thought public to be better. Why is that? I asked. Well, you're our son, you were bound to be smart, so sending you somewhere to get smarter is kind of redundant. The one thing your mother and I lacked though, was people skills. We weren't, well, you know how nerds are. Richard chuckled. I wanted you to have friends, to find out how the world really was. Mary, well, she thought you couldn't cut it. Well, she was right, I said smugly, because I'm in a private school and I'm awesome. Richard and Ben laughed as May ruffled my hair playfully. The meal was finished quickly. Richard now nursed a cup of coffee and sipped it slowly, watching me carefully. You really have to stop staring, I told him, kind of creepy. Hey, I haven't seen you for over a decade, deal with it, the man smiled. He still looked a little thin for his size, his cheeks hollowed out, but that smile made him seem just a little more alive. So do you know what you are going to do now? Ben asked. I'm not really sure, Richard replied, it's been so long, I don't even have a house. Well, you can stay here for as long as you want, May told him. Peter dear, is the basement ready? I nodded. Just made it last night, Aunt May, though I left my lab intact, just in case Dad wants to use it. Again, never going to get used to saying that word. Why don't you get some rest, Rich? I'm sure you need it, Ben smiled. We can deal with the future together, as a family. Richard smiled. Thanks, Ben. He quickly finished his coffee and got up. Come on, I'll show you to your room. I walked before him, leading to the basement. I turned on the light and revealed a much cleaner basement than before, with clean sheets on the bed and a freshly cleaned floor. This is fine, Peter, thank you, Richard smiled as he put his single handbag full of stuff on his bed. He looked around and immediately spotted my lab. Is that yours? I nodded. Yeah, I have another workstation at the Baxter building though, so I don't use this much. You're welcome to it if you want. Richard nodded. Thank you. He sat down on the bed and looked at me. Why didn't you tell them? I sighed. I knew this was coming. I pulled up a seat next to him and sat down, because they would freak out. May has a heart problem. She wouldn't be able to handle it. And Ben, he wouldn't like it, but he would know it was the right thing to do, and I'm pretty sure that will make him hate it even more. Richard sighed. This isn't what your mother and I wanted for you, son. This life, it's not safe. With great power comes great responsibility, Richard snorted. Yeah, I know. Your grandfather used to say that to me all the time. Ben always took to it, but me, well, I know the consequences of power. I nodded. Yeah, I know you do. Did you really destroy it? All of it? Richard asked. Yeah. And you didn't memorize it? Yeah, I didn't even hesitate. The formula was my biggest secret. No way I would ever tell anyone about it, not even my dad. Damn, this is weird. Good, let it stay buried, Richard nodded as he rubbed his hands nervously. He looked at me and for a while we both said nothing. He finally broke that silence. So, the Baxter building, hey? I grinned. Yeah, hey Dad, you need a job, right? The man looked surprised but nodded slowly. The next day. Hello there, I'm Susan. Sue smiled as she shook Richard's hand. Welcome to the Baxter building. Whoa, Richard said as he stared in open awe at the living room of the FF. Yeah, I patted him on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. Yo, Peter. Johnny called out as he came flying inside, turning off his flames and landing before me. Hey man. Oh, hey Dr. Parker, fancy seeing you here. Hello, Richard replied slowly. Johnny, right? Yup, Johnny grinned, not to be rude or anything, but what exactly are you doing here? Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 180, Chapter 177. Well, he needs a job, and I figured this might be the best place for him. I shrugged. It's either that go work for someone like Osborn or Stark. The former being a maniac and the latter, well, a charming maniac. And considering the things he's been able to do for Wyndham, I'm sure he's more than qualified. Susan smiled. It's about time we get someone specializing in genetics around here. The only other person is me, and I'm honestly too busy with paperwork and managing the foundation. I'll help where I can, Richard nodded. Great, come on, I'll show you where you can work. Sue guided him into the corridor with our labs. His lab was a few doors down from mine, plenty of place to keep my work private. So, your dad's going to be working here, hey? Johnny said, looking at Sue and Richard talk to each other in hushed tones. How are you dealing? I'm freaking out, man, I admitted. I honestly have no idea how I'm supposed to act right now. I haven't seen the man ever. Hell, I thought he was dead most of my life. Well, all I know is if that was my dad, I would spend every second I could with him. Johnny sighed. I smiled at him, patting his shoulder. So, you want to beat up criminals? Hell yeah. I'll get my suit, I chuckled, running into my lab to do just that. I had a month of free time after that. Richard was quickly settling into his lab at the Baxter building and ended up teaching even Sue a thing or two about genetics. He wanted to continue doing his research, but I quickly warned him off it. It was too dangerous, and he agreed. Poor guy, his world was just broken in half, he doesn't deserve this. I did however keep myself busy. I helped the local police take down a drug ring over the course of a month, breaking them down piece by piece until they were so desperate, it was laughable how easy it was to break them up. People really liked seeing Spider-Man swinging around their city, said it gave them hope that things would be better. There were more copycats every day. I did my best to discourage them, even ranting on social media about how they were putting themselves in danger. But of course they didn't listen to me. Nat had continued to train me on a regular basis now. My fighting skills weren't really up to her level, but I'm getting there soon enough. Whenever she wasn't around, David was my instructor, asshole. Either way my shield training was slowly progressing. I have a feeling Fury's going to call me up for a mission any day now. I spent some time with Richard, a few nights in the Baxter building eating dinner alone. Dinner being pizza I swung in. I'm pretty sure Sue cleared out the entire den whenever Richard and I sat for dinner. I once saw Ben trying to sneak into Johnny's lab with takeout. I asked Reed about it but the guy just smiled and replied, he's your dad, spend some time with him why don't you? Stupid lovable goofs. I called up Jean a few times. Apparently Logan had increased their training regime by twofold. Apparently the fact that they didn't automatically win made him very frustrated. Jean kept complaining about it. Felicia and I visited her a couple of times, though we never could stay for long. And speaking off the hottest girl in the world, who is my girlfriend, she is currently trying to crack open a very nice looking safe. So this really isn't what I had in mind when you asked me if we should go out tonight, I told Kat as I hanged from the ceiling on a web line. Well, if you want after this we could go get dinner, she smiled as she placed a laser on the metal case, slowly cutting it open. It was something I invented, a very handy tool if I do say so myself. So what did this guy do to face the wrath of the Black Cat? I asked her. Smuggles blood diamonds, Kat replied, used people's bodies to do it. And after they're done being his mule he kills them and throws them into the river. I whistled, damn, bad guy. You have proof. Yup. Pictures and everything. So why didn't you call the cops? He has a very good lawyer, she grumbled. The case opened and Kat smiled, pulling a large bag out. She opened it revealing a large collection of diamonds, nice. And what exactly do you plan on doing with said diamonds? I asked as we crawled through the air vents. Kat was leading, so I got a very clear view at fine ass as she shimmied in front of me. Maybe fence them, put the cash in several charities across the globe. You know, the usual. She came out of the air vent and onto the building's roof. I climbed and immediately grabbed her, carrying her bridal style and slowly spinning her around. Alright, now that business is over, care for a romantic night out on the town? I like the sound of that. She looked over my shoulder and smiled, though I don't think they like that idea. Stop right there, a couple of men came flying out onto the roof with guns blazing. See you later alligator. I cried out as I leaped off the ledge with Kat in my arms. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 181, Chapter 178. Woohoo, she cried in joy as one of my robo arms popped out and shoot out a web line, swinging us away from safety and away from the bullets. You really do overreact a lot, I smiled, holding her tight as we swung through the city's skyline. Oh please, I just appreciate the amazing feeling you get when you swing through the city, Felicia smiled. I chuckled, yeah, I guess. I took us to Central Park, landing near the edges of the park, away from prying eyes. We then walked to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and climbed onto the roof. There Felicia gasped as she saw a picnic basket and a blanket. Peter, you really shouldn't have. I shrugged, hey, school's going to start tomorrow, the summer just went by so fast. I figured you and I needed to spend one night together. I sat down and patted the seat beside me. Felicia smiled as she did so. The night was calm, the sky clear as the moon shined down on us. I opened the picnic basket and took out several boxes of Tupperware with May's homemade lasagna inside. Felicia liked her lips as she grabbed her fork. Is that May's lasagna? I chuckled, yup. Give me. Kat grabbed the box and practically inhaled the delicious food, so good. I laughed as I slid my mouthpieces up, you know, keep eating like that I'm going to have to adjust the size of your costume. Watch it mister, she pointed her fork threateningly at me, I'm armed and dangerous. And did you just call me fat? Nope, I'm not that stupid, I smiled as I took out another box of lasagna and a fork. You brought more. I know how much you like May's cooking, shrugged as I ate my box, far slower than Felicia, actually chewing my food. Thanks Spider, she smiled, so, looking forward for the new school year. I shrugged, you tell me. I basically have a free pass, I'm already working, so May and Ben are more understanding. Mom's a pain, the one thing she does actually care about is my education, Felicia grumbled, stupid woman. Well just think, 2 more years then you're scot-free. I smiled, actually, now that I think about it, it's actually just 1 year right. Felicia blinked, what? I smiled as I reached back and took out a small black box. I gave it her as Kat carefully opened it, gasping at the sight of 2 silver bracelets. Happy birthday kitten, I whispered as I leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. How did you know? Felicia asked looking shocked. I never told anyone. Yeah, I know, but I had Reed hack into the government's database and check on your birth certificate, I shrugged. Felicia rolled her eyes. Or, I don't know, you could have just asked me. Would you have told me the truth? I smiled. Yes, no, maybe, Felicia blushed. I love you too, I leaned towards her. Well? Try them on. Felicia nodded as she slipped the silver bracelets onto her wrists, one on each hand. Suddenly started buzzing alive, shirking down to fit comfortably in her wrists. What are they? Felicia asked. Well, I know how much you like swinging through the city, so, I pressed the bracelet and suddenly a small mechanical lever popped out and extended to the palm of her hand. I figured you should have your own web shooters. Peter, she said in awe, you shouldn't have. I shrugged, yeah, but I did. So? Give it a wave. Felicia smiled, she aimed and fired a web line out of her shooters that came out like a bullets, sticking onto a tree branch. I had the settings on quick shot webbing, I figured you really wouldn't need anything else. It has enough webbing to last you a month, maybe, if you are running low at low mph. She jumped on me, kissing my on the lips. I smiled as I leaned on my back and wrapped my arms around her. She drew back and slowly the moon's silver beams ran through her hair, giving her a halo of pure light. We are totally moving in together, Felicia said with a smile. I was stunned. What? Sorry, it just came out. Why you want to live together? I squeaked out in a small pathetic voice. Well, I was thinking about it. You mentioned getting free of my mom in a year's time. I figure with your job and my hobby, we could get our own place. It wouldn't be that hard and oh my god I'm rambling and. I pressed my finger on her lips. Breath kitten, she took a deep breath and let it out. Now, I think we're a little young to be moving in together. I'm still 16, and you're 17, if you want to move in with me you're going to have to wait 2 years. Felicia nodded. Yeah, I know, forget I said anything. Oh hell no. I smiled, you so cannot just take this back. You said it yourself, in 2 years' time you're moving in with me, got it? Wait, what? I shrugged, I think it's a great idea. We're too young, that's all. Felicia's face turned from shock to joy as she kissed me once again. I spent the rest of the night teaching her how to use the web shooters, after which we went out into the city for her first web swinging. And I swear, for a beginner, she's a natural. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 182, Chapter 179, Like Father, Like Daughter. Why? I asked for what I felt was the 100th time. Because going to school is what a normal 16-year-old should be doing, Richard replied. Really? Do normal 16-year-olds work in the same building as the smartest man alive? I raised an eyebrow. No, but do need to develop people skills, which is why your mother and I wanted you to go to school in the first place. I have great people skills. I called out. Really? Yes, I nodded. I mean heck, how many kids do you know that has Tony Stark's number on speed dial, Cap's home address and Hulk's spare purple pants? Richard sighed. The Avengers aren't regular people, Peter. You need to do this to make friends. I have friends. Really? How many? 5. I blinked. Wow, did I really know so few people? You're going to school, Richard replied with a serious glare, no arguments. You know, if you just let me start college already I would get on amazingly with the mature crowd there. You have to get used to dealing with morons, Peter, that's the burden of being a genius, Richard replied, grabbing my backpack and throwing it to me. Relax kiddo, you'll have fun. I rolled my eyes. I hate you so much right now. I'm sure you do, the man chuckled as I walked out of the house. I saw Ben and May finally coming out from hiding and talked to Richard. Guess they wanted this to be a father and son moment. I looked at the driveway and smiled at the sight of my car. Well, at least not everything will be the same. Hey Peter, MJ called out as she came over from across the street, ready for a new year. I raised an eyebrow looking at her brand new clothes. She wore a pair of jeans, an open pink shirt over a long-sleeved white shirt with a heart-shaped Spider-Man face in the middle. Nice shirt, I smiled. Get in. MJ chuckled as she sat in the passenger seat putting her bag in the back. So, going to pick up Felicia? No, I told her as I backed out of the driveway. She said she'll be coming on her own and Liz said she got her own ride. She did? MJ asked surprised. She didn't tell me. Me neither, I shrugged. I just think she's jealous. I mean, come on, what could compare my baby? MJ rolled her eyes, and just when I thought you couldn't become even more of a nerd. Hey. I'm a freaking superhero. How is that being a nerd? Just because you're a superhero doesn't mean you aren't a nerd, MJ grinned. Damn redheads, I chuckled as we drove to school. We arrived quickly. Guess there was a big difference when going on a long winding bus route rather than a direct trip to school. I did spend some time in the parking lot though, find a place to park, honestly it was such a pain in the butt, I'm almost tempted to just web swing my way to school. MJ and I got out of the car just as a familiar Mercedes pulled up beside us. The top was down so we could see Harry and Flash staring at us and then to the car. Damn, where did you get that piece of junk? Flash laughed as he jumped out and kicked its rims. What? Was it on sale in the garbage dump? How did you even get that thing to run, Parker? Harry laughed, it must have been a pain to restore. I shrugged, money well spent. I motioned to MJ and we quickly left. Hey, wait up. Harry called out, great, just great. He and Flash flanked us as we walked into the school ground. So, what happened to Felicia? You guys broke up. I raised an eyebrow. No, why did you think that? Because you arrived in school with her, Harry pointed at MJ who simply glared back. Oh yeah, that makes total sense, and it has nothing to do the fact that Peter and I are neighbors, MJ rolled her eyes. Well, I don't know, man, if I had a girl I ended up coming to school with someone else, well that's a pretty good sign things are bad, Harry chuckled. Hey Pete, would you mind if I tried for Hardy? Flash asked. I glared at him, do it and she'll kick you in the balls. Harsh, Harry snorted, come on Flash, I see some new blood that needs introducing, he pointed at a couple of freshmen walking in. I glared and moved to stop them when MJ grabbed my shoulder, relax Peter, they won't get far, she pointed at the vice principal suddenly walking over. Flash and Harry spotted him too and immediately they stopped what they were doing. I sighed, first day here and I already have a headache. Where's Liz? I figured she would be here by now, MJ asked looking around. Did someone say my name? Liz called out as suddenly she came rolling in, throwing her arms around MJ's shoulder, hey guys. Hey Liz, I smiled, excited for a new day. You bet your ass I am. Liz grinned, anyway, where's Felicia? She said she was coming on her own, MJ shrugged. Oh? She got a ride? Liz asked. Not exactly, I said with a smile as I pointed upwards. The girls turned just in time to see Felicia, now in costume as the Black Cat, swing over the school and disappear out of sight. I saw several other students try and take a picture, but they all lost sight of her quickly. Thank God for big buildings. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 183, Chapter 180. How did she do that? Liz asked. Web shooters, I made her a pair for her birthday, I replied with a shrug. Can you make me some? MJ asked. Are you a master gymnast with amazing balance? I asked. Ah, please. I chuckled, fine, I'll see what I can do. But no swinging around, they are strictly for self-defense. Oh. I want a set too. Liz asked. No, I replied. Why not? Because you'll be irresponsible with it, I told her as we entered the school. No I wouldn't. Yes you would, MJ and I said at the same time. Just then the closet door burst open and Felicia came out with a big smile on her face and frizzy hair. Hey you, nice day. I asked giving her a firm kiss on her lips. Yeah, she smiled as we walked down the corridor, I stopped a guy from jumping and this old lady a block over was lost, so I helped her out, she gave me a granola bar, want it, she asked offering me said bar. Don't mind if I do, I smiled quickly opening it up, remember when you said you would never be a wannabe goody two-shoes like me? Felicia rolled her eyes, yeah, you can say I told you so. I grinned but said nothing as I munched on the bar. You know it's so cool that we're best friends with superheroes. Liz whispered, I wish I could tell people that, she grumbled seeing Flash and Harry walk by, whistling at a group of cheerleaders passing by. You still hung up on him? MJ asked. Who? Flash? No. It's just, Liz grumbled, never mind. Anyway, who do you have first period? We compared classes and quickly found that I wouldn't be sharing a lot of classes with him since most of my classes were advanced placements. Felicia was a little saddened, but she understood, if I didn't have something challenging I would rip my hair off. So school was the same, pretty much. I had to force myself to keep awake, luckily though it seems whatever god this universe had decided to cut me some slack and made time go by much faster. After school ended I gave MJ the keys to my car, after getting a promise from her that she wouldn't total it. Felicia had to see her mom, apparently she had gotten a temp job at her mother's firm. Kitten didn't like it, but it needed to be done. Felicia was looking more information about her mother's clients, finding new ways to screw them over. Liz practically vanished at the end of the day, going off to God knows where. But the girl did her own thing and I can respect that. So that just left me alone and some good one-on-one shield training with Nat. Move Spider! Natasha yelled firing off rubber bullets at me. This so isn't fair. I cried out jumping away as fast as she can. She clipped my arm but I managed to land safely before being forced to jump away once again. Does Captain America have to deal with this crap? You wouldn't believe what he does for training, Nat replied as she fired at my head. I just managed to duck under the bullet before springing forward and kicking one of her guns out of her hand. She grabbed my leg and swept the other one, I came falling down, but I managed to pull her down with me, rolling over her. She jammed the gun down my neck before I struck it aside and drew back my fist ready to strike. Just then I felt my spider sense go off as something cold and metallic was pressed against my junk. I looked down to see a sharp knife in her hands and a cocky smile on her face. You should expect everything, Spider. In my defense, I'm wearing sweats while you're in full gear, I groaned as I got up and offered her a hand. Nat took it and gathered her weapons. You need to be ready, you can't always rely on that suit to help you out, you know. I know, I sighed. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask you, Jessica Drew, what happened to her? S.H.I.E.L.D. has provided Ms. Drew with protection, Nat explained. She's fine, Peter, I promise. Good, you better not be experimenting on her, we spiders stick together, I said as I wiped my face with my shirt, showing off my sweat-covered abs. I looked up and saw Nat's eyes flash over to my body. Pervert. You're the exhibitionist here, Nat argued. Cradle robber, I glared. How old do you think am I? I don't know, 30. I shrugged. She said nothing, just smiling as we walked out of the training room and sat down at the briefing table. I went to the fridge and got a bottle of water for us both. I sighed as I sipped the cool drink. So, how did I do? Not bad, she replied. You're getting better day by day. I nodded. Right, so how's Cap? After what Wyndham said, is he all right? Nat nodded. He'll get better. Last I heard he found his son's grave. He and Peggy visited it a week ago. Right, I sighed. I really wished that part wasn't really. I really did. So, anything new for me? A mission? Nat asked, to which I nodded. Soon, very soon. But for now, just continue doing what you are doing. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 184, Chapter 181. Right, I emptied the water and threw it away, tossing my sweat-covered sweatshirt into the laundry bin. I'm going to take a shower. Want me to join? She asked with an amused smile. Felicia wouldn't like that, I chuckled. Besides, you can't handle me. Nat raised a challenge eyebrow at that. I think I may have pissed her off just a little. Good. After a quick change of clothes, I put on my uniform and swung out into the fresh afternoon air. I swung into the city and began patrolling around Hell's Kitchen. Last I heard, ever since the attack, the part of town had been stir trouble. Since Matt hasn't donned the horns just yet, I figured I could keep an eye out over here. Just then the sounds of police sirens went off in the distance. I swung over and found myself in a standstill. There were several officers standing behind their cars with their guns drawn and another guy ducking behind a car dressed in red and yellow wearing gloves and a helmet. I blinked. No way. I looked over his cover and stretched his hands out, shooting out wave of vibrations that sent the cop's car back a few feet. Beat it, pigs. Or you'll have to face the shocker. I blinked. Hey, guess there is a version of the shocker in this world. I swung down. Yeah. What the? I swung in with a kick. He didn't have time to react. I sent him flying into a lamppost and quickly tied him up with some webbing. I waited for him to escape and start blasting me, but it never came. Wait, what? I blinked and quickly approached him. I tapped his chin. He was knocked out cold. Damn, I kinda expected more. Thanks, Spidey, we'll take it from here, an officer told me as he grabbed his cuffs. Ah, alright I guess, I said, jumping away and swinging off. I watched from a rooftop as they loaded a still unconscious shocker into their cruiser, his weapons taken away from him. I chuckled. Worst supervillain ever. I continued my patrol after that minor incident. As I covered the few blocks of the city, I noticed the clouds growing grayer. And in the distance just over Central Park I could see what looked like a clearing of sky, like the eye of a storm. Something was off, and I don't need spider senses to tell me that. I swung over to the park, and when I reached I found the cyclone I had moved a few blocks into the city. Something was definitely off now. I decided to follow it, swinging towards it. And just as I reached it, hanging over a bunch of buildings off Park Avenue, a flash of light exploded right in the middle of the storm. What the fuck? I cried out and squinted my eyes just in time to see a rip in space as a green portal big enough to swallow an elephant opened up in the sky. I had only ever seen that before once in my life. Was Loki coming back? That didn't make any sense. I was just about to call the Avengers when suddenly out of the portal a man dressed in green armor flew out, flying away with rocket boots similar to Tony's design. I blinked in utter confusion as I watched him fly away. And just then another figure came flying out of the portal before landing on a building rooftop with the grace of an acrobat. Okay, now I've seen everything, I blinked as I watched the portal close up. The flying green man disappeared while the other figure cursed. I swung by to get a better look and perched on top of a building overlooking the roof she was standing on. She wore a skin-tight blue and red suit with spider webs on it. And yes, it was a she. Those curves around her hips and chest couldn't possibly be from a guy. She smashed her hand onto the roof and sighed. I saw her look around desperately. She seemed lost. Excuse me. I called out, grabbing her attention. Can I help you, miss? She looked at me and gasped. Whoa. Who the hell are you? I leaped from the building and landed a few feet away from her. I could ask you the same thing. Cosplay or superhero? Superhero. She looked at me. Gary? Is that you? Ah, no, I'm sorry, hi, I'm Spider-Man, and you are. I looked at her, now that I was closer I noticed her costume wasn't exactly like the classic Spider-Man suit. In fact it looked more like Ben Reilly's costume from when he was Spider-Man. Web shooters on the outside, half boots, and a V-like belt, oh shit. I'm Spider-Girl, the younger woman replied, and. Ah, I don't really think I belong here. I sighed, no, you don't, if you're who I think you are, you definitely don't. Wait, you know me? I have a guess, I looked her over, tell me, what's the year for you? The year? What do you mean? She asked looking around for a way to escape, not that I would let her. I'm trying to figure out if you time traveled or crossed the dimensional barrier, I told her, now, the date, please. It's August 25, 2008, she told me. I sighed, oh thank God, I thought you were from the future. I'm sorry, but do you know me? I snorted, yeah, of course I do, which father wouldn't be able to recognize his own daughter? In a manner of speaking. What? She cried out, looking me over, you Yuri. I sighed, yup. And you are May Parker, the daughter of Spider-Man, me. Meaning? Dad? She asked in utter surprise. Not quite, I told her holding up my essay to display the time, the year is 2012, so you didn't time travel. I suspect you hoped dimensions, in this world I wasn't born until 1996 and since I'm still a teenager, there's no way you're my kid. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 185, Chapter 182. So, you aren't my dad? May asked. Strictly speaking? No. But genetically, yes, I grumbled, how did you come here? I was following a bad guy, he calls himself Spiral, he's super smart and recently he tried to blow up a city. The FF and I stopped him but, I think he might have escaped, she admitted. I sighed, let me guess, he wore a green armor and could fly. Yup, she nodded, did you see him? I nodded, he was flying south before I lost sight of him. Great, now how am I supposed to get back home? May cried out. Hey relax, I'll help you out, I tapped my phone in my helmet and called out, dial Fury, shield. The phone rang for a while before he picked up, this better be important. A man with the ability to open space bridges arrived a few minutes ago. He's apparently smart enough to travel through dimensions and crazy enough to blow up a city to get what he wants. He's flying around in a bright green suit, spandex by the looks of things, think you can track him. And how exactly did you come about this information? Fury asked. It's a long story, I promise I'll tell you over dinner sometime, I chuckled. Fine, I'll send any information I get to your phone, keep in touch if something happens, he said before disengaging. I sighed, love you too, I turned to Spider-Girl, I have S.H.I.E.L.D. searching for him, we should have his location any moment now. Ah, right, sure, May nodded before fidgeting nervously at me, how did you, well, you know. How did I know your name? I asked her. Well yeah, she nodded. It's simple, because you were the first superhero I ever looked up to and admired. It's because of you I even bothered to read Peter Parker's story, it's because of you I even cared. Mayday Parker was my first ever superhero, so of course I would know about you. Not that I could say that. Since you weren't a time traveler you obviously must be from another dimension, I replied, and if you were that meant you were my kid from some alternate reality. But how did you know my name? I shrugged, I always told myself if I ever had a girl I would name her May after my aunt. Which was true, I always did want to name my daughter May, but not because of Aunt May, but because of you. Whoa, came her slow reply. I reached up to my helmet and unlatched it. I removed it showing her my face. I smiled, hey, nice to meet you. In response she took off her mask as well. Her face was sculpted like a model's, her cheekbones high and her hair cut short and brown like mine. Her eyes however were green, bright green. Hi, Dad. I chuckled, I'm too young to be a father kid. Call me Peter, I extended my hand. She looked at it for a moment before shaking it, I'm May. But you already knew that. I chuckled, guess you inherited my humor too, hey? So. She repeated. We both looked nervous, not really sure what to do. Just then May's stomach started to grow. She looked down and blushed. I chuckled, you hungry? She nodded, great, I know this amazing hot dog place, I put on my helmet and sealed it shut, you coming? May blinked before nodded and putting her mask on too. I stepped up to the edge of the roof and shot out a web line, I turned to May, you do have web shooters right? May nodded, yeah, yours, she spun out a web line as well. Great, I replied before jumping off the roof and swing my way across the city. I looked back and found May keeping up with me without an issue. I smiled, guess she really was a spider. We arrived at he place in quick time and I dropped down and walked up to the man, hey Sal. How to going? Oh hey Spider. Sal the owner of the hot dog stand smiled, one dog with the works right. No, Make it too. I looked over my shoulder to see May walking behind me. I got a friend over. Who is she? Your sister, he asked as he made the dog. Ah, kind of. I shrugged as I paid the man and grabbed the dog. I thanked him and gave May her food before walking up to a wall and claimed it, sitting down on the building's roof. May did the same as she lifted the bottom half of her mask and looked at the dog. This is, whoa. Yeah, I know, I shrugged as I munched on it. Did your dad ever take you here? No, I don't think so, May admitted. More proof he and I aren't the same guy then, I nodded. May nodded, well, yeah, obviously, she looked down at my costume, my dad never had something so high-tech. So wait, he just wore red and blue spandex? I asked in fake disbelief. Yup, she nodded. Moron, I scoffed, he's not like stupid or anything right. He made those web shooters so he must be clever, what does he do? I don't really think I should be telling you all this, May said rubbing her neck, won't that change the time stream or something? No, don't worry about it, I waved her concern away, I told you, different dimension, we aren't the same person. Oh, right, well Dad kind of worked for the cops as a forensic scientist, May admitted, he's pretty good. From what Mom told me he became the lead officer in like 5 years or something. He's the department's biggest closer. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 186, Chapter 183. Cool, I grinned, so does he still, swing around now and then? Or did he retire and let you take up the mantle? Ah, he's retired, he has been for some time now, way before I became Spider-Girl, May admitted. Why? I asked already knowing the answer, still I need to build rapport with my daughter. Fucking comic books. His leg, she admitted, he lost it with a final fight against the Green Goblin. Green what? I asked, keeping up the facade of a Spider-Man that had never met his arch-rival. You don't have a Green Goblin here. May asked surprised, lucky you. Why? Is he that bad? Dad once said the one man who he wished he killed was that monster, May admitted, he said he wouldn't mind going to jail because of that. I whistled, damn, deep. Okay, if I see someone dressed like a green imp I'll make sure to put him away for life. May nodded, yeah, good luck. So, tell me, your mom, who is she? I asked munching on my finished dog. Ah, she's, May rubbed her neck again, Mary Jane Watson Parker. Ah, I figured she was your mom, I nodded. What? How? Same eyes, I shrugged. Oh, so are you and her? Dating? Oh no, she's my best friend, but we aren't really dating, I hummed. Hey May, do me a favor, don't tell anyone about your mom okay? Why? I thought it wouldn't matter if you knew about my life, May asked confused. It wouldn't, but if MJ found out we could one day have a kid together, well, you can guess what would happen can't you? I told her. Oh. Yup, plus I'm pretty sure my girlfriend wouldn't like the fact that my daughter with another woman suddenly showed up one day. Wait, you're dating someone else? Who? May sounded horrified, but then again if I found out my dad was dating someone who wasn't my mom I would freak out too. Felicia Hardy, I told her. May's jaw dropped, I'm guessing you know her. Felicity's mom. May asked, the black cat. I nodded, yup, but don't tell her that I told you, she's kind of sticky when it comes to secret identities. How are you dating Felicity's mom? May cried out. Is Felicity Felicia's daughter where you come from? Yeah, May nodded. I'm not her father too am I? What? No. You would never cheat on mom. I shrugged, hey just asking. You never know with these kinds of things. May looked utterly horrified, I couldn't help but chuckle, you remind me of your mom. She had the same look on her face when she found out I was Spider-Man, good times. May shut her mouth, so, she knows? About you. I nodded, yup, anyway, listen if people ask you who you are this is your cover, you're basically me from a world where I was born a girl okay? Don't mention that you're my daughter, trust me, that won't go well. So, you want me to tell them I'm you from another world? I nodded, yup, May Parker, daughter of Richard Parker and Mary Parker. Wait, your mom's name is Mary too? I nodded, yeah, why? Didn't your dad ever tell you about her? No, he didn't, he rarely talked about his parents, May admitted, his Aunt May died before I was born, she's who I'm named after and his Uncle Ben died long before that. That's why he became Spider-Man. He used to tell me stories about them, but he never mentioned his parents. Hey, I nodded, would you like to meet them? Say what now? May asked blinking in confusion. Come on, I told her getting to my feet, I'll introduce you to the family. My Aunt May is still alive and so is Uncle Ben. And my dad came back from the grave too, just recently. What? May cried out. I'll explain later, I told her before asking my helmet to dial home. I told May I would be bringing someone over for dinner and to make extra, the old woman didn't even ask who before agreeing. I turned to May after the call and looked at her. Do you happen to have anything else to wear? Oh no, kind of had to wear anything else under this thing, she said pointing at the spandex. I sighed as I shook my head. Spandex, what was I thinking? I can't believe he would go out like that. Come on, I'll ask Sue if you can borrow some clothes. I swung off towards the Baxter building with May following closely. Wait, did you say Sue? As in Sue Storm? May asked in amazement. I chuckled. Boy was she going to be surprised. At the Baxter building. Whoa, May said as we entered the den through the balcony. She looked around at all the cool tech lying around, her eyes sparkling in wonder through her white lens. This is so cool. You have a Baxter building where you're from? I asked her as we walked in. Yeah, but it's kind of a long story. It's been broken down and rebuilt like 100 times. But this is like the original, totally vintage, May replied. Yo. Spider. Johnny called out as he and Sue walked in, surprised to find me there in costume and even more surprised to find May. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 187, Chapter 184. Spider, who's your friend? Sue asked a little nervously as she eyed May up and down. She's a friend, I replied removing my helmet to show that she knew my secret identity. Dude. She's right there. Johnny pointed out. I rolled my eyes. Relax Flame, but she knows. You told her? Sue asked, to which I nodded. Why? Because she's me, I shrugged. I'm sorry, come again. Johnny asked, looking totally lost. I turned to May and signaled her to speak up. She nodded as she immediately removed her mask and smiled. Hey, she said, doing her best to hide her nerves, I'm May Parker. What the hell is going on? Johnny asked as he jaw unhinged with Sue matching his surprise. She's me from another dimension. Apparently in her world I was born a girl, I shrugged, hence Peter Parker became May Parker and Spider-Man became Spider-Woman, Sue completed. Actually it's Spider-Girl, May corrected her. Why? Sue asked looking confused. Well, Spider-Woman's already taken, May shrugged. Really who? Jessica Drew, May replied. Who is that? Sue asked. Subject D, I replied. Wait, you mean that black-haired chick who kept giving you the bedroom eyes? Johnny asked. I sighed, the very same one. You and Jessica Drew? May asked in shock. It's a long story, trust me, I sighed. So that's what you would look like if you were a girl, huh? Johnny asked as he eyes up May, something I found surprisingly irritating. Dude, you are hot. Keep looking at her like that and I'll blast you face off. Oh, someone's touchy, Johnny grinned. What's the matter? Don't like the fact you're hotter as a girl than a guy. No, I shook my head, I just find it extremely creepy that you're attracted to someone who is basically me with boobs. Some unresolved feelings there, Johnny. Johnny blinked as he looked at me and then May before turning slightly green. I think I'm going to be sick. Sue snorted at that. Serves you right. She then turned to me. What do you need, Pete? Clothes. I motioned to her. The only thing she has to wear is that dreadfully stupid red and blue spandex suit. I think it's cool, Johnny said immediately before he realized he was appreciating me in a spandex costume and immediately turned green again. Sue sighed as she rubbed her temples. I'll see what I can do. Soon May came back now wearing a black blouse with full sleeves and a pair of jeans that seemed just a little tighter than she was used to. Luckily I had a spare backpack and slippers she could use, nothing too fancy though. May looked down at her clothes and turned to me. What do you think? I shrugged, as long as it's comfortable for you. Sue hummed. I offered her a few other pieces, but she's kind of shy around those. I wasn't shy. It's just my type, May replied with a blush. Ah, a tomboy, I say nodding. Anyway, Sue, is my dad around? Sue nodded. He's in his lab. Is he working on something important? No, I don't think so, Sue replied. Right, I turned to May. Stay here, May, I'll get my dad and then we can leave. Ah, yeah, sure, May nodded nervously. Can't blame her, not with the way Johnny kept looking at her. But I knew Sue would stop him if he did something inappropriate. I walked up to Richard's lab and knocked before walking in. I saw him poring over a pile of notes, typing away at his computer. He looked up and smiled. Hey Peter, what are you doing here so soon? I smiled leaning against the door frame. May's having a nice big dinner ready for us. I figured you would want to join in, have a little family time. But if you're too busy. No, Richard smiled. Sounds perfect. I've missed out on a lot of family time, work can wait. He grabbed his coat and followed me to the dinner. Here I found May sitting on the couch with Johnny flirting with her. So, do you have a Johnny Storm on your world? He asked. Ah, kind of, he's older, May stressed out. Johnny blinked. Really? How much older? You're 50 years old, bald, and you suffer from premature ejaculation, I called out making Sue snort and May chuckle. Hey. Shut it. Johnny sent a fireball at my head, which I easily avoided by ducking. Hey, it's true, I told him. Wait, seriously? Johnny turned to May. The girl smiled. Yeah, sorry Uncle Johnny, that's my girl. No. No. Johnny cried out. Come on May, we're leaving, time for dinner, I told her as we all left to the elevator, Richard looking confused as to May's process. Peter, I thought you said this was a family night, he asked. She's family, I told him walking into the lift and pressing the garage button, she's me from another world here I was born a girl. I'm sorry. Richard blinked in confusion. When the lift opened up to the lobby Richard was all caught up. I lead them outside and we waited as May answered any and all questions Richard had. So, Mary and I weren't scientist? Richard asked her. May nodded, yeah, you are a forensics scientist and Mom's a fashion designer. To keep things simple I just told May to replace her version of Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson with my own parents, keeps things simple. Well, in order to the lies straight, not so much for our personal lives. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 188, Chapter 185. Fascinating, Richard spoke up as he shoot me a look, and you're sure you saw her coming from another world? A giant portal like the one Loki used to summon his army opened up and she came out of it wearing a skin-tight spandex version of my suit and has my powers and web shooters, what do you think Dad? Richard looked at May, Hydra could have perfected. Cloning me isn't possible, plus they would have made her a guy just to ensure the same gene sequence came up. She's your daughter, get used to it, I cut him off as slowly I saw my car pull up with MJ in the driver's seat. Hey Tiger, MJ smiled, came as fast as I could. I smiled, thanks, now get out, I'm driving. MJ huffed, meanie, she opened the door and for the first time noticed May, who was currently staring at her. Hey, Peter, who's your friend? Long story, I sighed, let's just all get in. I got into the driver's seat with Richard sitting next to me with May and MJ sat in the back. The girl gave fleeting glances at MJ, her eyes wide with disbelief. So is someone going to tell me who the new girl is? MJ asked looking at me through the sideway mirror. I sighed I could have lied, but I really didn't want to spend half my time figuring out which lie I said to who, so I just decided to keep up the same story, she's a female version of me from another dimension. Surprise. MJ blinked, what? Yup, Mary Jane, meet May Parker, in her world she's Spider-Girl, pretty dope hey. I chuckled as I pulled into traffic, it's going to be a long ride home. MJ turned to May, so, you're a female version of Peter. May nodded, I guess. MJ blinked before turning to me, you're cute as a girl. I smirked, she gets it from her mom. May blushed immediately, realizing what I truly meant. I turned to Richard, I'm helping her find a way back home, so we aren't telling anyone else about her. MJ, do you think you can say May's a friend of yours from before? MJ nodded, yeah, no problem, she then turned to May and smiled, so, do you have a male version of me in your world too? May shook her head, no, not really, you're still a girl. Damn, that's too bad, I would have been a hunk, MJ frowned before smiling, so wait, are you and I friends in that world? May blinked, I guess, yeah, we are. MJ smiled as she turned to me, see Tiger, even in another world we're still friends. I nodded, yes MJ, that's pretty cool right? For the rest of the trip May and MJ talked, learning more about each other. It was honestly funny seeing May's reaction when MJ talked about whether or not she had a boyfriend in May's world, honestly the faces that girl could make. We reached Queen in no time, Richard chose to go in first while May, MJ and I stood outside on the curb. So anything from S.H.I.E.L.D. yet? May asked. No, I looked up from my phone with a sigh, don't worry, someone confident enough to blow up a city will slip up sooner rather than later. We'll catch him. Thanks, May smiled. So is this spiral guy really that important? MJ asked. May nodded, yeah, smart and crazy, worst combination ever. Plus he has horrible taste in music. Don't forget his costume, I shivered, looked like a freaking leprechaun. That's what I said. May chuckled. MJ rolled her eyes, great, now there are 2 of you. Just what this world needs. May scoffed, you say that like it's a bad thing. Yeah MJ, why do you think more versions of me is a bad thing? I asked wiggling my eyebrows, that just means there are more of me too. I blinked realizing where that train of thought lead to. May and I looked at each other before suddenly a shiver went up our spines as we turned a little green. Don't even go there. May cried, seriously. Sorry. Don't know what I was thinking, I shivered, that would practically be incest of the worst kind. What do you mean? Is it even considered incest? Since it's the same person wouldn't it be masturbation? MJ asked with an evil glare. Shut up. May and I yelled back as one. MJ laughed, ha. You really are the same person. Anyway, see you guys later. And with that helpful little comment she skipped off to her home. May turned to me, that's my mother. I smiled, yeah, why? Is she different from your world? Yeah, well, she doesn't act like that, May pointed at the carefree girl before her. I nodded. Well, if she's been with me for so many years I'm sure she would have feared for my life more than once. She probably matured over time, happens to certain people. Is your dad different from me? Other than the stupid costume choices I mean. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. kofi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 189, Chapter 186. May nodded. Yeah, you're nothing like my dad. I shrugged, his lose. I opened the door and turned to her, coming. With a smile she quickly walked in. May looked around looking surprised. Whoa, this place is different. Wait, MJ and I still live here? In this house? May nodded. Yeah, I grew up in this place. I blinked. Okay, note to self, get a new apartment. Hey, it's not so bad. She glared at the flowery wallpaper, could use a huge remodeling though. I snorted, like father like daughter, I hated those things. Ah Peters, Aunt May walked in from the dining room with a smile on her face. She spotted May instantly. And who is this? I smiled. Aunt May, this is May, I call her Mayday. Oh lovely, another May, the woman smiled. It's so nice to meet you dear. Why you too ma'am, May gulped, shaking Aunt May's hand. Oh please, I'm far too young to be a ma'am, please sit down, Aunt May said as she quickly went back to the kitchen. May and I went to the dining table where Ben and Richard sat, already talking something in hushed tones. From what I could hear it was about the mortgage on the house. Richard had been offering to pay it off for some time now, but May and Ben refused. Guess he decided to try again. No Rich, and that's final, Ben snapped at his younger brother with a glare that had no malice behind it. He looked up and smiled seeing May and I walk up to the table. Peter. And who is your guest? Uncle Ben, this is Mayday, I smiled. May looked gobsmacked as Ben smiled at her. She blinked once, twice, 3 times before she realized Ben had his hand stretched out. Immediately May grabbed it and started shaking it quickly. Hello. I'm May. Ben chuckled. Ah, another May, and here I was thinking one would be more than enough to handle. Oh hush you, Aunt May called out as she brought out a giant container of her famous homemade lasagna. Now everyone tuck in. May and I sat next to Richard while May and Ben sat across from us. I helped May fill up her plate before digging into the meal. As usual it was amazing. This is so good. May cried out tasting the delicious cheese and meat goddess. My mom's food's got nothing on this. Richard chuckled at that, while May just smiled. Ah, does your mother cook for you often? May nodded, when she can. If not my dad does. He does. Richard and I asked in equal surprise. May nodded. Yeah, he's not that good though. She sent me an apologetic smile to which I just rolled my eyes. So May, where exactly are you from? Ben asked. Well, I'm from Queens, May replied before I kicked her shin making her wince sharply. I mean I was from Queen. I live in Canada now with my parents. MJ's an old friend though so I thought I should visit. Oh, I see, and how did you and Peter meet? Aunt May asked. Well, MJ introduced us. I stepped in seeing May's lose of words. She said she was a little busy for dinner, and I decided, hey, I already know one May, let's mix them both up and see what happens. Well the world hasn't ended yet, so that's good, came Richard's dry wit, gaining a chuckle from everyone at the table. Ben and May asked my maybe future daughter everything they could think of. What games she liked to play, whether or not she was dating someone, what was her favorite subject, and May was more than happy answering them all. Richard looked like he wanted to talk to her more but refrained from doing so. He was a quiet man, so he was content to just smile and listen to May talk. Eventually though dinner came to a close, I was about to suggest May and I go out for a walk when my phone began to ring. I unlocked it and found a message from Fury with a location and a picture. I tapped May's shoulder, the girl looked down and her eyes widened at the picture of a man dressed in green armor. She looked at me and nodded. Alright guys, May has to leave now, I said getting up and grabbing the car keys. I'll drop her off at the airport and be back soon, okay? Oh, you're leaving so soon? Aunt May asked sounding disappointed. Yes, I'm sorry, it was nice meeting all of you, May smiled, I'm glad I got the chance. Ben and May wished her a safe journey home. We quickly walked out and May got into the car. I was just about to pull out into the driveway when Richard came out. I lowered my window and he looked inside. You found the dimensional traveler? Yeah, we're going to catch him now, I told him. Richard nodded. Right, then you'll need this. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out a syringe. It's called scopolamine, also known as the zombie drug. One hit and the victim will listen to you for the next 2 hours. If the green guy doesn't want to go back, use this and make him. Okay, first off all thanks, I took the drug and gave it to May, and second off all, you and I are going to have a very long chat about why you have brainwashing drugs tucked away in your jacket all the time. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! person with folded hands. ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 190, Chapter 187. Well, if you must know, I made it during my time with Wyndham, a sort of insurance policy, Richard said with a chuckle. Stay safe, son. You too, May. Don't worry, I'll take care of him, May said with a smile. Says the girl with red and blue spandex. I snorted as I said goodbye to Richard and pulled out of the driveway. We drove down the road until we reached a secluded part of the neighborhood. I then pressed the red button, engaging flight mode, taking off into the air. This thing can fly. May cried out in awe as she looked down at the shirking roads. Yup, I smiled, didn't I tell you? No. Well, it can fly, I chuckled as I punched in the location into the NAV systems. We quickly reached the location. It was a warehouse in the Hamptons. I parked the car a mile away and quickly changed into costume. Let me just tell you, having to strip to your boxer shorts in front of your daughter was super embarrassing. Guess I should have done the smart thing like May and worn my costume under my civilian clothes. We web swung over to the warehouse. I opened the skylight and we carefully snuck in, sticking to the shadows. We crawled around the shadows for a while before we found Groom in the middle of the warehouse, his arms bare. He had removed the metal around his arm and was fixing it. Let's get him, May replied as she jumped off the wall and landed right before him. It's over, Spiral. Wait. I hissed before face-palming myself. Great, just great, she got her mother's need for attention. Spider Girl. How? Spiral cried out, you shouldn't be able to follow me. Not here. Yeah, just shut up and come quietly. Never, he snapped his fingers and immediately his armor was on him once more. He sent out a blast of green energy which May jumped over before she took him on hand to hand. I was about to step in before deciding against it. She was doing all right so far. I actually felt a little proud by the way she was moving, not a single move wasted. I smiled as I saw her clock the man across the jaw, sending him flying back into a pile of crates. Cool, I smiled. No. I will not be defeated again, he cried out jumping back on his feet. He threw his arms open and suddenly 2 machine guns popped up on his shoulders. They began firing at May, sending a wave of bullets at her. She jumped away, swinging across the warehouse. Spiral held out his right hand and brought out a small missile. He launched it at May. The girl moved quickly by ducking behind a huge mountain of crate only to have it explode, destroying her cover and sending her flying back into a wall. This ends now, Spiral growled as he stepped up with a ball of plasma in his hands ready to fry her. But as he was about to fire, I jumped in his way. That's enough, I puffed out my chest as my unibeam came flying out, hitting him point blank in the chest, sending the green-wearing moron flying away. Cool, May whispered as I turned to help her up. Who made your suit? Tony Stark. No, I chuckled, actually I stole his designs. And he didn't care, she asked surprised. I shrugged, Tony's cool with it. Now, let's finish this, I turned to Spiral's fallen form before taking out the scopolamine. We walked up to the man and found the front half of his costume ripped off. I injected him with the serum and we waited. Spiral. May asked, can you hear me? Why yes, he slurred out. Great, could you be a dear and take us back home? Yes, he replied. Good man, I told him, picking him up and dusting him off. Oh and sorry about the unibeam to the face. FFFFIII northeast, he muttered before turning away to wall and pressing a few of the buttons on his belt. Guess that's what he used to travel here. As he worked, I pulled out a cable from my gauntlets and inserted it into a USB port on his belt. My online computer automatically began hacking into his systems, finding out how the system worked. Hopefully I can copy the tech later. What are you doing? May asked looking over my shoulder. I'm hacking into his belt, trying to figure out how his tech works, I told her. Why? I shrugged, I just want to know how it works, that's all. Scientific curiosity. Oh, right, never been much of a science person myself, she said nervously. I chuckled, yeah, you're more like your mother in that regard, I flicked her forehead. Hey. What's that for? For jumping in front of the enemy like an idiot instead of actually taking him out, I snorted. I swear, when you get back you better make your father teach you his tricks, no daughter of mine is going to be out there saving the world like a rookie. May chuckled, she was about to say something when suddenly a giant green portal materialized before us. We looked at it before turning to each other. May took off her mask and smiled. I guess this is it, hey. I nodded, removing my own mask. Yeah, it was great seeing you. You too, thanks Peter, she moved in for a hug, holding me tightly. I stiffened for a second before relaxing and slowly hugging her back, feeling for the first time I actually had someone out there who shared my blood. May, Ben, Richard, they all loved Peter, they saw me as Peter. But her? She saw me as Dad. Stay safe kiddo, don't do anything I wouldn't do, I broke the hug looking into her eyes, and above all, stop it with the damn spandex. At least wear some armor. Heck, if you want come back here and I'll hook you up. May chuckled, yeah, sure. I promise. I smiled, alright May, take care. I turned to my essay and quickly typed away at it. I'm programming this thing to self-destruct after reaching your home dimension. He won't be able to use it again, so all you have to do is make sure he's somewhere he can't build another dimensional portal. Hopping dimensions is a dangerous business, May, better a madman doesn't have it. May nodded as she slipped on her mask. Right, she webbed up Spiral's hands together and pulled him towards the portal. Before stepping in she looked at me and smiled, bye Spider-Man. I waved at her as I slipped on my helmet. Good luck, Spider Girl. She jumped in and in seconds she and the portal were gone. I couldn't help it. I felt my heart break just a little. My daughter, I need to remember to buy more condoms. I love you, mate, but I'm way too young to be a father. I drove back home and found Richard waiting for me by the patio. He sat there with a book in hand and a pitcher of orange juice by his side. He looked up and smiled at me as I sat down next to him. He closed the book and turned to me. May's not my daughter, is she? I wanted to lie, but honestly it didn't matter at this point. I poured myself a glass of juice and sipped it. Nope. Who is she? She's my kid from another timeline where I was born in the 50s instead of the 90s. Richard's eyes went wide. She's my granddaughter. I smiled and nodded. Who's her mother? I chuckled but said nothing. He looked agitated but I didn't care. I never said a damn word. After all, did it really matter? Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 191, Chapter 188, Metal Fang Soiled. I fucking hate alternate dimensions. I swear if I ever see another madman who can hope dimensions I'm capturing him, tying him up to a chair and then having Jean mind rape his knowledge out of his fucking head. I looked at the schematics I ripped from Spiral's belt for what felt like the 100th time and I'm no closer to figuring out how it even worked. It's like this thing hate logic. I hate dimension travel. I managed to get only the machinery's operations out of the belt and nothing more, but that should have been enough for me to figure out how it ticked and reverse engineer it. But no, it had to become difficult and make no fucking sense. Eventually I gave up trying to solve it by myself and gave it to Reed to figure out. When that guy saw the data I had he ended up locking himself in his lab. It's been a week, he hasn't come out yet. Ben grew worried and so did Sue, but Johnny and I figured Reed would be ready when he was ready. Honestly things have become quiet in the city these days, at least on the surface. I could feel something change, it's like the people who went out in the night upped their game. I still encountered a random mugging now and then but, they're quite, too quiet. I did spend a lot of time working in the Baxter building, creating new tech for Sue and Reed. But strangely enough I also got a request from Charles Xavier. The man wanted a watch that could project a holographic image of a teenage boy. I honestly grew a little worried at that, but hey, I owed him one. But I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, so it's time for me to upgrade myself. My costume was good for now, nothing too major to change, at least nothing I desperately wanted. But my powers, well that was another matter altogether. Project Mutant Spider, an idea I had been toying with for some time now. It's been something I played with ever since I obtained Drew's powers. The concept was simple, based on how I obtained her powers in the first place. Her blood was mixed with a radiated formula of chemicals and then inhaled by me. My blood, which is genetically altered to absorb useful genes and throw out the rest, used the radiation to absorb her powers into my own. This meant one thing, theoretically, I could absorb anyone's powers into my body, provided it's delivered the same way as Drew's was. It was a great risk, but with equally great rewards. So I began experimenting with the only superhuman blood I had on hand, Magneto's. It was from the time I beat him into a bloody pulp for even thinking of killing Jean, I scrapped his blood from my uniform and weapons collecting a nice large sample. So now I found myself in my lab at the Baxter building with the door closed and bolted shut, covered with my strongest webbing and all security systems disabled. No way I'm ever letting anyone on the outside figure out what I'm doing. I took out a drop of my blood and Magneto's. I used the radiation formula from the Hill incident and merged it with Magneto's, forming a gas-like substance. I then took my blood sample in an air-sealed glass box and infused it with the irradiated gas. I waited for a moment before emptying the air in the box and removing my blood. I put the newly changed sample under a microscope and observed it. I put the blood work up on the screen and narrowed my eyes. The result was confusing. My blood had accepted Eric's mutant gene, but there were complications. A mutant gains his or her power through the X gene, but there was no saying what those powers were, how it changed the host or even if it could be replicated. It was like a mystery box, you don't know what's inside until you open it. And right now we aren't even close to understanding what makes the X gene tick. From what I could understand the gene implanted into the blood sample was Magneto's, it matched perfectly. But the way this gene interacted with the rest of my DNA was odd. It was like putting a motherboard into another computer, it should in theory have no trouble adapting, but there was something interfering. My only guess is that it's my own spider genes making things seem wonky. From what I could gather the gene wouldn't make me physically different but it would affect my body in some way. I can't say how though, so it means I might get Eric's exact powers but, I'm so going to try. The power of controlling magnetic fields is too great of a power to simply let go. I need it, I have to have it. If I had it when the aliens invaded, they wouldn't have lasted half as long as they did. This is something I need, I have to have, God I hope I don't become a psychopath because of this. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance! Person with folded hands. ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 192, Chapter 189. It took me a week to get everything ready. I rented a cabin near Montauk where I could recover in private. If this process affected me the same way as when Drew's powers came to me, then I'll be out of commission for at least 2 days. I quickly spun my lies. I told May and Ben that I would be going with Sue for the weekend to a special talk on nanomachines in Germany. It took some convincing but they agreed. To Richard, Sue, Johnny and everyone else who knew my secret identity, I told them that S.H.I.E.L.D. had me on a mission. They didn't ask after that. And finally to S.H.I.E.L.D., I told them the truth. I needed a ucking vacation. Nat seemed suspicious at first, but after a while she seemed to accept it. I'm guessing she found out about the cabin I booked for the weekend and decided I was telling the truth. She did warn me not to cheat on Felicia. She thought I was going to hook up with some other chick in the cabin. I promised her if I was ever going to cheat with anyone, Nat would be the first one I would ask. She did not like that. Finally, everything was ready. I had the irradiated gas prepared and in a metal box. I drove up to Montauk on Friday and waited until nightfall to begin. I made sure everything was ready before I took out a gas mask connected to the canister of gas and turned it on. I breathed in the fumes quickly before it quickly got empty. I put the gas away and lied down on my bed. I felt the sweats coming on. I could feel it slowly creep out. I turned on the AC and reacted for a bottle of water I had prepared beforehand. Soon I was out like a light. The next day, I woke up half expecting myself to have grown 2 extra arms. Don't ask me why, it was just a nasty dream I had in my mind. I looked down, no visible changes, haven't begun to grow fur or anything else, yet. I threw off the sheets, they were covered with my sweat. I blinked, the sweat, it glowed, I opened my bag and took out a Geiger counter, something I brought just in case. I placed the counter over the sheets and found mild amounts of radiation. Strange, I never sweated radiation before. It must be a result of the gas. Yes, that makes sense, any radiation my body couldn't absorb it expunged. Meaning my sweat right now is covered with radiation, I need to get rid of it, and fast. I took off the sheets and my clothes throwing them into the tub in the cabin. Plugging the drain I filled the tub with water and began scrubbing off all the sweat and dirt. Soon the sheets and clothes were clean, I dried them off separately and found the radiation down to manageable levels. Now all I had to do was fill the radiation-infused water in smaller water bottles and trash bags and I was done. I would put these things in a landfill later, there was one a few miles away from the city, should be perfect. After that I gave myself a nice long shower. There wasn't any radiation on me, so I wouldn't need to drain this water separately as well, so I just relaxed into the tub and sighed in relief. I didn't die, joy. I got out of the tub and drained away the water. I put a towel around my hip and looked at myself in the mirror, wiping away the mist that had formed on its surface. My face looked back at me, I didn't look any different, I had searched my body for any physical changes but none stood out to me. I looked at my hands, they felt heavy, like they were made out of lead, I don't know, maybe I had to wait before I could see any results? I looked at myself once again and for a moment I saw a flash of blue in the brown of my eyes, the exact same shade I saw Magneto had. But it didn't stay, it was almost like the color was active only for a second before vanishing. Strange. I sighed, I needed to figure out what Magneto's genes did to me, lucky for me I had 2 days to just that. I quickly got dressed and sat down before the small lab I set up in the living room of the cabin. I took out a sample of my blood and put it under the microscope I had taken from the Baxter building. I found the sample to be identical to the test sample I took in the lab. Good, no surprises so far. But, wait, what is, oh shit. My cells were reforming, but that can't happen unless, the radiation, it's hurting them. I couldn't believe it, did something go wrong? Was forcing additional powers into my body pushing back on Richard and Mary Parker's original formula in some way? I began running some tests and to my surprise I found that something had changed. I seemed Project Mutant Spider isn't going to make me a power-hungry monster like Parasite from the Superman comics. Because if I'm reading this right, it seems that the puncturing and addition of powers is causing harm to my cells. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 194, Chapter 191. They had different hairstyles, but they were the same people. The exact same faces. I first thought they were their children or something, but that wasn't possible, those girls were too young to be mothers let alone give birth to kids that would still be teenagers at this age. Then came one more idea, cloning, oh how I hate clones. But again a problem came up, why clone these kids? Why were they special and why were the clones so young? So I finally came to the only answer available, immortal. So all 3 of them were immortal? Whoa, no way. I snorted, I've been reading too much fantasy, but they again I am the god of thunder's punching bag, maybe I should rethink this. Whatever, it's not like it had anything to do with me. It's not like holy shit they are right outside my window. I jumped out of my seat and looked at the 3 of them smiling at me with glowing red eyes and fangs bared. Behind them the 4 jocks stood, their eyes blank stares, drool coming out of their mouth. Wait, fangs. Vampires, I whispered. And almost like they heard me, all three of them smiled. The blonde snapped her fingers and the jocks cried out, leaping forward, shattering the window and landing inside. Oh fuck me. I cried out as I ran towards the door and ran outside. I couldn't do this here, too much valuable equipment, plus too constricting. Get him, the busted brunette called out as the four jocks followed me into the forest. Moron, I heard the blonde call out, he thinks he can hide from us in there. Not hiding, I smirked as I turned to see the four jocks following me along the trail. The trail was small, they could only follow me one by one, meaning I just reduced the fight from 1 of 4 to 1-on-1. I turned around and leaped at the leading creep. They stopped as one, surprised by my actions, when my feet connected with his gut, buckling him over. I then punched him across the face hard enough to hear something snap. The jock landed on the ground like a pile of potatoes, his jaw broken. I think he's unconscious, I hope. His friends looked at it before turning to me and charging without a second's thought. I jumped backward and landed on a tree branch. One of them grew smart and tried to climb up after me. He reached up and grabbed the branch I was standing and pulled himself up. I bent down and grabbed his face, bye-bye, sending a blast of my bioelectricity at him point blank. Arg, the second jock got his head zapped, as he fell down stunned. The remaining two didn't even bother looking at him, simply stepping over him to reach me in the tree. With a short curse I leaped away, running from tree branch to tree branch. Honestly, what were these guys? The girls were vampires, so maybe these things were their slaves? What were they called again? Ghouls? I managed to circle around back to my cabin and here I found the place empty, no vampire bitches. I need to get out of here and call for help, no way I'm dealing with this alone. I ran towards my cabin when suddenly my spider sense went off. Immediately I jumped into the air and away from the whip-like arm of the Asian vamp. I landed a few feet away when suddenly my sixth sense went off again. I ducked under the blonde's piercing thrust coming from behind. I grabbed her hand, throwing her over my shoulder. She landed gracefully away from me, smiling like a creepy clown. He's mine, the brunette called out, jumping at me from behind a bush. I almost had enough time to roll me eyes. I parried her punches and kicks expertly. She grew angry quickly before deciding to lunge at me. I moved to the side, grabbed her head and sent a powerful bolt of bioelectricity into her skull. She cried out in pain, but refused to go down. She pushed against me, breaking free and then jumped away towards her friends. What the fuck are you? The busted vamp asked me. I think he's one of those mutants we hear so much about, the blonde said with a sadistic smile as she licked her lips. This one keeps getting better and better. He's mine, the brunette called out, charging at me with her claws and fangs bared. Nice doggy. I cried out as I ducked under her swipes and kicks. Don't bite me. I don't want to turn into a werewolf. We aren't werewolves, she cried out, we're vampires. But you look like you have rabies, I said with a smirk as I jumped back and shot a bio bolt at her, shocking her system. I hate this ass, the brunette growled through the pain. I'm surprised she can even move, that much electricity should kill a man. As usual, you let us down, Kimmy, the blonde sighed as she flicked her hair behind her. Guess we'll have to take care of this. Hey, you two aren't any better, you know, I said. You look like you have fleas and the oriental chick looks like she's going to drop a deuce any second. What? The Asian vamp looked pissed. Good, anger makes them less focused and make mistakes, that's just what I need. Yeah, but please, you stupid mutt, don't shit on my lawn. I didn't bring a doggy bag with me, I smirked seeing her get ticked off. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 195, Chapter 192. That's it, she cried out as she, the now more irritated-looking blonde, charged at me. I managed to block and move away from their strikes, but they got a few in. They were faster than me, much faster. Suddenly my spider sense went off. I jumped up just as the 2 remaining jock ghouls from before charged at me from behind, instead now tackling their vampire masters. I landed on a tree branch and smirked as I saw the girls order the jocks to get off them. They growled in pain as their uniform was covered in mud. I couldn't help chuckle looking down at them. See, you are werewolves, only mutts play in the mud. Just don't expect a bubble bath after this. I don't want you girls dragging in mud into the house. Do you ever shut up? The brunette growled, now on her feet yet again. Not really, no, I chuckled as I sent 2 bolts of electric energy at the jocks, knocking them unconscious. Luckily they didn't seem to have their master's durability. I'm going to enjoy killing you, the blonde growled. I'm going to make every second of your life a living hell. Sorry, I'm not ready to get married, I snorted. The girls were about to leap at me. I got another bolt of electricity ready to fire when my spider sense went off. I jumped, but I was too slow. Something came charging into me, throwing me out of the tree and into the ground, rolling in the dirt. Who's the dog now, bitch? Kimmy spat out, kicking me in the stomach. But I didn't register that. The pain I felt in my spine was too much for that. It wasn't cut, no, thank God for small miracles. But it did hurt, a lot. I'm going to enjoy making you bleed, the busted brunette called out, kicking me again. I coughed out blood and looked up. The girl looked mad with anger, smiling down at me. But the other 2, they weren't even looking at me. Kimmy, the Asian chick called out. Kimmy didn't listen to her, continuing to hit me. Kimmy, she roared again. What? The brunette snapped. The Asian chick simply turned away. I looked up and saw Kimmy's face turn pale as a sheet as she and the other girls watched a man walk out of the shadows. The three of you certainly have a gift, I must say. His voice was smooth like a river, yet dangerous like the deep blue sea. The girls were scared stiff at his image. He had long wavy hair that reached to his shoulder and wore tight black leather for pants. Tell me, are you all incompetent or just stupid? The man asked as he walked up to the scared women. We were just trying to get something to eat, the blonde whispered. Of course you were, the man smiled with anything but understanding, but you see, you couldn't even get that right, he slapped her across the face. I heard her jaw break. Useless. The other girls winced in pain as they saw their friend fall down holding her broken jaw in pain. The man now looked at me, a smile on his lips as he licked them. Aren't you a juicy looking thing? Kiss my ass, I grunted out as I pulled myself up. I needed my suit, only problem is I left it at home. Note to self, never do something stupid like that again. Well, not to worry, I'll do more than just kiss your lovely behind, he chuckled darkly. Tell me boy, have you ever been with a man? No, and I doubt you qualify gaylord, I smirked, but inside I was crying out in panic, how fuck am I going to get out of this? I like my lovers with a little bite, he licked his lips as his fangs grew out, but I assure you, my bite is far worse than yours. He stepped forward when suddenly I heard a sharp whistle. We all looked up and saw a black disc flying overhead. Boom. The disc exploded and suddenly the entire forest was lit up with light like it was the middle of the morning. I had spot in my eyes when I heard them all scream bloody murder. I blinked away the spots, I needed to see. And when they finally vanished I found the girls on fire, their skin burnt brown, but they were still alive and rolling on the ground trying to put themselves out. I turned to creepy vamp dude and was surprised to see him gawking at me. His jaw dropped open as slowly the tip of a katana came through it. The sword slashed his head off with one clean swipe. The beheaded vamp dropped to the ground revealing a black man with short hair, black sunglasses, and black overcoat. No way, I gasped seeing the man flick his katana, wiping away the vamp's blood. He looked at me and gave a nod, I automatically nodded back at him. The Daywalker, one of the three barbecue girls called out. Two of them charged him, immediately the black man began to fight them, dodging their swipes before kicking them back, swinging his sword, trying to maim or decapitate them. However the blonde, now with all her hair burnt off and skin burning, was still on the ground. She slowly turned to me, I could feel her red eyes trail across my neck, before suddenly she pounced at me. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 196, Chapter 193. Get off. I cried out sending a blast of bioelectricity at the bitch blasting her back. But the moment she landed on the ground she got back on all fours and charged at me like a wild animal. I crawled away, I couldn't give off any more electricity, it was pointless. I found a metal pipe near the garden, I found myself wishing for a katana-like blade but I'll use what I can. I grabbed it quickly and turned around. Arg. I cried out swinging as hard as I could and suddenly I felt the metal pipe change in the palm of my hand. It became smaller, it grew an edge as it became sharp enough to cut bone. The blade sailed through the air not even halting as it cleaved the vamp's head off her body. It came flying off as her blood splattered onto my body. I looked down, her head was between my legs as her body fell away to the side. My clothes were covered in blood, I turned to the pipe in my hands, no, not a pipe, a blade. No, one of the other vamps cried out as she turned to me. In that moment of weakness the black man in the trench coat cut off her head before stabbing the last vampire through the chest. The both died instantly. Slowly I found the body of the blonde turn into dust, leaving no proof behind of a body. I panted, slowly looking up at the man who saved me. He put his blade into his scabbard and bent down, you okay? I nodded, yeah. I think so. I nodded looking at the dust where the girls were, they were vampires weren't they? The man nodded, yes, they were. I looked at the blade in my hand, I never. It wasn't human, he spoke up. Obviously neither am I shot back. He smiled, what makes us human isn't our genetics little mutant, it's our choices. I know vampires who have turned but have never killed another human before. But these girls, they are monsters that deserve to be put down. I sighed, I couldn't believe that, everyone deserved at least a chance to, I don't know. I looked up at him, thanks. You're Blade aren't you? The vampire hunter. The man raised an eyebrow, yes, and how do you know that? I slowly got back on my feet, word gets around. Is that why you're here? Blade asked looking at my cabin, trying to find proof of the supernatural. I sighed, believe it or not, I'm actually here on a vacation, I kicked the shards of glass from my broken window, so much for rest and relaxations. Well if it's any consolation these were the only vamps I found in the area, you'll be safe for now. Blade turned around and walked away. Wait, that's it. You come in, kick ass and then leave. Blade smirked, kid, I came here to kill vampires, Do you see any other vampires? What about the jocks? I pointed at the two unconscious ones lying in the corner. Come morning the thralls will be released, don't worry, Blade waved my worry away as he walked away. Wait. I called out. He turned around, starting to look annoyed. I took out a piece of paper, the receipt for my meal at Wendy's, and wrote down my contact info in the back. I gave to the man who raised an eyebrow. If you're ever in Queens and need a place to stay, call me. I know I don't look like much, but I can help you out, I'm pretty smart. Blade chuckled. Fine, thanks kid. He put the note away before walking into the forest and disappearing. I blinked. So cool. I looked around. There was a huge pile of ashes where 4 vampires once were. 4 unconscious jocks who are probably going to call out for mommy come morning, and 1 broken window. This was going to be a long night. But on the plus side, I looked down at the metal blade in my hand. It was crude, but I knew for a fact that Magneto's powers inside my body were finally active. I could feel it. The metal. I think I can transform metal. This warrants further research. The next day. I barely got any sleep that night. So much fucking work. First I had to go to the nearest hardware store and buy the materials to replace my broken window. It was a half-assed job, but at least now the owner won't ask me what happened the moment he sees a broken window. Then came the jocks. I left them by the side of the highway. When I went into town for lunch I heard people talking about the boys they found and how they had no memory of what happened to them for the past 6 months. I collected the vampire dust samples for studying, though the equipments I had on hand were useless. They weren't strong enough, so I'll have to use the ones in the Baxter building instead. After all that, I came back to my cabin and slept until late in the afternoon. When I woke up, it was testing time. My powers seemed to revolve around metal, that's for sure. But to what extent? When I was at the hardware store I also bought sheets of other metal as well. Copper, steel, bronze, iron, and aluminum. I checked and surprise, only ferrous metals were reactive. When I touched metals like steel, I found that I could feel its metallic form under my hand, like it was a part of me without any nerves. Like a really long nail. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 197, Chapter 194. But then when I held the copper and bronze sheets I felt nothing. It seemed my powers were limited to only ferrous metals, which isn't bad. I then moved on to see what I could actually do with these powers. I held the iron sheet in my hands and focused, picturing a metal pipe like the one I held onto before. Slowly I felt my body push out what felt like mild waves of electricity into the metal, bending it to my will. I gawked as the metal sheet rolled itself up into a crude form of the pipe I imagined in my head. The waves, they were magnetic waves, I was producing them. Holy shit! I'm a metal bender. Eat your heart out, Toph. I cried out happily, this is so cool. Obviously my powers were nothing compared to Magneto's, he was the master of magnetism, I was just a student, but this was useful. I wasn't big on metallic projectiles and like, but maybe I should be. This power is useful, but until I can figure out how to use it properly it will have to be my secret. As evening fell I started to pack up. I had all my stuff in my car and got ready to leave. I just finished my shower and stepped out, wiping away the mist once more. I took out my tongue cleaner and used it only to find the edge a little too dull. I need to buy a new one, or... I touched the metal part and focused, finding just a little bit of iron in the metal, enough to bend it. Yup, that's right, I'm calling my new power metal bending. Bite me. Slowly the cleaner got sharper. I smiled and looked up at the mirror only to stop and stare. My eyes, they were blue again. I dropped the tongue cleaner and immediately they went back to being brown. Whoa, I blinked, still brown. I picked up the tongue cleaner and used my metal bending powers on it, my eyes flashed blue yet again and stayed that way. My eyes, they changed color every time I used my metal bending powers. This could be a problem, but not a big one. At last I don't get white hair every time I use my powers, that would be noticeable. I sighed, well Kitten did always say I would look hot with blue eyes. I quickly locked up the cabin and left, dropping the key off at the owner's place. I reached the city by 8 and found May, Ben, and Richard waiting for me inside. They were just anxious to see me return home safe. After I told them about the trip with Sue to the nanotech conference, they let me go to bed and sleep. Of course I didn't actually sleep. I was too wide awake for that. I locked my room door, put on my costume and opened up the window, leaping into the night as Spider-Man. I swung my way into Manhattan and paroled the city for a while. I didn't find much trouble though, surprisingly enough, but I did find several cops outside searching for something, which made me curious. I found a pair of cops looking around in alleys, calling out a name, Steven. I landed on the alley wall and cleared my throat. Immediately they both turned to me, flashing their torches right at my face. I held up my hand and squinted. Hey guys, mind dropping the light? Oh, it's you Spider-Man. Sorry we didn't. Shit sorry, the male cop said, dropping his torch. He was black, a little overweight but not too bad. His partner was a woman, Latina from the looks of it. It's fine, I shrug. Anything I can help you guys with? You sound disturbed. A kid's gone missing. the male cop told me, last seen in Hell's Kitchen. I raised an eyebrow, any idea who did it? No clue, the female cop replied, but we heard it has something to do with the Russians, they are trying to pick a fight with someone. One of your types, she hissed. One of my types? I asked. She didn't mean anything by it, the man tried to defend her. The hell I didn't, she cried out, he's a vigilante DOM. You shouldn't be defending him. He takes the law into his own hands and doesn't give a damn what he does. Well then next time an army of aliens invade Earth you can protect it with your guns and loud impressive speeches, I shot back. The woman looked hurt while the man just shook his head sadly. I'll do my best to find the kid. Night officers. As Spider-Man swung away DOM turned to his rookie partner and sighed, he's not a bad guy, he doesn't deserve whatever hate you have for the hero type. She didn't reply, simply looking up at the night sky, wondering if she went too far. Hell's Kitchen, every time that place involved I knew exactly who to talk to. I swung by his apartment but he wasn't there. Where could Matt be? Wait, kidnapped kid, this was the first episode of Daredevil, meaning it had begun. That means only one thing, he's in Claire Temple's place. I pull up my essay and hack into the housing office finding out her current residence. She was just a few blocks away. I quickly swung over just in time to see Matt fighting with some guy on the roof. He was dressed in all black with a black scarf over his head and gloves. He was bleeding, I could tell. The man he was fighting had a knife, he was about to swing at Matt when I shot a web line at the knife and pulled it out of his hands. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 198, Chapter 195. What the man looked confused for a second, he turned around when suddenly Matt's fist collided with his jaw throwing him flying backward. I landed in front of him and threw the knife aside. I looked him over, I don't like it the costume. He smiled, it's a work in progress. Sure, I looked around and found Claire Temple peeking from behind an air vent, hello. If you please miss, we are 2 highly professional heroes. It would be best if you went back inside. She's with me, Matt replied as he grabbed the criminal and pulled him to the roof. She is? I asked. I am. Claire replied before she turned to me with wide eyes, you're Spider-Man. She turned to Matt, you know Spider-Man. It's a long story, Matt replied. I broke into his house, I told her with a shrug, he didn't like it. Kicked my ass all over the floor. How did you find me? Matt asked. I was looking around for a kid, named Steven, I was looking for you to get some help, since this your territory and all, I shrugged. He smiled, didn't realize I made a name for myself. Yeah, never did get your code name thought, what is it? Nightman. I chuckled. Cute, Matt slapped the man awake. He grabbed him by the collar and pulled him on the roof's edge and pushed him, holding him tightly, where's the child? I don't know man, the mobster called out, I swear. You're lying. Matt punched him across the face. Claire winced, she turned to me, can't you stop him? I sighed, it's either this or let a child die. What do you think? Matt went on and on, slowly breaking the man. He finally admitted where the kid was and Matt pushed him off the roof. I gasped, jumping over the roof, throwing a web line just in time to catch the man before he hit the garbage can under him. I laid him down gently and checked on his vitals. Other than a very erratic heartbeat and a sprained ankle and a dozen other problems, he was alive. I went back up and glared at Matt, what is your problem man? What? He's alive, Matt shrugged. Claire looked at me, is he always like this? Honestly? You know him better than me, I sighed before turning to him, you got a place at least. Matt nodded as he moved to the fire escape, are you coming? Sure. Unless you don't want me to. He sighed, it's a free world. Yay. Our very first team up. I chuckled as I followed him from rooftop to rooftop, parkouring the shit out of the neighborhood. We reached a run-down looking building. Matt pauses for a while before pointing at the 3rd floor, can you get us there? We were across the street, no problem. You want to go stealth or make some noise? Noise, Matt replied, I want to make a statement. Good, I shot out 2 web lines handing him one, it's straight ahead, just give it a running start if you're nervous. Right, he said. We jumped off the roof and swung across the building. We crashed into the window feet first landing in the middle of a giant poker table. The men around us got to their feet and reached for their guns. I leaped up and socked 2 of them in the jaw before kicking another between the legs. Matt was taking on 3 at a time as a 4th snuck up behind him. I held up one hand and fired a bio bolt at him, zapping the man unconscious. Matt looked at the attack, nodded to me and then knocked out 2 men, throwing the 3rd through the room door. We walked out into the hallway as slowly Matt and I walked inside each room and beat the gangsters to a pulp. He and I worked together so effortlessly it was almost magical. I jumped over him and he ducked, he threw a chair at me and I grabbed it and smashed it over a bad guy, best team up ever. We reached the final room, inside was a scared little boy. I waited outside as Matt went in and picked the boy up, walking outside. I followed behind him and looked at the beaten bodies we left behind, Oddly enough, this isn't the bloodiest battle I have been in this weekend. Really? Matt snorted. Yup, just yesterday I was fighting with this guy named Blade. Freaking vampires, man, scared the shit out of me. Vampires? Matt asked. I nodded. Vampires. Hey, neat. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 199, Chapter 196, Down Came the Rain. I made sure to stay in the shadows when Matt dropped the boy off at the nearest police stations. Once that was done, I helped him back to his home. No matter how tough he acted, I could see he was in a lot of pain. I opened the window and let him in. He sighed as he plopped onto his couch and removed his mask, panting as he simply relaxed. You need a better costume, I told him. Maybe you can get me the number of whoever makes yours. He smiled. I can hear the little machines you have in there. It wasn't this advanced the last time we meet. No, it wasn't, I told his as I sat down next to him. I can make you a suit if you want. Really? He asked. I nodded. If you really want one, I know according to the show some other dude is supposed to help him out with the costume, but if I can get him state-of-the-art protection right now, I'll do it. I don't have much money, he admitted. I can't pay for all the fancy tech you have. How did you get it anyway? I have a day job, you know. As what? Tony Stark, he chuckled. I smirked. No, but close. Wait, really? Yup. I'm an inventor. I make cool shit and get money off the patent. Anything I would know. I'm sorry, mostly big corporations and shit like that, I sighed. I can make you a suit, Matt, if you want me to, that is. Matt sighed before nodding. Yes, please. I would rather not end up dead in some alley somewhere if I can help it. I smiled. Fine. And you sure you don't want any tech in it? Just make sure I didn't die because of a stab wound and that'll be enough, he smiled. I nodded. I'll bring it over as soon as I can. Maybe by the time he finishes taking down the Kingpin, the suit I give him will be useless. Maybe then he can get a new one made by the guy who was supposed to make it originally. Maybe, Matt, honestly I don't mind. I could get used to making superheroes' costumes. I always did spend so much time as a kid making new costumes for my favorite heroes, and they were pretty cool, if I do say so myself. Matt, I asked him, why did they take a kid? And who are they for that matter? They are the Russian mob, Matt told me, and they took the kid to get to me. Any particular reason? I asked him. I'm being a pain in their ass, Matt snorted. You know, I've been noticing lately that random acts of crime has gone down a lot since the incident. I find it odd that they suddenly made a move like this. Crime hasn't gone down, kid. Criminals just got smarter, Matt told me. You're like a beacon. They know they can't take you, so every time you come around they hide like cockroaches from the light. It stands to reason you can't find anyone openly opposing you anymore. They are too scared. I whistled. Damn, am I really that scary? Yes, Matt nodded. I heard about what you did. I doubt anyone would want to fight someone with the tech of Iron Man, the fighting skills of Captain America, and whatever spider thing you got going on there. Oh, stop, you're making me blush, Matt. I chuckled before growing serious. If what you're saying is true, then crime hasn't gone down, it's just more hidden. Okay, I'll have to be more careful now. Thanks, Matt. He nodded. Right. Oh, and if you're serious about this, know that there's a new player in town. I don't know his name, but he or she are the reason all the gangs are acting so smart lately. I was following a lead with the Russians when they decided to pull this stunt. Sigh, hopefully you'll have better luck than I did. I looked at Matt. I sighed. His name is Wilson Fisk. I'm sorry. Matt turned to me, his unfocused eyes staring at the wall over my shoulder. The guy's name, it's Wilson Fisk, that's who you're searching for. I may not be in touch with the criminal underground, but I do keep my ear to the ground. I don't know much about him. Real estate guy, big, fat, but underneath all that fat was some serious muscle. I see, Matt nodded. I'll try to find out more about him. As the Masked Nightman or as Matt Murdock? I asked him, walking to his window. Both, he replied before humming. You know, you never did tell me your name. You already know it, it's Spider-Man, I chuckled, leaping out of the window and swinging away. I spent a few more hours outside patrolling, focusing around Hell's Kitchen. If Fisk was in charge of things here, then I need to be more careful about how I do things. Maybe it's time I go undercover. If I do that, I'm going to need a cover name. How about Bruce Wayne? Hehe, this is going to be good. I went home that night later than usual. It was around 2 in the morning when I got in. I had just gotten into my PJs and slipped into bed when my Shield issue phone suddenly went off. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 200, Chapter 197. I groaned. I should totally just let that go to voicemail. Yeah, it's not like it's an Avengers level threat, right? No way, fuck. I grabbed the phone. It was Fury. Hello, my second favorite Cyclops. How's it hanging? I asked into the phone. Greenpoint Avenue Bridge, now. And don't suit up, he hanged up. Fucking great, what the hell does he want now? I swear I think he timed the call on purpose the moment I got out of my costume. I grumbled, but luckily after a glass of water and an energy bar I was good to go. I put on a dark set of tracks and tucked away black ski mask and my spare web shooters, just in case. Never know what's going to happen when you go for a midnight rendezvous with the greatest spy in the world. I put on my old shooters and swung my way towards the bridge in question. I made sure to land nearly a block away and covered the rest by foot. I was about to walk into the bridge when I noticed a man standing near a tree. He wore a grey tracksuit with a duffel bag over his shoulder. I focused and could make out Fury's face. I turned to him and he walked into a nearby park that overlooked the bridge. We sat down on a bench in the middle of tall bushes that smelled of piss and beer. Why the secrecy? I asked him. We could have just met in the safe house. Shield's been compromised, were the first words out of his mouth. My eyes went wide. I'm sorry. The bases you stole from Wyndham's computer. Fury reached into his duffel bag and took out a folder and passed it to me. I looked inside and found pictures of rooms that looked recently vacated. They left behind furnitures like chairs and tables, but not one shred of paper was found. Shit, I hissed. How? The only ones who knew I even made a list were the people on the team that helped take down Wyndham and you. After you delivered the drive to me I issued a search and capture order on all those sites, Fury explained looking me in the eye. I had to wait for 12 hours to launch a simultaneous attack on all the sites. And in that small time frame they got away. How the hell can you empty out bases this big in 12 hours? They didn't empty out most of them. He took a picture from the back. It was of a burnt down building. In most cases they burned it all. But still, 12 hours. I hummed, that's not possible unless the list got out and someone told them beforehand. Fury completed with a note. Whoa, we have a spy on our hands, I told him. Not just one, many, and they have deep roots in S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury grumbled. For them to gain this type of information, it's uncanny. Could it be someone higher up? No, he looked at me. What? You? What? I cried out, you think I'm a spy? For Hydra. The guys who kidnapped and enslaved my dad for over a decade. Fury met my eyes and for a moment I feared he would do something stupid. But then he sighed, sorry, just had to be sure. I blinked, what? I wanted to see if you were lying or not. And you can tell just by looking at someone. I asked. I find myself to be a very good judge of character. Really? I asked with a drawl. Yes, I figured you would make a good Avenger, didn't I? He smirked. I grumbled, stupid old man. He sighed, I don't think you're a spy, and I don't think anyone on the Avengers roster is one either, in case you were wondering. But you can't say the same about your own agents, I told him, and suddenly I got a horrible thought. Nat. You don't think she's... No, he said much to my relief, if there's one agent I can trust with my life it's her. I sighed, thank God. Because just between you and me I don't think I can fight her. Why? She would kick my ass, I shuddered, maybe if I had my suit and web shooters I would have a chance, but pure combat? She would win hands down. He hummed thinking, obviously he had just ignored my little triad right there. He turned to me, I want you to keep a closer eye on things on your side. If Hydra is active, it's bigger than it ever was before. And more secretive, I couldn't find a shred of evidence leading to them and you just threatened to drag them into the light. Watch your back, Peter. I nodded, yeah, my secret identity, you don't have it on file do you? Fury's face hardened, yes, I gasped, but only I have access to it. And what about the people above you? The council members? There's no way that he paused thinking it over before nodding, I'll remove it as soon as I can. It may not do much but at least on the off chance they haven't been able to hack into our servers you'll be safe. I sighed, thank you Fury. He nodded, right, he got up before realizing something, oh, and before I forget, he reached into his jacket pocket and took out a photo and passed it to me. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 201, Chapter 198. Curiously I took it and looked it over. It was Jessica Drew, she was smiling and looked a lot healthier than before. She was wearing S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, only without any of the weapons or the symbol on the shoulders. I turned the pictures around and saw in cursive the words, thanks for everything, you're my hero with her name signed below. She started training last week, Fury told me with a smile, she's good, her powers make her an excellent agent and well, thanks to you she has her eyes set on making a name for herself. I chuckled, damn, didn't think I could have this kind of impact on people. Are you kidding? Fury smiled, every day I hear an agent go on and on about how you're an inspiration. How you try to be a hero despite everything. You're a good kid Peter, and a better hero. Get used to having people look up to you. Thanks, I looked up but found myself alone in the park. I got on my feet and looked around but I swear he was nowhere around. I blinked, okay, that's a little cool. I so have to learn how to do that. The next day. Fuck school. I really hate this place. Not only did I get stuck with fucking advanced placement classes that had me actually pay attention, I couldn't even spend time with my girlfriend. At lunch I managed to spot Felicia, MJ, and Liz sitting near the back chatting with each other. I smiled and walked up to them, but as I did I quickly noticed a new member joining the group, a guy, blonde hair, pale face, and smile as he looked at Felicia. I don't like him. Hey Tiger, Felicia noticed me first as she smiled and waved at me, it's been so long. Haha, I rolled my eyes, who's this? Hey, the teenager smiled, I'm Mark Raxton, nice to meet you. I didn't recognize the name, so not a big supervillain or anything. I'm Peter, I nodded as I stepped between him and Felicia and sat down, nice to meet you Mark, I glared at him, the message was clear, don't fucking think about it you piece of shit. Why yeah, hi, Mark said with a gulp. Good, he knows his place. Someone's protective, Felicia giggled. 2 words, Jessica Drew, I grinned. Hey. That's because of you not me. You gave her a black eye. And? I smiled and turned to Mark, so, how did you guys meet? Mark's in our music class, Liz explained with a smile, MJ and him were chatting and she invited him to lunch. Really? I grinned looking at MJ who tried her best not to blush. Wait, did she say music class? I blinked, do we have music classes here? Yes Peter, Liz sighed as she rubbed her temples, not everyone can take advanced calculus for their credit requirements. Hey, don't blame my genius boyfriend for being smart. Felicia called out hugging me tightly, he's a special little boy. I have a feeling you just called me retarded, I grumbled. Wait, so you're Peter Parker? Mark asked with a little surprise in his voice. Yeah, why? I asked. Dude. You're like a legend. Mark called out, we heard about you. You like saved everyone's lives at the Stark Expo last year. And you for with the Fantastic Four. Even the kids in my old school up north knows about you. I blinked and looked at the girls, am I? Yup, Felicia nodded, basically because you consider high school pointless and don't give a damn about nearly all the people here you basically became like a god to them. We didn't want to tell you because we didn't want you getting a big head, Liz huffed, besides it's not like it can get any bigger. So wait, do you like know Johnny Storm? Mark asked with wide curious eyes. I nodded and slowly the barrage of questions hit me like an avalanche. I spent most of lunch answering questions about Johnny and the other Fantastic Four. Fucking fanboy. But over the course of lunch I noticed him and MJ flirting a bit, she got annoyed he was ignoring her and I could tell. And then after he was done with his little hero worship he flirted with MJ a little, and Liz, he tried to get the trifecta and made googly eyes at Felicia, but one glare from me convinced him otherwise. By the end of lunch Felicia and I found ourselves in the coffee shop we used to come to and I tutored her. She didn't have physics this year, hence no studying, but it was still a perfectly decent place for a date. We gave our order and sat down near the back, snuggled together. Felicia took out her phone and went on Twitter, I watched as she looked around my alter ego's profile. You really need to use this more often, she told me. I shrugged, I use it as a public speaking platform kitten, warn people of an alien invasion, fight annoying reporters on my case and maybe burn a couple of annoying 12-year-olds with too much time on their hands. It would still be better if you actually used it, she shrugged, anyway, Peter, we need to talk. I stopped and blinked, I turned to her with a serious glare, you're not breaking up with me are you? Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 202, Chapter 199. What? No. Felicia threw her head back and laughed, no you stupid boy. She cupped my cheeks and looked at me dead in the eye, look at me Peter, I'm not going to leave you so don't plan on getting depressed anytime soon, okay? I couldn't help but smile, I leaned forward and pressed my lips on hers giving it a gentle kiss. I pulled her close as we snuggled together. So what do you want to talk about? She took a deep breath and sighed, my father. I figured out how to get him out. I felt the world come to a halt, whatever she was going to say I didn't expect this. I turned to her and looked seriously, what? I found out where they are keeping him. I felt fear drop into my stomach like a hot ball of lead, how? He told me where they were keeping him, it's a facility in Texas, it's not there in any maps, but I found it, she smiled, Peter, I found my dad. How? SHIELD isn't a small-time police department Felicia they are the best of the best, how did you find it? I had help, she whispered, an agent who said he's an old friend of my dad's. He found where he worked. What's his name? Rumlow, Brock Rumlow, she spoke and immediately I had a face for the name. It was the face of the man who killed Captain America, in the comic books at least. He is going to be the villain known as Crossbones. A man who I know for a fact works for Hydra, meaning he didn't just give this information to Felicia. You can't trust him, I told her immediately, he's a double agent. Felicia looked confused, I'm sorry? What? I looked around, no one looked like a spy, then again I doubt there would be, stupid paranoia. I looked at Felicia, someone got the list of all the Hydra bases that I got from Wyndham, they made sure each base was empty when S.H.I.E.L.D. came in. Fury told me about it yesterday, he said that he suspects moles, several of them A&D. Here came the little white lie, well not a lie, more like a well-placed guess, I know for a fact that Rumlow is one of those people. Felicia narrowed her eyes, that's not possible. No, it kind of is, I sighed as I quickly came up with an idea, think about it, you're looking for your dad, anyone would know that. Rumlow gives you this information, we go to break your dad out and he tips of S.H.I.E.L.D. getting us caught. We are both out of the field and whatever plans Hydra has, we can't stop it. Felicia shook her head, Peter, are you crazy? You sound like a conspiracy nut job. No I'm not, because if I was in Hydra's place that's exactly what I would do, I told her, this is a trap Felicia, we can't afford to fall in it. Peter, it's my dad, I can't let him rot in prison for the rest of his life, her voice raised. I know that, I do, but all I'm saying is give it some time, I'll tell Fury what happened, I'll tell him it was Rumlow and he'll catch the guy red-handed. And probably transfer my dad somewhere even harder to get, she snapped, I could see pure fury in her eyes, I'm not letting him go Peter, not again. Why can't you get this Felicia? I could feel myself getting angrier, they are using you, using us. We stopped their plans and now they want us gone so that they don't have to worry about us coming after them. Us? You mean you? She got up and walked up. Felicia. I called after her, following her outside. I ran to her and grabbed her wrist pulling her around, please Felicia, it's a trap. No, she pulled away, it's not Peter. It's this crazy idea you have in your head. Whatever it is. It's just me going after my father. But Hydra doesn't care about me. I'm nothing, just a thief. You're the amazing Spider-Man, she whispered with a hiss, they want you. So you know what, you don't have to come, I'll do it myself, you can just stick to being a good little hero looking down at me like a judgmental prick. My eyes went wide as she ran away from me. Did she really think that? That I looked down at her? That she was somehow not important to me? Felicia. I call out running after her. She slipped into an alley and tried to lose me, but I managed to jump over her and landed before her, getting in her way, I never once looked down on you Felicia. Believe me, please. I don't know where this is coming from. She looked at me, I could see tears slowly welled up, when you told me your aunt and uncle were kidnapped I didn't ask questions, I didn't ask a thing. All I did was ask you what I could do to help. And now? When I need your help saving my dad. You make these stupid theories, you don't need to lie to me Peter, I can do this on my own. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 203, Chapter 200. I didn't lie to you Felicia. I snapped, I'm telling the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. does have spies in it, and chances are Rumlow is a spy. I'm trying to protect you. Protect us. What proof do you have, she asked me, what proof do you have that he's a spy? Why would a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent vulture classified information to you? I asked, why would he do that unless he wanted something? He said he was a friend of my father's. When did they become friends? When he was in prison. I snapped. And immediately I knew I said too much, I stammered out, I am sorry Felicia, I didn't mean. No, her voice trembled with rage, save it. I'm done explaining myself to you. Don't talk to me, she pushed past me and walked away. I wanted to run after her, I really did. But after what I said, I don't think that would be a smart thing to do. But then again I never was a smart man was I? I looked around, the alley was empty. I slipped into the shadows and when I came out I was in full Spider-Man gear. I climbed up to the roof and looked around for her. I quickly found Felicia walking away a block over and began to follow her. As we reached a junction she slowly looked up and I immediately moved away from the roof edge. I waited for a moment before looking down again and seeing her staring right at me. She flipped me the bird before walking off, getting into a cab and driving away. I followed her back home where she closed her windows and pulled down the shades. I knew I couldn't say anything to change what I said. I texted her twice, forgive me. But she didn't respond. This calls for a big apology, like really big, I thought to myself, cake, flowers, vanilla milkshake and maybe a new pair of boots, but something felt off. She wasn't just angry at me, she was angry at Spider-Man, meaning he had to apologize as well. Immediately I got an idea, it was stupid and kind of dumb, but I was desperate. Felicia is the one thing in this life that I can truly say I love with all my heart. Even being Spider-Man is something I would be willing to give up for her sake, but that didn't mean I wanted her and I trapped by Hydra in the stupid plan they made for us. I swung over to the Brooklyn Bridge, big bridge, lots of space and best of all, giant red metal tubes that I could use as a writing post. I stood at the top and shot out web lines after web lines, creating a thick bunch of wires that was darkened thanks to their density. It took me minutes to finish the first 4 words, mostly because I was getting used to forming said words in the first place. For anyone looking at the bridge from either side or driving through said bridge, they would see me spelling out the words, I love you with my webs. I still hadn't completed the message. I am meaning to write down, I love you cat, always. Should I add in the comma or not? I should. I am somewhat of a grammar Nazi. And speaking of Nazi, computer, call Fury. It rang 3 times before he picked it up. What do you think you are doing? He asked. The news is all over your ass. I looked down and sure enough the trucks had arrived and were filming eagerly. Yeah, I noticed. But it's not like it's village or anything, right? I'm just writing a giant apology letter. Why? What does it look like I'm doing? It looks like you're graph fighting the Brooklyn Bridge because you are trying to impress your girl, he shot back. Well, yeah, I chuckled. I'm surprised you heard about this. Don't you have better things to do? No, when it involves one of the world's mightiest heroes. Oh Nikki, you're making me blush. I could almost hear the man rub his temples on the other side. God, I love being Spider-Man. Anyway, this isn't why I called. Oh? Do tell, Fury asked. An agent of yours. I stopped. Should I tell him about Rumlow? No, that would just complicate the plot of Winter Soldier, but on the other hand if he gets removed then there won't be a reason for civil war to happen, so, fuck the timeline. Rumlow, he contacted Felicia offering to help free her father. What? Fury snapped. Yeah, I'm thinking he's Hydra. They probably know Felicia is willing to do anything to save her father and they know I'm willing to do anything to make sure she doesn't end up in jail. I'm guessing they are trying to lure us into a trap. Meaning Rumlow is Hydra, Fury completed. Is she going to do something stupid? Like get her father out of jail? I asked, to which he hummed, no, well at least I'm hoping I can convince her otherwise. We had a huge fight about this. She wanted to follow Rumlow lead and I didn't. I'm hoping I can talk some sense into her. Do that. I don't want to put 2 cats in prison, Fury grumbled out. You can help with that, I told him. How? Rumlow claimed he's a friend of Walter's. Can you find proof this isn't the case? Like did they ever work together? Did Rumlow ever serve as a warden in the place where you have Hardy tied up? Anything I can use to show Felicia he's full of shit. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 204, Chapter 201. I'll see what I can find, Fury told me. Make sure she doesn't do anything stupid, Peter. Oh no, he called me Peter, now I have to take this seriously too. The one thing in life I won't ever let happen, Fury, and that is put Felicia Hardy in trouble. You can count on. Boom. The explosion was loud, like a freaking cannon. I looked over and saw a wave of orange energy explode out from over on Upper East Side, and there was only one thing I knew there that could even explain what that was. The Baxter Building. What was that? Fury yelled out. I don't know, but I'll find out. Spider out. I cut the call and swung away across the bridge heading right into the heart of the city. As I came closer I noticed the traffic had gotten stuck around the area where the Baxter Building was. People were running away from something. I grew worried. Was everyone okay? Ben would be fine. Reed can't get hurt that easily. Johnny might make it out fine and Sue has her invisible shields, but, Dad. I grew afraid, so very afraid for that man who looked at me like his own son. I may not be his child, but the least I owe Peter is to make sure his father was all right. I swung around the corner and the Baxter Building came into view. The top 5 floors were burning. Fuck, there goes my lab. Fuck me. Fire was pouring out, people were crying out. I could hear ambulances coming over. Good, I don't need to deal with civilians right now. I swung over to the lounge windows and ran in. Everything was burnt, burning like it had a purpose. I adjusted my web shooter settings and shot out giant wads of webbing, covering the flames and killing them through suffocation. Dad. Ben. Johnny. Where are you guys? I called out as I finished putting out the fire in the lounge, running into each lab. Peter. Over here. I heard a voice calling out from inside Sue's lab. I ran to it and found the door locked. I touched the door, no heat, meaning there wasn't a fire that would be feeding fresh air if I kicked this down. With a quick kick the door came flying off its hinges. I ran it and looked around, everything was trashed. Luckily Sue kept all her experiments in plexiglass, most weren't open. But near the back of the destroyed room I found Richard holding Sue and Johnny as the wall collapsed over him. Dad. I called out running towards them, are you all right? Sue protected us, Richard called out, she grabbed us just in time. But I think it wore her out. Johnny's passed out. Hold on tight. I'll get you out. I looked over and quickly withdrew my spider arms from their casing. They shot out 4 web lines at the fallen concrete and pulled at once. The walls on the side came flying away, but the one directly over them threatened to come crashing down. I ran and grabbed it before it smashed Richard and the others, holding it up with my superior strength. Any time now, Dad. I grunted out as I held the concrete wall up. Right, Richard said as he limped out from under the wall's shadow, dragging Johnny and Sue with him. Once they were clear I dropped them and moved away. What the hell happened? I asked him. I don't know, he gasped. We felt it coming from Reed's lab before everything just went upside down. Sue saved me but, oh god, what could have caused this? I looked around. This is bad, this is very bad, I had such a bad feeling about this. I touched my helmet's side and activated the call feature, call all Avengers. Richard gasped but remained silent as my phone called Tony, Cap, Nat, Clint, and Fury, the last of who I considered an honorary member of the team. I also avoided calling Bruce, no need for the Hulk at times like this. Hello. Tony picked up first. Stark? Why did you call me? Fury asked. Me? I didn't call you, you did. Tony shot back. Tony, if this is a joke it isn't funny, Steve's voice came. Captain? You're on this too? Fury asked in surprise. I called you guys, I spoke up, I'm in the Baxter building right now, everything's wrecked. Something's going on guys and I don't know what. Tony, how soon can you get here? 15 minutes, he guessed. Great, come soon and bring every armor you got. The place looks like a war zone, I looked around, Fury, Sue Storm and Johnny are out, I need agents here now. Cap, think you and Widow can make sure nothing get out of here. I'll be on the first jet over, Nat's one and only reply came before she disconnected. I'll see you soon Spider-Man, Cap replied before cutting off as well. I disengaged the call and sighed, now, what the hell caused this? I walked to the door when Richard called me, where are you going? To find Reed and Ben, I told him, stay here, whatever caused this probably thinks you're dead, and that's a good thing. Tony and the others will be here soon. Peter, don't go. I have to, I shot back, I'm sorry Dad. The man looked heartbroken, he sighed, be safe son. Please. I nodded and quickly ran out, heading towards Richard's lab. I found the door wide open and its sides covered with ash. I could see small pieces of concrete blown outwards, meaning whatever that energy wave was it came from inside here. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 205, Chapter 202. I ran inside and found everything dark. I cursed and quickly turned on night vision. Immediately I found Ben in one corner of the room. He had been thrown into the wall, judging by the crater he formed behind him. I ran to his side, Ben. His blue eyes opened slowly as he looked at me, blinking, Pete. Don't say anything Ben, you could be hurt. Stay still, I called for help, I told him looking him over, where's Reed? What happened? Stretch, he groaned out looking to the middle of the lab. I looked over and found Reed stretched out like a rubber band lying face down. Reed. I called out running towards him. No, Ben moaned, but he knew Peter couldn't hear him, he's back. I carefully picked up Reed and touched his neck, there was a steady heartbeat, thank God. I sighed, Reed? Reed can you hear me? It's going to be alright okay. He opened his eyes slowly, squinting at me, I am sorry. He's back. I didn't mean he trailed off. It's alright Reed, you'll be fine. I cried out. No my dear Spider, I do not think it will, came a voice from behind the giant machine. I snapped my head around just in time to see a bright green circle flare in front of me. Move. I heard myself scream out, jumping back just as I avoided a blast of green energy. Suddenly my sense blared out, something was behind me, and I practically just ran into it. I couldn't stop my backward momentum as a metal hand grabbed my throat from behind. I grabbed at my throat but that did nothing to deter the creature as it began to lift me into the air, choking me. Fuck. I cursed as I put my hand on the arm and sent a repulsor out strong enough to break bones. Snap. I went down on my feet, coughing enough to pop out a lung. I rubbed my throat and looked around, it was a robot, half broken, the very same one I had been studying ever since Doom attacked this place nearly a year ago. I realized immediately what was going on, I looked up just in time to see a figure walk out of the light. His armor was battered and no longer shined. It was dull and chipped away. But I could see green light pouring out of every crack. His cloak was in tatters, his mask looked like it was welded onto his face. He looked down at me and raised a hand. Doom has come for you, Victor Von Doom said as he sent a blast of energy at me. I was too slow. The attack was too sudden. I blame the shock of seeing him alive. He hit me right in the chest sending me flying out of Reed's lab and into the wall across the door. Doom walked out, his heavy steps were the only things I could hear. I slowly fell down, but before I could reach the cold hard floor Doom's first was around my throat. He squeezed, I gasped, the pain, I have never felt pain like this before. I spent so long in that realm, so long thinking of ways to kill you, to crush you like the insect you are, he spat as he suddenly threw me into the wall again, breaking a rib in the process. I picked me out and threw me across the lounge floor. I rolled and quickly tried to get back on my feet. I managed to get on one knee, that would be enough. I raised both hands up into the air and fired 2 repulsor blasts. Pathetic, he called out summoning a shield of green energy to protect him. I couldn't believe it, was that magic? The shield was a green circle with 2 adjacent rectangles inside with several Sanskrit words written inside. How? Insolent bug, he dropped the shield and kicked me across the jaw, sending me flying away through the air. I landed with a thud and felt a broken tooth. I looked up just in time to see him send a bolt of lightning at me strong enough to fry a human. I smirked, I felt my suit's power charge up. I cried out in pain, pretending to be hurt, waiting for my chance. Doom finally stopped, he glared at me, he was about to move when suddenly Richard came up behind him with a fire extinguisher raised over Doom's head, knocking him over the head with it. Tonk. Doom paused, he turned around and looked at Richard, foolish, but brave, he grabbed Richard by the throat and lifted him up. I'll make it quick. Let him go. I felt pure rage build up inside as fired off a unibeam that hit Doom right in the gut, sending him flying off and Richard landing on the ground. Immediately I ran to him and bent down. Are you okay? Run, Peter. Don't worry about me. Just run, he cried out. I'll be fine. My spider sense went off. I jumped back but I wasn't fast enough. Doom's first was around my throat again as he flew me through wall after wall before finally throwing me out a window. Crash. I saw the glass dance around me as I fell down. I couldn't feel my back, it hurt. I need to survive, I need webs, I need to use my webs. I shot out a web line at a window, I swung like a pendulum into another glass window, breaking through and landing on a desk in the middle of an office. I groaned as I curled up into a ball, I could feel glass cutting my legs, I wasn't fast enough to be unharmed. I tried to crawl away, to run and hide, but slowly a shadow came over the window. Doom was flying. So unfair. He floated through the window and landed before me. I felt my body growing weaker, more blood was lost. He looked at me, tilted his head and suddenly my sense went. Boom. His fist went into my chest, I felt it cave inwards. I broke through the desk and landed down on the ground. He stepped over me and kneeled, brought a fist over his head. The punches came. I don't think I could feel anything after the fourth one that broke my nose. The sixth one shattered my helmet's optics and the seventh one broke my helmet off. Doom saw my face and immediately stopped. I think it was surprise on his face, I can't tell, too much blood flowing into my eyes, blinding my sight. You are a child, he gasped. I couldn't reply, I didn't know what to say. Suddenly though, the pity melted away, instead came anger. I could smell it on him, the rusted copper. Doom was beaten by a child. A mere bug. I coughed, whispering something. Doom glared, he bent down and came closer. I whispered, I'm a spider, not a bug. An arachnid. Some genius you are. Doom was about to speak when he suddenly found my hand on his throat, a weak grip, barely better than a touch. He grew amused, I could see it as the worry of an attack washed away from his face. Suddenly he gasped, I'm guessing my eyes flashed blue. He opened his mouth to ask what I was doing when suddenly the metal on his throat began to collapse on itself. Whack, he gasped, ripping the armor off. My hand fell limply to the side, as I chuckled, if I'm going to die, at least I made him pay. He panted and turned to me, lifting his arm and placing it directly over my head, this will be the last time you make fun of Doom. I couldn't help it, maybe it was the Spider-Man in me, I smiled, moron, I knew that word alone would be enough to drive him over the edge. And it did. I closed my eyes before I felt an overwhelming sense of pain take over my body. I saw Felicia smiling up at me as she curled her silver hair closer into my shoulder. Please God, whoever's listening, please, let her be safe. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 206, Chapter 203, and washed the spider out. Felicia Hardy didn't know what was worse. Seeing the man you love with all your heart brought in half dead, and knowing that if he did die, the last thing you ever said to each other would have been an argument. An argument she regretted the moment she got home. He was right, like he always was. One would think her pride would hurt admitting that, but Felicia always understood the kind of person she loved. He was a genius, he didn't have an equal, she highly doubted any man or woman on this planet could match wits with her love, be it with words, actions, or thoughts. He would always be superior. Even if he didn't admit it, he never would, the Nobel bastard was too humble for that, she knew the man she loved, she knew him well. And this just made the sight before her even more impossible to bear. She had gotten the call just as she was going to bed. She was up late, her news feed was filled with images of the Brooklyn Bridge covered with her love's webs, a message only for her written on it. I love you. The moment she saw that, she had forgiven him, though she realized it was her who had to do the asking, it was her fault they fought anyway. But then again, being the woman in the relationship did have its perks. She was actually expecting him to come swimming into her bedroom window, a single rose in her hand and a box of chocolates in another. She expected to spend the rest of the night in bed with him, doing her best to get him to forgive her. By the time she was done, she expected even he would have had a hard time breathing. But that never happened. No. She never got the chance. Tony Stark of all people had called her. He was frantic. When the words Peter's hurt reached her ear, all thoughts of sleeping left her mind, replaced with a numb ringing in her ears. She didn't remember how she got to Avengers Tower, nor did she remember how she got past security. Thinking back, she thinks she used the silver bracelets Peter gave her for her birthday to swing around the city. But she really doesn't remember anything else. When she arrived, she saw a small army of doctors surrounding a body. A body so beaten and broken, she didn't realize it was the man she loved until she saw his hair. His blood-soaked hair. She gasped as she stepped back in fear, the door to his room closing behind her. She walked back and hit the wall, sinking down as the feeling of total helplessness filled her heart. She looked in horror at the door as the doctor and nurse poured in and out. She recalled Tony Stark walking with them as they moved to and from the room. The man looked pale, worse than her. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, his beard scruffy and large, nothing like the perfectly groomed subject she was used to seeing. "Sir. We need help. His spinal cord has been damaged, we need to fix it before doing anything else or he won't walk again," a doctor cried out, the words ringing in Felicia's head. "Fine. Jarvis. Who is the best neurologist in the city?" Tony cried out. "That would be Dr. Stephen Strange, sir," the AI voice called out. "Then get him here on the double." "I am sorry, sir, but I cannot." "And why the hell not? He was in an accident 2 weeks ago. His fingers have been irrecoverably damaged." "Fine. Then get me the second best neurologist in the city. And get him here now." Tony growled. He then dismissed the doctors. They quickly ran back to the surgery, eager to save her Peter's life. Stark approached Felicia. She didn't know how she looked. Judging by the pitying look Stark sent her, it must have been bad. Felicia's mind was consumed with doubt and fear. Nothing else but the daunting thought of what would happen if her Peter didn't make it. "He's going to be fine," Stark told her. She didn't believe him. "I got the best doctors in the city working on him, they'll have him fixed up in no time." He gave a half-hearted smile. "Hey, maybe after that you two could go on a long vacation. I do have this amazing house in the Hamptons you could use, just don't throw any big parties, okay?" Felicia ignored his pathetic attempt at humor. It wasn't his best material. She didn't blame him. She didn't honestly care. She looked at him. "Why didn't you take him to a hospital?" Tony sighed. "Given his unique, well, everything, I figured he would be better suited being treated here." "Don't worry, I have the best doctors and equipment on standby. Peter Parker will not die tonight, I promise you." And he kept that promise. Peter did pull through, though barely. It took 20 doctors working for over 10 hours to stabilize him. For that time Felicia remained rooted to the spot outside his door, not bothering to look anywhere else. She was sure by now she smelt, she was sure of it, but again, she couldn't bring herself to care. "Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 207, Chapter 204. When he was finally stable she stayed by his bedside, refusing to move from it for any given reason. She drank nothing but coffee, watching over him like a hawk. She ate a little, a protein bar here and there. She didn't remember doing anything else. The room was comfortable enough, people came and left, leaving a card or something to wish him a speedy recovery. They even brought in flowers. Why, she didn't understand. Honestly, he would prefer something useful, like a comic book or something. While she sat there, looking at his broken form, she couldn't help wondering just how much she meant to him. Just how in such a short time, the cold-hearted persona she so wanted to adapt broke apart like it was nothing. He didn't just break through her walls, he demolished them. He was her everything, she knew this now. There was always a question of just what they were to each other, lovers, partners, friends, no. She knew now, they were more than all of that. They were soulmates. She snorted at the thought. Honestly, such a thought seemed so impossible. But now? Now she had an example to prove the concept was real. Herself. She felt sadness at seeing him like this. What if he had died? What would she have done then? What could she have done then? Died? Would she ever recover? He gave her everything and still thought it wasn't enough. And yet, gods, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. The sadness lasted like a cloud over her head for a whole day. The thoughts of possible suicide surfaced. She pushed them back, but she didn't think she could ever get rid of them. Not until Peter's eyes woke up once more and looked at her with that playful glint like they always had. Felicia had stayed as the Avengers came and left. Tony came when he could, stayed to make sure she didn't need anything and then left. Bruce, who was horrified at the idea of a child being Spider-Man, made his visits an hourly thing. She remembered when he first found out, it wasn't pretty. "He's just a child." Bruce cried out, yelling at Tony with such ferocity Felicia wondered if they would have to deal with the other guy as well. "He is, yes," Tony nodded. "You let a child fight. He could have gotten killed." Tony. "Bruce, listen. No, you listen." Bruce yelled back, "A child has no place in our world, Tony. He's lucky he didn't die this time. There should not be a next time. We have to stop him, we have to make sure he never puts on that mask again." "You can't do shit," Felicia hissed. The man turned to her. The teenage girl stared down 2 the smartest men on the planet, one stronger than a god, and she met their gaze defiant. "You think you can stop him from doing what he does? Do you? Please, don't make me laugh." He doesn't need your damn permission and he most certainly won't care if he doesn't have your blessing. He's a hero, not because he's a thrill seeker or a madman, but because he's a hero. And I don't care who the fuck you think you are, but he's Spider-Man and this, she pointed at his injuries, won't keep him down. He won't give up, he will never give up, he might stop for a while, just to recover, but you will never be able to stop him. The two men said nothing, Felicia dismissed them with a wave, turning back to stay vigilant over Peter. They would see, any day now he would be up and running. And she would be there when it happened. It was mid-afternoon of the second day Peter was bedridden when she was forced to leave and shower. She was force-feed by some lady named Potts, she didn't remember, just a redhead, annoying redheads. Speaking of which, Jean, she would have to tell Jean. She didn't know, Felicia didn't think she could do it. The words, Peter almost died weren't ones she ever wished to use. When she came back that evening she found she wasn't alone. Standing over his unconscious body was a bald man with a black trench coat and an eye patch. Fury always looked active, never once looking his age. But now Felicia didn't see the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. No, she saw a tired man. The kid's strong, he replied looking up at her, he'll wake up soon enough. Felicia nodded, I know. You don't have to tell me. Fury smiled, figured, Stark told me you have some choice words to banter about Peter's condition. The girl shrugged, maybe I did. Why do you ask? Fury was silent, for the longest time he didn't say a thing, he looked like he was thinking something over, something important. Finally he sighed and took out an essay, an invention of Peter's. He displayed a map and passed it to Felicia. It was a map of Rome, the outskirts of the city were highlighted. What's this? Doom's robot had been dismantled and kept for analysis in Peter's lab, Fury spoke, when it activated it managed to break into Richard's lab and bring its master back. How? Felicia asked. Fury slipped the screen and showed a video of a person dressed in black sneaking into Peter's lab through the window. A window that was hundreds of feet above ground. He walked to the robot and assembled it together, taking out some kind of glowing blue battery and placing it into its system. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 208, Chapter 205. We haven't been able to find out who this person was, Fury replied, but we do know that after they left, a signal came from this location, he pointed to the map of Rome, activating the robot and programming it to free Doom. Who? Was Felicia's cold question. I suspect Hydra, Fury replied. Felicia turned to him, how? We managed to track this place down, that's why I've been missing for the past few days, Fury touched Peter's arm, almost apologetically, we found several files relating to them, they wanted revenge. After what Peter did to Wyndham and revealing their resistance to the world, they wanted to remove him permanently. They knew Doom would try and kill him. Felicia asked. Yes, they did, or at least they hoped, Fury growled. Bastards, Felicia's voice was filled with bile, pure unfiltered hate for the Nazi group. If she ever saw them again, she didn't think Peter would like what she did to them all. She passed the essay back to Fury, thank you for telling me, it helps knowing who was responsible for this whole mess. Fury nodded, right, of course. Felicia walked over to her love's side, holding his hand in hers, I just wish I could actually do something about this, about them. Fury looked at her, do you really mean that? Yes, there was no hesitation, no doubt. What would you give up? Everything. Even him, he looked at Peter's body. Felicia turned to the man, what exactly are you telling me, Fury? I have a mission for you, a mission to ensure Hydra never tries to attack Peter again. How? Your father will help you in that regard. Felicia locked down, those eyes, she feared she would never see them open again, how long? Until Hydra falls, for good. She was silent, for the longest time she said nothing. She was thinking, wondering just how much she was willing to give up. She meant it when she said everything, but him? Peter Parker? She didn't know if she could do that. But, to protect him? To make sure those bastards never again tried to kill him? She would gladly die to make sure these past few days never happens again. She looked at Fury, what do I have to do? With Peter? Darkness all around. I couldn't understand, how? Why? How can something be so empty yet I feel so at ease? I felt my back, it was set into stone, something's wrong. I can't move my arms. I felt my skin, my lips were covered with something, I can't move. It's like I'm stuck in one place, unable to do anything. I need to open my eyes, I need to find out where I am. And slowly, there was light. My eyelids were heavy, as the ceiling came into focus so did the sound of a heartbeat monitor. I couldn't look anywhere else but straight up. My neck was fixed, I lowered my eyeballs down, I was in a hospital bed. I looked around, there was a table, so many flowers. I hate flowers. I would rather they bring comic books. I felt rage, I remembered what happened, Doom, fucking Doom. I looked down, my body was broken, my feet were bent at odd angles. My neck looked like it was black, my arms, oh god, they looked like they had been snapped at the wrist. I felt around, my fingers, I could move them, but everything else, I looked at my legs and oh god, I can't feel my legs. I can't. Panic began to set in. I felt tears come up. No, no. This isn't fair. I did good, I was a freaking superhero. I did good. I helped people. What right did he have? What right did Doom have? His arrogance, his pride, it was so wounded that he felt it right to injure me. I felt my pain turn into anger. Pure unfiltered anger. I wanted Doom dead, I wanted him broken and lying at my feet. I need my body back in one piece. I needed to become strong again. And I have an idea just how to do that. I looked around, a note was on the table, several notes all wishing me well. I lifted my hand and suddenly felt a flash of pain. No. I refuse to stop because of this. I need to do this. I touched the edge of one note and pulled it down. I looked around, no pen, great, just wait, I looked to the side, McCart was hanging by the side of my bed. A pen was sticking out by the edge. I felt my body weaken, I was going to go into a coma again, I need to be quick. Sadly my hand movement was sluggish, the pain was fighting through, I could barely touch the tip of the pen, instead of pulling it out, I was pushing it in, it was at the edge of falling off. I sighed, I closed my eyes and focused, I touched the tip of my finger to the pen and felt my powers activate, sticking onto the pen. I pulled it out slowly, holding it in my hands tightly as I smiled, victory. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 209, Chapter 206. I laid my hand down to rest on top of the note, hard parts done. I sighed as I began to write in what was probably my worst handwriting to date. Sue, Mutant Spider Project, pass, Felicia Parker A9 plus Logan's Blood. Hurry. I wrote it down. Yes, my password was Felicia, sue me. I pray that Sue understands my message. She and Richard are my only hope. I knew I would get asked why I was even looking into this project in the first place, but this wasn't the time. Then came the issue of my blood becoming too toxic to work, but I hoped the regenerative powers in Logan's blood to heal me and reduce the damage even if just by a little. Right now, the rewards far outweigh the risks. I laid my head back down on my pillow, my neck hurting from moving as little as it did. I reached out, I felt the nurse help button and pressed it over and over as my eyes slowly closed. I felt sleep take me just as the door came flying open and several people ran in. What happened? He pressed the help button. He's awake. Not now, he isn't. Wait, what's that? Call the director, he needs to know about this. I was asleep again, but I was aware of myself. It's like something was slowly pulling me out again. My consciousness slowly pulled itself out of the abyss that was my coma, I could feel something stir up inside of me. And suddenly I felt my lungs rage as if on fire. It felt like acid was poured into my lungs. I think my body might have gasped, I'm not sure. But I knew this feeling, I could only think one thing, thank you Sue. And when I opened my eyes again I felt something different. No restrictions. My body was whole once again. I put my arms down and pulled myself up, I looked around, my neck was healed, my legs were healed, my body was healed. It was like all that pain was for nothing. I looked around, I was still getting 4 drops, don't need that anymore. I plucked all the wires off me and immediately the alarms went off. It shouldn't be long now until they all come running in. I got to my feet and stretched my hips, I feel stronger, good. Suddenly the door was thrown open as Richard ran in first. He looked haggard and beaten with dark eyes. He looked at me like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I smiled, hey Dad. Peter, he cried out grabbing me into a hug, crying into my shoulder, oh God I was so worried. I thought I had lost you too. You're going to have to work a lot harder to get rid of me Dad, I hugged him back, that word, it came easier to me now. This man tried to knock out Doom with a fire extinguisher. I may not be his son, but he loved me like one. And I can't help but feel like I love him too. Immediately a few people arrived and began to test me. Richard, Dad, my dad was apparently my doctor, he nursed me back to health. He sat down right next to me as they looked me over, declaring me in perfect health, which they realized was incredible. Dad sighed standing before me as I lied down on bed looking up at him. They had forced me back into bed, wanted me to stay off my feet for some time. Your blood accepted the mutant gene easily, he said taking down notes on his pad, it went according to your notes. Sue infused Logan's blood into the radioactive gas, which she prepared exactly to the specifications listed in your notes. I still can't believe your blood has this kind of side effect. Yeah, it does. I looked over his shoulders at the nurses taking my 4-in heart monitor out. Maybe you shouldn't be open about things Dad. He noticed my line of sight and smiled, Shield took care of it, you don't have nothing to worry about them. Shield's not as safe as we can believe, I studied the nurses' faces, memorizing them just in case, better safe than sorry. Richard smiled, right. Don't worry, I didn't let anyone get a hold of your blood or any medical details, hence why I became your doctor instead of someone else outside. I sighed, thank God. If people knew, it wouldn't start a fucking arms race, it will start a war. Yes, it would. Richard put down the note and looked at me, which leads me to my next question, why were you researching this in the first place? I needed to know what happened to my body when Drew's blood was infused into me, which was the truth. I didn't mean to do anything else, which wasn't. I totally wanted to rip off other people's powers. Richard sighed, right, well it's a good thing you did. Honestly, when Sue saw the project you were working on, we feared you were going to go mad with power or something. I smirked, give it time, Dad. Where are we anyway? Avengers Tower, Richard explained. Tony was insistent we use it. He had the best equipment brought in for you. You're right now the only patient here. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 210, Chapter 207. Jean immediately looked angry, She looked at me and the anger drained away, replaced with a smile. She's gone home. She had been by your side all week. I insisted she go home and rest for some time. Oh, I blinked. Okay, something's wrong. I looked worried, but Jean refused to meet my eyes. Richard looked at her before sighing. Peter, maybe it's best you get some rest, he told me with a smile. Go on. I feel fine, Dad, really, Please Peter, Jean spoke up, take some rest. I looked at her and sighed, yeah, okay. But, can you call Felicia, or text her? Let her know I'm fine. Jean looked pained but nodded. She promised to do just that as she, Logan and my dad walked out. The moment the door closed I was out of the bed and pressing my ear against the door frame. Where is she? I could hear Jean hiss, she's supposed to be here. She said she couldn't take seeing him like this, my dad sighed, poor girl. Poor my ass. Jean cried out, I know exactly what she was thinking. She's going to use Peter's near-death experience to break out her dad. I can't believe she would do something like that. My eyes went wide, no, she can't be that stupid. Where is she now? Logan asked. Somewhere in Texas, Jean huffed, that's all I could get. Thought I told you not to read people's mind, Jean, Logan said in a warning tone. I'm sorry but no, when Peter was in a coma you know what I did. I tried to bring him out of it with my powers but I couldn't. So I went back into his memories and you know the last thing he thought? Please God, whoever's listening, please let her be safe. He thought he was going to die and all he could think was about her, but she can't even see him when he's in the hospital. I stopped listening, I just couldn't. Why? Why isn't she here? I can understand not wanting to waste any time, but if she was here I would. No, that's a lie. If she was in my position I wouldn't be here, I would be knocking on Doom's door with a cap opener and a gun. Texas, her father. She's trying to free him. Logan mentioned S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy trying to prevent World War III, this would be the perfect time to make sure no one came after Walter. I'll admit, it's kind of sad she didn't want to be with me, but honestly it's ingenious the way she took advantage of a chance like that. I need to get to her, before she did something stupid. Texas, a flight? No, the moment I leave Fury will figure that's where I'm going. Maybe I can just take my car, last place I parked it, damn, I can't remember. No, wait, I gave it to MJ, she was going to drive it to her acting class before going straight home. I looked around, no phone here, none of my clothes of personal items are here. This is Tony's place, he must have it in his lab or storage. I need to get it. I leaned towards the door, I can't hear anyone outside. I opened the door and quickly walked out. I looked around, not many people here. Good. I kept walking until I saw the sign for an elevator. I called it to me and quickly stepped in, pressing the button that was labeled lab. The doors opened and I quickly walked out. Luckily I wasn't wearing those scrubs that was open in the back, nope, just a decent pair of pants and a loose shirt. As I walked down the long corridor I avoided a few people when I could, people generally never look up. I passed by a lab with a glass window when I stopped and saw my suit laying out on the table. I smiled, jackpot. I walked up to the door and found it locked, I need a thumbprint to get in. Fuck me. I looked at the scanner, maybe I can use some kind of dust to take the print and then apply it. Is that how that worked? God. All this way and stopped by a door. Here let me, I looked up and saw Bruce smiling. I was stunned still as I backed away, he opened the door with his print and stepped away, here you go. I blinked, hi. Bruce smiled, I know who you really are, Peter. Or should I say, Spider-Man. I blinked, hey, so, you can keep a secret, right? Bruce chuckled, yes, believe me, I know how to keep a secret. I looked at him and grinned, thanks Doc. I walked in and looked at my suit. I never realized how broken it was until now. The backpack with my arms was gone. The helmet broken into pieces and my gauntlets shattered. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 211, Chapter 208. The armor around my torso looked intact, along with the one around my leg, though they were covered with my blood. I sighed, this is going to take a lot of work to fix. I surprised you even survived, Bruce told me as he approached from behind. The amount of blood you lost, Peter, it's a miracle Tony got to you on time. Believe me, I know. The suit's system's gone, he tapped the hexagonal arc reactor. Tony took a look at it, he got a little bit jealous at the upgrade. But he did proclaim it to be useless now. In his words, it's like a condom with holes. I snorted, figured. I picked up the gauntlets and looked them over. I opened them up and took out my shield issue phone. It was shattered. Sigh, no luck here. You want to make a call? Bruce asked, reaching in and taking out his own mobile. Here. Oh, thanks, I said, taking the phone. Who are you calling? He asked. My girlfriend. Bruce shivered. Felicia, right? Yeah, you know here. The man gulped. Yes, we met. She had quite a lot to say. Damn scary woman. I grinned. Damn straight. I pressed the phone against my ear, however the call didn't go through. The number was switched off. Fuck. What happened? She switched it off, meaning either she ran out of charge, which is unlikely, or that she's doing something very, very stupid. Like something that would make Fury angry. Bruce asked. Yeah, maybe. Why? Because he looks pretty angry right now. Bruce looked over my shoulder. I turned around and sure enough Fury was walking towards us with a glare, and a feeling of dread took over. He walked in, it was like the lock didn't even matter to him. He looked at me. What in the hell does she think she's doing? I held up my hands. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about, which was a lie. Day. Don't you dare play me for a fool, Spider. Fury spat. Your girlfriend. The black cat. She just broke her father out, the greatest burglar in the world, out of prison. I blinked. I honestly say I had no idea she did that, which was true. I didn't think she did it already. Damn, nice time management. Really? You're telling me you had no idea she wanted to break her father out of prison? Fury asked. No, that's not true, I replied. I told you yesterday that, I mean a week ago. Damn, it's been a week, I sighed. Anyway, I told you a week ago someone I suspected was Hydra contacted Felicia and offered to help free her dad. So I did tell you, so you tell me, Fury, what the hell happened? Fury met my gaze and held it for a long time. He growled, she broke in 2 nights ago. We didn't even get informed about Walter escaping until yesterday evening. She's in the wind, Spider. Do you have any idea where she is? No, sorry, I told him. Fury was silent as he studied me. Fine, but if you do happen to find her, call us right away. She's in a lot of trouble, but if we deal with it quickly and quietly, she might just end up on the other side of this with her hair still white. He looked at Banner and then to the table with my costume in tatters. Fury sighed. I'm sorry we didn't get the bastard. I nodded. I know. What's the situation right now? Dangerous to say the least, Fury growled. Doom's claiming diplomatic immunity and keeping quiet, but his people, well, they are all rallied up into a frenzy claiming his stay in another world courtesy of Reed Richards, and apparently you, he sent me a glare, is reason enough for war. Honestly, kid, I don't understand what the hell to expect. Did you call in the Avengers? I asked. The Avengers are a weapon for humanity against threats beyond its reach. They aren't a peacekeeping force or a means of attack for America. They can't be seen taking on a foreign power. Believe me, the mere existence of the Avengers makes people nervous. Seeing the go after an enemy of the state will only make things worse. But that doesn't mean we aren't going to try, a second voice called out as Tony walked into the lab with Steve following behind him. He spotted me and smiled. Hey kid, glad you're all right. You're looking a lot better. And I hear I have you to thank for that. I smiled. Thanks, Tony. Oh, don't go soft on me. Always a pleasure walking in on a dictator beating a teenage boy to death, he said, patting me on the shoulder. Not the time, Tony, Steve warned, to which Tony just rolled his eyes. So what's going on with Doom? Bruce asked. Are we going to get him anytime soon? No, Steve spoke, it's too complicated. The only way we would even have a chance is if he comes to us. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 212, Chapter 209. Which is highly unlikely. Tony leaned over my costume and examined it. You need help making a new one? No, well, yeah, I sighed, rubbing my head, but I don't think I'm up to it just yet. Nearly dying tends to leave an impression on you, I won't admit it, but inside I felt a little bit of doubt stir up. I was afraid that if I put on that costume again the next time I'm bleeding out, there won't be anyone to save me. There's no shame in taking a break, Peter, Steve said, patting my shoulder. Even the best of us need a break sometimes. The others didn't say much, settling instead to just give me stares of confidence. I nodded to them and stepped back, letting them continue their little talk. I have shield monitoring everything, Fury spoke up. If Doom even thinks of leaving his country, we'll have dead to rights. He won't leave his country, Tony told. Why would he? There he's safe, the people love him and everything's all right. No, he won't come out, but that doesn't mean he'll just sit there and waste his time. No, he's smart, he's very smart. I'm guessing he'll build up his army, and only when he's sure he can beat us, he'll come back for round 2. We need a plan of attack if, when he does. Steve nodded. Tony, those drones he used, think you can beat it? Tony rubbed his eyes. I could see they were heavy, he wasn't getting much sleep. I can try. But I'm not too sure. Never did trust drones controlled by artificial intelligence. Thank you for the vote of confidence, sir, came Jarvis' voice off the comms. Oh, shut it, you, Tony smirked. We'll catch this son of a bitch, Pete, Steve told me, I promise. I sighed. Thanks. Oh, and by the way, you should know he has some new power. What? What kind? Fury asked. He can manipulate pure energy, I told him. It pours out of him, like water from a tap, and he can use it to create things, like a shield or energy blasts. It's different. I was going to say magic, but none of these guys believe in magic, and I don't want to become a laughing stock. Great, I'll add that into the list, Fury sighed, looking upset. Peter, maybe it's time you get back in bed, Bruce spoke up. You need the rest. I'm fine, Dr. Banner, I shrugged. Logan's blood worked like a charm. I don't. Either way, it's best you lay down for some time, Steve insisted. Listen to the grown-ups, kid, Tony patted me on the shoulder with a smirk. Trust me, we got this. I looked at them and I could see it, pity. They were sad for me. I was sad for me. They never saw me as a kid before, only as Spider-Man. Guess seeing me now, it made them realize that there was a 16-year-old behind the mask, not a grown man. I hated it. But I feel the same way. I walked away without a word. As I left the lab, I looked over my shoulder and saw them talking again. I needed to hear what they were saying, and suddenly my eyes started to vibrate. I felt them being stretched out, like my eardrums were being pulled inwards. And after a sharp screech I could hear them talking. He's not ready, Tony. You saw what Dome did to him. Do you think anyone can take that? Steve cried out. Yes, because he needs to, Tony insisted. He's just a kid, Stark, Fury cut in. A kid who figured out a year ago that if you don't do good things, you're letting the bad people in the world get away scot-free, Tony shot back. What were you doing when you were 15, Fury? In a boot camp somewhere? And you, Cap? I know what I was doing. I was making toys in my dad's garage and trying to get with the hottest girl in my school. But Peter? He was fighting an alien invasion. He was out there saving lives. He's better than all of us. He can be greater than we ever could. He's still a kid, Tony, was Steve's silent response. He doesn't have to carry this burden. It's not right. We're supposed to protect him, but look what happened. He shouldn't be Spider-Man anymore. We can't condone it. So what? You're just going to throw him out into the woods? Tony asked. Come on, Fury, you can't seriously be considering this. I spoke to his father, Fury said quietly. The man didn't want this for his boy. Because he's such a great father. Enough, Tony. Steve cut in. He might not have been there for Peter at first, but he is now. He has a right to be a part of his life. And technically, since Peter is still a minor, his father is still his parent, Fury confirmed. He asked me to stop training Peter. And you're considering it? Tony's voice was sharp, like an arrow. Maybe. Fury, that kid started going out in a red jacket and tights long before any of us saw him. You really think you not giving him permission is going to change his mind? The first day he gets out here, he's going to be back in costume putting away bad guys. Mark my words. He's not someone you can order around, Fury, you know this. Not giving him training just puts him into more trouble. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 213, Chapter 210. He's right, Bruce spoke up for the first time. Peter's a strong kid, he won't let people order him around. You know this, Fury. Don't push him away, Peter, he won't take it well. I looked at them, the 4 men looked at each other with unwavering focus, they didn't know what to say. I drew my focus away from them and suddenly my ears started to squeeze shut again. I winced at the strange sensation. It was like, new powers. Logan, didn't he have some kind of enhanced sense? The smell, I smelled Jean and Logan before they entered, and the hearing. I need to look into this, but not now. Right now I have a silver-haired moron to find and keep safe. Sneaking out of Stark Tower wasn't easy. I'll give Tony this much, he has very good security. I knew for a fact that if I was trying to get into the place instead of getting out, it would have been impossible. Hey Jarvis, I called out as I walked into the elevator. Yes sir, the AI asked. Which floor is housing? I asked. The floor above, sir, he told me. May I ask why? No reason, I pressed the button for the floor above me. It opened up and I quickly walked out. I looked around, no doubt Jarvis would tell Tony what I was doing, so I need to be quick. I found a locked door near the end of the corridor with Bruce's name on it. I pressed my hand on the handle, it was locked, a deadbolt no doubt. I focused and I knew my eyes flashed blue as I activated my metal bending. I smirked, still a cool name. I unlocked it with my powers and stepped in. The room was neat, a pile of books and notes in one corner, but generally very clean. I walked into his closet and opened it up. I found a lot of jackets, slacks, and purple shirts combos. Guy really had a thing for purple. I grabbed a pair of cheap-looking jeans, probably since Bruce orders them in bulk. I also grabbed a green t-shirt with the Hulk's face on it, probably a gift from Tony judging by the poor taste. With a new set of clothes on I walked out, grabbing a cap and a spare set of reading glasses from Bruce's desk. My disguise was complete. I only wish I had a better set of shoes rather than the loafers I had on right now. I couldn't use the lift, I knew that. So instead I moved to the fire escape. I opened the door and looked down, I must be 100 floors up. Meh, I'll take the expressway. I jumped onto the railings and dropped down, landing in a squat. I jumped down 2 floors at a time, over and over again. I was making amazing time. I reached the ground floor in 10 minutes and snuck out. There was security everywhere. I immediately spotted the cameras and thanks to Widow's training I was able to slip past them undetected. The moment I walked outside the glass doors I heard the faint sound of alarms going off, guess they figured out I escaped. I quickened my pace, not too much to make myself obvious. I looked around, people didn't care about the fact a teenager in a shirt and jeans just walked out of the Avengers Tower. Thank God it's New York. I put on the cap and glasses, popping the lens out to make sure it wouldn't impair my vision. I looked around, I needed cash. A wealthy-looking man was walking towards me, nice coat, briefcase. Jackpot. I ran into him shoulder first. Oh my god, I'm so sorry Mr. I quickly replied, touching his sides and shoulder, are you okay? Yes, I'm quite alright, came a dry British accent as he pushed my hands away, watch where you are going. Right, sorry, I replied with a smile before walking off. I felt his leather-bound wallet in my hands, thank you spider power. One stick finger was all I needed. I turned the corner into an alley and looked inside. $300 in change, not bad. I took the cash and threw the wallet outside, the guy would need this back. My spy training kicked in, all those hours with Nat and David weren't just me getting my butt kicked, it was also training. And I used that training to make it seem like I was heading to the Baxter building, planting several fake leads towards that area. While in reality I just caught the first bus I could to Queens. It took me an hour to get near Felicia's place. I went into a Salvation Army and got another set of clothes, black shirt and blue jeans with a jacket and another cap. I gave my old set of clothes to a homeless man and paid him $50 to walk around the block 3 times with it. Planted so many fake leads into my track I doubt even Fury could find me quickly. I walked in and rang the bell. I stepped away and waited, the door opened and Valerie opened it, blinking in surprise as she saw me. Peter, what a surprise. I thought you were in the hospital, she was smiling, got you bitch. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 214, Chapter 211. Where is she? I asked. What? Who? She was a really bad actress. Felicia, I pushed the door open, pushing her away, I looked around, she wasn't in here. She isn't here. Valier called out, and you can't just walk into someone else's house. I can sue you for trespassing. I know you're lying. How? She asked in disbelief. You remembered my name, I scoffed, plus you smiled at me. She looked embarrassed but quickly hid it. I don't know where my daughter is Peter, but the moment I do. Mom, I turned around seeing Felicia walk in with her father standing protectively over her. She looked at me with broken eyes, it's okay. Valerie sighed, she closed the door behind her as I walked in. Felicia winced as I ran towards her, she began Peter I'm sorry, I couldn't wait any longer. I took off the cap and looked at her. She looked guilty, so guilty. I then looked up at her father and glared, your daughter's a criminal now. Walter stiffened, Shield won't. Fury's looking for her right now, I hissed out, and if I'm smart enough to figure out she's here then so is he. You have half an hour, maybe less before they find you. What's it going to be Walter? He's not going anywhere. Valier called out as she stood by her husband's side, grabbing his hand, he won't be locked up, not again. And how are you going to do that? I asked her, and I don't just mean him, Felicia is in trouble too. We know, Walter stepped forward, I looked behind him and saw bag packed and ready, a sharp pain struck my heart. He spoke up, that's why we are leaving, right now. What? I looked at Felicia, where? It doesn't matter, she shrugged, anywhere. You're going to live your life as a criminal? Running away. I am a criminal. Felicia snapped, from day one you knew that. You knew what I was, so don't act surprised now. What about your life here Felicia? I asked, what about Liz? MJ? Me, us. Peter, I'm sorry, but he's my dad and I'm not letting him get sent away again. She sounded hurt, she really did. She looked me, I could see tears form in her eyes, I couldn't understand, I couldn't move. She whispered, I'm sorry. We need to move. Walter grabbed several duffel bags and gave on to Valerie, if he's here they won't be far behind. Felicia, let's go. Valerie grabbed her daughter by the arm and dragged her out. Peter, she called out. I looked up. I saw tears running down her face. I'm sorry. I didn't say a thing as they left. I couldn't. If she stayed they would capture her and throw her into the same cell they had for Walter. I can't let her go. Never. Wait. I called out running out. They had already left the building. I ran out and chased them. Felicia looked back at me with confused eyes. I'm coming with you. What? She asked in disbelief. I'm coming with you, I told her. Call MJ, tell her to bring my car, we can use it to get away. Shield won't be able to track us. Peter, you can't. Yes, I can. I remembered the people I would be giving up. My dad, Jean, May, Ben, MJ, Liz, so many people. But it would be worth it, she was the only one important to me. It was worth it. Peter. We don't have time, Walter told her. He looked at me. I'm sorry son, but you can't come with us. I have nothing holding me back. You have family Peter, your aunt, your uncle, Felicia cried, your dad finally came home. It doesn't matter, they don't matter to me, I'm coming with you, you were the only person I care for. They were a part of Peter Parker's world, she is a part of mine. Peter, Felicia smiled, she ran at me and I held her tight, thank you. Always kitten, I whispered back, and suddenly my spider sense went off. I moved away immediately from her when suddenly a hand came flying out jabbing a taser into my gut. I could feel the electricity course through my body. I dropped on the ground, I felt my body stiffen like a board. She looked over me, silver hair with green eyes. Beautiful, so beautiful. She smiled sadly, I can't let you do this Peter, I'm sorry. I love you. Why? I managed to ask. Because as much as I need Peter Parker, this city needs Spider-Man. I could see her face breaking up, she looked beyond broken. I tried to reach up and wipe away the tears running down her face, but I felt my body suddenly hit again with her taser. Moron, I whispered. She really was a moron. I didn't have anyone else, only here. I felt my body slowly heal itself, I could feel my nerves heal themselves. Hey, that's a new feeling. I moved my arm, my fingers, and then my body. I looked up just as her cab turned the corner and disappeared. No, I told myself as I tried to get on my feet only to fall down and hurt my face. I pushed myself up again, no. I tried to walk, but dropped down feeling exhausted. I looked up, she wasn't there, it wasn't right. It wasn't fair. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 215, Chapter 212. My kitten, my cat. Why don't you get it? I would give up anything for you. With Felicia. The taxi dropped them off at the airport, they managed to sneak into a private runway and by the time nightfall came, their plane was ready to leave. Felicia and her father stood side by side once more. The cold wind of the night curling her hair and blowing it to her face, it was like the wind itself didn't want to see her tears falling down. Kitten. Walter began, hurt and helpless to make his daughter's pain go away. Don't, she whispered, just don't, that man, he's impossible. Walter sighed, if it's any consolation, he's one tough cookie, hard to believe that the man who took down a Hydra base was just a kid. He's more than that Dad, he's amazing, Felicia whispered. Are you rethinking the plan? A new voice called out. The two cats turned to see Fury approach them from out of the shadows, his one eye on the younger one. If you want, you can stop. I can make it seem like you changed your mind, pull the heat off you. You don't need to. No, came Felicia's harsh tone, I won't ever see Peter hurt like that, not ever. I'll make sure of it. Is he okay? Fury sighed, he's currently frantically searching every single camera feed he can of JFK trying to find you, I doubt he will. That boy. Walter shook his head, how did he get out of your hands? You were supposed to stall him. Fury shrugged, we trained him too well, Widow is proud to say the least, 5 minutes and he already had us chasing our tails. Felicia snorted, and he said he would make a terrible spy. Silence reigned down for a moment before Fury broke it once more, your wife is coming with you? That wasn't part of the plan. I'm not leaving my family again Fury, never again, Walter shot back. How will you manage with a civilian on the trail? She'll slow you down, you and your daughter are cats, she is not. Walter shrugged, we'll manage. Now, do you have it? Fury took out and held up a piece of paper with his seal and the seal of the President of the United States on it, full immunity for one Walter Hardy, provided he is able to provide enough evidence that leads to the arrest or destruction of Hydra. Walter smiled as he took the paper and carefully put it away, how long will this mission last Fury? As long as it takes, Felicia replied instead, the two men turned to her, she glared back, until I'm sure Hydra will never again even touch Peter, until that day, we keep doing this. That could take years, Fury argued. He'll wait for me, I know it. He might hate me for a while, hell, he might even try and move on, but I don't think he'll be able to, just like I wouldn't be able to as well, Felicia said with a sad smile. Do you want me to pass him a message? Fury offered. Felicia shook her head, no. It would be too suspicious. If Hydra is watching him and me, they need to think I am truly on the run and no longer his ally. I think I managed to trick Jean, and I don't doubt she hates me for TI, but, damn it, what am I going to say to him? How am I going to explain all of this? Fury smirked, that's a problem for another time, for now, he took out a file and handed it over to the older Hardy, this is your first assignment. Good luck, Cat, Black Cat. Without a word, father and daughter got onto their private jet and left, heading eastward to Europe. Fury looked at the plane's backlights and sighed, sorry kid, forgive me. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 216, Chapter 213, Up Came the Sun. 2 months later. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the Latverian dictator Victor von Doom, also known as Dr. Doom, was last seen in public eyes. The last time he was seen was in France where it is rumored he threatened the French Prime Minister and his family. This hasn't been confirmed as no one in the French government has chosen to comment on it. But France's recent departure from the UN Charter bill to bring Doom upon charges does raise some interesting questions. And in local news there still isn't any word on the local missing hero Spider-Man. People last saw Spy-Day swing into the burning Baxter building in order to save lives. Since that day there have been no sightings of said hero and no reports of his death official released by the Avengers spokesperson, Tony Stark, who only had this to say. The TV displayed Tony standing before a podium dressed in a shirt and blazer. Spider-Man suffered grave injuries during his confrontation with Doom. I'm not sure whether or not he's coming back anytime soon, but I sure hope he does. Well, I hardly think that matters, May huffed as she switched off the TV, that young man should know better. The poor spider dear is probably hurt, he needs time to rest. Yes, he does May, Richard reached out and squeezed my hand, we all do. But there's also a time in life when you try and get back on your feet. I pulled my hand away getting up from the meal, I grabbed the empty plate and put it in the sink. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I mumbled and walked upstairs to my bed. Peter. Ben called out, I ignored him. I could hear him sigh, it's too soon Richard, give him some time. But Ben. No Rich, I understand it's important for Peter to break out of this funk. But you understand that he's still just a boy. He needs time to get over her. I stopped listening then, slamming my door close. I walked inside and plopped on the bed throwing the blanket over my eyes. I curled into a ball. It's been 2 months. 2 months since she left me. 2 months and she didn't call, text or get in touch in any way. How? How could she do this? Every moment of my life has been nothing but a grey reminder of what could have been. I wanted Felicia to be there when I woke up. Instead I was alone. I had Jean, Logan, and my dad, but I needed her. I wanted her to be with me when I came home. But instead I ran to her house where she knocked me out. I woke up to find Natasha looking down at me with a sad look on her face. She didn't ask what happened, she didn't have to. I wanted her with me when I told May and Ben that I was fine. Instead I had to do it alone, I had to pretend like all I had was sprained ankle and a couple of bruises, how else could I explain such a short recovery time? I wanted her to be there with me when we went back to school. But instead I had Liz and MJ to keep me company as I walked down those halls. By then people had heard Felicia had transferred away. They looked at me like a lost puppy and they were right. A few girls tried to get close, tried to get handsy. MJ and Liz scared them away. I didn't care either way. I am well past caring. For 2 months I stayed in this shell. I wasn't Spider-Man, not anymore. I'll admit, putting on that costume again, that feeling of absolute terror that Doom might one day come back to kill me again, that was why I didn't do it. I was scared to be a hero. And I couldn't be Peter Parker, not without her. I had no reason to be Peter Parker. The FF were slowly rebuilding their home, I offered to help but they insisted I should take care of myself first. Jean called a few times, asked how I was. She didn't believe me when I said I was fine. She wanted to come over but never could seem to find the time. There was trouble in the new school she was in, I knew right now the X-Men Evolution storyline had began. I knew she wouldn't be able to help. I knew no would be able to help me. And I knew that right now there was no point. The city was safe. Daredevil was born. I never had the chance to make the suit for Matt. But it didn't matter, he got it the same way he did in canon. He kept most of Manhattan safe, not just sticking to Hell's Kitchen. I think that might have been my influence on him. But either way, there was no reason for Spider-Man to live. The cops had things under control, crime was slowly going down. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. kofi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 217, Chapter 214. Why the hell should I even bother? I wasn't always like this, always, so depressed. When I first woke up I did my best to track Felicia down. But Walter knew his stuff. I got one frame of her face in a security camera in JFK, but nothing else. She was gone, like a ghost in the wind. And that's when I slowly started to give up. Everything was pointless. A month into my retirement, Fury had cancelled my training with Nat. Guess in the end he figured I was going to quit being Spider-Man, and he was right. I wasn't an agent anymore, I didn't want it. I looked up at my ceiling, God, I had that stupid thing memorized by now. Why? Why did she leave? What am I saying? There's no question of why, I know why. Did I really expect her to pick her dad over me? But all those times we spent together, the plans we made, we would get a house together, a place just for us. We would, it doesn't matter now anyway. The next day. Have a nice day at school. May called out. We will, Aunt May. MJ called out as she waved at her goodbye. I pulled out of the driveway and drove us to the dreaded place known as school. I hated it even more now. No point. I had a scowl on my face and MJ noticed. Peter, she said slowly, you need to snap out of it. What? I asked knowing the answer. You know what, she sighed, it's been 2 months, Peter. You need to let her go. I'm working on it, I lied. No you aren't, she snapped at me, you're just wallowing in your own self-pity and doubt and doing nothing else. It's been months since you did anything other than go to school, and since you were Spider-Man. I know, I told her, and? Peter, I know you can't stop being the hero, not even for a second. So this little act you're putting on. Shut up. I snapped, you don't know what you're talking about, I was no hero. I'm a coward. MJ was silent for the whole trip. We reached school and went our separate ways. Classes were dull. I lost count of how many times I begged Richard to let me skip it and go directly to college instead. He refused, of course. Stupid stubborn man. I was barely alive when in classes, I didn't care what was being taught. When lunch rolled around I sat down with Liz and MJ as they talked about classes and such. Just then Mark came over. Hey girls, Peter, he greeted us all as sat down next to MJ. She smiled as he leaned in, giving her a kiss. Hey sweetie. Hey, MJ smiled. Oh yes, I almost forgot about him. Damn musicians, always rolling over other people, not caring about their feelings. Does he think I need to see this right now? So Pete, how are things? Mark asked. MJ hit him in the shoulder. What? I was just wondering is all. I sighed. I'm fine, Mark. Stop asking. Mark Raxton, a plague on my being. It's not that he and MJ are a thing, it's that he and MJ are a thing and totally in love. Reminded me of Felicia. Right, Mark cleared his throat and turned to MJ, so what are you doing tonight? MJ smirked. Nothing, you. Well, Harry's hosting this party in his place outside the city, if you're interested, he suggested. Right, MJ smiled before her eyes went wide. No wait. Liz, don't we have that project? Don't even sweat about it, girl, Liz said, not bothering to look up from her phone. I was going to cancel on you anyway. I have plans tonight. Oh? With who? MJ asked. Just plans, Liz replied. Oh, plans, I see, who's the lucky guy? Mark asked. None. None. As in none of your business, Liz snapped back with a smirk. Anyway, she looked at me. Are you going home after school? I nodded. Probably. Harry's party. Wouldn't go even if he begged me. You don't have anything better to do. I would rather watch paint dry than go to one of Osborne's parties. Right, she drawled out. Okay then, we all miss her, you know. It's not just you. I looked up. Yeah, I know. You can't beat yourself up about this. I know, Liz, I said in an annoyed tone. No one said a thing, turning to ignore me as was normal. I didn't mind, I had nothing to say. Liz. Candace, a cheerleader and one of Liz's friends, called out. She and the rest of the cheerleaders quickly crowded around Liz. After Felicia left, the trio broke apart. MJ had Mark but Liz was alone. So she reached out to her old friends, and things were back to normal. So did you hear about Janet? A blonde with long hair asked. Patricia, I think, she like totally got pregnant. Why do you think that? Liz asked curiously. Because last week at Josh's party she didn't drink, Amber said with a grin, and you know how much she loves her booze. No way, Liz gasped. Isn't her dad like a Republican or something? Is she going to keep the baby? I don't know, but if it was up to me I wouldn't show my face around here anymore, some brown-haired girl said as she looked over her shoulder and glared at Janet. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 218, Chapter 215. We should totally watch her tonight, Amber said, like at Harry's party. If she doesn't drink we know she's pregnant for sure. They all quickly agreed. You're coming right Liz? Candace asked. Liz nodded, yeah, but maybe a little later. Why? She's got a date, Mark said with a smile. Really? The girls squealed, who is it? Liz grumbled, you'll see him tonight, I promise. You better. Amber squealed as they all giggled to each other. God, I hate high school. Hey girls. How's it hanging? I couldn't help roll my eyes at the sound of his voice. Flash Thompson, Joy. As if this day couldn't get any worse. Flash came over with a smile on his face, ladies. Flash, Amber said batting her eyebrows at him. Hey Liz, Flash turned to Liz giving her his best smile. Hey, Liz said not bothering to show anger or any sign of hate. Guess she really was over him. So what are you guys talking about? Flash asked as he sat down next to Mark with a grin, is it about Spy Day? We don't always talk about Spider-Man Flash, Patricia said with a roll of her eyes, besides he's like so last year. People haven't even seen him around since that whole Doom thing. Yet, who know if he's even alive? Amber sighed. He's alive. Flash smashed his palm on the table, I know it. How? Liz asked with a raised eyebrow. I looked up from my meal and we made eye contact for a brief second. Because. He's Spider-Man. He won't let himself get beaten up by some guy in a green cape. He's better than that. Flash smiled. Well, if he isn't dead, where is he? The brown-haired Courtney. That's her name. I remember. He's probably getting ready for a big comeback, Flash stated proudly. He's going come in flying, just you wait. Not bloody likely, I muttered. What did you say, Parker? Flash roared. Crap, he heard me. Nothing, I got up and picked up my tray. But before I could, Flash stood up and grabbed my hoodie. He pulled me up near his face, causing me to drop my plate in surprise. He's coming back. You hear me? Nothing's going to keep him down. Flash roared. I hear you, I knowed. Please let go of me, Flash. Flash growled. He pushed me back and let go. You ain't worth it. I sighed. I know. I bent down to pick up my plate. I don't know what Felicia ever saw you, Flash spat out. Flash. Liz cried out, standing. That's too far. Yeah right, what's he going? Flash turned at me and paused. My uncaring personality dropped. I looked at him with anger in my eyes. I charged forward and grabbed him by the throat, pushing him back onto the table and held him down. You want to know something, Flash? I asked. I let my rage get the best of me, but I didn't care. You want to know what happened that day when Doom came for us? You want to know what I saw? I saw Spider-Man beaten to a bloody pulp. I saw him on the ground bleeding out, dying. I saw his arms broken, his legs shattered. Doom didn't just beat him, he destroyed him. He's dead, Flash, accept it. I moved away and let go of him. Flash coughed. Immediately the girls went to his side and helped him up. I turned away and walked. I didn't need this. Why you wrong, he coughed out. I stopped and slowly turned to look at him. Flash rubbed his throat in pain, I can see bruising on it. He looked at me with such determination I could almost be forgiven for thinking he was anyone else but the moron he was. What? I asked. He's not dead, Flash spoke out, he can't be. I saw him die, Flash, I spat out, I saw him bleed out. I was there that day. I don't believe you, Flash said, he's alive. I know it. I shrugged, I don't care if you don't believe it or not. I walked away and called out, Spider-Man's dead. Get used to it. I can't do this, not today. I went to my locker and grabbed my bag. I walked out of school early and got into my car and drove off. I needed to do something, anything. I sighed, I had only one place to go to. I drove into the Baxter building. The place had slowly gotten back into its former glory. Reed and Sue had taken the liberty of getting a new upgraded security system, nothing too fancy, but enough to make sure Doom won't have a nice time the next time he comes around. When I stepped into the elevator I had flashbacks to that day. I could almost feel my arms tingle. My back twitched, it remembered what happened here. The doors opened and I stepped out. The walls had been built back, most of the structural work had been taken care of. But everything was still open, they needed to replace the tech and everything else. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 219, Chapter 216. I walked into the lounge, which was reduced to just a newly renovated kitchen and 2 sofas. I spotted Reed and Sue looking over a blueprint in the middle of the room. I smiled, hey. Sue looked up and immediately her eyes went wide, Peter. She ran at me and gave me a fierce hug, holding me tightly, it's so good to see you again. I smiled as I hugged her back, it's nice to see you again too, Sue. I looked over her shoulder and saw Reed smiling at me, hey Stretch, how've you been? Better, Reed shook my hand, it's nice to see you again, Peter. It's been too long. Yeah well, the body healed but the spirit, I trailed off looking around, but it looks like you are bringing things up nicely. We're handling ourselves pretty well, Sue admitted as she broke the hug and smiled at me. She grabbed my hand and pulled me to the table. Come on, I'll show you. I chuckled but nodded. I stood there as she and Reed explained what they were going to build in place of the broken down labs. Honestly, it was very impressive. I asked questions often, giving her inputs whenever I could. An hour quickly passed as Sue and Reed took me through each and every room in the building. Just then Johnny flew in from outside with a bag of concrete. He spotted me and smiled. Heya Pete. Fancy seeing you here. I smiled as Johnny landed before me and turned his flames off. Nice to see you too. Working hard I see. Johnny shrugged. I do what I can. Where's Ben? I asked looking around. I'm surprised he isn't here. Ben he's... Reed trailed off unsure what to say. Ben got lucky, Johnny said bluntly. He's at his girlfriend's place for the past week. No clue when he's coming back. I blinked. Girlfriend. Yet. I threw my arms up. It's a fucking invasion. How? When? She's a psychiatrist, Susan explained. She was helping Ben with his problem. I winced. You let him date his psychiatric. Well, when you look like him you don't really get that many choices, Johnny replied with a shrug. Johnny. Sue cried out. Sorry. Johnny smiled. All right, I took off my hoodie revealing the white shirt I had on underneath. How can I help? You sure Peter? Reed asked cautiously. We don't want to. I'm fine Reed, really. Please, I need something to do anyway, I would be happy to help, I smiled. For the next 3 hours we worked together as a team. Reed and I helped with the heavy lifting, poured the concrete, helped set everything up. The contractors were coming tomorrow, but it was our job to fix everything up for them. Lazy fucks. By around 5 though I got one hell of a shock. The elevator doors opened and I heard a familiar clicking of boots. I was with Reed looking over the blueprints for my lab once more when I noticed Liz walking into the lounge. Liz. I asked in surprise, what are you doing here? Liz blinked. Peter. Liz. Johnny cried out as he ran over and gave her a kiss on the lips. Hey Blondie, ready for our date? Ah Johnny, Liz looked at me. Johnny looked over, my jaw was practically on the floor. I turned to him and then to his arm around Liz and then to him. I blinked, what the fuck? We really should go, Johnny spoke up grabbing a coat. Bye Peter. He grabbed Liz and ran out to the door. Bye. Liz called out. I ran towards them just in time to see the doors shut close. I turned to Reed. What the fuck was that? Reed blinked. Oh? Did Johnny not tell you? He and Liz have been going out for some time now. What? I turned to the lift and activated my advanced hearing. I can't believe we just ran out like that, Liz said with a huff. Believe me, it's easier this way, Johnny sounded scared. Good. I turned to Reed. Anything else you want to tell me? Did anyone else get a girlfriend while I was away? Oh, did he find out about Liz? Sue asked as she came in with a grin. Relax Peter, I already warned him that if he doesn't treat her right you would break his arms. What? Yeah, fine, but, I can't believe they didn't tell me. I grumbled looking at Sue and Reed. Are you two dating now too? Reed blushed and immediately coughed. Well you see. Sue rolled her eyes. What Mr. Smooth here is trying to say is that he's with someone, but I'm not. I blinked. Okay, first off all that was a total shot in the dark. And second of all, who? Reed blushed. Her name is Jessie Lamberg. She's a friend from college. Didn't you go to college at 16? Yup, Reed nodded. So she's older. By about 5 years, he nodded. Hey, cool, I grumbled. I swear, it's like everyone's in love. Sue smiled. Relax Peter, I'm still on your team. I grumbled again. Yeah but you're hot. You can get someone like that, I snapped my fingers. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 220, Chapter 217. Hey, just because I can doesn't mean I will, Sue huffed. Oh, and speaking of dates, Reed looked at his watch. I'll be leaving in an hour Sue, you sure you don't need me to stay? No, you and Jessie have fun Reed, I'll take care of this, plus Peter's there to help me, Sue shrugged with a smile. I'm sorry, but where are you going? I asked. Reed smiled. I have a date tonight. Oh my god, it's like everyone has a freaking date tonight. I cried out throwing my arms up. Why god? Why? Should I stay? Reed asked a little worried. Don't worry, he's just throwing a temper tantrum, Sue huffed. You get to your date. Reed nodded. We continued to work for another hour before Reed left for his date. It took him forever to decide what to wear before Sue finally helped him out, forcing him into a blazer and shirt look. Around 7 we finished up. Everything was set up and Sue and I found ourselves in the kitchen with a freshly baked meat lover's pizza and large bottle of Coke. How have you been? Sue asked as she ate a slice. Better. Peter, you don't have to lie, Susan rolled her eyes. I sighed, I got beat up by a moron named Doom, my girlfriend left me because she became an internationally wanted criminal and oh, I'm not sure if anything's even worth living for anymore. Peter, whatever's wrong you don't have to face it alone. We're all here for you, Sue sounded worried. I chuckled, relax Sue, I'm not going to kill myself, I took up a fork, besides, I don't even think I can. She blinked, what? I held out my palm and pressed the fork into it. It quickly drew blood. Sue winced and moved to help when I stopped her. She looked at the wound and gasped in surprise when it slowly began to heal itself. Soon nothing remained but dried up blood. Logan's blood, it's too effective, I sighed, I can't even imagine what it's going to do to my body. Oh my god. One of the reasons I never bother with the mutant spider program was because of shit like this, I grumbled, don't know what the mutagen will do to my body. Logan's been alive for over 100 years Sue, I really don't think I can live that long. Sue gasped, oh Peter, I'm so sorry. I shook my head, it's not your fault Sue. I told you to do it, it's the only way to save my life and I knew it. It had to be done. But still, she groaned, I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. I snorted, honestly, the worst part is Felicia, I sighed eating my slice, she just left. Just like that. It's not fair. Not even a damn goodbye. She didn't even break up with me properly. She just left. Sue sighed, she's different. She did what she thought was right. I nodded, yeah, and you? Sue blinked, me. Yes, you, I smirked, Reed's got himself a girlfriend now right? Please, I'm not jealous, Sue scoffed. Never said you were, I shrugged, but, really Sue, what happened? Last I remember he was madly in love with you. She shrugged, I guess he just got tired of waiting. I can't say I blame him. Do you regret it? No. Reed and I aren't in a place where we could take us seriously. It's better this way, she nodded to which I just shrugged. Right. We sat in silence for a moment before she spoke up, people are saying Spider-Man's dead. I paused for a moment before sighing, yet. Are you? No, I quickly replied, at least, not anytime soon. Right, Sue picked up her plate and put it aside, for what it's worth Peter, I think you shouldn't stop. Sue. No, just listen. If you didn't come that day your father, Johnny, and I would have been crushed under that wall. If you didn't come that day Doom would have killed Reed right then and there. If you didn't come that day we would all be dead. The world needs Spider-Man. I was quiet, I thought over her words. I sighed, when I started this, I thought exactly the same thing. Sue was surprised, really? Yes, I nodded, I knew the world was full of shit, that there were people out there stronger and scarier than I could ever imagine. I knew I needed to help keep people safe. So I put on the costume and came out swinging. But, now, every time I look at that costume, I'm afraid. Why? I looked her in the eye, Doom, he broke me that day. Something inside of me, just shattered. Peter, he can't hurt you, he won't ever hurt you, ever again, Sue's voice continued hostility in it, I could smell her anger, rusted copper. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 221, Chapter 218. I had no time to think, I grabbed it, my old web shooters in my mask. I ran outside, Ben and May were asleep, Richard was probably still out. I ran to the garage and got into my car pulling out as fast as I could. I drove a street over before I activated flight mode and turned on the AI, Doc, check my phone, Liz Allen would have sent a location, fly to it. Understood, my car replied as it took off at max speed towards the location Liz sent. Oh, and go incognito, I told it as I took off my hoodie and put on the jacket and mask. The outside of the car shimmered as it turned from grey to pitch black and a holographic projection of a Lamborghini spread over my DeLorean. I had it put in a long time ago, I figured if Spider-Man and Peter had the same car things would look odd. We reached there quickly, I squinted my eyes out and saw a trail of fire circling around the sky, Johnny. And flying around with him was a man with large metal wings with spinning fans and an aviation helmet. The freaking vulture. And in one of his robotic legs was Harry, screaming his fucking lungs off. Doc take over, go on autopilot, I told it as I slipped on my web shooters and gloves. Doc took the car over the fight, I went to the door and pushed it open and looked down. I gulped, I'm so going to regret this. I jumped out and threw my arms out wide. The vulture was right under me, I shot out 2 web lines that caught onto his wings. What the he looked up. I pulled and hit him in the chest feet first, yo birdie. Ah, he cried out in pain, dropping Harry. I got him. Johnny cried out going after Harry and flying him back to his house. I clinged onto Vulture's body with my legs and hit him across the face over and over again. So who are you? Everyone's got a gimmick these days. Birdman. Oh I know, the Flacken. Oh wait, I think that's taken. Get off of me, he cried out pulling out a gun and firing at me. I had to jump away to avoid the bullets, I knew I would heal, but still, at the time I didn't register it and acted out of instinct. I came flying down before I launched a web line upwards and caught his leg. Oh no you don't, bird boy. You're coming with me. You want to fly, spider? Fine. Let's fly, he cried out as he took off into the air. I held on for dear life as he went up higher and higher. I growled and pulled myself up with sheer strength. My muscles hurt from the stress I put into my arms. I need to hit the gym again. I pulled myself up and reached his feet. I needed to grab him, I needed to grab a hold of him. And so I used them, the last gift Logan's blood gave to me. 2 bone claws popped out from between my knuckles and a third larger one came out from my wrist underarm. 3 bone claws, or as I like to call them, my stingers. I lunged forward and pierced Vulture in the leg, cleaving into his muscles and bone. Arg, he cried out, swinging wildly. My claws were into too deep, the more he shook the more pain they caused him. Get off of me, he cried out as he began to dive down. The pain was too much for him. The ground was coming too fast, I need to pull him up. But just then Johnny came flying in the nick of time. He grabbed the Vulture's arm and pulled him up. The suddenly jerk and movement dislodged my claws from Vulture's leg and went flying down with nothing to hold onto. Spider! Johnny cried out. But I really wasn't worried. Immediately Doc came flying in, intercepting me. I landed on the roof of car causing a little dent. I'll need to take care of that. Johnny saw that and sighed. He came flying down towards me with Vulture in tow. Immediately the man tried to escape and fly away, but Johnny's hands were hot enough to melt his wings without even realizing it. The moment he struggled the wings snapped and he went falling. I sighed, I got him, I shot out a web line and caught him by the chest and left him swinging around, attaching the web line to the roof of my car. Dude! You got claws! Johnny cried out. I sighed, I'll explain later. Is everyone alright? Yeah, everyone's fine. How did you know? Johnny asked. Your girlfriend called me, I told him. Johnny gulped as he rubbed his neck. Right, Liz, see about that. It's fine, trust me, she's a big girl, she can do whatever she wants, I told him. Really? Johnny grinned, thanks. No problem, I only hope you'll be as forgiving when and if you ever find out about Sue and me, sigh. Anyway, did anyone see me? Not really no, Johnny said before looking down, I mean, other than him. I sighed, great, if anyone asks you tell them you caught him all by yourself, don't mention me. But why? Johnny asked. I don't want them to think I'm back. But you are, aren't you? Johnny asked looking at my jacket, isn't that why you're wearing that again? No Johnny, I shook my head, I'm not doing this, not again. Get Birdman here to shield or something, let them process him. I'm done with this shit. Alright, Johnny nodded as he took the Vulture and flew off. He burned off the web line on his back to hide the fact I was there. Good thinking, Flame Brain. I heard cheering coming from the party when he came back. They chanted his name. Good, they don't need to know about me. I got back down into the driver's seat and had Doc fly us home. I looked at my right hand, the claws were still out. Bone, not metal. Sad, but whatever. The claws weren't like Logan's, they were in fact very similar to Dakin. The half-Asian boy had 3 claws just like mine, 2 from his knuckles and 1 from his forearm. He could also control people's pheromones. Maybe because I already had that power in me it caused my claws to mutate to match his? Maybe. I grunted in pain as they slowly went back into my forearm. I discovered them a month ago. I was in pain, I was taking it out on a steel beam I found in the abandoned train yard I used to go to for training before S.H.I.E.L.D. came into the picture. I remembered once I got so angry I grew into a frenzy. I saw red, I punched it as hard as I could, bending it slowly with my superior strength and then, they came out. I was so focused I didn't realize they did. They popped out and I plunged them into the steel beam. They shredded it. I cried out in pain, the way they tore through my skin. I never realized Logan was always in such pain when using his claws. They weren't just plain old bone, they were something else. They were black, so that sort of gave me a clue. I had Sue and my dad test them out, apparently it was nothing they had ever seen. I urged them strongly to never speak of this to anyone, especially Logan. I sighed, it was a long flight back home. I looked at jacket sleeve, it was ripped to shreds. This is why I can't have nice things. Stupid claws. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 222, Chapter 219, The Octopus. Liz got a lot of attention in school that day thanks to Johnny's heroics the other day. Most didn't realize she was dating the Johnny Storm, but now they did. I stuck to the sidelines. Liz and MJ tried to talk to me about helping Johnny take out the Vulture but I just ignored them. I wasn't in the mode. And I couldn't tell them what they wanted to hear. That their hero was back. After school ended I drove down to the cafe Felicia and used to go. Where I spent so much time with her. I sat down in the booth we shared near the back. I ordered a cup and simply stay there waiting. Maybe one day she would walk in through those doors and I would see her again, maybe, but it didn't look like that was today. As I sipped my drink though someone else sat down. I looked up and saw Nat looking at me. She was dressed in a heavy winter coat, it was getting colder lately. She took off her glasses and put them down next to me. Hello Peter. I nodded. Nat want something? No, she replied, you know why I'm here. Johnny told. I asked. No, Adrian Toombs, she told me. I raised an eyebrow and she clarified, he calls himself the Vulture. Ah, I smirked, I was betting on Birdman. Nat said nothing. She and I looked at each other before she spoke up, are you returning into the hero life? I asked, to which she nodded. I scoffed, hell no. I sipped my drink, slowly I got curious, tell me about Toombs. I thought you were out. Call it curiosity, I replied. Nat nodded, he runs a secret arms trade, specializing in weapons made out of Chitori tech. They are not very good but, they are powerful. And in the wrong hands, dangerous. Why did he come after Harry Osborn? Norman Osborn had been trying to get his hands on alien tech ever since the invasion. Nat spoke in a silent tone, he apparently hijacked and took a large shipment from Toombs. And he wanted Harry to make Norman give it back, I drew the natural conclusion. Nat nodded, exactly. These weapons, are they powerful? Yes. What's his shield got on Norman? He's been trying to combine the Chitori tech with Otto's solar energy concept. Tritium is very rare, he plans on using the glowing purple rocks as a substitute. It would get him enough energy, I hummed, and the fact that radiation causes it to burst out would lead to a chain reaction creating more and more power. Otto's machine could run forever. Nat nodded, which is what we assumed as well. I looked at her, she hadn't moved. I sighed, I can't do it. I didn't ask you anything. Yes you did, I sipped my drink, if you hadn't you would have walked out of her a long time ago after making sure I wasn't going back into the red and black. You want me to make sure Osborn doesn't do anything crazy? No, she put on her glasses and got up. Good, because I won't do it. I called after her as she walked out. I know, she replied, walking out of the cafe. I sighed, crazy redhead. Just then my phone buzzed, it was a message from Osborn. Peter, it has been a long time since we last spoke, I apologize for not keeping in touch. I'm texting now to invite you to the Oscorp Gala in my research lab out of the city. Otto's project has finally taken off, we are finally going to greenlight the project and announce it for public consumption. The event is in 3 days' time, it is a black tie event. I'm sure you will be interested in seeing just how far the future Oscorp will shape. Norman Osborn. This time he sent me a more personal invite. I sighed. I put it away and sipped my drink. I won't do this. Nope, no, no way. No, but then again if something does happen to Otto's experiments that might cause the man to go insane and become Dr. Octopus. Which would only make my life that much harder. No, what am I saying, Doc Ock only had problems with Spider-Man, I'm not Spider-Man, not anymore. But that means I'm effectively just signing the death warrant on Rosie's life, and I know I won't ever forgive myself for that. Fuck me. 3 days later. I drove up to the research lab, it was located out in Long Beach. It was late, night had already fallen. I told May and Ben I was going out for a while, told them Harry invited me to a party with his dad, I told my dad the same thing. From afar it looked more like a resort than a research facility. I drove up to the entrance and was stopped. I lowered the window. The security guard walked up, name and ID please. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 223, Chapter 220. Pete Parker, I took out my driver's license and handed it to the man. As he put the card through the machine and my name through the client list I looked around. I was wrong, only the outside looked like a resort, the inside was nothing more than a giant hangar. I looked at myself in the window, I can't believe I'm wearing a tuxedo. I sighed as I adjusted the bow tie, when I told them it was a black tie event Dad had insisted I get a new suit. I didn't want to but he insisted. I wanted to at least pay but he refused, said, it's a father's job to get his son a suit. If I can't at least do that what good am I? It was nothing fancy, just plain and simple. Had a small vest underneath inside of which I hide my web shooters. I don't know why I brought them along, but I just did. All right, you're clear to go through sir, the guard came back handing me my license, just go straight on through and give your car for valet. Thanks, I told him as I drove inside. As I came to the entrance I got out and the valet came to take my keys. No need, I told the man, Doc, find a place to park. Yes Peter, my car's AI replied as it drove itself away towards the nearest parking lot. People looked on in awe, they whispered and a few even tried to take a video but it was too LTE, I ignored them and walked inside. In the middle of the hangar was a giant version of Otto's little project. I gulped, I did not like the look of this. The last time I saw this thing, well, it was in Spider-Man 2 and Otto was threatening to blow up the whole of New York. There were tables everywhere, people everywhere. A lot of fancy dresses, whoa, a woman dressed in a very nice red dress just walked past. Her ass looked firm enough to break a tooth on. Damn, Moving on. I looked around, there were reporters there, people of interest, and I swear I saw a few people that looked like security. Was Norman expecting trouble? Just then I heard a voice call out, Peter. I turned to see Otto and Rosie walk up to me with smiles on their faces. I was notified the moment you arrived. It is so good to see you. I gave a smile in return. Otto, Rosie, it's nice to see you both again. Indeed it is my young friend, Otto, and I shook hands. It is thanks to you my project even got to this stage in the first place after all. Please, you give me too much credit, I chuckled. And you don't give yourself enough, Otto nodded. Your technology is in fact what allowed me to complete this in the first place. Really? What do you mean? Parker Blood, Rosie clarified, we used it to control the energy transfer. Without it, well, one can only imagine what could happen. Ah, we aren't going to have another repeat of last time are we? I asked as gently as I could. Oh no, rest assured, I made sure nothing will go wrong this time, Otto smiled before leaning in, and just to be sure I had a third party look it over as well. Everything will be fine. Glad to hear it, I smile, because I'm really not looking forward to being black hole food today. Otto gave a hearty laugh. Your jokes never cease to amuse me, Peter. Now, I'm sorry but we really must go. Norman insists we continue socializing with these people, he grumbled. Rosie laughed. Forgive him, he is not used to talking with people below his IQ. I shrugged. Believe me, I know what he's going through. Rosie smiled. Until then, Peter, she waved to me as they walked away. I looked around. So many people, all going out of their way to socialize. I didn't see anyone I recognized. Good. Last thing I need if a run-in with Harry or Flash like last time. I waved through the crowds. People had drinks in their hands, food. Chatting. I heard a few keywords like Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. and of course Latveria. I didn't think much of it. I found the bar pretty quickly. I ordered a Coke. I was going to be driving home today. As I sipped my drink though a woman came up to me and sat down next to me. Vodka, with vanilla, she smiled. I looked at her, pretty face, blonde hair, older, maybe 30. She looked fit, a gymnast maybe? You really shouldn't stare, she said. You had all these open seats lined up for you, yet you chose to come sit next to me, I replied back. Doesn't mean I wanted you to stare. So just a quick peek? I asked. She turned to me, looked me over. She took her drink. Sorry, you're too young for me. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 224, Chapter 221. I shrugged. It's fine, you're too skinny for me anyway. I picked up my drink and walked away. I don't know who the hell that chick is and I don't want to know. I waited for around half an hour. I honestly wanted this stupid thing to just get over with. But then, just as I was growing impatient, a stage was brought forth and Norman got on it. People cheered and clapped and he thanks them all. He smiled. Thank you all for being with us today. As some of you already know, Oscorp is striving to be the leading edge in clean green energy for some time now. Sadly Tony always seems to take the limelight from us on that one. People chuckled, they were amused. But now it's our turn to show you what we can do. And while Tony's light for the future twinkles like the distant stars, ours burns like the sun, he smiled. It took us some time to get people on board. But I am glad to say thanks to my team's efforts and the open mind of many good people Oscorp will now be supplying fresh clean energy for the whole city of New York. People gasped as slowly they all began to clap in excitement. And we will begin that promised a night. When my lead scientist Otto Octavius flips this machine's switch the energy transferred into the city will come from this facility alone. And it will run indefinitely for at least 100 years. So, without further ado. Otto. Bring us to the future. I'll give him this much, he's one hell of a performer. Otto got on stage with Rosie right behind him. He said nothing, he took off his coat and gave it to his wife, revealing his 4 giant tentacle arms attached to his back. He was still using that mechanical device to connect his nerves to his machine, not good. Rosie walked off stage and the moment she did the entire stage got up, slowly lifting Otto up. I spread his arms out, they moved independently. They reached down, Rosie held up a wooden box. One arm opened the box while Took reached inside and took out a glowing purple stone. My eyes went wide. No, I ran towards Rosie. I watched as Otto put the stone in the middle of his machine and slowly start the machine. You have to stop him, I told her. Rosie blinked. Peter? What are you? That stone, where did you get it? I asked her looking at the large fusion reactor. And Norman gave it to us, we tested it Peter, it's safe to us, she told me reassuringly. No, I told her, it's a ticking time bomb. Did you ever test it on this machine? No, not. What the hell is going on? Someone from the crowd yelled out. I turned to the machine, the rock had mutated into a glowed red sun, something was off. Suddenly it pulsated outwards sending a shockwave that pushed people back and had our hair standing up straight. Rosie. I can't hold it. Shut it down. Otto cried out as he tried to use his arms to hold back the small sun. Wow, this guy's stupid. Right. Rosie ran away. No. I chased after her. She reached the switch, but just then a strong flare of solar energy came rushing at her. My spider sense went off, but I didn't care. I jumped at her and pushed her out of the wave. The energy wave passed over us and hit the ground, blowing up pieces of concrete. I looked around, people were running away. I could see Osborne being escorted out by his protection detail. Peter. Rosie asked in confusion, before she snapped out of it and realized what was going on. We need to stop it. Right. Stay down. I ran at the switch and looked around, quickly finding the off switch. I pulled the lever down and immediately the magnetic stabilizers kicked in and shut the sun down. But it had grown too large, too strong. It wasn't going away quietly. It sent out a blast of energy right at me. I couldn't get away in time. It hit me and sent me flying across the hangar. I regained control in midair and backflipped, landing on my feet. Rosie, no. Otto cried out as a wave of energy came flying at his wife. He jumped off his platform and used his arms to reach her. He came before her, using his body to protect her from the blast. Arg, he cried out in pain. I saw the metal arms heat up, slowly fusing into his spine. Otto. Rosie cried out. He was sent flying away, crashing into the warehouse wall. Rosie got on her feet and ran towards him. Groan. The entire roof around Otto was collapsing, and she was heading right towards it. Shit. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my web shooters. I sent out quick bursts of web fluid holding up portions of the ceiling and wall. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 225, Chapter 222. Rosie reached Otto's side. Otto? Otto. Speak to me, she cried out. Rosie, we need to get out of here. Now. I called out, reaching her side. No. Not without Otto, she cried out. I grumbled. Fine. I grabbed him and pulled him over my shoulders, carrying him like a fireman while his arms were being dragged along. Now move. I cried out. She didn't ask how I managed to carry a man twice my weight on my back while dragging along nearly 2,000 pounds of metal. I don't really think it registered in her mind what I was doing. We left the hangar just as a final burst of energy came flying out. It threw Rosie and me off our feet. I landed with Otto, but Rosie, she went flying into a tree. Her head smashed into a tree. I saw blood come out in droves. No, I gasped as I ran at her. I held her up. She wasn't dead, just unconscious. No, wake up Rosie, please. I looked around. Someone. Get a doctor. No one responded, they were too busy running away. I took out my phone and dialed a number I had long memories. It picked up almost immediately. Hello. Tony, get SHIELD down to Oscorp's little research lab in Long Island. A star just went supernova. People are hurt and I don't know if the thing's still active. I'll tell them at once. He hung up. I knew he would be here, so I held her close, making sure nothing bad happened to her. I'm so close. She's the reason Otto goes mad. Well, one of them. If I can save her, I can save him. A week later. I looked down at Rosie. She looked almost peaceful. The door opened up and a woman walked in. The same blonde woman from before with a nice face. I came to know her name, Agent Morse, A.K.A. Bobby. SHIELD had that place under surveillance. She was the lead on this case. Did the doctors say when she'll wake up? She asked. No, I told her. She's in a coma. Seems that there was a blood clot in her brain before this. She had moments to live. It's a miracle she pulled through. Her mind has to heal first, and then her body. Bobby nodded. And why exactly are you here, Peter? I smiled. I'm a friend. Otto's hurt right now. He would want to be here. Least I can do is look after her. Right. She looked at me with narrowed eyes. Did you know about the accident? I sighed. You aren't seriously thinking I sabotaged this, did you? No, she smiled. Why so defensive? I couldn't help rolling my eyes. Compared to Nat, who's a master manipulator of any dialogue, this woman was an amateur. I sighed. Listen, Agent Morse, as much as I would like to help you, I can't. And why not? It's above your pay grade, I told her. What? She raised an eyebrow. Call Fury, ask him about me. He'll probably groan and whine for a bit, but he'll come around. I patted her on the shoulder. He's keeping vital info from you. Get that first and then you can see the whole picture. I left Rosie's hospital room and went to the lift. Barbara Morse, Mockingbird, honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. This version of her is a joke, barely better than cannon fodder. But she is clever, I'll give her that. She doesn't know I work for SHIELD, or I used to anyway. I don't know why Fury's keeping this from her, but it's honestly a waste of time. I was her lead suspect. Talk about not seeing the whole picture. Bobby's investigation was slow, but honestly, I don't care anymore. My only responsibility was making sure Rosie pulled through. Otto could still be saved, I hope. Last I heard he was being treated in a private facility. And Norman? Well, I felt bad for him. After people had been rescued, it was found that 13 people had died during the experiment. And since all those people were very rich and very powerful, Norman was being sued. It was called the trial of the century, I just called it a joke. The man was being charged with intent to murder, it won't hold up. It was an accident. Sure they can sue him for lots of money, but that won't put him away for long. I drove back to the Baxter building and took the elevator upstairs. The structural security of the building had been restored, so for the past week the FF had been bringing in all the cool science toys into our new lab. So far only mine and Johnny's have been fixed, since ours looked the least damaged and thereby needed the fewest items replaced. I walked into a now fully furnished lounge. Hey guys. Hey Pete, Ben called out from his special chair as he read his essay, how's Rosie? Still the same, I shrugged as I took off my coat and sighed. I looked outside, it was snowing already. November was at an end and with it came all the coldness and harshness of winter. Damn the cold. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 226, Chapter 223. Is she going to be alright? Sue asked from a love seat near the back of the room. She was curled up with a good book dressed in a nice blue sweater that matched her eyes and yoga pants that cupped her ass. I sighed, no clue, I replied with few words. She nodded and returned to her book. Ever since that kiss, she and I didn't know how to act with each other. So far no one has commented on it, but I suppose it's only a matter of time. I looked around, where's Johnny, with Liz? Ben scoffed, yup. And what about you Ben? Dr. Lady out of town? I asked with a sly smile as I grabbed a cup and poured myself a cup of black coffee. Betty's out of state, visiting her mother, Ben grunted, she'll be back by Christmas. Nice, got her a present? No. Should I? Oh yes, Sue spoke up with a smile, get her, a book? I don't know. Oh I know. I smirked, rock climbing gear. Peter. Sue snapped. Ah. Good one kid, Ben chuckled, I'm writing that one down. I smirked, S.E. Sue, no harm, unlike Johnny I'm funny. I walked to the lounge and stopped. I looked around. The other sofa was covered with books, and apparently Johnny decided to be a little firebug because the rest of the sofas all had freaking burn marks on it the shape of his ass. I looked over, Sue noticed my plight and moved over. Thanks, I told her stiffly as I sat down next to her, the love seat left very little room for us to move. I sipped my coffee as I looked at the book she was reading, Mockingbird Hey. Ha, that's kind of funny. Considering I was talking with an agent who would one day be called just that. Sue nodded, yeah, finally got around to reading it. I nodded, a book where a man is persecuted because he's different and one man stands up to defend him. Yeah, Sue sighed, too bad he's also a racist. I blinked, what? Sue smiled, yeah, Arcticus was a racist, but he was an even bigger believer in the law. So kind of a two-way split. No shit, I grumbled sipping my coffee. So kid, any plans for the holidays? Ben asked. Honestly? No, I sighed, May and Ben are staying put. My dad as you know is with S.H.I.E.L.D. trying to help them track down anyone he saw with Wyndham and well, I'm just here. No you're not, you have us, Sue said quickly before she realized it. We looked at each other, she blushed and spoke, all of us. You can spend Christmas with us if you want. I smiled, thanks Sue. I appreciate it. And I just might take you up on that. She smiled and returned to her book. I sat there so some time, I just thought. With Rosie in the hospital would Otto come after her? Would he come after his wife or would he go after Norman who ruined his life? What would he do? I sighed, why am I even thinking about this? This isn't my business anymore. Bobby has this, she can sort it out. And then a small voice in my head asked me, do you really believe that? Moron. I sighed, even in my own head I'm an asshole. But I didn't know what I was supposed to do. What? Just put on my mask and jacket the moment trouble rises? I'm not Peter, I don't feel as if every single thing in my fault, it's not my job, not anymore. I sighed and got up, walking away. Sue looked up from her book, where are you going? Lab, I need to do some work, ideal hands and all that, I called out behind me. I entered my lab and locked the door behind me. Nearly everything that had been broken had been replaced. My terminal and computer were fine, but the machine I used had to go. Luckily I still had all my files saved and on record, so I didn't lose any work. I turned everything on and immediately the blueprints for my latest project was up on display before me as a hologram. A gun, no bigger than a Glock. Expect this one didn't fire bullets, this one was the next version of my EMP gun. I made a few modifications. It had 2 settings, one was EMP mode where it shot out a concentrated beam of magnetic energy that fired any circuits it touched and the other converted that magnetic energy into electrical energy, causing it to act like a stun gun. And I had made it with Otto in mind. In case he ever went crazy. Why, I don't have an answer. I eyed the model before sighing, fuck it, might as well get this over with. I went around the lab, grabbed my tools, I had a weapon to build. It was 2 hours later when I was done. I called it my spider gun, real original right? I placed the newly made weapon on my table and eyed it. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. kofi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 227, Chapter 224. Why? Why did I make this? It's just like that time I began this whole hero business. MJ told me heroes were needed, and I spent a week perfecting my first ever pair of web shooters. A whole week. And for what? A chance? I took my empty mug. I need more coffee. I walked into the lounge and found Ben watching the news. The man was looking with his jaw open at the image displayed before him. In bright red letters it read Otto Octavius escapes. 10 killed in the process. What followed was a video of Otto rampage in Thought the City. He was throwing aside cars and trucks like they were nothing. What is this guy? Ben asked. About an hour ago, former head of Oscorp's Pure Energy Division woke up from his coma. He was found injured after the Oscorp Energy incident nearly a week ago. Dr. S said he wouldn't have ever woken up since his brain showed reason to do so. But he did. We are getting reports that nearly 10 people have died before he finished his rampage of death. The police began a shootout with him in public and lost him a little over 10 minutes ago. If anyone sees this man, do not approach him, he is armed and very dangerous. The footage went back to Otto yelling out. I squinted, I could barely make out what he was yelling. Where is my wife? My eyes went wide as I gasped. Hey Pete, doesn't this guy's arms kind of look like yours? Ben asked. He turned around, but I was already running away. Hey! Where are you going? I ran into my lap and grabbed the gun, tucking it into my jeans. I took the elevator down and drove off as fast as I could. There was a chance Otto found out where Rosie was. The man was a genius. He could have just hidden for a while and do a simple Google search. Rosie's accident was all over the news. The papers reported exactly where she was. I reached the hospital in record time. The lifts were too crowded, not enough time. I went to the stairs and ran them 2 at a time. I reached the floor just as Bobby walked in with a cup of steaming coffee. She blinked. Parker? What are you doing here? He's coming here, I told her, running to Rosie's room, not waiting for her to catch up. What? Hey! Get back her! Bobby threw her cup away and began to run after me. I ignored her. I reached Rosie's room. I grabbed the door and threw it open. A metal arm lunged at my face, its claws about to crush me when a calm voice called out, no. The arm stopped. It slowly pulled back and turned around. He's a friend. It nodded almost like it understood him and moved back. Otto stood over Rosie's bed wearing nothing but a trench coat and a pair of sunglasses. The hospital gown he had underneath was covered in dirt and a little bit of blood. His arms hanged around him like tentacles, looking everywhere he wasn't. Otto, I whispered, slowly moving forward, you're awake. Yes, he nodded before gulping. Is she okay? A blood clot in her brain, I told him. It's kind of ironic, if she didn't get hurt when she did, the doctors never would have found it. She's stable but... Stop right there. Bobby cried out as she leveled a gun at Otto, get down on the floor. Now. No. Otto roared as he turned to her, sending all his arms at her. Stop, Otto. I yelled, jumping in front of Bobby. The arm stopped inches away from me, my breathing quickened, fear slowly seeped away. Get out of the way, Peter. Otto cried out. No, Otto, I can't do that, I told him, definitely meeting his angry gaze. If I do that you'll kill her, and Rosie wouldn't want you to be that. What are you doing? Bobby hissed. Shut up and don't do a thing, or I'll have Fury take your damn badge. I hissed at her before turning to Otto and sighing. Please, Otto, you need to stop this. Those arms, they are messing with your head, they aren't doing a damn thing. He cried out, smashing one into the one next to my face. He pulled his arm out and brought it next to my neck. You better watch your tongue. I saved you and your wife, I told him. I helped you. I am your friend Otto, and now you're threatening to kill me. Would you really do something like that? Would the man Rosie married do something like that? Otto looked at me, his eyebrows rose behind his sunglasses in surprise. His arms started to move around his head, almost like they were talking to him. He held onto his head and shook it. No, no. He's a good boy. He saved Rosie. Fight them, Otto, I urged him, please. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. kofi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 228, Chapter 225. Otto looked like he was doing just that, and winning. I looked up. I'm sorry, Peter, it's not your fault, you saved her. Thank you. I sighed. It's okay. I looked over my shoulder. Bobby was surprised to say the least. She looked at me. I motioned her to move back. I turned to Otto. We need to get those arms off you as soon as possible, Otto. The chip in your spine that helped you control them is gone, your mind is open for attack. Yes, yes, I need help. His arm began to move again, but not before I kill the man who did this to me. Norman Osborn will die. Otto, no. I cried out, please, you'll get justice, I promise you, but not this way. People will get hurt, please just. No. What kind of man would I be if I didn't avenge my wife's killer with my own hands? Osborn will die. Rosie isn't dead. She is right there. I pointed at her, and if you do this, you will spend the rest of your life as a criminal. And when Rosie wakes up and opened her eyes, I don't want the first thing she sees to be an empty room. She need you, Otto. Now. Otto growled, his arms were raised into the air, you talk too much, boy. You presume too much. I will have my revenge and protect my wife. I will do it. And there is no one to stop me. Stop. Bobby cried out as she fired at him. Otto blocked the bullet with his arms before lunging out at her. No. I drew my gun and pointed at him. His eyes winded as I pulled the trigger and an EMP pellet hit him right in the chest, shutting down his arms immediately. Otto fell to his knees, his body not able to hold onto the weight of his fully extended metallic arms. I looked up at me, his eyes slowly clearing up. Peter? How? EMP gun, I smiled, are the arms AI voices gone? He nodded, yes, yes. He looked down at his arms, oh my god. What have I done? It's not your fault, Otto, I kneeled down before him, you were sick. He looked up, I saw fury in his eyes, Osborn, he did this to me. No, please no. I'll have his head. Zib. No. A stun gun went off. I jumped aside as Bobby fired it at Otto, electrocuting him unconscious. He hit the floor. I turned to her and shook my head, are you a moron? Or did Shield decided to pull a fast one on me? He was going to go crazy again, she told me. The arms were turned off, I sighed as I got back up. What you saw was the face of a man whose wife was in a coma and his spine was permanently fused with 4 metal arms. He's allowed to be a little angry. Seriously, I'm this close to calling fury on you. Okay, seriously, who the hell are you? Bobby asked. You didn't ask Fury. I did. And? He called you a pain in the ass. I smirked, well, he's not wrong. Next week. Otto was taken to jail. I told Fury that he needed help, not lock up, but the man didn't listen to me. They managed to remove his arms and store them apparently secure enough, but I'm sure he would be back. Otto's too smart not to. Bobby didn't get into trouble, apparently she followed procedure exactly. I didn't really have a problem with that. If they want to treat meta-humans like they were just humans, who am I to blame? Either way, I was done. One little mission, that's all I allowed myself. And now I'm done. I told myself that, but every time I turned on the news I felt my ironclad will crumble. The names of the 10 people I killed was released. 10 people whose lives I could have saved, 10 people who would be with their families for the holidays if I had just worn the suit. 10 people, damn it all to hell. I blamed myself, though I knew I wasn't really to blame. It was Osborn's fault, it was all his fault. And the media thought so too. When they found about Otto and his story, they went on a witch hunt. They made Otto seem like a victim, which he was, and put all the blame on Norman's head. All of it. The man now faced murder charges. They wouldn't stick in court though, I know it. I sat in my bed, my mind spinning 100 miles per hour. I didn't understand what I needed to do, what I wanted to do. I didn't want to die, but I knew thanks to Logan's blood I can't. And so I asked myself, what should I do now? And I didn't have an answer. I need help, I need to talk to someone, figure out what's going on in my head. What I'm supposed to be. I need a psychiatrist. And I also need to get away from here, from all of this. I picked up the phone and dialed a number I learned long ago. The man on the other side picked it. In a calming voice he spoke, hello. Professor, I sighed, it's me. Peter. I need to talk, I need help. The man sighed, my doors are always open to you, Peter. Please, come whenever you wish. Thanks, Professor X, I appreciate this. I hanged up and looked around. I need to lie to May and Ben, tell them I'm doing something else. Whatever, I'm sure I'll think of something. I already have a plan lined up. This weekend, I'll visit them all this weekend. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 229, Chapter 226, Examine the Mind. I drove into the Xavier mansion and pulled into the garage. I got out and reached into the back seat, pulling out my duffel bag. I told May and Ben I was going for a school trip. They didn't even bother checking with the school to make sure there was a school trip. I hate the fact I abused their trust like that, but it had to be done. Richard had no idea I was here, which is good. The man had been awfully protective lately, something I didn't like. He needed to learn he had no say in my life. I walked up to the main mansion doors and smiled. All in all, it would be nice to see Jean again. I walked in and immediately stopped and blinked. Get back here, Kurt, a brown-haired young girl with a button nose cried out as she ran at a blue fur-covered boy with a tail, 3 digits on his feet and hand. Oh, and he was teleporting. You have to catch me first, he cried out as he disappeared in a puff of smoke before reappeared right before me. He leaped forward without looking and ran headfirst into my gut. Honestly, it felt like nothing. He groaned as he rubbed his head and looked up. What hit me? I smiled down at the shorted boy. Guten Tag, my friend. Kit's eyes went wide. His hands immediately reached for his watch and turned to on, causing the fur and tail to disappear, replacing his mutant form with an ordinary teenage boy. Hello. I chuckled. So that's why Xavier wanted the watch. I remembered him asking for the holographic watch. Guess this was why. Hello there, I'm Peter. Would you be so kind as to tell me where I can find the professor? I asked, looking at Kurt and the brown-haired girl, who was now right next to us. Yeah, who are you anyway? The girl, I realized was Shadowcat, asked. An old friend, I smiled. The professor and the rest are having breakfast, Kurt said slowly. We can show you if you want. Cool, lead the way, I smiled. Kitty, the brown-haired girl, not my silver-haired ex, grabbed the cell phone Kurt was holding with a huff, and don't steal my stuff. I was so close too. Kurt grumbled as we walked into the mansion. So, you're the new students, hey? I made small conversation. What can you do? Kitty looked surprised. Wait, you know about our powers? Your mutant powers, they nodded. Yeah, I know. Also, considering I didn't freak out seeing a blue dude with a tail should have made that obvious. Kurt chuckled nervously. Haha, yeah. Professor told me to keep my disguise on, but I usually turn it off at the mansion. I wasn't expecting any guest. No worries, can't expect to hide forever. Besides, I didn't build that thing to serve as a crutch, it's a disguise, nothing more, I said, pointing at the watch around Kit's hand. What? You built this? Kurt asked in surprise and joy. Yup, the professor asked me to. Thank you, thank you. Kurt hugged me and began to jump. It's thanks to this watch I can even talk to people. They are actually nice to me now. I smiled. Well, I'm glad I could help. But could you let me down? Kurt blinked. Sorry. He stopped as quickly began to walk. So are you a mutant too? I shrugged. In a way. In a way? What do you mean in a way? Kitty asked, very curious. My mutation is man-made, I shrugged, freely giving out that information, so while I can be called a mutant, I'm not a real one like you and Blue Ball. By the way, what's your names? Oh, I'm Catherine, but everyone just calls me Kitty, the girl smiled. And I'm Kurt. Kurt Wagner. At your service, the boy smiled. So Kurt, you're a teleporter, right? Yes. I can go anywhere I have been before, the boy was excited. Guess he really liked me. I wonder how that works, I asked myself. In my head the scientist in me began to think 100 miles per hour. Could he somehow have the power to bend space? No, if that's the case, why the smoke? It would instant, no mess no fuss. And the smoke, what is it? A byproduct? The only thing I can think of is that he jumps into another dimension and then jumps out. Like in Minecraft and the other world. How moving around in the netherworld means moving further in the real world. This warrants investigation. I wonder if... excuse me, Kitty asked, shaking me out of my thoughts. Are you okay? I blinked and turned to her. What? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. It's just I was caught up trying to figure out how Kit's powers work. Really? Kitty asked, surprised. What do you think? I turned to Kurt. I think Kurt can hope through dimensions. The two teens gaped in shock. His power seems to come from his mutation, like a gateway. My guess? He can hope into a world smaller in scale to our own and then hope out in another place. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 230, Chapter 227. That is so cool. Kurt said with glittering eyes. I smiled. Glad you think so, Blue. Tell me, when you jump away, do you see anything? Anything at all? How does it feel? Kurt blinked. Nothing really. I just feel like I'm moving to another place immediately. I don't see much when I disappear, only purple smoke. The smoke must be hiding your sight, I thought to myself before sighing. Damn it, now I'm interested in trying to figure out your powers. Okay. Kitty said slowly. Anyway, here we are. She led me into the dining room where I found Jean, Scott, Logan, Storm, the professor, a black kid with blonde-dyed hair and girl with brown hair and a silver streak running down her side. I'm guess the girl's Rouge, but I don't know the kid. Since this is the evolution series, could he be Spike? Thought I smelt you around, bub. Logan spotted me first, smirking. Peter. Jean cried out as he got up and quickly jumped at me, hugging me tightly. This is such a surprise. I smiled as I dropped my duffel bag and hugged her back. It's nice to see you too, Birdie. Why are you here, Peter? Did something happen? Jean asked me telepathically. No. I just needed some time away from New York and the people there. I smiled. Hope you don't mind. The professor said I could crash here for a few days. Jean smiled, of course not. Oh, this is going to so exciting. I chuckled, always bubbly. Jean stepped aside as Scott walked up to me with a forced smile. Hey Scott, nice seeing you again. Peter, he nodded, still a little defensive, what are you doing here? Peter here needed a few days rest, the professor said. I offered him our home. I didn't realize this was a resort, Scott shot back. I winced, I didn't realize it would seem that way. Scott, that's no way to treat a friend, Charles scolded him, he is our guest here, do you understand? Scott nodded, right. Excuse me, but can someone tell me who this is? Kitty asked, like seriously, I'm totally confused right now. This is Peter, he's my friend from before I joined the X-Men, Jean said with a smile. When my powers first appeared, Peter was the one who taught me to control them. Heck, he did a lot more than that, he even helped me come to terms with being a mutant in the first place. Whoa, Kitty said looking at me now in a new light, you helped Jean? That's so cool. Can you help me out? I'm having trouble when I go to bed. Every time I do I end up phasing through it. I blinked, acting time. Phasing? What's your power? Oh, right. Silly me, she pressed her hand on the table until it phased through the table, spreading down below. I hummed, oh, I see, damn, that's extremely scary. Why is that? Kitty asked. Because of what it implies, I groaned, can I see it again? She nodded as she did the same, keeping her hand there inside the table. I touched her arm above the table, feeling it stiff, solid. No vibrations. Okay. I think I got it, I nodded. You have? Charles asked a little surprise. Yeah. If what I think is true, then your powers are very dangerous, Kathy, very dangerous indeed. Really? Hey wait, my name's Kitty. Not Kathy. Kathy cried out. I shrugged, I don't like cats. Jean shot me a sidelong glance but said nothing. Anyway, your powers don't involve vibrations, meaning it's not about shifting your frequency. What you're doing is so much better. You are literally manipulating your body's quantum frequency. Very impressive. Okay, now I'm lost, Kathy said scratching her head, can you make any sense? Jean chuckled, I've been asking that since the day I met him. I scratched my nose, I can't be sure until I get some tech to check you out, but I'm assuming that what you are doing involves quantum physics, more specifically, quantum probability. Basically, this is taking too long, look it's like this. Your mind basically can make your body act on a submolecular level. Basically, according to your body the surface you are touching doesn't exist, so you can move across it. The X-Men blinked. Spike spoke up, I still don't get it. Honestly Peter, you just have to show off every time don't you? Jean raised an eyebrow smiling. I chuckled, yeah. Sorry, my stomach growled loudly, with that said. Any chance we can get something to eat now? I'm starving. Of course, please sit, Xavier motioned to the table. Thanks, I nodded as I sat down near the end with Spike. Jean went back to her seat with Scott. Kurt sat next to me while Kathy sat opposite to me, next to Rouge, who was currently giving me the stink eye. So, what's your name Grumpy? I asked with a smirk. None of your business, she snapped back. Okay then Grumpy, I smirked, turning to Spike, I'm Peter, you're Evan, nice to meet you, the kid smiled, where are you from? Queens, I replied, you? Manhattan, the Bronx, Evan smiled, where do you go to school? Midtown High, you? Oh, wait, Midtown High? Your name isn't Peter Parker is it? Evan asked sounding amazed. I blinked, hey, yeah, why? Dude. It's you. The Peter Parker. The guy who's so smart you work with the Fantastic Four. I blinked, how did you know that? Everyone knows that man. It isn't every day we find out a teenager works with superheroes. Plus like did you save your school from those hammer drones last year? That was so cool. My friend said he saw you drive a school bus over them. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 231, Chapter 228. My jaw was dropped in shock, I didn't think was that famous. So is it true? Rouge asked, do you really work with the FF? I nodded, yeah, well, I mean I used to but, not since the Doom incident. Wait, do you know Spider-Man? Kathy suddenly asked getting on her feet. I looked around, Jean and Logan were holding back laughter while Xavier and Storm just smiled. I looked at Kathy and shrugged, kind of. He pops in once in a while, says hello. He and Johnny go out and fight crime a lot, so I don't really see him much. Kathy's eyes start to sparkle, oh my god, oh my god. What's he like? Is he single? Is he ugly under the mask? Does he like make the webs? Does it come out of him? I blinked, I turned to Jean, she looked like she was going to pop a blood vessel struggling to hold back her laughter. I sighed, I don't really know him that well. I have never seen him without the mask, but he seems nice enough. Where is he right now? Rouge asked. What do you mean? Kathy asked, sounding confused. We haven't seen Spider-Man in over 2 months, Rouge explained, sipping a cup of black coffee. So is he dead or what? What? He can't be dead. He's Spider-Man. Kathy cried out before turning to me. Right. Right. Everyone looked at me, waiting for an answer. I sighed. He's gone. I don't know when he's coming back, if he's coming back. No way. Kathy slumped into her seat looking defeated. The people who knew my secret identity, however, well, they just looked worried. Peter, you're not thinking off, Jean asked, her thoughts worried. Killing myself? No, but I don't know if I want to continue being Spider-Man, I replied back before turning to my meal and eating quietly. I turned to Logan. Have you spoken to Steve lately? Logan nodded. We have. He's still shaken up, but he's getting better. I nodded, remaining quiet as slowly the others began to speak. Kathy began to yell at Kurt for stealing her phone while Jean and Scott were whispering while the shades-wearing boy kept glaring at me. Peter, perhaps now would be an excellent time to begin, Xavier spoke up as soon as I finished. I nodded and got up. Lead the way. I'll see the rest of you later, I waved at them, following Xavier into his office, a few doors down. We entered a majestic room, fancy and huge. He rolled behind his desk and motioned for me to sit down before him. Now then, why did you ask for my help, Peter? I sighed. It's difficult to explain. Does it involve Spider-Man? He asked. Yes, but not just him, I sighed. It's my whole life, you see, ever since Doom came, I've been afraid. He raised an eyebrow. Afraid? Afraid of what? I meet his eyes, of dying. Which is funny considering I can't die. Especially now. I'm sorry? I don't follow, Peter. Why do you think you can't die? I sighed. Did Logan and Jean tell you what happened? How Doom broke me? Leaving me inches away from death. Xavier nodded. Yes, when they told me they could save your life I didn't hesitate to allow them use of the Blackbird. I nodded. Thanks for that. Anyway, the process to save my life needed a little of Logan's blood to help me heal myself. But it did a lot more than that. It gave me his powers. I held up my right hand and slowly my stingers tore through my skins. Xavier's eyes went wide as the blood-soaked black bone claws came out of my hand. I winced in pain. I was still not used to this. I showed him my hand. I gained Logan's powers as well. All of them. Meaning? You can heal from virtually any injury, Xavier concluded, looking at my stingers in surprise. Exactly. I drew my claws back inside. I showed Xavier my hand as the tears in my skin the claws made slowly healed itself up. I sighed, so I know I can't be hurt, or at least killed. Yet, I'm afraid to put on that costume. And when I woke up from my coma fully healed I was angry, so angry. I wanted to get Doom back, but the moment I heard about Felicia, I don't care about him. Felicia was your girlfriend, Xavier corrected himself. I nodded, yes. Jean told you about her. Jean had some choice words for the woman. She was enraged at what she had done. She told me she assaulted you, yes. I shrugged, yes, but it wasn't anything too bad. She just tossed me. Honestly, the worst is that she didn't let me come with her. What do you mean? She's the Black Cat, you remember her, right? Xavier nodded, yes, the young woman who was with you when we went after Wyndham. Yeah. And remember the thief that helped us get into the black site? Her father, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Anyway, she and I have been trying to figure out a way to get him out for some time now. When suddenly she was offered help in doing just that. I told her it was a trap, but she didn't listen. When Doom attacked me, S.H.I.E.L.D. and everyone else was put on high alert and focused all their attention on Latveria, giving Felicia the perfect chance to save her father and get away with it. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 232, Chapter 229. Which she did. I smiled, yup. When I found out I wasn't mad. Honestly I wasn't. I was impressed. She was smart. I was just so happy she wasn't in jail that I didn't care she used my injuries as an excuse to run away. And when I could, I tracked her down. Only, she was already planning on running away. She had to, her father was a fugitive and she didn't want him to leave her again. So she became one as well, she became a criminal. I offered to come along, I told her I would do it. But when I did, she tossed me. Xavier observed me, you were willing to give up your entire life here in New York, your family and friends, just for her. I pointed at my head, Xavier quickly understood as he opened a telepathic channel. I thought out, yes, I would. When I got these powers, I was forced to be Spider-Man. I knew I had to be a protector, try and help people when I could. And then I forced myself to be a better Peter Parker, to be as smart as I could, for my family. But Felicia, she was the only part of my life I wanted. So yes, if I could, I would have dropped everything for her. Xavier broke the connection inside. It's hard to read your thoughts, Peter. I'll admit though, it's not often I see someone feel the world around them is a lie. I shrugged, it feels that way to me. You see yourself as three people, don't you? Xavier hypothesized, one part is Peter Parker, the other is Spider-Man. And this third face, you see it as your true self, don't you? I nod, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Scary accurate. Seriously, one look in my head and he figured that out? Greatest mind in the world indeed. I see, and why do you feel that is? Xavier asked. I groaned, it's complicated. It's like this. When I got my powers I didn't want to be a hero, but I felt there was a part of me that forced me to become one. When I was Peter Parker, there was a part of me that compelled me to be the best. But now? Now I have nothing. Spider-Man is broken, dead to the world. And Peter Parker's greatest achievement, working in the Baxter building, had been blown up to bits. So I find myself wondering, what the hell should I do now? Xavier smiled, Peter, I think you aren't seeing the whole picture here. No one is asking you to be a hero, you do that all by yourself. People don't just do something because they have to, not unless they are forced to. You chose to be Spider-Man, you chose to be a scientist. Maybe now you must ask yourself if you are truly satisfied with who you are. I thought it over, and found myself agreeing with the man. He didn't have the whole picture, he didn't know who I really was, but, maybe he can help me. I looked at him, Charles, I want you to look into my mind. Xavier's eyes went wide, I'm sorry. I stared him down, there is a part of my mind that is locked away. When Jean first acquired her powers she tried to read it but found herself unable to. I'm not sure why. But I want you to try. I want to explain to you what's going on. Please. Xavier looked at me for a moment before sighing, very well Peter, if that is what you wish, I shall comply. He rolled around the table and stopped right in front of me placing his fingers on my head and sighing, try to relax, you won't feel a thing. I nodded as I closed my eyes and let go of all my worries and thoughts. Suddenly I felt something come into my head. I heard Charlie's voice, I'm inside Peter, would you like to come in as well? I shrugged, yeah, if you can. One moment, he replied and suddenly my eyes began to grow heavy. I found myself floating in a pink void, completely empty of everything. And suddenly the area below me began to grow, slowly the pink turned inside out, I found myself standing in a city filled with buildings I was familiar with. It looked a little bit like New York, but a super compressed version of it. I saw the Baxter building right next to Midtown High. I saw the Avengers Tower next to a library Peter used to visit in a hospital where he spent a month recovering from a broken arm. Where am I? I thought out loud, finding my avatar doing the same. I looked down, I wasn't in my civilian clothes anymore. I was in my red and black costume. This is your mind Peter, Xavier said as he suddenly appeared next to me. Ah! I cried out jumping back, how the hell can you sneak up on me in my own head? That's not fair. I suppose it isn't, he smiled looking around, interesting. For you your mind is in the form of the places you visited, a very unique way of remembering things. Ah, yeah, I kind of based it around the memory palace principle, you know. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 233, Chapter 230. Xavier nodded, I am aware. I must say this is certainly very thorough, he snapped his fingers and we were both up in the air, flying around my mind city, your detailing is excellent, very good. No surprise though, considering your genius level IQ. Thanks, I smirked. I looked around some more. Most of them were buildings of New York, a huge glass building I saw filled with books, that must be my main data core. But as I passed by several buildings, I saw flashes of something through the gaps between the buildings. I stopped and observed, as if granting my desires, all the buildings around us began to move away, just outside the limits of my mind city was a tall black tower jutting out into the sky. I believe that's what you wish to show me, Xavier replied looking at the tall tower. Really? You think? I asked rolling my eyes. Just then a building near my right hand light up like a Christmas tree. The neon sign, Joke House started flashing brightly over it. What? I believe that's where you make all your comedic quips and bad puns, Xavier smiled as he snapped his fingers opening the building in half revealing a comedy club inside with a packed audience and a smaller version of me inside dressed in a tux and charming smile. So I say to the girl, woman, you might be one cool cat, but all I care about is your fine puss. Okay. I cut in snapping my fingers, closing the building, that's enough. Xavier smiled, it's alright Peter, I'm used to people's suppressed feelings coming out. Believe me, I've had it all. I was about to reply when suddenly the tux wearing me came running out and yelled, it not that. I just didn't want you to hear a crappy joke. It would ruin my reputation. I blinked as the small me bowed and walked back inside. I turned to Xavier, what he said. Xavier chuckled, come, I believe there's a tower you wish to show me. I nodded as I took the lead. We soon moved out of the city of my memories, or more accurately, Peter's memories and approached the tower. I didn't really understand why my old lives' memories were in the form of a tower, especially one this gruesome. But I knew this was the place. I scratched the side of the tower and pressed my hand up against it. Suddenly the entire thing began to rumble and shake. Slowly a gateway opened before me into the middle of the tower. I looked inside and saw thousands upon thousands of crystal balls floating in the air. I focused on one and found a movie running inside. Those are memory balls, Xavier explained as he came up next to me. They are the most basic way to store memory. I must say when compared to your city, these are quite basic in design. That's because they are my memories from before I cry. A loud siren exploded outwards, overpowering my voice. Xavier and I held our ears shut and waited until it stopped. When it did, we looked at each other in surprise. Why did it do that? I asked. It seems to be some kind of defense mechanism, Xavier concluded. Whatever you were about to tell me, it obviously didn't want you to. This must be why Jean didn't understand me the first time around, I realized, every time I try and tell someone about my past. Cry. Once again, the ears rang violently. I sighed when the ringing stopped. Shit. This is most vexing, Xavier said before eyeing the open tower. Come, let us go inside, I wish to see what could possibly need such protection. I nodded as I floated inside. I recognized some of the movies playing in the orbs, The Dark Knight, Avengers 2, The Amazing Spider-Man. All my memories of before, all that knowledge, it was right here. Xavier approached, but the moment he stepped inside, he began to scream, "Arg!" Everything turned pink once more and I suddenly found myself back in the real world. Xavier removed his hands from my temples like they were on fire. He began to pant furiously as he looked at me in horror. What was that? I blinked. I don't know. It felt, oh my god, it felt like nothing I ever felt before. I gulped. Peter, what is in your head is impossible. It's like a black hole, no telepath on Earth and break into that place. What is inside there? What are you keeping? It's my memories of $%. Xavier blinked. What? I said it's my $%2. I told him what it was, but somehow, he couldn't understand a word I was saying. I blinked. Okay, how is this possible? Xavier looked down in thoughtfulness. He looked at me and then his hands before sighing. I can only come to one conclusion, Peter. Whatever is in that tower, whatever you're hiding, something very powerful wants to keep it away from anyone else. It doesn't allow you to speak the words out, it makes everything you say sound like gibberish. So you're saying when I think I'm saying something legible, I'm actually just going apeshit? I asked in disbelief. Charles nodded. Yes, I'm sorry Peter, but there's nothing I can do. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 234, Chapter 231. I looked at my hands. When I was sent here I thought it was thanks to some cosmic entity going bored and wanting to have some fun. Could that be the case? Did they design it in such a way I can never share any form of information with anyone? Strange, then how did I tell Matt about Fisk? That's something he shouldn't know and discover on his own. Does that mean there are special conditions? I knew one thing for sure, I need to do more research into what I can and cannot say. I looked at Xavier. What did I know about the evolution storyline? Oh wait. You need to be weary, $%. I stopped. Fuck me. I meant to say, you need to be weary, apocalypse is coming. But obviously that didn't work out. Xavier looked surprised. What was that? I sighed. I just tried to number. Oh come on. I can't even $. Fuck me. Xavier was surprised. Peter, are you alright? I waved his worry away. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what the limits are on this thing. Fuck me, I'm useless. Xavier placed a hand on my shoulder. Peter, you are anything but. Maybe I don't have the answers you seek. But I know that you do. Perhaps you should spend the rest of this weekend trying to figure out who you are, without the heroics of Spider-Man and the life of Peter Parker. I sighed and got up. Yeah, okay. Thanks for trying, Professor, I appreciate it. Anytime, Xavier said as I walked out and closed the door behind me. There's one lead crushed. But at least I get to stay here for 2 days, that's something. I walked around the mansion, trying to find someone to help me into a room. I sighed, I activated my enhanced sense of hearing and tried to find a heartbeat. But instead I heard a rumbling coming from below. Growing curious I decided to check it out. I looked around for a way to get to the basement, when I realized it was probably hidden. I did my best to remember what I could from the TV show. Didn't they have some kind of secret entrance? Hidden behind an armor of some kind? I looked around and aha! I found it. A suit in the end of a dead corridor. I searched around for a secret button and found it immediately near the back. I pressed it and slowly the armor split in half and opened up. I walked in with a smile and had the lift go down. The doors opened to a metallic hall that was so advanced I could hardly believe it. I walked down the corridor and found the noise coming from the door to my left. I found a control panel to the side and pressed it open, revealing the danger room. In the middle of the room was a giant hall, metallic walls with laser and giant machine gun coming out of it. Running around it in a sort of high-tech deadly obstacle course was the X-Men. Alright Kurt, you're doing great, just hang in there. Jean cheered from the finish line with Scoot as they watched Rouge, Kathy, and Kurt run the course. I looked around for Evans but couldn't find him anywhere. I turned to the X-Men running the course and I have to admit I was impressed. The way Kathy moved through instruments of death made her seem like a perfect candidate for infiltration missions. While Kurt and Rogue had to work more for their victory, Kathy just breezed through it. She ran to the finish line and jumped into the air, and I'm first. Again. No fair. Rouge called out as she jumped over a hurdle and under a laser beam, bringing up second place while Kurt brought up third. How a teleporter had so much trouble winning a race I have no idea, but whatever. Well, that certainly was impressive, Scott said smiling. Kurt, you managed to reach all 15 needed marks in order to pass the course. I'm impressed. Ah, that explains it. Rouge, you need to work a little bit on your gymnastics, but otherwise you're just fine, the girl scoffed, and Kitty, we'll need to get you a new course. It doesn't matter what course we get her. She will just phase through it. Kurt cried out, it's not fair. Kathy snickered, says the teleporter. I have limitations on my powers, can't you do the same? Kurt asked in a begging tone. Scott and Jean shared a look before the teenage boy replied, we'll see what we can do. Maybe I can help, I called out leaving my duffel bag at the door as I walked in. I looked around and whistled, I have to say, very impressive. I wish I had a room like this, on second thought I would probably just turn into a really kinky sex dungeon first chance I get. Scott groaned as he pinched his nose, how did you get in here? I shrugged, I'm a pretty good detective. So what's this place called? Gym 101. It's called the Danger Room, Jean supplied with a smile, would you like to take a run at it? I looked around, Matt, why not? Shouldn't be too difficult. Oh really? Rouge asked scoffing, shows what you know. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 235, Chapter 233. That afternoon. I put away my stuff in the room Xavier had allotted for me and immediately had Jean show me to the lab they had on the campus. It wasn't as fancy as the one I was used to in the Baxter building, but most usually aren't. But it was equipped with tech that was tuned towards mutants and their powers, making my job a lot easier. The doors opened as Rouge walked in looking around. You wanted to see me. Oh hey Tutu, sit, I pointed at a chair as I walked up to her with a notepad. Rouge looked at me wearily as she sat down, what's this about? I told you didn't I? I'm going to find a way to cure you, I told her, now, tell me, when did you powers first activate? Rouge blinked, I was, kissing my boyfriend. Tj. Why do you need to know that? Because, if you use though that means it is also a surface on your body that can absorb another person's life force, I said noting the actions down. Rouge growled, tongue. Oh, kinky, I chuckled. How exactly are you going to help me? Rouge asked quickly. No clue, I replied jotting down several points. What? Then how do you know that you can even help me? I shrugged, no clue. But I'm going to try, I smiled. Rouge rubbed her temples, God help me you're crazy. Poof. Kurt and Kathy appeared in a poof of smoke, stop stealing my stuff. Kathy cried out as she snatched a hairbrush out of Kit's hands. Hey. It's mine. I bought it. Kurt snatched it back. Yeah right, like you. Kathy stopped as realized where they were. Hey. Rouge sighed, hey Kitty. What are you guys doing? Kathy asked. I'm trying to figure out Grumpy's powers, I explained as I picked up a scalpel, now, hold still. Rouge's eyes went wide at the sight of the sharp surgical tool in my hand, what are you going to do with that? Oh this. I looked at the scalpel before smiling, I'm going to cut you open and harvest your kidneys. Wahaha. What? Kurt gasped in horror, no. I won't let. Whack. Kathy hit him up the head, he's obviously joking Kurt. Rogue groaned, kill me now. I chuckled, sorry, whenever I see someone so unbelievably depressed I can't help cracking jokes. As to the scalpel, I pressed it on my skin and made a small cut on it. I took a sucker and took the blood out, watching as my wound quickly healed itself. Alright, show me your arm, I asked her. Rouge blinked, why? I sighed, because I need to figure out how your powers work. I told you how it works. People touch me and they die. Rouge cried out. Yeah, but I need to know how that happens, now, arm, I motioned her to roll her sleeves up. Sighing she did just that. I grasped her arm and slowly put the drop on her skin and waited. I looked at her, nothing. Rogue shook her head, no. Now what's this supposed to do? This proves that your body conducts powers not through blood but through something else, I scribbled away on my notepad, my best guess? Skin-to-skin contact must transfer something, but what? It's not blood so, what is life force anyway? I hummed to myself before turning to Rouge, hey Tutu, tell me, when you're absorbing someone, what does it feel like? She grumbled at the nickname, it feels like a rush of power. Suddenly I remember everything they do, I can see everything they see and know whatever they know. It's amazing. I frowned. Wait, did you say you gain their memories? Rouge nodded. Yeah, why? Well then that means, oh that's brilliant. Oh why didn't I see this before, that's freaking amazing. I began scribbling things down on my note furiously, this makes perfect sense. What does? Rouge asked. $5 says he's mad, Kathy whispered. You're on, Kurt whispered back. I cackled, ye figured out how your powers work. You see the skin is extremely absorbent, it's actually one of a kind when compared to the rest of your organs. But it has something else, nerves. Nerves attached to every millimeter of its surface. And, each nerve is connected to the brain. The way I see it, you're like an electric eel, or a reserve electric eel. You absorb someone's life energy, or to put it in a more scientific way, you take in their bioelectricity and then use it for yourself. This is why you don't just absorb their energy, but their memories, which is stored on the brain, Rouge realized. So how do you fix it? Well, I can't, I smiled. What? But you said. I know, but I can't do it unless I experiment on you for days upon days together, which I'm sure you wouldn't like. But, I do have a way you can control it. I looked around the lab, trying to find what I'm looking for. My solution isn't permanent, but it should help you out a little. The 3 mutant teenagers were quietly watching me scourge through the lab, trying to find the equipment I needed. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 236, Chapter 234. Damn it. I cried out, there isn't a single fucking quantum inhibitor anywhere. Arg. Why does this always happen to me? I look for a quantum inhibitor, but I find a gene silencer, and when I'm searching for that found it. I began to work. The 3 mutant teenagers looked over my shoulder curiously as I began creating the 5 devices I would need. But I would need a container, Kurt. I called him over. What? He asked. Go to Kathy's room and steal all the pink scrunchies she has. You got it boss. What? No. Kathy cried out, don't you dare do it Kurt. BAMF. The Jewish girl growled, God damn it. Why me? Why Kathy, don't you want me to help your friend? I asked with a pout, guilting her immediately. And no, nothing like that, it's just, Rogue glared at the girl who eventually sighed, fine, I still don't like it. BAMF. I'm back. Kurt called out as he appeared before me, tossing 3 bright pink scrunchies on the table and 2 black ones. She didn't have enough pink ones. This is perfect. I held up a chain-like stretch of metal with a blinking light in the middle that generated a humming sound that was nearly silent, even for my ears. I grabbed a scrunchie and tied each rope-like machine around it before tossing one to Rouge. What do I do with this? Rogue asked. Put it on, I instructed her as I began to fix the second scrunchie. What? But it's pink, she cried out, holding the offending object afar. Would you rather wear pink or not touch anyone ever again? I asked. You planned this didn't you? She glared. I tossed her a second pink scrunchie. You promised to wear a pink tutu didn't you? This should be close enough. She narrowed her eyes but complied, following my instructions to a scrunchie on each limb and one around her neck. Alright, let's see if this works. I took out a custom-made remote and activated it. Instantly all the hairs on Rouge's body went up. The static electricity made from the devices I made caused goosebumps all along her body. What was that? She asked me. Hopefully. A form of protection. I reached forward. She flinched. It's all right, trust me, I'll be fine Rouge. She looked unsure, but when I continued forward, she didn't flinch. My fingers touched the back of her hand. She flinched but then, nothing. I smiled as I slowly cupped her entire hand in mine. Tall. Kurt cried out in German, you are amazing Peter. How are you doing this? Rouge asked, looking shocked. The machine cancels out your powers. I pointed to the metal chain-like machine I wrapped around the scrunchie. They act like a neutralizing agent to your powers. A buffer if you will. But how? Kitty asked. Well, Rogue's powers allow her to absorb a person's electricity through touch. She's sort of like an electric leech, absorbing not just their powers, but their memories as well. What my machine does, it emits a magnetic field around 4 feet wide. Rouge's skin is special, it's like an open conductor, so when she touches someone, electricity passes through from person to person. But the magnetic field my machine forms, neutralizes this, it causes a disturbance in the transference, preventing her from absorbing anything. I looked at their faces, they were utterly confused, blinking in confusion, while Rouge looked hopeful. So can I touch people again? She asked. I nodded, yup. And if you keep those bands on, you can kiss people too. The range of the machines should be effective enough to prevent any harm, especially from tongue. Thank you, she leaped forward, colliding into me with a hug. Thank you. I chuckled, it's fine, I patted her on the back. Hey. You want to prank Scott? Rouge and the others grinned, Guess that meant they were in. A few minutes later, we snuck into the living room where Jean and Scott sat on a couch watching TV while Logan and Aurora sat afar, playing a game of chess, and judging from the way Logan kept growling, I'm guessing he wasn't very good. All right, you know the plan. I whispered to them. Yes, Rouge smiled as she removed her gloves and rolled up her sleeves, exposing her pale white skin. This is going to be fun. I nodded as we all snuck into, doing our best to stay silent. Logan and Aurora noticed us immediately. I smiled and pressed finger to my lips, winking at them. The two remained silent, though their attention was now on us instead of their game. I walked forward, gaining Jean's and Scott's attention. Hey guys! What are you watching? I asked, plopping down between Scott and Jean, forcing them apart, much to Scott's annoyance and Jean's delight. Just something about cats, Scott grumbled as he flipped the channel to Nat Geo, showing a documentary about lions, which seems to be the only thing on TV these days. Hey, I glared, cats. Stupid things. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 237, Chapter 235. Peter, if you want, I'm free to talk, Jean told me, holding my hand in hers and giving it a firm squeeze. I'm fine, it's just, she's laughed. Besides, I've never been a cat person. The only kind of pussy I like is the kind. Peter. Jean blushed. Watch it. I smirked. Oh, what's wrong, Bertie? Did my dirty mind make you nervous? Jean raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten that the professor can also read minds? I blinked. Hey, but, I mean he wouldn't, right? He promised he wouldn't do that again. He wouldn't have to read too deep to hear that. Jean smiled. You're basically screaming it out so loudly any decent psychic can pick up on it. And you don't need to be a mind reader to know what you were thinking, Rouge said as she leaned forward, wrapping her exposed arms around Scott's neck, pressing her rack against his back. What the Rouge? Scott cried out as he immediately jumped out of the couch, touching himself over. What are you doing? Are you crazy? What if I'm not dead? He asked in utter confusion. Wahaha. I laughed, holding my gut as it threatened to jump out of my body. That was priceless. And I got it all on video. Kurt cried out, hanging from the ceiling, holding my phone upside down to capture the whole thing. What is going on? Jean asked as she got on her feet, looking between Scott and Rogue. How is she? Jean narrowed her eyes at the surprising pink scrunchies Rouge now wore and the machinery wrapped around it. Immediately she turned to me. Did you do this, Peter? I smirked. I may have. He made it so that I can touch people again, Rouge said. Logan and Aurora were by her side, holding her sides as she slowly leaked out tears of joy once more. I'm normal again. Not really, I shrugged. I mean, no normal person is that pale. Unless they're a vampire. You aren't a vampire, are? She didn't even mind. She just laughed, happy to have a semblance of normality in her life again. What's going on here? Xavier asked as he rolled into the living to find us all around a crying but happy Rouge. Rouge? Did something happen? You bet it did, Professor. Kathy cried out. Peter helped Rouge control her powers. Isn't that amazing? The man blinked. You did. Rouge nodded, holding up the metal bracelets around her hands. I don't know how, but this boy here cured me. This calls for a party. Kurt cried out, jumping down from the ceiling. Party like there's no tomorrow. And just then Evan walked in. All of us were cheering. He blinked. Ah, did I miss something? That night, the X-Men were gathered in the dining room again. This time there was a small feast prepared instead of a simple dinner. Woo! Rogue cried out, throwing her arms around Kurt, nearly crushing the poor blue boy. I'm never letting go. You probably should, Rouge. He's going blue from suffocating, Jean joked, causing them all to laugh. Who wants bacon? Logan asked as he entered with a pan of freshly baked bacon. Is that fried bacon? Scott asked, surprised. Where did you get it? I cooked it, Logan grunted. You can cook? Kathy blinked, surprised. Yeah, Logan grunted as he put a few strips on her plate. It's fried with maple syrup. Get it while it's hot. Maple syrup? Kurt asked, picking at his food. Yeah, Logan grunted. What are you? Canadian? Rouge asked in suspicion. The man grinned. Hell yeah, I am. Xavier and I stood out in the gardens. The patio doors connecting the dining room to the outside backyard was left open. I could hear Kurt teasing Logan and the sound of Logan's claws popping out. I smiled as Kurt squeaked, backing away. They were all enjoying themselves. It's sad, really. I doubt they would get a chance to be this carefree ever again. Thank you for what you did for Rouge, Peter, Xavier said as he sipped his glass of celebratory champagne. The adults drank that while the minors were forced to settle for grape juice. Kurt had tried to steal some alcohol, but after a very scary glare from Aurora he was discouraged from such an action. It was the least I could do, I shrugged. She got a shitty draw in powers. It just seemed unfair. May I ask why you chose to help her? Xavier asked. It was the right thing to do. Ah, so while the spirit of Spider-Man may be broken, your sense of duty is still intact. That is good to hear. Why is that? I asked. Because anything that is broken, can be fixed given enough time. Xavier smiled. You came to me looking for meaning in your life, yes? I nodded. Yeah, and... Well, if I'm not mistaken, maybe this should be your purpose. He turned around to seeing Rouge and the others laughing and cheering. There will be others like her, maybe not a mutant, maybe not a human, but people who have taken a bad hand in life. You could help them. Maybe not as Spider-Man, but maybe as Peter Parker. I raised an eyebrow. A superhero training camp. The man chuckled. If you like. I smiled and looked back inside. Maybe he was right. Maybe, if I can't be a hero, I can at least help nurture those who want to be. Maybe. A few hours later. I sat down on my bed in the guest room inside. It was a long night. Rouge had insisted on stuffing my face with food every chance she got. She was smiling, happy, no trace of her depressed emo personality. Guess being able to touch people really changed things up. The highlight of the night though was when Rouge got a little daring and took advantage of her new lease on life. She had grabbed Scott by the neck and pulled him into a secluded corner, kissing him as hard as she could. I didn't know the details after that, since I stopped listening, but 10 minutes later they returned, Scott looking happy. Knock, knock. Come in, I called out. The door opened. Jean walked in with a smile on her face. Jean? What's up? She walked over and sat down next to me. So, we never got a chance to talk about how you've been handling everything. I snorted. Which part? The one where I quit being a hero or the part where my girlfriend dumped me? Both, I suppose. You still love her. It wasn't a question. I sighed. Yeah, I can't just stop. Do you remember what you said that day? Jean smiled. You mean the day I lost my virginity to the both of you? Yes, I have a vague recollection. She chuckled as I blushed remembering that night. Alright, well, you told me she loved me, that she wouldn't ever leave me, do you think? Yes, Jean nodded, she loved you. And I'm sure she still does. But right now, if I know her, she's probably ashamed of herself for what she did. I see, so what do you think I should do? I think you need to get over yourself, she snorted. You've been brooding too much, I know, Liz and MJ told me. You need to get up and stretch yourself, Peter. She wouldn't like it, and neither do I. She left me, I snorted. I don't think she has a right to an opinion. Fine, then what about me? Jean put her hand onto of mine and squeezed. I can't stand the sight of seeing the man I love looking like a shadow of himself. You're more than your difficulties, Peter, much more. And the only way you will ever lose, is if you let yourself get defeated. She looked into my eyes, and for a moment I felt my pain and sorrow leave me again. I felt so alone, with no one to share this hurt with. And suddenly, here she was. Probably the only other person other than Felicia who could even begin to understand. She leaned forward and kissed me. Her hands immediately reaching down my pants, unbuttoning them her fingers while her telekinetic powers took her own bottoms off. Our clothes flew off as we curled up underneath my bed's blanket. I bit her neck as my hands went under her shirt, taking it off and throwing it across the room. I kissed her breasts, unhooking her bra, Jean moaning into my ear as she removed my clothes with her mind. For the rest of the night we made love. For the first time in months, I didn't feel alone. I woke up the next day with Jean still in my bed, wrapped around my arms. I held her tight, afraid to let her go. Don't worry, she said as she wrapped her arm around my body, holding me close as she pressed her ear against my heart. I won't be going anywhere, for today you can stay with me. So you don't have to worry, Peter. I smiled, I believed her. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 238, Chapter 236, Earth 982. I left the X-Men feeling better than I did entering. Jean and I spent some more time together, catching up, having fun. In the end, I left with a lighter heart, more accepting of what my situation was. When I returned, Ben and May could tell I was feeling better. They smiled at me and I just smiled back. My dad didn't spend much time at home these days, he was far too busy helping S.H.I.E.L.D. with tracking and locating Hydra bases. School had let out for Christmas vacation, and I spent all my time at the Baxter building working in my lab. I decided that Xavier was right, I didn't have to be Spider-Man, but I could still be useful, right? The week went by quickly. I spent most of it working on a special project in my half-destroyed lab. I thought over what Xavier suggested, superhero training camp. It honestly sounded like a good idea. If this universe was anything like the 616 Marvel world, then it's going to be filled with people with abilities and almost all of them will need some way to hide their identities. So I decided to make something to help with just that. It was called the Nexus Helmet. I designed it with some pointers from Tony himself. I emailed him a few times and he gave me a few brilliant pointers. I designed the helmet in such a way that it could collapse into a tablet, something that was reasonable for anyone to be carrying around on their person. The helmet was shaped like the one I used to have from my Spider-Man costume, sleek and well ventilated. Its internal systems were state-of-the-art and had everything from a HUD to a phone-like interface. It wasn't as expensive as Tony's helmets with their fancy display tech, but it still wasn't cheap. It costed nearly $50,000, not including labor charges. So far I only had this one model ready, I was going to have to make some capital before I can make this into a business that just gives out tech like this for free. But Tony did have one tiny little suggestion, just a tiny adjustment. He insisted on an AI system being present inside the helmet to assist the wearer. I outright refused, but he went behind my back and hacked into the helmet, downloading and installing an AI in it anyway. Needless to say, I was pissed. Now I found myself in my lab, alone, testing the helmet I created and the AI Tony forcibly installed inside. Testing AI capabilities, experiment number 5, I spoke into a recorder before putting it down and tapping the helmet. Hey, can you hear me in there? Yes sir, how may I be of service? She asked in a polite manner. That's right, Tony gave me a female AI. Wonderful. Can you search the web for any sighting of illegal activity? I asked. Certainly Mr. Parker, she replied, there is currently 3 crimes reported, 1 robbery, a carjacking off 5th and a man ready to jump off a roof a few blocks away. Do you wish me to plot a course? I paused, the words jump off a roof stuck with me. I sighed, no, not yet. Access my phone's contacts and send the address to Johnny Storm's number. I'm sorry sir, but I don't find anyone listed under that name. I groaned, oh, right. Send it to Flaming POO, work, not personal. Understood, done, the helmet spoke, will there be anything else Mr. Parker? No, thanks, I suppose I haven't given a name yet hey. No sir, you haven't, the AI replied. How about, sexy? Is mild. Sexy sir? Isn't that a bit obscene? I snorted, you were made by Tony Stark, I suggest you get used to that. I picked the helmet up and pressed a button at its left temple, causing it to collapse onto itself, the internal hard plates shitting, forming an extra thick red tablet that I put into my back pocket. I walked out of my lab and into the den, Johnny and Sue sitting on the couch watching TV. Johnny, I called out gaining his attention, there's a jumper out in the city about to do a dive, I've sent the location to your phone. Johnny's eyes widened, shit. Right, on it, he leaped out of the couch and took out his phone for the location. He then jumped over the balcony railing and soared into the air, heading straight for the jumper in question. How did you find that out? Sue asked questioningly. I held up the red tablet, I finished her initial test runs. So far, it's perfect. Did you apply your Parker blood system into it? Sue asked as she motioned me to pass the tablet to her. Of course, I did pass it over, immediately it transformed into a helmet form, causing Sue to put it on and look it over. This is very good Peter, I'm impressed, Susan replied, anything fun in particular? Yeah, sexy, show her a map of all the reported crimes in New York currently being reported in, I instructed. What did you call me? Sue asked in surprise. At once sir, sexy replied. Whoa. Sue removed the helmet, her eyes wide in surprise, how, an AI. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 239, Chapter 237. I nodded, sitting down next to her, yet. Tony insisted, damn bastard. I see, you did say you hated AIs so why did you let him install it? Sue asked. He bypassed my security settings and routed it into the main system. I can't remove her without reworking the entire system from scratch, I shrugged. You're very rude you know that. Sexy huffed. Sue chuckled, at least she's got a nice attitude, she tossed me the helmet. Immediately I collapsed it into its tablet form. We sat in silence, the news running in the background. Slowly the air began to feel awkward, the last time we were alone like this, well, things happened. I cleared my throat, so. Sue nodded, yeah, how have you been? We didn't really, get a chance to talk after the the kiss. I chuckled. Sue snorted, yeah, that. Look Peter, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I smiled, it's fine Sue, it was just a kiss, I shrugged, besides, we were pretty lonely back then. And as kinky as me making out with my boss sounds it's not right. Plus you're a minor. Oh, right, forgot about that, I gulped, I hope you don't get into any trouble because of that. No. Probably not, she shrugged. So. I looked at her, this is one moment hey. Yup, she nodded. Cue the awkward tension once more. Suddenly Sue snapped to the TV, look, it's Johnny. I turned to the TV and sure enough there was Johnny, floating next to the man about to jump, talking him down. We watched and waited for 5 solid minutes, before finally the man agreed to step down, the people cheered and Johnny helped the man climb down to the ground and get into an ambulance. Good job Flame Butt, I grinned. He has his moments, Sue admitted with a proud smile. Yeah, he's really matured since he and Liz began to go out. Sue nodded, she's good for him. Sue turned to me, I didn't realize how close we were sitting. Slowly the scent of maple syrup began rolling off her body, her eyes diluting. Sue, I flicked her forehead, no. Bad girl. Sue frowned, rubbing her forehead. What are you talking about? No fantasizing about me, I winked. I wasn't doing that, she cried out. I shrugged. You don't have to lie, Sue, I'm sexy as fuck. Hey. I'm. Ah, Peter. You're here, I see. Suddenly Reed walked in, causing Sue and I to flinch in surprise. He blinked. Is something wrong? I hummed. No, nothing, just, long day. Created a superhero helmet with an AI to market to superheroes, you know the usual, I smiled. Reed narrowed his eyes. Right, he looked at Sue before shrugging. Anyway, it's good that you're here. I need to show you something. I blinked. Ah, okay. Sue and I got up and followed Reed back into his lab. The place looked newly built, which was true. Almost all his tech had to be replaced, since Doom did trash his lab the most. And while the rest of the lab looked clutched, the center of it held a familiar-looking portal that was humming with energy. I stopped at the door, Sue gasping as she looked inside. I growled, Richard, you have 10 seconds to explain why you built this thing again. Reed gulped. I wanted to show you that it worked, Peter. We finally cracked interdimensional travel. Are you fucking stupid? I cried out, the anger I felt when Doom nearly killed me seeping into my voice. No, you can't be, you're the world's smartest man. And yet I have to believe you must be stupid, because what kind of idiot would build this thing again? Peter. No, Reed, this is too much, Sue shot in. The last time you meddled with things you didn't understand, you nearly got us all killed. Some more than others, I growled as I grabbed him by his shirt collar. When I gave you those blueprints I stole of Spiral's belt, I didn't intend for you to build a fucking gateway, Reed. Turn this off now. Peter, No. I don't want to hear it. I cried out, the last time you messed with this things you unleashed Doom. And who knows what's on the other side of this thing. Turn it off, now. Reed sighed. Why yeah, alright. I sighed and let go of him. Thank you. I stepped back as he went to the controls and began powering the machine down. Slowly the green portal being generated closed in on itself and I sighed in relief. Thank God. Honestly, Reed, I don't know what you were thinking, Sue scoffed. Once was bad enough. Reed rubbed his head. I know, but I felt bad about what happened to Peter. I figured if I could get this to work it would prove all that pain I caused wasn't for nothing. I sighed. Reed, I don't care about all that. The only person responsible for my pain and Doom, and you are no Doom. I don't blame you for what happened, but by building this machine again, it kind of hard to think you aren't fucking insane. Like, what if it lead to hell, Reed? You would have literally created a portal to hell. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 240, Chapter 238. Reed blinked. Peter, you do realize hell isn't real, right? I rubbed my temples. Believe me, Reed, hell is very real. There are reports of angels and demons. Heck, I personally know a blue-furred dude that can teleport by traveling through hell. Chances are it's very real. So let's not take the chance? Yes. Reed and Sue looked at each other and blinked. Sue turned to me. We need to have a long talk about the movies you watch. I scoffed. I'm not making this shit up. We walked out of Reed's lab when suddenly the alarms went off. I groaned. Now what? Sue and Reed ran to Reed's terminal. Doom's trying to hack our system. Sue cried out. He's after the portal's blueprints. Reed yelled. Can you stall him? I asked. We're trying, Sue growled out. I think I can help. I pulled out my red tablet and turned it into my helmet. Once it was dawned on me, I called out, Sexy, can you help secure the servers? Yes sir, she replied. Connect her into the machine directly, should give her a direct line to fight off Doom, Reed instructed. I nodded as I ran to the portal and pulled out a wire from the helmet, plugging it into the machine. Entered into the mainframe, locating worm, destroying, came Sexy's voice. I waited for a few moments before Reed cried out, it's working. Sexy's gotten rid of Doom's virus. Horrible name for an AI, Sue grumbled. Oh don't worry honey, I think you're sexy too, I chuckled, earning a glare from Reed while Sue smiled coyly. Suddenly though Reed's eyes went wide. No. No. What happened? Sue cried out. He's gotten into the main system. How? The worm was a trap, Sue called out, her eyes going wide. He's trying to activate the portal. Warning. Doom has sent the settings to the portal at maximum range. It can potentially blow the entire building up, Sexy informed. WOAM. The green portal reappeared. I stared at its green voidness and gulped. Sexy, any recommendations on how to stop it? The portal isn't stabilized yet to its full capacity. Any life form that enters now can destabilize the portal and prevent total collapse. I sighed. So basically I have to kill myself. I knew I had no choice. There was no way I was letting anything happen to the people in this building. Plus I was the only one who could. My healing factor should be able to keep me alive, even if I jump through a disabled portal. My mind made I spoke up. Sexy, find me a safe place to land. Understood, accessing subterminal codes now, location found, designation, home, she replied. Peter. What are you doing? Sue cried out. I turned to her and gave a mocking salute. Healing factor, remember? I'll be fine. Just get to work bringing me back, all right? No, Peter. Let me. I caused all of this. Reed came rushing at me. Sorry, Stretch, I sent a bioelectric blast that sent him flying back, but you're the only one smart enough to bring me back. I removed the wire from my helmet going to the machine and stepped back. Location set, sir, Sexy called out. Portal will be stable enough to collapse in 20 seconds. Fucking perfect. I ran forward. I think I heard Sue cry out something as I did. But I didn't really listen. I jumped into the green portal and suddenly everything began to turn. My stomach flipped, my body weightless. I came flying around in circles, green everywhere. I think I'm going to be sick. And then it stopped. Gravity returned and I found myself thrown headfirst into the ground. I gathered myself quickly and came to a roll. I looked around. I was on a rooftop in the middle of Manhattan. I would recognize this city anywhere. All right, Sexy, where the hell are we? I called out. Searching all known databases, information found. It seems we are in Manhattan. The year is 2008. I sighed. All right, do you have knowledge of our world? Like history and stuff like that? Something that doesn't compare with our own world's past. Apologize, I can access the internet for that information, but any information I obtain will be about this world and I cannot make a comparison. I hummed as I stepped up to the edge of the roof and looked down. Everything looked the same. All right. Tell me about this world. Does it have the Avengers? Yes. The Avengers assembled in 1976 in this world, as such they are significantly older. I hummed, all right. Sexy, check for Peter Parker. Searching, found. It seems Peter Parker is a forensic specialist for the New York Police Department. His wife, Mary Jane Watson Parker, is a fashion designer and used to be a model. Their daughter is May Parker. She is currently studying in Midtown High. I sighed, oh good lord, I'm in the Spider-Girl universe, fuck me in the ear. I sighed as I looked round. I needed to find a way back. Maybe I should just wait here? Reed should have fixed that machine by now, right? I sat down on the roof and waited. And waited. And waited. But nothing ever came. No portal, no message, nothing. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 241, Chapter 239. I sighed, I need to find May, I need her help to get back home. Spiral, that's the guy who brought her to my world, maybe he can help me do the same? I have to try, but maybe I should change my look first. I looked down, I was still wearing a blue and red Captain America t-shirt and jeans. Actually, maybe I don't need to. Sexy, can you get me some cash on hand? I asked. Yes, Spider, I can. Simply connect me to the nearest ATM and I can do as you ask. Great, find me the nearest ATM please, I said as I looked down into the alleyway below me. Found it, the nearest ATM is a block away, she replied. Thanks, Sexy. I took off my helmet and turned it into its tablet form. I walked around, people ignored me for the most part, on New York, the same in every dimension. I found the ATM quickly, a small crowd. But I could deal with it. When it was my turn at the ATM I drew out the USB cable from my helmet and plugged it into the system and waited. How much shall I withdraw? Sexy asked. $1,000 just to be safe, I whispered. Understood, she replied as the ATM quickly dispensed that amount. Oh, and erased the security camera footage of me. I looked at the ATM camera looking at me right in the face, no trace of what we did here. Understood, she replied quickly doing just that. I took the money and disconnected Sexy. People's eyes widened at the sight of so much cash, but I just smiled and tucked it away. The first thing I did was buy myself some lunch from Subway, 3-foot-long subs. What can I say, traveling through dimensions makes a guy hungry. After lunch I set out to find May. The time was around 11, meaning she would be in school right now. I took the bus, ending up in Midtown High in 10 minutes, and I have to say it's kind of disappointing that this place hasn't changed even if it's in another dimension. I really hate this place. I walked inside like I belonged, which technically I did. Does being registered in another universe count? I don't think so. I looked around, people were unfamiliar to me, and judging by the looks they gave me they knew I didn't belong. A few of the girls however did appreciate my precious, guess even in this world I was hot. Yup, it was good being me. It was lunchtime, meaning May had to be somewhere in the cafeteria. I walked in and looked around, where is she? Just then I noticed a head of platinum blonde hair walk by. I blinked, no way, no, it has to be a trick. I tried to look around, but the hair was gone. I sighed, either I'm going crazy or the world is, has to be the world, I'm perfect. I sighed and kept looking around, and then I heard her voice, a rhino charged into your home. That has to be the lamest thing I have ever heard. I chuckled, my daughter all right. I looked around and spotted her immediately. She was surrounded by people. A fat kid, a small skinny Asian kid, a chubby girl with glasses and brown hair in a ponytail, Two blonde dudes that looked like they hated each other's guts, and in the middle of it all was my would-be daughter, May Parker. You know what your problem is, Moose? The skinny kid pointed at the big one. You need to learn some respect. You can't just talk to us like that. You going to make me? Moose growled. And what if I am? The kid got up as they both stared each other down. Oh, a gay couple, that's a nice change of pace, I called out as I walked up to them. The entire group turned to me as one. May gasped as her eyes widened in recognition, DD Peter. I grinned, hey a kiddo. Fancy running into you here. What are you doing here? She cried out as he got up and walked over to me, giving me a big hug. I chuckled, missed you too May, I broke the hug and smiled, it's a long story. Remember when you came to visit me? Well, basically the same thing happened to me, so now I need your help. May blinked, you, how? I grumbled and whispered, Reed, cocky bitch thought he could fix everything. Big explosion, ended up here to try and save the world. You know, the usual. Ah, May, who is this? One of the blondes asked. I noticed people were now staring at us. Hey, May must be really popular. This is May tried to explain, but couldn't. I'm her cousin, Bruce Wayne, I smiled, waving happily. I was in town and I figured, hey, let's see what May's up to. One of the blonde boys raised an eyebrow, Bruce? Then why did May call you Peter? I shrugged, my middle name is Peter, I'm actually named after her dad. I prefer Bruce, but, well, she knows calling me Peter pisses me off, so she does it. Right, the blonde narrowed his eyes. And you are? I asked the guy. JJ, he replied defensively. I'm Carol, the girl with the ponytail said with a smile. I didn't know your cousin was coming, May. Why yet, it was kind of sudden. May grabbed her bag. I have to cut this short, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 242, Chapter 240. May grabbed me and pulled me away. It was nice seeing you all. I hope Moose and his partner finds true love. I launched as the two boys from before blushed, not willing to meet the other's eye. May and I walked outside as she finally let go of me. I sighed, sorry about dropping in on you like this, but I really don't know who else to talk to. It's fine, she replied, it's just, I never expected to see you again. I smiled, you sound disappointed. Well, if I ever did see you again, that would mean the freaking world was being ripped apart. May cried out before sighing, sorry, been under a lot of stress lately. I nodded, understandable. Anyway, where's Spiral? He can help me get back home. May stiffened, he's not here right now. He's kind of missing. I blinked, explain, please. He broke out of prison. Fuck me, I groaned, wait, Reed. You said you have a FF here, right? Is Reed still alive? May blinked, yeah. Do you want me to take you to them? I nodded, yes please. Right, she looked around, follow me. We quickly went into a dark alley and began to change into our uniform. Again, seeing your would-be daughter strip in front of you makes life very odd to say the least. When she was done, she turned to me, and I was still in my civilian clothes. May looked me over, aren't you going to suit up? No, my costume kind of got ripped apart, I chuckled, unwilling to tell her the truth. Oh, damn, she scratched her head, well, this is going to be difficult. I'm guessing you don't have your web shooters as well. I shook my head, no, I don't. Damn, she sighed, well it's fine, I'll just have to swing you over. Do you have something to hide your face with? I don't think it would be a good idea for Spider-Girl to be seen with May Parker's cousin. I took out my red tablet and grinned, I have this. What does that? May stopped as the tablet exploded around my face, forming a red clean metallic helmet. Okay, now that's cool. Thanks, I replied, let's go. May nodded as she walked up to me and put an arm around my hip, pulling me close. Hold on tight, she said as she leaped up, web swinging away. Damn. I cried out in excitement, I honestly missed this. I had to restrain myself from yelling out more, lest I draw attention to myself. The city moved past us so quickly, I observed familiar sightings, thought they seemed off and away, like a picture missing a few shades. So this is your city, hey? I called out as she swung us over a train. I'll be honest with you, I don't like it. May chuckled, yeah well it doesn't like you either, so don't get any ideas of staying back. I smiled, oh, what's the matter honey, don't like it when your daddy pops in to visit. Okay, 1, you ain't my dad Bruce, so don't even think it. And 2, I actually do have a dad in this world, so please stop calling yourself my dad, okay? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Think we can swing by your dad's workplace? I totally want to know how I look like when I grow older. And maybe see the real Peter Parker, and maybe talk to the legend. No. Do you have any idea how freaked out my dad would be? Fine fine, obviously you get your sense of adventure from your mother's side, I scoffed, just tell me one thing. Do I go bald? No, actually you have a beard. A real beard or a goatee? Goatee. Really? Who the hell is he trying to impersonate? Tony Stark? Moron. May laughed as we came up towards a building with a giant 5 on its side. Whoa, so when you said FF, you didn't mean Fantastic Four did you? Yup, that's the Fantastic Five, May replied as she swung by closer before she moved away, landing on a building opposite to the place. I sighed as she put me down. Why didn't you go in? Ah, unlike your version of Earth, people here aren't exactly my best buddies. I mean, they know me and all, but we aren't BFFs. My dad is, but they don't know that I'm his kid. Why not? I asked. She shrugged. If they knew then, they would expect me to be like him. I nodded. I get it, you want to be your own hero. It's understandable. After all, who would want to take after a guy who wore spandex for his entire superhero career? May snorted. Right. So how are we going to get help? I asked. Well, I was close enough to trip the proximity sensors, meaning, she pointed as a man in blue and back came flying out of the building and down to us. I blinked. Who's that? That's Franklin Richards, May told me, he's Sue's son. I blinked. Oh, he's not my kid is he? What? No. Why do you always think that? I shrugged, just asked. Spider-Girl, it is nice to see you again, Franklin smiled before turning to me and narrowing his eyes, and you are? Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 243, Chapter 241. I'm a friend, I waved. Actually, I'm a version of her from another world where she was boy a guy instead of a girl. There are a lot of minor differences, but bottom line I need a way back to my dimension. Think you guys can hook me up? Franklin blinked, that is, unexpected. Yeah, tell me about it, May scoffed. Where's your costume? Franklin asked, noting my civilian attire. I sighed, rubbing my neck, it kind of got torn to shreds. Anyway, I was hoping your version of Reed Richards could help me out, I told him. Ah, you do have a Reed Richards in this world right? He's not like dead or anything. Franklin chuckled, no, he's fine. Well, I wouldn't say fine, but Dad is adapting. Wait, you're Reed's son. I cried out in fake shock, since you know, there was no Franklin Richards in my world. Franklin nodded, yeah, I thought this world was similar to yours. I shook my head, no, in my world there is no Fantastic Five, it's still 4. And everyone's much younger? Well, Sue and Reed are like your age, so I'm guessing they are a lot older here, right? Franklin nodded, yeah, you talk as if you know my parents. I nodded. In my world I worked for the Baxter Foundation. Sue, your mom, God that's weird to say, anyway, she kind of hired me on. I work with my version of your team. Franklin's eyes widened, oh, really? That's fascinating. I scoffed, you don't believe me do you? Franklin chuckled, no, not really, sorry. I shrugged, no problem, here, I took out my phone and looked through my gallery finding a pic of me in costume with the rest of my FF. Johnny and Ben were holding each other's shoulder while Reed held the camera afar thanks to his limbs. Sue and I were in the middle with Sue leaning a little too close to me to be considered normal. I showed Franklin the picture and the boy's eyes went wide, holy shit. I chuckled, yup. Does this get me an all-access pass with Reed or do I need more proof? I can tell you where Johnny hides his porn collection if you want. No, this is enough, I think, Franklin groaned, whoa, I never realized they could look this young. Yeah, threw me for a spin too, May said with a shrug, did you know Johnny hit on me? Like I walk in and the first thing he did was say, hey babe, how you doing? So creepy. Wait, Uncle Johnny hit on you? Franklin asked in disbelief. I snorted, yeah, he's kind of a horn dog. Franklin blinked, okay, I think it's time I brought you inside. I nodded as we followed Franklin inside, crawling up the side of the building as we entered through the veranda doors, now much more high-tech looking. Okay, this is new, I replied looking around at the lounge. It was much more advanced, high-tech boards, advanced pieces of tech everywhere. Fancy-looking couch that didn't have a wrinkle on them and even a wall-sized TV. Welcome to the Baxter Foundation, Franklin motioned. We usually have more people working around, but we gave people the day off. A flu's been going around and we didn't want anything to be infected. I looked around, my version a lot cooler. Franklin raised an eyebrow, does yours have a quantum field generator that can create an impenetrable field? No, but we got 25 boxes of frozen pizza, couches which actually looks comfortable and a foosball table. Okay, that does sound cool. When did you get a foosball table? May asked. Oh, after Doom blew out old place up we did some remodeling. Johnny insisted on a foosball table. Sue couldn't take it anymore and said yes, I shrugged. Wait, Doom blew you guys up? Franklin asked as he blinked in disbelief, that's impossible. Doom's been gone for over 15 years. Different world, different Doom, I shrugged as I growled, and believe me, if he's anything like your Doom, he's an asshole. Sounds like doom all right, came a familiar rumbling voice as I saw a version of Ben Grimm walk in with a metallic left arm. Ben. I smiled, damn it's nice to see a friendly face. Ben stopped and looked down, webhead. I chuckled, no, not exactly. Franklin quickly caught Ben up who then turned to me with narrowed eyes, I don't believe it. You ain't some kid, I know that voice anywhere. It's you isn't Peter. May 4's and so did I. But slowly I chuckled, damn, even in another world I can't seem to hide shit from you. I unlocked my mask and took it off, flashing Ben a smile, heya Ben. Ben's eyes went wide, kid? But how? You look exactly the same. What's going on here? Franklin asked defensively, as he took into the sky and his eyes began to glow, who the hell are you? Did you trick me? Whoa there Franklin, calm down. May stepped up, this isn't a trick or anything, just let him explain. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 244, Chapter 232. This is training for people with powers, Peter, you can't take this lightly, Scott warned. Well then it's a good thing I have a power, isn't it, Scott? I said. Everyone looked curious while Jean looked surprised. I waited for a moment before smiling, I'm super handsome. They rolled their eyes as one. Where did you find this guy? Kurt asked as he laughed heartily. Tell you what, if you can get past this course I'll wear a pink tutu for the rest of the week, Rouge scoffed. I raised an eyebrow, is that a bet? Rouge met my eyes and smiled, yeah sugar, it's a bet. Oh you are so going to regret that, I grinned taking off my coat and throwing it away, hey Jean, set it up for me will you? Jean, Scott warned. Jean chuckled, it's fine Scott, trust me, she moved to a data pad and punched in some buttons. Slowly the entire room began to reset itself and the machines went back into the wall. Alright, the moment you start the timer begins. Whenever you're ready Peter. Right, I looked at the path ahead and grinned. I took off in a dash, charging head first into the course. And he's out, Rouge said with a smirk as the ground below my feet rose up to form a barricade. No yet tutu. I yelled as I leaped over the hurdle and jumped on the wall, kicking away and over a laser beam that I remembered seeing hidden away. I then ducked under giant buzz saw, leaped over another hurdle and rolled under a giant mallet. Whoa, I heard Kathy say. You haven't seen nothing yet buckos. I yelled as I leaped over a set of mechanical pincer arms that tried to catch me. I landed on a roll and moved to keep running when suddenly a metallic pole shot out of the wall coming at my head. My spider senses warned me before that even happened. I ducked with an inch to spare, I then leaped over another giant metal hurdle before landing on the finish line with a bead of sweat on my brow. What's my time? Jean looked at the timers, 6 minutes and 30 seconds, a full minute shorter than Rouge's. I'm not wearing a tutu. Rouge cried out. But you promised. Kurt shot back. The girl growled and walked away with Kathy running after her calling out to stop. I sighed as I put my jacket on and turned to the others, so what's her deal? Super EMO powers. Go easy on her tiger, Jean gave me a sad smile, her powers are different. How so? I asked, knowing the answer. She can't touch anyone, Kurt explained, if she does they die. I knew this, but I did my best to act surprised. Whoa, that's, okay. If I could never make out ever again I'm pretty sure I would be pretty pissed off too. Scott growled, her conditions isn't a joke Parker. You have no idea what she's going through. I shrugged, and you do I suppose. Yes, I do, he spat as he walked away, leaving just Jean, Kurt, and I. Just then Evan walked in wearing his uniform and looked around. He grew confused, did I miss something? Where is everyone? Jean sighed, it's fine Evan, I'll set the course. You and Kurt get another run at it. Kurt nodded without a word as he joined Evan in the course. I sighed as I leaned against the wall next to Jean, I'm sorry. I was harsh there hey. Jean waved it away, no it's fine. It's just, you know they are. Still getting used to their powers. Scott's, he's protective of Rouge. She saved his life. And well, you can understand why Rouge is upset. I sighed, yeah, it's just humor's my defense mechanism you know. So, shit, I'll go and apologize to her. You don't have to. Yes, I do, I smiled at Jean, I wouldn't be me if I didn't. Jean looked at me in surprise before she smiled and shook her head, Nobel bastard. I smiled, leaving the danger room and going for the elevator. I put my duffel bag in the living room and used my sense of hearing to find Rouge. I could hear her heartbeat in the gardens. I found her scent in the air pretty quickly. I walked over and found her curled up behind a rosebush crying. If it's any consolation, I think you would look hot in pink, I said slowly. She looked up, I didn't mean to snap, I'm sorry. I shrugged, no, it's my fault, ist down next to her, Jean told me about your powers. I get it, if I found out I could never make out ever again I would be pretty pissed off too. I'm guessing the depressed outlook on life you have is just pent up sexual frustration yet. Rouge went slack-jawed, you know when people are apologizing they don't end up insulting the person more. I shrugged, I'm not used to saying sorry. Well, I am, but, anyway. Look, I'm sorry, I am, but honestly, this whole attitude you have is frankly sad, so I'm going to fix that right up. Rouge wiped her eyes, doing her best to glare a hole into my head. How? I'm going to cure you. I smiled. She looked at me like I was crazy. What? Frankly, I don't blame her. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands $! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance $! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 245, Chapter 242. I sighed. I was or rather, in my world, I was Spider-Man. The original one. I didn't want to tell you who I really was because the version of me living on this world probably wouldn't want me to. But, since Ben figured it out, I smiled. Sorry for lying, Frankie, I honestly didn't mean anything by it. Franklin narrowed his eyes. He turned to Ben. You know this guy, Uncle Ben? Ben nodded. Yeah, he's the original webhead all right. Though the lack of costume is confusing. I shrugged. Got torn up into pieces. Besides, which moron wears spandex as a costume? I noticed Franklin's costume and sighed. Never mind. What's going on here? Came another familiar voice as a blonde-haired man walked in followed by a green woman with lines running down her chin. He looked at me and stopped. Pete. I grinned. Hey Johnny. Long time so see. Look at you, 40 years old and you still look like a moron. Isn't age supposed to make you wise or something? Johnny blinked turning to Franklin before back at me. He sighed and rubbed his nose. Time travel or alternate dimension? I smiled. Alternate dimension. But I'm the same webhead you know. Kind of. Johnny sighed. It's never easy with you. May looked at Johnny and me. You two are way too relaxed about this. You get used to it, we replied as one. Franklin blinked as he landed next to May. My family's so weird. I looked at Johnny and then looked over his shoulder spotting the green-skinned woman behind him wearing a purple version of the FF uniform. I blinked. Hey Johnny, don't want to alarm you, but the Grinch is behind you and she's wearing your uniform. Johnny growled. Peter, that's my wife. I blinked. I looked at her and then at him. She's too pretty for you. The woman chuckled. I like him already. Peter, meet Lydia, she's a Skrull, Johnny said as she and I shook hands. What? Is that a type of mutant or something? I asked in fake confusion. Johnny blinked. You don't know about the Skrulls? Have they invaded your Earth yet? No, should I be worried? I asked eyeing Lydia. No, look, maybe it's time we talk to Reed, Johnny said walking away, he'll know what to do. I nodded as we all walked behind him, so, never could grow that beard hey. Lydia smirked, he tried to. I convinced him otherwise. Oh, this I got to hear. We walked into Reed's lab, surprisingly the same one my version used. Johnny walked in and I was amazed at everything inside. I couldn't even begin to understand what these all did, but then again when it came to Reed he always was a few steps ahead. Johnny, Franklin, Ben, Lydia, what brings you to my lab? A robotic voice asked as I saw an android the size of my waist come floating down. It was grey, it looked like one of those grey aliens people always went on and on about. I blinked. Reed. The machine looked at me, there was no facial expression, I could only make out surprised by his tone of voice. Peter? Is that you? Alternate dimension, Johnny explained with one line, think you can help him. Reed looked at me, I shall try, please, he motioned me to a table. I looked at him carefully as I hopped on, placing my helmet aside and waiting as Reed began to waver several different machines around him, each humming away. So, you're a robot? I asked. Reed nodded, indeed. My human body perished, my brain was preserved and is held in this robotic suit. And, Sue's just like fine with that? I asked. Reed stopped for a moment before continuing, Sue died trying to save me. I was truly surprised that time, this little detail I didn't know. What? There was, an accident, Johnny explained, she saved all of us. Girl had to go be a hero, Ben grumbled looking down in sadness. I blinked, shit, I'm going to have to my version about not being a hero then. Reed looked at me, you have a Sue Storm where you are from. I nodded, yeah, and a Reed Richards and a Ben Grimm and a Johnny Storm. And your doppelganger on my Earth is the reason I'm here. Stupid moron built an interdimensional travel machine but made it so easy to hack it took Doom 10 seconds to break into the firewalls. I see. I apologize for his actions, Reed replied coldly. Forget it, I learned a long time ago when dealing with Reed Richards you should forgive and forget. Makes life so much easier that way, I sighed. Reed nodded. He turned to Spider-Girl, and what is your relation to Peter? May blinked in surprise, I kind of came to his world first. When I was chasing after Spiral, remember? He's the one who helped me come back. I see, Reed replied as he looked at me. He stepped back to his terminal and began typing away. I turned to Franklin, you have her hair. Franklin blinked, thanks. I smiled, I took out my phone and snapped a picture of them all, when I show Sue this she is going to freak out. I can imagine it now, 5 minutes about how cute her son is and another 10 minutes rambling about how unfair it is that her son has better hair than her. Hat, your Sue sounds like a real firecracker, Ben chuckled. I shrugged, you're telling me. Wait, that's a phone. Johnny asked, snatching my smartphone out of my hands. Hey. Watch it, man. This thing looks high-tech. Johnny said, looking it over. Touch screen, camera A&D. This is a much better version than anything we have in the market in our world. That's because our timelines are also out of sync, I said, grabbing the phone back. In my world the time is 2012, here it's 2008. Obviously our tech is also different in certain areas. Peter, Reed suddenly spoke up, are you currently aware that your cells have been dosed with nearly fatal levels of radiation? What? May cried out in shock. Reed pushed a display monitor over, showing his readings, and in the middle, in big bold words, was one string of words. Blood toxicity level, 89%. I sighed, yeah, I know. The mutant spider project was killing me. The only reason I was still alive is because Logan's mutagene allows me to heal the damage the radiation causes. It wasn't fatal, but I was in danger. How are you not dead? Franklin cried out in shock. I shrugged, my body is siphoning out the radiation, I'll be fine. By my calculations, it will take 10 months for your body to fully recover, Reed replied, but I cannot understand why though. What caused this change in you, Peter? It's highly irregular form our own version's powers. I'm not your version, I replied with a shrug, my blood has a unique property. I can adapt the powers of other people if I come into contact with an irradiated aerosol version of their blood. It allows me to adapt their powers, to a certain degree. I looked to May, the girl looking surprised. Any power? Franklin asked curiously. I shrugged, as far as I know, yes. But it's sort of like a lottery. I don't get all of the original's powers, and it's usually not in the same manner. It's not an exact science. I have good news and bad news, Reed's robotic voice cut in. Good news? I asked. You passed through a chrono-limited field. Your version of me obviously knew what he was doing. Anyone who passed through his portal machine would automatically return back to their original world. Nothing can stop that. That's great news. May cried out, you can go back no problem. What's the bad news? I asked in a cautious tone. I cannot determine the time you have left remaining. It could be 1 day, it could be a year. What? Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 246, Chapter 243, The Parkers. I'm sorry we can't help more, Franklin said as the Fantastic Five, May and I all gathered around the veranda. No, you guys have done enough, I sighed, honestly it's nice to know I'm going back home, eventually. Again, I apologize for not being of more help, came Reed's robotic voice before he turned away and floated back inside. I eyed him inside, Johnny, Ben, he needs help. Ever since Sue did he hasn't been the same, Johnny explained, and frankly I don't think he ever will be. Relax webhead, he has us, he'll be fine. Ben shrugged. I nodded, right, one of these days you're going to tell me how you lost that arm. Sure kid, Ben chuckled. I turned to Franklin and smiled, holding out my hand which he shaked, thanks Frankie. For everything. Franklin smiled back, no problem, Spider-Man. You could show some more enthusiasm kid, Johnny snorted, isn't he like your favorite superhero ever? Uncle Johnny. Franklin cried out blushing a little. What? I asked in surprise. Yeah, it's true, while growing up you were Frankie's hero, Lidge replied with a soft smile, he always used to go on and on about how amazing you were. I smiled as I turned to Frankie, nice. You want an autograph? Franklin blushed as he looked away, if you wouldn't mind. I chuckled as I took out a pen from May's bag, hey, and signed Franklin's uniform. He insisted. May and I wished them luck as we web swung away. I was kind of embarrassing having my daughter carry around town, but hey, that's what I get. Suddenly my stomach began growling, hey May, know any place we can eat? I know just the place. Come on. May called out as she swung back to Queens, landing on a dinner named Jerry's. She then quickly put on her normal clothes over her costume, talking to me as she did, my dad Ian used to come here often, you know the place. I shrugged, can't say I do. But hey, if I thought it was good, what the heck right? We climbed down through the back and walked around, entering the place and quickly finding us seats in one corner. We ordered quickly, she got some chicken drums and a salad while I ordered waffles. Why waffles? May asked. I shrugged, why not? The way I see it you should never need a reason to have the food you like. May smiled, nice logic pops. I smirked, she sighed, I'm sorry I couldn't help you out more. Oh please, it's fine. No, it's not. When I came over to your world you found Spiral in a few hours, now I can't even do the same. I chuckled, hey, relax May, I'll be fine, I held her hand tight, knowing my luck though I'll be stuck here for a few weeks, maybe more. So you should feel less sorry for me, and more worried about how you are going to deal with a 16-year-old version of your dad. May's eyes went wide. Oh shit. I chuckled. Yeah, figured you wouldn't have thought of that. Relax, I'll make sure to stay out of your hair. I can rent a motel or something, shouldn't be a problem. No, May snapped, you can stay with me. I raised an eyebrow. I have the cash, May, it won't be any trouble. Still no, she said adamantly, like you said, we're family, I'm not just going to let family sleep on the street. You can stay with me. And how exactly are you going to explain me to your parents? I asked with a raised eyebrow. She shrugged. Hey, I'm sure they wouldn't mind, after all my dad is a version of you. I smirked. Clever girl. Fine, I'll talk to your dad, see what he thinks about all of this. Should be fine. Parker, someone called out. May and I both turned. What? We asked at the same time only for us to realize what we were doing. I chuckled while May rolled her eyes. She looked around and spotted the two blonde friends of her from school. Hey JJ, Brad, what are you guys doing here? The one called JJ spoke up with a wide smile. Nothing, we were just in the area, looking for a bite to eat is all. I raised an eyebrow. Midtown is 20 blocks away. We really like this place, Brad spoke up glaring down at me. What's it to you? I smirked, kind of defensive there Brady. What's the matter? Scared I'm going to steal May from you. Brad immediately blushed. What? I huffed. Honestly May, you can do so much better than these blonde morons. One's way too into his own hair. I looked at JJ, and the other obviously has issues admitting his feelings. May put her head down embarrassed. Please, stop. I chuckled. Right, sorry. Anyway, you two want to join us? We're having lunch. JJ and Brad looked at each other, gulping. Brad spoke up. Yeah. I smiled. Wonderful. I made room as JJ sat next to me and Brad next to May. I turned to the three. So how long has this little love triangle been going on? Peter. May cried out. I shrugged. Sorry, just curious. There's nothing going on, JJ spoke up, we're just friends. Yeah, Brad nodded. I rolled my eyes. Really? Then why do you two act so defensive? Maybe because some guy we never met just came in and took away our friend without no rhyme or reason. JJ speculated looking at me. Then May, you never even mentioned him May. May nodded. Yeah he's kind of a distant relation. I nodded. Yup, way distant. Also, you two really should just admit you like her. I mean you're never going to go anywhere unless you can't even admit that. Believe me, it helps so much. Brad growled. What are you? The love guru. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 247, Chapter 244. I shrugged. No, not really, but something tells me I might end up married to a total babe in the future, so fingers crossed. May groaned as he put her head down in embarrassment. Yes little one, give in to the hate. We got our orders and Brad and JJ took turns interrogating me. What am I doing here? Why did I come here? What did May and I do when we left school? I obviously never gave them a straight answer. And for the last time Blonde 1 and Blonde 2, you both really have taken an uncanny interest in me. Seriously, stop it, I grumbled, finishing off the last of my waffles. JJ narrowed his eyes, not until. Boom. May and I looked at each other immediately, that sounded close, very close. I shook my head, she glared and ignored me. I need to go, May said leaping over Brad. Where are you going? Brad asked. Family emergency cupcake, she called out as ran out the back. I sighed, damn it May, I paid for the meal before leaping over the table and following May outside. I followed her into the alley where we climbed to the dinner's roof and changed her costume. It looks like it's coming from a block away, I told her looking at smoke rising into the air a street away. Right, May took off her clothes revealing her costume underneath. I'll go ahead, you stay here. You don't have a costume, so keep yourself hidden. But she didn't even listen to me, instead taking off, swinging away. I saw her swinging around a building and disappear. I waited nervously for her to come back, but a few minutes passed and she didn't. I waited, and waited. I couldn't do this, not again. I told myself I wouldn't be the city's damn scapegoat again, and yet, I grew worried. May, is she alright? Growing too restless to care I took out my tablet and transformed it into its helmet form, donning it and leaping across rooftops. It was slower than web swinging, but it got the job done. I leaped across a few rooftops, I could see smoke rise up a few streets over. There. I realized as I leaped onto a tall building and ran to the edge of the roof, just as a car came flying through the air, over the rooftop and landing on the street on the other side of the building. What the fuck? I thought to myself as I looked over the edge down on the street. And there I saw it. It was huge, maybe 15 feet tall. Bronze scale covered with draconian arms, legs and head. Its eyes glowed like fire and it looked deadly. And standing before him was May Parker, the first superhero I ever loved. The reason I grew my sense of righteousness in the first place. The woman who inspired me, and she was standing alone against this thing. Don't do this! May cried out, these people are innocent. No one is innocent. He released a powerful laser beam that exploded on the ground before May, throwing her back into a light pole. I am the strongest, he cried out, all will bow before the Dragon King. He reached around and grabbed a car, lifting it over his head and throwing it at May. The girl was slowly move. I knew she wouldn't dodge it, she was still out of it. I didn't realize I was leaping through the air before I was already halfway into the path of the flying car. I got you! I yelled out as I landed before May, grabbing her in my arms before leaping away, just in time for the car to crash behind us in an explosion. Who are you? Dragon King asked as his fiery eyes light up as blast of energy came pouring out. Move! May yelled as we both leaped away from the wall. The laser beams caused the entire wall structure to collapse, the derbies falling down onto the bystanding civilians. No! I cried out, charging forward. I got them! May cried out as she shot out a wide range of webs, creating a net over the civilians to protect them from debris. Thank God, I sighed in relief before turning around to face the giant figure before me. I growled, you bastard! Skit! My bone claws popped out of my hands, shocking May and the Dragon King. You think those claws of yours can stop me? He yelled as he flexed his arms, bringing up his own claws. Mine are bigger. What the hell are those? May cried out, pointing at my stinger. Insurance, I growled, what are his powers? Ah, well, he has super strength, obviously. He's sort of like a golden dragon Hulk that can shoot out fire beams. Does he have a healing factor? I asked. Ah, I don't think it's any more than normal, Spider-Girl guessed. Stay back and distract him, web his eyes and nose. And don't worry about me, I have super healing. Oh okay, May called out. Right, I rushed forward at the Dragon King. He looked at me and growled, he raised his fists and brought them down on the road. I leaped away, jumping to a lamppost before kicking off and landing on his back, thrusting both arms into his back, piercing my stingers inside him. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 248, Chapter 245. Arg, he cried out. How's this bitch? I pulled out my left hand and reached around his neck, squeezing hard. May shot out a web line, pinning his feet to the ground. She did it over and over again, immobilizing his feet, forcing him to wobble about. Nothing can harm me. I moved my right arm into his mouth and pierced his tongue, slicing it off on one sweep. Scree. No. Spider-Girl. Web his nostrils and throat. Cut him off. I cried out. Right. May cried as she leaped forward, landing on his chest. I held his mouth open, one arm wrapped around his throat with the other pulling his head back. May quickly fired off several shots of webs into his nasal cavity and throat, closing it off. He quickly caught on, growling more and more violent. We were forced to leap off the struggling giant, but by then, May's job was done. I landed behind him and landed on the road. I dashed forward, swiping my claws across his shin, forcing him onto his knees. Stay down. May cried out as she leaped upwards, socking him across the jaw, sending him flying back onto the road. Gr, he cried out in pain as he struggled to get back on his feet, his arms going for his throat and nose. We need to stop him. Spider-Girl cried out. It's fine, I replied, he can't do a thing. What do you mean? You webbed up his throat and nostrils, remember? His fingers are sharp, but they aren't long enough to reach inside and free himself. He'll suffocate in a few moments. Once he's unconscious we can bag him. Spider-Girl stared at the Dragon Emperor as he wobbled around, looking distraught as he clawed at his throat, making no effort to break free. She gulped, that's cruel. I sighed, I know, but if we actually engage him in combat a lot of innocent people will get hurt. I motioned around to the large crowd of people out. Little fight had gathered. It's better one crazy man suffers for a while, rather than all these innocent people. But still, May said, squeezing her hand into fists, this is cruel. Sometime you need to be cruel. I saw the golden dragon look at me in rage. Oh shit. He roared as he pulled his legs up, breaking May's webbing around his feet. He then looked around desperately like a caged animal and grabbed a car, lifting it over his head and throwing it at us. I got this. May cried out as she shot out 2 web lines to catch the car like a slingshot, only for a large bulky form to get in her way, landing on the airborne car and crushing it into the ground. No. We got this, the figure called out as I stood up straight. He wore a silver metallic dome-shaped helmet on his head, a black muscle shirt with his sleeves cut off and a flannel shirt tied around his hips. J2. May cried out in surprise. Hey Spider-Girl, don't worry, I brought the cavalry, the man smiled. Avengers. Assemble. I heard a familiar cry as I turned around, seeing a black and gold version of Tony's suit fly down with a female Captain America with a familiar shield in tow. What the fuck? I exclaimed as the woman dropped down and landed beside J2. Suddenly there was a silver blur that came around us, stopping next to the new team. She wore a silver spandex costume and had dyed blue and silver hair with black sunglasses. J2, we need to contain him, tackle him down, the gender-swapped Captain America called out. On it. J2 yelled out. No. Wait. I cried out, leaping in front of the big man. I have the situation contained. He's going to go down any moment now. Get out of the way, kid, let the professionals handle this, the female speedster said with a smirk as suddenly I found myself pushed to the side. She had carried me aside in seconds. J2 roared as he charged forward, pummeling into the Dragon Emperor. They ran backwards into a car. J2 smashed him downwards over and over. Get back, J2, I got this, said the black and gold Wumbi, firing off rockets into the nearly unconscious Dragon Emperor. J2 stepped away just as the missiles hit, causing a big fiery explosion that rocked the streets. I watched in horror as slowly the silhouette of the monster rose. It threw its head back and roared, taking a deep breath, sucking in all the smoke around him. I'm free, he cried out. Not good, the female cap cried out. Everyone, get him. No. I yelled, but they didn't even bother. They charged him like a bunch of rookies. The Black Iron Man fired off repulsor beams randomly, trying to tire down the Dragon Emperor. J2 tackled him into buildings and cars while the speedster, to her credit, got people out of the way. Those idiots. May cried out, Spider, we need to help the civilians out. I made myself look away. Alright. I followed May's lead as we went into the crowd. May created a giant web around the civilians, protecting the people from falling debris. When these so-called Avengers were done, that entire street looked like a war zone. Building destroyed, people hurt. May and I did our best. She used our webs to bandage people's wounds. Luckily no one was too badly hurt. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 249, Chapter 246. They did it. The Avengers saved us, someone cried out. People began to swarm the team who now stood triumphantly over an unconscious Dragon Emperor. They smiled and waved. You gaves are lucky we happened to come around. J2 said with a grin, flashing a smile for the cameras. Can I have an autograph? Someone cried out. It was an old woman with a bandaged arm. She got hurt when J2 plowed the monster into a building. But she didn't care. But I did. I growled as I walked up to them, pushing past the people. May noticed me and quickly followed. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to give them a piece of my mind, I growled out. Spider, don't, they didn't. You morons. I roared out as I tore through the civilian crowd standing before them with clenched fist. The Avengers spotted me, looking confused as May quickly followed. Who's your friend there, Spider? The female speedster asked. Ah, he's. I'm Spider-Man, I growled, and would you mind explaining to me what the hell you were doing? Whoa there, little guy, J2 said as he stepped up. No need to get loud. Do you have any idea what you just did? I cried out. We had that situation handled. He would have been unconscious in seconds. And then you 4 morons had to show up and destroy half the street. Hey, who the hell are you, buddy? A random civilian cried out. They are the Avengers. They saved us, cried out another. No, they destroyed half a city block. I roared, look around. I pointed at a collapsed building. You think that shit would have happened if it wasn't for them? And what brilliant plan did you have to stop him? Asked the Iron Wannabe. I looked at him and growled. Spider-Girl had shot webbing into his throat and nostrils. His fingers were too big and short to reach in and rip the webbing out. He would have suffocated and fainted. And he was seconds away from going unconscious, until you decided to blow missiles up on his face, burning the fucking webbing. The people looked around, whispering to each other. The Avengers looked at each other in surprise, not really knowing what to say. I turned to the female version of Captain America. You, who the hell are you supposed to be? Steve's clone? Cousin? Daughter? I am American Dream. I sort just took on the title, she said nervously. Figures, I scoffed. You lack his battle tactics and frankly common sense. Do me a favor, girl, learn to lead before you charge into New York with a freaking tank. Hey! You can't talk to her like that. J2 cried out, stepping before American Dream, who hangs her head. The hell I can't. I yelled back. Do you 4 think this is a fucking game? Do you even think before you act? Of course we do. J2 cried out. Obviously you don't. I pointed at the crashed cars around me. You could have jumped on the Dragon Emperor and knocked him down, but no, you had to make an entrance and show off. Kid, if you're anything like the real Juggernaut, you have potential to be a machine of destruction, so fucking use some goddamn common sense. I turned to the Black Iron Man, and you. This isn't a war zone, you can't just randomly fire missiles like that. What if the giant golden lizard had thrown it aside? What if one had landed into a group of civilians instead? Impossible, my armor won't ever make that mistake, the guy shot back. Technology isn't perfect, I growled out. Mine is. I looked at him with narrowed eyes. Sexy, hack and disable his armor. Understood, sir. Whoa, what was that? The female speedster asked as suddenly the Iron Man wannabe began to twitch. What's happening? He cried out as suddenly he slipped over. My armor isn't moving. There, Technology hacked. Thanks, sexy, I spoke out. You're welcome, came her reply. I turned to the Avengers. I used to be an Avenger, the originals. And I know how it feels having that title. The way people look up to you and all that shit. But, you people are a bunch of jokes. You use the name as a crutch to act like idiots. This isn't a game, so act like it. I turned back on them and looked at May. We need to go. She didn't say anything, but nodded slowly as she looked back at her friends. Damn it, I just insulted her friends, again. As May swung away I followed behind, leaping through rooftops. I looked back to see the Avengers looking defeated. Mainframe got his suit back online, but didn't seem to follow. Something's off about that guy. We made our way over to a building as May landed there. I quickly followed. I sighed as I walked up to her. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? I'm fine, May replied, it's just, you're a little harsh on them. I sighed, if their feelings get hurt because of a few words then they aren't ready for this life, May. But still. But nothing, I snapped, they were reckless and endangered lives. I'm sorry, I know they are your friends, but they are morons if they think they can just charge into battle like that without a plan. I know this might be new for them, but if they are going to call themselves Avengers there is no room for them to make mistakes, ever. And damn them for not showing up sooner. If they had, I wouldn't have had to step. I told myself I wouldn't fight again but now. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 250, Chapter 247. May sighed, yeah, I guess. My dad actually said the same thing. I rolled my eyes, well I just said that didn't I? Not you, I meant, arg, you know what I mean, she sighed. I nodded. We stood there in silence for a while before I sighed, hey, you want me to give you some tips of kicking bad guy butt? May looked at me and nodded, yeah, I need to let off some steam. And we did just that. Till the late hours of the night we were out fighting. May eventually got into a better mood as I showed her a few tricks of the trade, like laying down web traps for criminals to bumble into, or giving them a wedgie. Surprised she didn't know how to do that. May did all the ass kicking though. I took on a strict onlooker role. I refused to be a fucking hero again, especially for something like street crime. Dragon Emperor was the only exception I would allow myself. Finally though it was time to go home. And both May and I were nervous. She changed into her civilian clothes and walked up to May's house, or my house if we were being technical about it. May gulped, this is going to be so weird. I chuckled, you're telling me. I wonder if I'm still hot after all these years. Dude, seriously, stop, May groaned. We made it to her house and spotted a car outside on the curve. She sighed, Dad's home too, yay. Relax, it'll be fine. We walked up to the door, May walked in and called out, I'm home. And I have company. In the dining room dear, came a familiar voice that sounded older. I blinked, holy shit, I almost forgot about MJ. We walked in and found an older looking couple sitting around a dining table, my dining table. The man had brown hair slicked back with hints of grey near the temples. He had a goatee and looked very tired, lines running down his face showed he spent a lot of his years frowning, not exactly what I hoped to one day look like. The woman on the other hand looked hot, like super hot. MILF hot. Like oh my god please let me one day be married to her hot. MJ grew only sexier with age, her facial lines made her seem more calm and controlled, she still looked gorgeous though, unsurprisingly. May, we need to talk about, future me looked up and stopped mid-sentence as his eyes landed on me, what the heck is going on? Peter, what are you? MJ stopped as well as she stared at me, Peter? What's going on? Mom, Dad, this is May looked at me, well. I smirked, time for some fun. I've been thinking of this moment all day. Daddy. I cried out rushing towards Peter, hugging him tightly, I missed you Daddy. What? Peter and MJ cried out in horror. Peter. Stop it. May growled out. Daddy. Big sister May is mean. Can't you tell her to stop? I asked putting on my best puppy dog eyes, also, when are you and Mommy getting back together? What? Older Peter asked in terror, who are you? I'm your son. I smirked, I'm Ben Hardy. Son of Spider-Man and Black Hat. What? Again, both Peter and MJ screamed. Alright, that's enough. May grabbed me by the ear and pulled me off her. Dad, you are so annoying. Did you have to do that? I laughed, sorry, I could help it. It was so easy. Plus he looked like he had a stick up his ass, no future version of me should look like that. May what is going on here? Future Peter cried out getting on his feet, who is this? May sighed, Dad, this is Peter Parker. He's you from another dimension. I smiled and waved, hey Sorry about the little heart attack there, couldn't help it. MJ rubbed her temples, I swear tiger, every day it's something else. Peter blinked, so you're not my son? Nope. Clever lie. Clone. No. Well, even if I was I don't think I would know, but yet, definitely not a clone. Sigh, remember that time I went after Spiral? May spoke up. Yes. MJ trailed off. Well, I ended up landing on his dimension. He helped me get back home. Now he's stuck here and I figured we could give him a place to crash for a few days. I see, MJ said before looking at me, he really does look like a younger version of you, Peter. Maybe, he squinted his eyes at me, how do we know you're not lying? I blinked, well, you like Felicia's breasts but you always thought her butt was 3 times better. You think Liz Allen was hot, but extremely annoying for your taste. You always wondered why Shocker gave himself that stupid name when his powers are based on vibrations. But when you realize the vibrator sounds like a dildo. Oh, and you also think Sue Storm is super hot, but you're too scared of Reed, Johnny, and Ben to mention anything. Future Peter looked horrified, my daughter's right there. I blinked and turned to May, yeah, about that, can't you like GE her a better costume or something? Honestly man, you want your teenage daughter jumping around New York in skin-tight spandex. Yup, he's you all right, MJ said as she rubbed her temples. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 251, Chapter 248. I grinned, hey MJ, hey, guess in some world we do end up together hey. MJ blinked, you aren't with me in your world. I shook my head, no, we're just friends. But honestly if this is how you are going to look in 20 years I'm totally changing my mind. Was I really this annoying? Future Peter asked with a groan. Yes, came MJ's sharp reply. We all sat down around the dining table as I told them my story. How my Reed created a portal that sent me here and how I would automatically return home, but no idea when that would happen. So you need a place to stay, Future Peter asked. I nodded, yeah, just for a few days, hopefully. I have cash, so you don't have to worry about that. Honestly I would be able to make do living in a motel, but May insisted. She was right too, MJ spoke up flashing her daughter a smile, your family after all. From another world, Future Peter corrected. But still family, MJ glared at her husband, you can stay for as long as you want Peter. I smiled, call me Bruce Wayne, it's a lot less confusing. Don't want to accidentally call me Honey Bunny or something. MJ chuckled, yup Tiger, he's definitely a younger version of you. I smiled, yup, anyway, I have to say, all this is kind of surprising, I looked around, didn't think you would still be living here of all places. I got it after Aunt May died, Future Peter explained, is she still alive in your world? I nodded, yeah, her, Uncle Ben and Dad. They're all alive. What? Peter's eyes went wide in surprise along with MJ's. I nodded as I took out my phone and opened the gallery. I showed a picture of me with the entire Parker household and showed it Peter, yeah, May told me he's dead in your world. He is, Peter gulped, eyes slowly watering, how? I raised an eyebrow, how what? When I first became Spider-Man I was irresponsible with my powers. Use it to gain attention for myself and money. That indirectly caused Uncle Ben's death. I blinked, damn, I'm sorry to hear that Pete, when I got my powers I didn't even actually want to be a superhero. MJ gasped, a Peter Parker that didn't want to be a hero? Now I've seen everything. It's true, I nodded, I was scared. It wasn't an appealing life really. I figured I could do a lot more good with any tech I built, making the world a better place one step at a time. But then, MJ changed my mind. She did. MJ asked in surprise, how? She told me that heroes were needed, that people need something to believe in, I sighed, we actually went out on a date, but at the end the Hulk kind of crashed it by dropping into Harlem and fighting Abomination. I saw so many people hurt, I just knew I had to do something to help. So, I became Spider-Man. MJ and Peter looked at each other. The redhead sighed, all these years I wanted to keep you away from that life, I'm surprised to find there's a version of you out there that became Spider-Man because of me Tiger. Peter sighed too, I know, and your father? How is he still alive? I sighed hard, he and Mom were scientists, is it the same in your world? Peter shook his head, no, they were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they died on a mission. May gasped, Dad, I didn't know that. Is everyone in my family a badass? MJ smiled, you betcha kiddo. I nodded, well, it's something similar with me. My mom and dad were working on recreating the super soldier serum that gave Steve his powers. They succeeded, but they later found out they were actually working for Hydra. They ran, but Hydra caught them. My dad was taken in alive, but my mom, she committed suicide in order to ensure the formula would never reach their hands. My dad didn't know the whole formula, the only physical sample they made they inserted into me. When that spider bit me it activated the formula, mutating it into giving me my powers. Same with you. Peter blinked, no, they just died for being spies. They came back at one point, but they were just androids. I groaned, fucking hate that trick, having my dad back is weird, but, I think I'm finally getting used to it. Peter smiled, it's funny, when I was your age I always wondered what it would be like to have my parents and Ben back, and you know. I chuckled, yeah, guess so, you know, if you want, I can bring him a message, I offered. This was Peter Parker, the real one. Not a fake taking his place and taking the love of his father. No. It wasn't fair. This is the least I can do to make it up. Peter smiled, no, I'm over it. I have another family to look after now, he smiled at May and MJ, I'm content. I smiled, I have to say, I never imagined I would ever become so normal, I chuckled. I'm sure you find it difficult imagining a life without the webs. But you will, Peter smiled back, being a hero is a great responsibility, but now I got a bigger responsibility, he turned to May, that trumps everything else I could ever be. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 252, Chapter 249. I snorted, believe me, giving up the webs won't be that hard, MJ and May just chuckled, but Peter narrowed his eyes in suspicion. I cleared my throat, anyway, what I'm really having a hard time getting over is the fact that MJ and I got together. MJ smiled, why? Who did you think you would end up marrying? I shrugged, Felicia. MJ's eyes went wide as Peter coughed in surprise, you and Felicia are going out, he asked in disbelief. I sighed, we broke up. Peter blinked, why? She broke her father out of prison and became a fugitive on S.H.I.E.L.'s shit list. Obviously she couldn't stay with me. I grumbled, look I don't want to talk about it. Right, May said getting up, I don't know about you guys, but today has been weird enough, first my dad from another world showed up, made fun of my friends, insulted the Avengers and is now in my house. I snorted, oh please, those wannabes don't deserve to be called Avengers. They're reckless, and yes, I understand how ironic it is that I'm saying that. You're not wrong, Peter said with a chuckle, those kids have no idea what they are doing. I'm surrounded by judgmental people. May cried out as she walked away to the stairs, I'm going to bed. I blinked, really? It's so soon. It's been a long day, she yelled back going upstairs. I chuckled as I turned to MJ and Peter, $5 says she's going to sneak out dressed up. Peter shook her head, probably. So that was you today fighting Dragon Emperor. I nodded, yeah, May and I had the situation handled, but then the avenging morons came in and mucked everything up. I can understand your frustration. So, what are you going to do? Just wait to be flung back home. I shrugged, that's the plan. There's nothing else for me to do. Peter nodded, I see. We talked into the night, telling him about my life. Honestly I was excited, this was Peter Parker, the real one. I was so excited to finally meeting my idol. My hero, so in order to impress him I told him everything I felt comfortable telling him. So Fury recruited you? Peter asked surprised, damn, that's surprising. I nodded, you're telling me. One night, bam. He's there and I'm staring at this dude who's sprouting out something about Avengers. MJ nodded, still, trained by the Black Widow, impressive. I shrugged, Fury didn't want me to be out there untrained. He figured I was safer under his eye than out there wild. Peter chuckled, I wish I had that chance. I can only imagine what you know. I leaned back, yeah, I guess, but, in the end, it just wasn't worth it. Peter and MJ looked at me. Peter cleared his throat and spoke, what happened? I looked up, what do you mean? I've had that exact look on my face many times before, Peter explained, and that was when I was getting ready to give up. And from what you said earlier, you stopped didn't you? You stopped being Spider-Man. I snorted, figured I couldn't hide it from you, yeah, I did. I gave up the webs. That's why I don't have my costume or shooters on me. What about the helmet? MJ asked. I took out my red tablet and expanded it into the helmet, a prototype I was working on for superheroes, heroes other than me. I just had it on me when I was sucked in here, it was a coincidence really. Then why did you step in to help May? Peter asked. I looked at him, what else should I have done? Let my daughter die. MJ and Peter were silent. They looked at each, MJ motioning to me. Peter sighed, listen, Peter. I've been where you have been before, I understand what you're feeling. But, running away from your problems will never solve anything. I narrowed my eyes, what do you know? Did you nearly die at the age of 16? Did your life flash before you as a madman stood over your corpse ready to end you as easily as he breathed? Peter was silent. And then he got up and pulled up his pant leg showing his metallic peg leg, yes Peter, I have. Many more times than I care to count. Then why the hell should I do the same? I asked him, if you were me, what would you do? What would you do if you lost the reason to put on that mask? What would you do if you lost the will to fight? MJ looked at me and smiled, that's good. My eyes widened, what? If you lost the will to fight, then you can simply find it again. Believe me Peter, if you're anything like my husband, you won't let something like a near-death experience stop you, she smiled, you'll find a way, you always do honey. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands double exclamation mark subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance double exclamation mark. Person with folded hands. kofi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 253, Chapter 250. I blushed, Peter, I think your wife is hitting on me. Peter chuckled, don't get cocky kid. She's mine, get your own. MJ rolled her eyes, you both are exactly the same. I smiled, thought slowly it melted away. I sighed, look, I just can't anymore. I used to say to myself that the reason I fought was to protect people. But then, Doom nearly killed and I couldn't stand the sight of the costume. I just can't is all. Peter nodded, I understand Peter, come on, I'll show you where you can stay. I followed him, waving MJ good night. Peter showed me to the attic, lucky for me they still maintained the place, even if no one lived there. We spoke for a while, he was curious about my life. And then, he wished me a good night and closed the attic door behind him. I sat on the bed and looked around. There were several neatly sealed boxes pushed onto one corner and a table with an old computer and a chemistry set. It looked like something I would use, no, not me. Peter Parker. I walked up to the table and looked the instruments over, they each had the stain of chemicals on their glass walls, each a visibly different cover. This must be where Peter made his web fluids, strange, it all seems so complicated. I then noticed a trunk under the table, it was unmarked, unlike every other box in this damn attic this one was locked. Luckily for me, my metal manipulation allowed me to be a great lockpicker. I pulled the trunk out and grabbed the lock, feeling its metallic components in its structure, using my powers to open it up with a quick snap. I took the lock out and threw the truck open, revealing a red and blue costume that looked awfully familiar. I picked it up and looked at it under the attic night light. It was old, and covered with stitches. Whoever stitched it knew what they were doing, they made it in such a way the stitches matched the way the webs moved, making it a part of the costume. As I pulled the costume out I noticed 2 metallic bracelets underneath it along with various other toys and gadgets. These were his gear, his tools. I bent down and picked up the mask underneath it all, and out came the classic red mask with sharp glass eyes that seemed to be both serious and charming at the same time. I see it didn't take you long to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. I turned to see Peter leaning besides the wall with a smile on his face and blankets tucked under his arms. I'm you, technically it's mine, I responded. And I thought you said you wouldn't pick up the costume ever again, he chuckled as he placed the sheets on the bed. Here, I thought you would need it. Thanks, I put the costume away and shut the trunk before kicking it under the table. Sorry. You can use it if you want, he told me with a shrug. I'm not using it and May has her own costume, so I wouldn't mind. Thing needs to be worn, not thrown away and hidden like a shameful secret. I sat down on the bed. Why did you stop? I asked him. He looked me over and sighed, sitting down next to me. May told me in your world you don't have a green goblin, yes. I nodded, yeah but, I mean I just started. I have only been Spider-Man for around a year. So you might face him one day, Peter sighed, he is my greatest enemy. He's a genius that acts the fool so that you would underestimate him before he split your head open like a coconut. He was a monster. Did you kill him? I asked. Peter looked at me, yes, I did. I looked down at the trunk, is that why you gave it up? Guilt. No, I dealt with the guilt a long time ago. Spider-Man was a responsibility I had, but then I came upon an even bigger responsibility and soon the risks just didn't seem to be worth it. And what was this new responsibility? I asked. He smiled as he walked away, being a parent, but for you, you have a responsibility towards the power you possess. That costume means something to people, not just you. Think about that. I'll see you tomorrow Peter, he shut the door behind him. He might be broken physically, but I can see the same spark that drove me to jump around and save people's lives inside him, even now. Was this the difference between the real Peter Parker and me? The guy who refused to give up in a cheap imitation? Maybe, but then again, I never had any business taking on that title did I? But as I slept away that night Peter's words haunted me, anything that is broken, can be fixed. It was strange, that was almost exactly what Charles told me word for word. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands double exclamation mark subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance double exclamation mark. Person with folded hands. kofi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 254, Chapter 251, Respin the Webs. I woke up early the next day and walked down to find Peter and MJ already sitting at the dining table. MJ was fixing up a plate of pancakes while Peter read the newspaper. I chuckled aloud gaining their attention. Peter raised an eyebrow, what's so funny? I never imagined I could ever do the whole perfect family thing, I smiled, Mom cooks breakfast while the dad reads the newspaper. Looks so perfect. MJ smiled, yeah, this is what your life's going to be one day. No offense, but no way, I shivered, there's no way I would ever have that ugly goatee. What? You don't like the goatee? Peter asked shocked. No, who are you trying to be? Tony Stark. I scoffed, now a full beard, that would be badass. Can you imagine it? Chicks would dig the beard. MJ chuckled as she leaned down and kissed Peter's cheek. I prefer the goatee, that way I don't feel like I'm kissing a porcupine. Peter smiled, winking at me. I threw my hands up, whatever. As far as I'm concerned, this is version of my life that might not even happen. Why do you think that? Peter asked. I've been thinking a lot about what you said last night. A greater responsibility. So, if I'm not going to be Spider-Man, I honestly don't know what I should do, I replied, sitting down. Peter raised an eyebrow as he sighed and put his paper away. Let me give you some ideas, Pete. The future isn't set in stone, it never is. The world needs people like you in it, so, whatever you do, remember, with great power, comes great responsibility. I snorted, when did I get so sagely? Peter smiled, holding MJ's hand. I think it was a few weeks after I met her. MJ chuckled, so are you saying all he needs is a good woman to set him straight? Peter chuckled, maybe. He turned to me, do you, Peter? I looked away, a memory of Felicia in my head. Yeah, I did. Felicia Hardy. MJ hummed, were you close? I shrugged. I took out my phone and showed the pic I took on our first date. We were. She was actually my best friend. We fought crime together, took classes together. I'm guessing you don't have the same relationship. Peter and MJ looked at the picture as the former shook his head. No. I didn't meet her until I finished college and was few years into my superhero career. I stopped her trying to rob a jewelry store. I chuckled, same. And then when Felicia Hardy walked into my classroom the next day, I knew that she was the Black Cat. And then shit happened, blah blah blah. What happened to your Felicia? Peter passed me the phone. She married Flash and had a kid. But she what? I cried out, completely shocked. I did love May's stories, but I never did read them all. Obviously I missed a few critical issues. She married Flash Thompson. MJ blinked, yes. I gaped, fuck me. How? She married that moron. That bullying pieces of shit. Peter chuckled, oh, right, I forgot, he still bullies you, doesn't he? I scoffed, he tries. I use big words to confuse him and so he kind of just stays away. Well, Flash eventually becomes a very good friend, Peter explained as he sipped his coffee. I blinked, you're joking. No, MJ smiled, they actually go out for drinks once in a while. She placed 3 plates filled with pancakes on the table. I swear, you spiders and your appetite. I grumbled, that's it, this reality is messed up. I have a goatee, end up with MJ, Felicia married a moron and apparently he and I become best friends. Peter chuckled, don't worry, you'll get used to it. No way, man, Flash is nothing more than a bully, there's no way I'm ever going to be his friend. MJ laughed, give it time, Tiger. I grumbled. Just then May came down and stopped me and blinked, oh, right, damn, I was hoping yesterday was a really messed up dream. Sorry kiddo, Peter chuckled. I smiled, turning to Peter and MJ, hey, since I'm technically her dad, can I like ground her? No, May said. Yes, MJ smiled. Mom. What? He's technically your dad, she chuckled. We all chuckled, May just grumbled, rolling her eyes at me. We sat down for breakfast and May turned to me, so what are you going to do today? I blinked, what do you mean? May shrugged, I mean what are you going to do? You can't just sit here all day, can you? I hummed, I guess, well I honestly don't know. You should go to school, Peter suggested with a smile. What? May and I cried out at once. It doesn't matter if you are in another world, school is good for you, it's important. I scoffed, I don't know about you future me, but I work with Reed Richards and Susan Storm in the Baxter building for a living, I doubt school can teach me things I don't already know. Peter raised an eyebrow, you work at the Baxter building? Yup. Even have a few patents under my name. Oh, do you have a degree? I blinked, no. Then you need to go to school. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 255, Chapter 252. Dad, are you crazy? Can you imagine what will happen to a social life a 16-year-old version of my dad joins up? May yelled before groaning, my life doesn't make any sense. Peter chuckled, sorry May, but trust me, you'll get used to it. Now, he turned to me, you need something to do, yes? I don't think Ben would approve of you just sitting here lazing around. Hey. Why don't I follow you around? I mean we may end up with the same job, so why shouldn't I shadow you? What do you say? Peter sighed, you can, but you need an education Peter, no matter what you think otherwise. I grumbled, you sound just like Richard. Peter raised an eyebrow, really? Smart man. Now, give me a few days and I'll set it up, won't be too much of a hassle. But, please. Anything but school. Come on man. Be cool. I begged. Peter winked, sorry Pete, you know what we say, with great power comes great responsibility, MJ, May and I all groaned. Exactly. Now, do you have a name you go by? Something other than Peter Parker. I groaned. Yeah, Bruce Wayne. Good. It'll be done in a few days. May banged her head against her table. This is a living nightmare. I did the same. With any luck, my time will run out and I won't have to deal with this nightmare again. 2 days later. I'll give Peter this. It took him 2 days to fabricate an identity for me. Working for the cops must have its perks. Plus being a genius probably helped too. I hate this, May grumbled. I sighed. I'm not a fan of there either. I fucking hate high school. May blinked. Dude. Watch your mouth. I'm your daughter. I rolled my eyes, put a sock in it. And besides, I have all the right to complain. Why? I'm the one who has to go to school with my dad, she hissed as we came up on the school. Yet? Well, I'm the one who crossed the dimensional barrier and still ended up having to go to the same boring school, which I already hate. Can you imagine? It's like you finally defeat a game boss only to realize you have to start all over again. May shrugged. Don't know anything about that, she sighed as we walked into the oh so familiar double doors. Listen, don't cause any trouble, okay? Please, just, keep a low profile. I smirked. Well, I was planning on torturing you by making fun of you before your friends, but, fine, I'll be good. Promise. May smiled. Thanks, Bruce. I smiled. Yup, I love the sound of that. May. Girl, over here, a young black teenager with short pixie cut hair waved at May, a bright smile on her face as she approached us. Hey, running kind of late, hey? I've been looking everywhere for you, girl. What's the deal? Hey Danny, May smiled. I was just showing my cousin around. She turned and motioned at me. This is Bruce Wayne, he's my uncle's kid. I didn't know you had a cousin, May. Danny smiled at me, extending her hand. Hey, I'm Dana Kirby, but everyone calls me Danny. I smirked. Bruce Wayne. So, what dirt can I get on my dear cousin? Bruce. You promised. May hissed. I blinked. Oh, right, almost forgot. Sorry, forget I said anything. Danny chuckled. Funny. So how long are you going to be in town, Bruce? I not really sure, I sighed. Life's a mess, so I'm just here until everything sorts itself out, you know. Danny nodded. I can get that. So, since May already showed you around, you know everything yet? I nodded. Yup. So what's your first period? AP Chemistry, I smiled. Cool. I'll walk you to class. Mine's just a few doors down anyway. Danny smiled when May suddenly pulled her aside and hissed in her ear. Your class is in another building. She was quiet, but my enhanced hearing picked it up. Danny smiled and whispered back, I know. She winked at May before pulling me by the arm. Now come on, Bruce, you can tell me all about May growing up. I chuckled. There isn't really much to say. I spent the entire day avoiding people. I wasn't going to be here for long, so as far as I was concerned I was surrounded by ghosts. I met more of May's friends at lunch. The 2 blondes with a crush on her seemed hostile, obviously. There was an Asian nerd, a strong moron, a Duffy-looking chick, Danny, and an Asian cutie named Nancy, though she seemed to hate my guts the moment she saw me. So, you're the famous Bruce Wayne, Nancy said, narrowing her eyes at me. I blinked. Famous? How? I only just got here. Yeah, but May's pretty famous around here, Danny said with a wink. She's the star of the basketball team A&D. Well, hot. You can say that again, Brad chuckled. Immediately Nancy looked at the boy and glared. He saw her glare and immediately looked away, ashamed. Nancy turned to me. She never mentioned you. I shrugged. She never mentioned you either. Nancy growled. What's that supposed to mean? It means we don't talk, I smiled. Her dad and mine didn't really get along. You can even say they came from different worlds. An epic eye roll from May. So May and I never got together for chats all that often. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 256, Chapter 253. So Peter, you interested in sports? Brad asked. I shook my head. Sports are boring. I'm more of a man of science myself. So, you're a nerd, Yama, the Asian wimpy kid, said with a snort. I nodded. Yup. I'm a huge nerd. Got a problem with that? No, he replied quickly. I smiled. Good. Now, why don't you guys tell me a little about yourselves? The conversations were so boring, typical teenage drama. May participated actively. I'm honestly surprised she hasn't moved past this part of her life yet. But then again, she isn't my kid, it must be the MJ in her. The end of school couldn't come fast enough for me. May and her friends invited me to hang out after school, and since I really didn't have anything better to do, I accepted. A few hours later. I groaned. Why did I agree to this? Oh shut it, Bruce, May said with a chuckle, throwing a top onto the ever-growing pile of clothes on my arms. You get to spend the with 3 beautiful women. You should be happy. Nancy grunted as she walked away while Danny smiled, winking at me. I smiled at the girl. Well, maybe you're not wrong, but do you have to get so much? Yet, we're girls, Nancy snorted, throwing a shirt on my head. We tend to wear more than just a pair of jeans and a crappy ironic shirt of a retro superhero. I glared at the girl. Hey. They ran out of Spider-Man shirts, okay? Oh, you a Spy Day fan, Bruce? Danny asked. I smirked. I was, I shrugged, but now I think he's kind of overrated. Damn straight. 'Cause now there's Spider-Girl in the house. Danny cheered, much to May's quiet joy. We took over an hour to finish shopping but then it was nearing 9 in the evening. We walked out of the store just as they were shutting down. And as the only guy in the group I was elected to carry all shopping bags. Yay, feminism. I grumbled as we walked down the road to the train station. Why can't we just take a damn cab? I live in the Bronx, Danny shrugged, it's safer for me to take the train. Wait, if you live in the Bronx, why do you come to school in Queens? I asked. Danny smiled, Midtown High has the best basketball team and the best science department in the city, so the 15-minute journey is totally worth it. Yet, Nancy huffed, I'm from northern Queens, so Pembroke would be easier for me, but Midtown has the best basketball team, so here I am. I whistled, I didn't realize Midtown High's sports teams were that good. Yeah they are, Danny nodded, in fact it's thanks to Coach Flash it happened. His first year he managed to take everyone to the finals. He's been knocking it out of the park ever since. I grumbled, Flash hey, how nice. You have a probably with Coach Flash. Nancy raised an eyebrow. I grumbled, no. Well, it's complicated. Stop, came a dead cold voice as suddenly a white man dressed in a black hood came out of the shadowy alley holding a knife in his hands. Give me all your cash and you won't get hurt. Kia. Nancy shrieked as she moved back in fear. I dropped the bags immediately and stepped forward, May grabbing her friends and pulling them behind her for safety. Hey now man, you don't have to do anything risky, okay, I said slowly holding up my hands. Give me your fucking wallet, he cried out. Alright, I said, I'm just going to reach into my jeans and take it out, okay. He looked jumpy, scared, nervous, first timer, figures. I looked back. May, keep them safe, she nodded, not questioning my orders. I slowly reached into my pocket and took out my wallet, displaying it to him. Here, see, wallet. Just take it, we don't want any trouble. The man looked at the wallet, he reached forward, I tossed the wallet, he came to grab it, I was about to leap kick his fucking jaw off when suddenly, oh no you don't. We all turned and looked up to see a figure in red and blue come swinging down on a rope, double kicking the crook in the gut, sending him flying into a building's side, knocked unconscious. Yet. Scarlet Spider for the win, she cheered landing before us doing a little dance, that's why you don't mess with the spider. Yet, she paused, slowly turning around and realizing we were all staring at her, you alright citizens. I looked her over, she was clearly a woman, that ass and legs gave it away. She was dressed in a skin-tight red costume with a blue hoodie on with a spider stitched on the front. I blinked in surprise, isn't that Ben Reilly's Scarlet Spider costume? What the shit? Who are you supposed to be? She struck a superhero pose, I'm the Scarlet Spider. I looked her over, legs went on for miles, ass that you could bounce a quarter off of, and a great physique. I groaned, I found myself forgetting a large part of May Parker's life in the comic books, it's been over a year since I last read a comic book, obviously some things became foggy. But I know this woman before me was apparently important in some way. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 257, Chapter 254. I blinked, how many spiders-themed heroes exist in this town? 2 I think, Scarlet chuckled rubbing her neck, looking over my shoulder to notice May and the others. Are you guys okay? Why yeah, thank you, Danny nodded. No problem, she said enthusiastically before looking around and picking up my wallet that the criminal had dropped when she double-kicked him. Here, I think this belongs to you cutie, she said handing the wallet over to me. I blinked, taking it from her. Thanks, I guess. Right, she said nervously, so, bye I guess. She turned around and leaped onto the fire escape, climbing up to the roof before leaping away. I turned to May and the others, who the fuck was that? The Scarlet Spider, May grumbled, visibly pissed, she's new. I nodded, no kidding, I could see her jumping away, she wasn't very fast, meaning she was not superhuman. Does she have any relation to Spider-Girl? May snorted, she wishes. She just kind of showed up one day, nobody knows who she is though. I blinked, is that so? My interest was piqued, I needed to find out about this girl, who was she? I turned to May and the others, the normal girls looked scared, kept looking at the unconscious mugger in fear. I sighed, May, get Danny and Nancy out of here, I'll call the cops and wait for them to get here, okay? Are you sure, Bruce? May asked, if you want. No, it's best if you three go, I motioned over, I'll be fine. Trust me. May looked like she wanted to argue, but one look at how frightened Nancy and Danny were she decided against it. The girls quickly left, May whispered a word of warning in my ears before she did, "Be careful." I called the police, told them exactly where to find the unconscious crook, and then hanged up. I turned to the rooftops. It was time to find out who the Scarlet Spider really was. I climbed onto the roof easily enough, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. I spotted the Scarlet Spider off in the distance, leaping through the air as if she was born to do it. She had gymnastics training, I can tell as much. Maybe better than Felicia, but she was still raw, inexperienced. I could see it in her stance, she knew what to do, but now how? Her movements were too robotic. I followed her, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, using all the parkour skills Natasha drilled into my head to free run the rooftops. And then, for a second, I lost her. I spotted her doubling back around, coming behind me, trying to sneaking up behind me. She was almost there when at the last movement I moved, grabbed her by the arms and pinning her to a rooftop door. "Damn, you're good," she replied, already struggling to break free. I smiled, "Thanks, I took a few self-defense classes." "A few, hey," she smiled before sweeping my legs, and pushing me to the ground, getting on top of me, pinning my arms to the ground, straddling my waist, but not good enough. I was immediately hit with a strange sense of déjà vu. Wait, wasn't this the same way I met Felicia? So then, why exactly are you following me? Scarlet asked. I looked at her. I wanted to know who you are. Isn't that the point of a mask? She chuckled. I blinked. I guess, who are you? She chuckled. Well, if you must know. She brought a hand up and slowly pulled her mask up. I was eagerly waiting. I didn't even realize she had released my right arm. Her mask was halfway up her face when she brought her hand back down, pinning me to the ground before pressing her lips to mine. MPH. I cried out in shock as I felt her kiss me hard. Her fingers pulling me up into her as her tongue entered my mouth. She moaned into the kiss before suddenly pulling back, my shocked face staring back at her. That's who I am. She leaped off me and landed on the roof edge. See you later, alligator, before jumping away. I got to my feet and watched her use a grappling hook to swing around a building. I blinked. Did that really just happen? Now I had to find out who she was. I stuck to the shadows and followed her. This time she didn't see me. I didn't let her see me. I followed her from a distance, watching her move towards the Upper East Side. Rich people, gah, I hate these damn apartments, too stupid looking. Waste of money. I watched her swing around for a bit, fighting street crime, nothing so dangerous that I had to step in. I'll say this for her, she knew how to handle herself. It was half an hour later when she finally returned home. A very nice apartment on the Upper East Side. I watched her from across the road, kind of creepy I know, but hey, she decided to wear my symbol, I needed to know who she was. I watched as she drew the curtains, cutting my line of sight. I cursed, damn it, wait, I took out my red tablet and turning it into a helmet, putting it on, sexy, find out who lives in that apartment, I looking for a woman, around 5 feet 9 inches, maybe taller. Gymnastics background. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 258, Chapter 255. Searching, hacking into government database and, one result found matching description. The apartment is registered to one Felicia Hardy, Sexy replied. I felt my heart catch, it leapt into my throat. Felicia? I asked in disbelief. That was her? This world's version of Kitten was right there, and I couldn't see it. She freaking kissed me and I didn't know. I hated myself, but then I slowly began to think it over. Felicia Hardy in this world was probably well over 40, and I don't care how much she trained, she can't remain that flexible without some meta-human powers. Meaning that can't possibly be her. No, something else was going on. Sexy, access Felicia's records, is she living with any other woman? Sexy, Felicia Hardy is registered to share the apartment with her partner Diana Sun along with her daughter Felicity Hardy, Sexy explained. Partner. Daughter. I asked in shocked, wait, holy shit. I just kissed Felicity. I kissed my girlfriend's daughter. Fuck. Wait, does that mean I also kissed Flash's daughter? Yes, Felicia Hardy was married to one Eugene Thompson, she had. I cut her off, I know that Sexy. Arg, tell me something I don't know, I grumbled, honesty Flash Thompson. Fucking crazy man. She got a divorce after the birth of her daughter Felicity and her son Gene Thompson. I grumbled holding my head in my hands, this reality blows dicks. I looked at the rest of the apartment. Using the zoom function in my helmet I saw an older blonde woman sitting for dinner with a black woman, who I assume was Diana, and another blonde. The younger blonde looked exactly like my Felicia, like a carbon copy, which was to be expected given her mother's identity. Felicity Hardy, damn, this is so weird. I tried to block all memories of her kissing me, shit like that deserved to be burnt and buried. But the older woman, Felicia, she looked amazing. The way she laughed, the way she smiled, she had lines along her eyes but, oh my god, I might fall in love with this one too. I pulled away from her, I forced myself to. I wanted to burst into her apartment, grab her and kiss her with all my heart. I wanted to run away with her, to cry and tell her I forgive her. But I knew she wasn't my kitten, she would never be my Felicia Hardy. So it was best if I did nothing. And now I found myself once more out in the night, swinging away in the darkness of a city I barely recognized. All of this, it was just too much. Is it too much to want to live a normal teenage life? Why do I have to deal with this interdimensional shit? I grumbled and took off, making my way back to Queens. It was a long way off, and I took the time trying to suppress all memories of that kiss. I also had sexy look up Felicity's file and surprise, apparently she also attended Midtown High. I reached home and walked in, only to find Peter, May, and MJ all waiting for him, looking worried. Peter. May cried out, about time. I sighed, closing the door behind me, sorry I'm late. The cops took much longer to show up. Are you okay? MJ asked. I shrugged, please, I faced Magneto and lived, a common crook has nothing on me. Besides, it was the Scarlet Spider chick that ended up saving the day, May, and I didn't even have to lift a finger. May huffed at me mentioning Scarlet, did she know something? Peter sighed, well I'm just glad you both are safe, come, let's eat, I for one am starving. I grumbled, but nodded. That night just as I was getting ready to go to bed there was a knock on the door and Peter walked in. What's up? I asked him. I heard you leapt into action the moment the mugger appeared, Peter said leaning on the door frame. Yeah, I did, and? I asked. You said you wouldn't be a hero, he raised a curious eyebrow. I didn't put on a damn costume did I? I just did what I had to do to protect my daughter, that's all, I hissed. Deny it all you want Peter, but I know you. No, believe me, you really don't, I snorted. He smiled, no, I do, he sat down on the bed and patted the spot next to him. I sat down and he continued, I know our lives different, I was driven by the death of my uncle, the guilt and the pain, it drove me. But, it's not the only reason I did what I did. I sat down next to him, listening to my hero, so, what was it? Peter smiled, I did it because I could. Because every time I put on that suit, I knew I was doing good. Listen, I know you and I have different ideals and dreams. But, if you can do something to make the world a better place, shouldn't you at least try? I was silent, the words from the real Peter Parker ringing through my head loudly. He smiled before reaching down and taking out the chest where his old costume and tools were stored. He popped the trunk lid and displayed the contents. If you ever change your mind, he said getting up and walking to the door, don't hesitate to use it. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 259, Chapter 256. He walked out, my eyes glued to the costume inside. The original costume, the real costume, not the one I made, no. This was Peter Parker's costume. I sighed, maybe I don't need to wear it right now. I bundled up the costume and put it into my school bag along with the web shooters. I shouldn't lie to myself, being Spider-Man, it was fun. And maybe I should stop pretending I didn't want to be him again. So for now, I'll keep it on me, just for now. The next day. And then this new spider came in, kicked butt and just bolted. Danny cheered, jumping in her seat in the cafeteria, it was so cool. Nancy rolled her eyes, she was okay I guess. So you guys really saw this Scarlet Spider? Brad asked, sounding skeptical. Yeah we did. Hey, just ask Bruce and May, they saw her too, Danny pointed to May and I, both of whom remained silent the whole time. Well? JJ asked, is this true May? The girl cleared her throat, yeah. Nice. So we have another spider. This is so cool, said Moose, the big guy I called gay the first time around, was she cooler than Spider-Girl? Hell no. May snapped, she's just a rip-off. Well I wouldn't say that May, a new voice called out as a woman with platinum blonde hair dressed in a pair of jeans and a green top walked over to our table. She smirked, her face looking similar to Felicia's, some would say the new spider is totally a step up. I blinked, that's right, Felicity Hardy also studied here didn't she? Hey girl. It's been too long. Have you heard? Danny smiled moving over, giving Felicity space to sit down, making her sit down right opposite me. About how the Scarlet Spider saved you guys. Yeah, I heard, Felicity replied in a smug voice, in fact I heard if she hadn't come, May's cousin would have been Swiss cheese. I raised an eyebrow, I can handle myself Felicity. Felicity looked surprised, shocked even. May blinked, you guys know each other. I smiled, something like that, I gave her a knowing smile leaning forward, resting my face on my hand, you know, that isn't actually where the story ends. What do you mean? Nancy asked skeptically. I mean, I smirked at the girl, after you guys left, Scarlet came back. And then, she kissed me. What? May cried out, her eyes immediately landing on Felicity, who was blushing red. Ah, so May did know who the Scarlet Spider really was. Dude. Are you serious? Brad cried out. I nodded, yeah, I am. I guess she wanted me to properly thank her or something, so she just shoved me down and kissed me. Whoa, Danny blinked, was she any good? Danny. Felicity cried out, blushing harder. What? I just want to know. Danny shrugged. Well, was it? Brad asked, the gathered teenagers all looking very curious. I smiled, it was. They leaned in closer, even May looked curious, the worst kiss I ever got. What? Felicity cried out, slamming her hands on the table, what the hell do you mean? I shrugged, I mean it was the worst kiss I ever got. It was like kissing a horse, tongue going everywhere and lips being shoved all over the place. It was like her first kiss and. Wait. I shivered, I think it was her first kiss. Damn. Now I feel bad. And no way. Felicity cried out, the kids turning to her, it can't have been her first kiss. Why do you think that, Felicity? Nancy asked, her eyes narrowed curiously. Yeah, Felicity, why? May asked, a smug smile on her face. Because, I mean, she's a superhero, right? Felicity gulped, they must like be with a lot of people. I snorted, well, even then, she was still the worst kisser I have ever met. Felicity was red now, she looked like she wanted to crawl in a hole and die. I chuckled, there, now there's no way she'll ever want to kiss me again. That night. I was walking home alone that evening, May stayed behind for basketball practice. And just then, I was suddenly grabbed and dragged into an alley. I blinked in surprise as I found myself face to face with the Scarlet Spider once again. Oh, hey. What's up? I'm the worst kisser ever. Felicity demanded. I smirked, oh? And how did you know that? Immediately she realized her mistake and backed away. I have my ear to the ground. Really? I rolled my eyes, cute. So, why? Why what? Why am I the worst kisser ever? Wow, this is really bothering you, hey? I chuckled, God, this was so much fun. And no. I mean, I just want to know why. I shrugged, there's no why, it was just a bad kiss is all. She growled, for a moment I thought she was going to hit me, but then, she lunged forward, pushed me back and raised her mask, kissing me again. Her hands went around my hair, her chest heaving against mine as she attacked every corner of my mouth with hers. And then she finally moved away, the skin on my lips wet with her saliva and a shocked expression on my face. She smirked, yeah, I'm just the worst, she turned around and took off, catch you later, cutie. I watched her jump and leap away and groaned, great, just great. I knew I shouldn't have pushed her. God, I hope she doesn't try that again, I swear she gets it from her mother. Ugh, I'm going to be sick. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 260, Chapter 257. A week later. So Tracy Morgan's dating Tony. Danny gasped, didn't he break up with her a month ago? Nancy nodded, they got back together. May snorted, if a guy broke up with me the way Tony did to Morgan I wouldn't even talk to him. Well, you know what they say, young love. Danny shrugged as she turned to me, what's wrong, Bruce? Are we boring you? I snorted, sorry, it's just I don't know these people who you're talking about. Plus, I've never been one for gossip. Plus I'm so fucking bored. May rolled her eyes, yet? And what? May. Felicity suddenly came running up to our table. Her eyes wide in fear, she looked scared, very sacred. May looked up, Felicity? What's wrong? I need to talk to you, alone, she looked at us, please. Ah, okay, May nodded as she got up and followed the blonde out of the cafeteria. I sighed, why did Felicia have to marry Flash of all people? Yuck. I grumbled, I watched May and Felicity walk outside, the way she looked, scared, that bothered me. Deciding to do something about it I got up, where are you going? Danny asked. I smiled, bathroom, be back in a second, I winked as I snuck away, following May and Felicity as they went behind the building, standing next to a garbage bin as they whispered to one another. I used my super hearing to listen in. She hasn't said a word to me, May. I know her. She doesn't just leave like that. Even Diana is worried. Have you tried her cell? No working. Damn it. Fine, I'll help. But, where could she be? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, this sounded bad. I walked around the corner, maybe I can help with that. P. Bruce. May turned to me shocked, what are you doing here? Fetching daisies, I rolled my eyes turned to Felicity, hey Scarlet, nice to meet you officially. I knew it. You did know it was me, she said looking surprised, blushing, why did you say I was a bad kisser? I raised an eyebrow, because I don't like it when people I have never met suddenly kiss me. I turned to May, so you knew too. May nodded, yeah. Felicity she figured out my other identity, she rolled her eyes, and then she decided the best course of action was to blackmail me. I was taken back, what? Why? Because I wanted to be her partner. Felicity cheered, but May didn't want me. But, why did you even want to be a spider in the first place? I asked. Felicity smirked, because it pissed off my mom, who? But her smile slowly fell down, a suddenly wave of sadness taking over her. Damn it mom, what happened? May walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. He can help Felicity, I know it. Felicity gulped, I hope you're right. She turned to me and with worry now appearing in her eyes she spoke in a voice filled with fear, they have my mother. And just like that, I felt it again. That feeling that drove me to beat Magneto into the ground with my fists. To break his face in and keep going until he was dead. That hate, that anger. That was back. Who? My voice went low, a low growl seeping out. Felicity was surprised. I don't know. She was investigating a murder that happened a week ago. The man's wife hired my mom to find out what really happened because the police couldn't find his killer. Last night she didn't come home. I thought she was working late but today when I woke up she was gone, and that's why I came to May for help. I heard my heartbeat raise up, anger, pure unfiltered anger begging to be let out. And I honestly didn't want to fucking keep it in. Skint. May and Felicity gasped and moved back as my stingers came out, blood along my knuckles. Holy shit. Felicity gasped in shock, what the hell are those? I growled, sorry, I forced them back into my fists. May looked at me, does that happen a lot? I growled, only when there's somebody I want to gut, I was sure of it. These guys were going to regret being born. We need to move, suit up. I opened my backpack revealing a red and blue costume inside. Isn't that my dad's costume? May asked shocked, why do you have that? I grumbled, he said I could borrow it. It might be dangerous, Felicity said, these guys, they might be dangerous. May has powers, it won't be safe for you Bruce. I smirked, relax Felicity, her powers are a family thing. I'll be fine. I promise, whoever has your mother, I growled, anger seeping into my voice, they're dead. Now let's move. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 261, Chapter 258. An hour later. Inside a room with no windows and one door sat a woman tied up in a chair in the center. There was blood pouring from her face and onto the ground in steady drops. Her hands and feet tied down with zip ties and her beautiful silvery blonde hair was covered with sweat and blood. And here comes another one, she thought as the thug's fist came flying across her face. Whack. It was the sound of flesh hitting flesh as Felicia's head was thrown backwards from the source. She leaned back on the chair she was tied to, panting hard as she felt her nose cry out in pain, great, as if it wasn't broken enough already. She leaned down and spat out a wad of spit and blood on the floor. She saw a molar fly out, another part of her that was broken, perfect. She looked up at the 5 men looking down at her, 2 of them with bloody knuckles and the third looking angry she wasn't showing any reaction towards his strike. Felicia smirked, you hit like a bitch. Fucking whore, the large black man roared as he brought his fist down again. Whack. This time the blow rocked her back so hard the chair went flying backwards. She panted, stars circling her eyes. Her head spun as she realized they had picked her up again and put her down facing them. The big black guy shaking his fist in pain, Felicia felt happy for that, bastard. I have to admit, you are the strongest woman I have ever met, said a calm leveled voice as a 6th man walked into the room wearing a sluggish white suit and a shit-eating grin. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, Felicia knew him, she had been tracking him for over a year now after all. Well, if it isn't the White Knight of York, Felicia spat out a wad of blood that landed on his clean white shoes, ops, sorry about that. The man smiled, oh please Ms. Hardy, no need to worry, his hands came to her throat and slowly slid down her neck into her cleavage. The black turtleneck shirt she wore had been torn apart near the neck. Felicia felt disgust and horror at his touch, they hadn't touched her, no, just beaten her, but now she felt a slight sense of fear, a trauma she never could recover from. The man seemed to notice it, he smiled, oh please Miss Hardy, I'm many things, but never a rapist, his hands wrapped around the fabric around her neck and pulled ripping off a huge chunk of it revealing her black bra underneath. The man used the fabric to wipe away the blood on his shoes and throw it aside, I have to admit though, you are a very fetching woman, especially for your age. I'll say, a seedy looking man in the corner quipped causing the rest of the gang to laugh. Yes, quite, the blonde man smiled, tell me, what kind of woman dresses up in her very best linger to investigate the kingpin? I really am surprised, you're very daring Miss Hardy. Felicia smirked, kingpin? Where? Last I heard your daddy was in Switzerland with mommy dearest after Daredevil destroyed his empire. The man's eye twitched before he smiled, yes, that's true. My father's empire did crumble and he did run away like a dog who had been scolded. But he's a coward, I'm not. Oh yeah, and nothing screams brave like human trafficking, Felicia snorted. The man shrugged, you have to start somewhere. So tell Richard, what are you going to do to me? Felicia asked. Me? Oh, nothing, the man shrugged before turning to the 5 other men and smiling, but you see, these men? They are just itching to break you, and unlike me, they don't care what you call them. Felicia's eyes went wide in fear as she saw the men smiling in lust at her body, most eye going to her ample bosom exposed to the air. But, Richard Fisk spoke up, that won't happen, just tell me what evidence you gathered and I'll let you go, after I secure your evidence that is. But, if you don't, then after my man had their fun with you, I'll go after your sweet little girl, Felicity, right? Believe me, she is much like her mother, just as beautiful, let's hope she has your sense of fashion as well. Felicia's fear died away the moment the man mentioned her daughter, stay away from her. Richard blinked, or what? I'll fucking kill you. The man threw his head back and laughed, you? Kill me. Please. Bitch, you can't even escape from those ropes. You'll fucking die here if I want you to. Slap. His hand flew like a whip striking her numb face, tell me, how do you think that's going to happen, hey? You're in my building, on the top floor surrounded by 5 of my strongest men, not to mention the 20 armed guards I have on each of the top 5 floors. How in hell do you plan on getting out? Intruder alert. Intruder alert, came an alarm off the speakers. Richard Fisk blinked, what the he turned to his men looking dumbstruck, don't just stand there. Go see what that's about. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 262, Chapter 259. The big black man who had punched Felicia's teeth out nodded and quickly ran to the door. His hand landed on the knob and was about to turn it open when suddenly the door exploded off its hinges, sending the man flying back with the door smashing into his face. Richard's eyes went wide, what the fuck is? Thwib. That sound sent a spark through Felicia's body, she remembered that sound. She fought with that sound, she loved that sound, she broke up with that sound. She looked up and like a ghost from the past, a figure in red and blue spandex stood under the door frame with webs coming out of his hands. Peter? Felicia asked in disbelief, but there he was, looking like he hadn't been gone a day, standing in his old costume with the red and blue practically glowing off the single light tube in the room. The only difference was he now wore a metallic helmet over his head instead of a cloth mask. I pulled the web line, pulling the man in white into my arms. I grabbed him by the neck and pulled him into the air and held him there. I looked around, 4 men, 1 under the door and 1 woman. I couldn't help a gasp escaping my lips, Felicia. Her eyes went wide, I think it was hope, but I couldn't tell. Immediately my surprise was replaced with horror and then pure anger. I turned to the guy I held up by the throat, I'm going to assume you're in charge here, yes? I asked, slowly squeezing my grip on his neck. Kill him, he cried out. Immediately the other 4 thugs took out guns from under their coats and leveled it at me. But I didn't care. 2 red and blue burrs moved besides me, jumping into the room and kicking the thugs unconscious. The girls were in costume, May as Spider-Girl and Felicity as the Scarlet Spider. They made short work of the men, kicking away the guns before hitting them hard enough to knock them down. Mom! Scarlet Spider cried out as she ran to Felicia's side and took off her mask, revealing her face. Felicity? Felicia asked in such surprise it almost made me want to laugh, but I didn't know, I was far too angry for that. Oh my god, Mom, what did they do to you? Felicity asked with tears in her eyes as she saw her mother's battered form. I am fine, Felicia stuttered before her eyes came to me, looking surprised, what are you doing here? I turned to man I held up, apparently, I'm here to kill this guy, tell me white boy, do you know how it feels to have your neck snapped by someone who can bench a ton? No? Would you like to find out? No. Felicia cried out, don't do it. I turned to her, her you kitten, my nickname for her coming out by accident, I couldn't help it, seeing her after all this time, and like this, I couldn't help it. No, please, he needs to face justice, Felicia said as Felicity and May unbounded her and helped her to her feet. She walked towards me, her legs wobbling with pain, I could smell it, the pain, it was the worst smell I ever smelt. I didn't even want to describe it. She rested her hand on my shoulder, please, this isn't you, this isn't who your daughter would want you to be. I chuckled, I looked at her, pleading eyes looking back, fine, I won't kill him, I let him go, dropping his like a sack of potatoes. He rubbed his throat, panting in horror as he looked up at me, eyes wide open in fear. I looked down at him, Richard Fisk, your father ran away from this city with good reason. Consider this your only warning. If you even think about coming back here, my stingers came flying out ripping holes in the spandex costume. I pressed the sharp claws against the man's neck, I could hear Felicia gasping in shock as she saw the bone slowly draw blood. I hissed, I'll gut you and hang your fucking core off the Empire State Building. Got it. The blonde man nodded, frantically. His eyes never leaving my claws. Good, I pulled them back into my body before slapping his across the face hard enough to knock him out. I stood up and turned to the women, Felicia looked at me disbelieving while the girls' expression was unreadable, because of their masks. We need to go, I told them, I called the police, they'll be here any moment. Right, Felicity quickly came up to her mother's side, come on Mom, we need to go. And no, Felicia said, finally drawing her eyes away from me and to her daughter. I need to be here when the cops come. Mom, they can handle it. We need you to get to the hospital. Now. No, Felicia shook her head. I've been after this man for weeks. He never left any evidence, until now. I'm the proof of his crimes. I need to be here and testify against his crimes. You three on the other hand need to leave, immediately. I'm not leaving you here. Felicity cried out. Felicity, don't argue with me, not now, please, Felicia said in almost a pleading tone. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 263, Chapter 260. Mom. She's right, I spoke up, she's the only chance this douchebag is ever going to face jail time. We need to do this right, come on, we'll follow them from the rooftops, if anything even looks funny we can be at your mother's side in seconds. Felicity looked like she wanted to argue, but suddenly Felicia hugged her causing the younger Hardy to stiffen in shock. I'm so proud of you little kitty. But right now, I need to do this. So please, go, I can handle myself. Felicia broke the hug and pushed her stunted daughter away. May and I grabbed her and walked out, leaving the same way we came in. I gave a glance backwards at the older version of the woman I love and our eyes met. My heart began to pound loudly. We watched from afar as Felicia was taken away in an ambulance while Richard Fisk and his gangsters were taken in armored cars. Finding him wasn't difficult. A few minutes searching through records stored by the police and the notes Felicia kept at home gave me more than enough to have sexy work on. The moment Felicia was admitted into the hospital, Felicity changed out her costume and ran to her mother's side. May and I watched the two blonde reunite from across the street looking into their room window. Tell your dad thanks, for the suit, I told May as we watched the doctor examine Felicia's wounds. No problem, it's not like he was using it, May shrugged, but I didn't think you would like wearing, well, spandex. I shrugged, it was an emergency. Plus it's actually quite snug, I turned to her, and if you tell anyone I said that I will deny it. May chuckled, sure, she looked at Felicia and her daughter before speaking to me in a tone barely above a whisper, Peter, when you had Fisk in your hands, did you mean what you said? About killing him? I asked, she nodded, yes. May was silent, I knew she was surprised. I didn't think you were capable of that, she said finally. I am, that and much more, I looked at her, in my world I loved Felicia, still do. Seeing someone I care for, even if it isn't the same version, well, I honestly don't know what I would have done if Felicia hadn't stopped me. May scratched her head, I don't know why, but this totally feels like you're cheating on Mom, or something. I chuckled, May, technically speaking I'm not your dad, you do know that right? Yeah, I know. It's just that, it's hard to imagine a version of you not with my mom, you know, she shrugged. I shrugged back, well, that's the multiverse. Heck, there are some worlds where you were born a ginger, think about that. May and I spent the rest of the day watching over Felicia and Felicity, just in case Fisk's friends did something. Felicia was assigned a private room in the hospital and eventually Felicity had to leave and let her mother rest. May ventured to watch Felicity while I remained with Felicia. I think deep down she just wanted me to have some time with the girl I loved, even if that wasn't her mother. Honestly, if I ever raised a kid half as amazing as May, I would be a proud parent indeed. It was around 9 when I noticed Felicia get up from her bed. I figured she was just going to the bathroom before surprising she walked out the window and opened it. She looked up and our eyes meet. She motioned me over, and I complied, swinging down and landing on the wall next to her window. Hello kitten, I whispered, her face was covered with bandages and her left hand in a cast. I sighed, I'm sorry we couldn't get to you faster. The older woman before me smiled, from what Felicity told me, you all were going as fast as you could. In fact I think she mentioned something about you carrying her over your shoulders because she was moving too slow. I chuckled, yeah, she's an amazing gymnast, almost better than you. But she needs to move faster. I'm thinking of asking May to get her a set of web shooters, if she's going to be a spider she needs them. Felicia's eyes lowered, I did all I could to keep her away from this life, only for her to run headfirst into it. I shrugged, she has too much of her mother in her. Felicia smiled, she looked up at me, those beautiful green eyes landing on my lenses, you're not my Spider-Man are you? I nodded, yeah. What gave it away? The claws. Yes, those helped, Felicia smiled, but also, my Spider-Man would never ever threaten to kill someone, no matter who they are. That's because your Peter Parker isn't the kind that believes in revenge, I am. I moved towards the window as Felicia moved aside letting me in. I stood next to her and removed her helmet, showing her my face, I'm Peter Benjamin Parker. Felicia's eyes went wide, how? Do you know about alternate dimensions? I asked her putting the helmet aside. Felicia nodded, why yes, I see, her fingers came up to my face, tracing my chin and cheek before running through my hair, I had goosebumps from her touch, I tried my best to hide it, but a small smile came on my lips. You're so young, she whispered. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 264, Chapter 261. Where I'm from, you're old. I looked at her, although, I have to say after looking at you now I can't wait for my kitten to mature too. Honestly, you're like fine wine only getting better with age. Felicia's eyes went wide, her cheeks tingling red a little. Why, you certainly aren't my Peter Parker. He never would have said that, even if he wasn't married. I chuckled, yeah, I guess. Honestly though, this version of me is weird. Did you know he has a goatee? Honestly, who is that man trying to be? Tony Stark. Felicia chuckled, well, at least you both have a sense of humor, that's nice. Suddenly she winced, holding her cheeks in pain. My hands went up immediately touching her bandaged face with worry. Are you okay? Should I call a doctor? No, it's fine, it just stings is all, she replied as I continued to caress her cheek. I couldn't help but to worry. Her hands cupped mine as she looked into my eyes. Tell me, in your world, there's a version of me. I nodded, yes. I see, and are you friends? She asked with thinly veiled hope. No, she looked saddened by that. She was more than that. She was the love of my life. Felicia's eyes were widened. What? I chuckled, yeah. I heard you and this world's Peter dated. Felicia nodded, yeah, what about you? I felt my smile drop. We did date, for a long time we were happy but, she left. Felicia's eyes widened, why? I sighed, her dad was in shield custody, she wanted to save him. She knew I couldn't go with her so, she just left. I wanted to go with her, but, she said she wasn't worth it. She didn't listen, stubborn fool. Felicia sighed, it's like I managed to fuck things up in every dimension. I smiled, you broke up with Peter in this world too. Yes, things were difficult, she sighed, plus it was obvious he still loved MJ, is there an MJ in your world? Yeah, I nodded, but I don't see her as anything more than a friend. I can't. I'm still in love with you. I looked at her and she gasped in surprise. Immediately I blinked, wait, no, that came out wrong. Felicia immediately burst into chuckles, yeah, you're Peter Parker all right, she smiled motioning towards a seat as we sat down before a table. So, tell me about yourself. How long have you been Spider-Man? I smiled, well, I was Spider-Man for about a year, before, well, I got hurt. Really bad and after you left, I honestly didn't know if I should keep doing this. It was difficult for me. Still is. Hey, you shouldn't give up being a hero just because a girl dumped you, Felicia scolded, even if that girl's me. I smiled, I know, but nothing, listen, if I am anything like your Felicia, then she didn't leave you because she was selfish, she did it because she knew that you being Spider-Man, is much more important than you being with her. Is that why you and he broke up? Because you felt you didn't deserve him. Felicia stiffened before she slowly nodded, yes, that man, he has a special place in my heart. But, he's my hero, it's too bad it never worked out between us. I looked at her, the way she smiled when she spoke about him, the way she laughed. It hit me like a bullet, you still love him, don't you? She smiled, yes, I do. But, I also love my husband, I did, and I love my daughter and son above them all and my wife too, but, Peter Parker will always be my biggest mistake, and my greatest love. Well, other than Felicity. I chuckled, right, she and May are amazing fighters, they would make one hell of a team. That they would, Felicia smirked, wait, May's technically your daughter isn't she? That must be strange. No stranger than you marrying Flash, I shivered, honestly kitten, what were you thinking? Felicia shrugged, he's a sweet guy, trust me. It takes a moment for him to grow up, but he really matures after school. I rolled my eyes, I'll believe it when I see it. Anyway, yeah, it's a little awkward, especially when the one who I really want to be the father of kissed me a few days ago. I shivered, Felicity really does take after you. She kissed you? Yes. Felicia groaned, oh dear God. That girl, despite everything, she's still so headstrong on defying my every wish. I smirked, sounds like my Felicia, her mother and her didn't get along. Felicia nodded, same with me. We sat down next to each other, I looked at her, so, what do you think I should do? Me? Personally? I think you should continue kicking ass and taking names, Felicia smiled, maybe she isn't the woman meant for you, maybe there's someone else out there, but no matter what Peter. You should never give up being Spider-Man. Forget Felicia if you have to, but, don't ever lose yourself, because seeing a broken Peter Parker is the last thing anyone wants. I smiled, and I hope my Felicia feels the same way you do. She pressed a soft kiss on my forehead, I'm sure she does. And we sat, through the night we talked, just talked. She told me about her life, about her daughter and son. She wasn't close to her boy, he was too much like his father, but she still loved him. She had a wife, I actually chuckled a bit at that, she didn't understand why until I told her my Felicia was bisexual as well, another odd similarity. Around 2 in the morning I left her, now asleep in her bed. I wanted to kiss her, seeing that beautiful face again, I honestly did. But this wasn't my Felicia Hardy, no, she wasn't the same person. So I left, but not before I planted a kiss on her cheek, causing the sleeping woman to smile. I swung my way back to May's house and snuck into her attic to put away the costume. I had just finished changing when the light turned on and I saw Peter Parker sitting on the bed by the night lamp. That was awfully cliched, Peter, I snorted as I put on my jacket. Is she safe? He asked. Yeah, she's safe, I told him, thanks, for the costume I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do this otherwise. Peter looked at me and grinned, I love it when I'm right. He got up using his cane and limped to the attic door. Oh, and don't forget to wash the damn thing. Spandex gets smelly really quickly. He limped down the stairs, it looked painful. You know, I can build you a proper prosthetic leg, I called out, one that doesn't make you feel like a cripple. Peter stopped and looked over his shoulder. Reed offered that before. Why did you turn it down? Because I'm not Spider-Man, not anymore, he said, turning off the lamp. Right, I took off the mask and costume. Hey, can I ask you something? He stopped. Why did you and Felicia break up? Peter looked at me. I was still in love with MJ. And it just wasn't right. I nodded. Yeah, when I get back to my world, I decided. I'll be Spider-Man again, there's no point pretending I won't. But, I'm also going after my Felicia, I'm not giving up on her. And one day, I'm sure I'll find her. Peter snorted, you wouldn't be Peter Parker if you didn't go after what you wanted. Good night, Peter. Oh, and stop calling me kiddo, only I can do that. Technically, I am you, I chuckled. Peter groaned, no wonder everyone called me a loudmouth. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 265, Chapter 262, Unlimited Power for 20 seconds. So, can I join? Felicity asked, pouting at me and May. May sighed, for the last time, Felicity, no. You don't have any powers, it would be dangerous. That's what you said last time. Felicity growled, that's why I went off on my own. But I showed you how strong I am. So why can't join? Because you can't protect yourself. May cried out. Girls. I cried out, enough. Focus on the problem on hand. We can talk about teaming up, after we finish this damn homework. The two of them grumbled, glaring at each other before returning to their notes. I sighed, sipping my coffee. I looked around, everyone was staring. I sent an apologetic smile to them all. A coffee shop really wasn't the best place they could have done this. If it's any consolation though, I spoke up, gaining their attention, I think it would be a good idea to have backup. What? May gawked. Yes. Felicity fist pumped. Why? May asked. Because with or without powers, Felicia was a very powerful ally to your dad. I sipped my drink. You could use someone like that on your side. Yet. What he said. Felicity nodded. I raised an eyebrow. That being said, Felicity isn't ready just yet for the job of being a superhero. She still needs to be properly trained to fight meta-humans like us. So, maybe a trial period is in order. May grumbled, fine, whatever, it's just, arg. This is so stupid. Face it, May. We're partners. Felicity cheered, throwing an arm around May, making the girl groan even louder. Felicity chuckled, hey, relax, between the three of us, the bad guys don't stand a chance. I smiled, that's nice, Felicity, but I'm not exactly going to be sticking around for long. What? Why not? Where are you going? She asked. I smiled, home, maybe. Look, don't worry about that, worry about how to become a better team. I narrowed my eyes at May. You don't have to do this alone, May, believe me, that's worth something. May sighed, yeah, I guess. I nodded, good, now, do you understand what we're trying to learn? Nope. I chuckled, guess she got her mother's brains. Alright, it's like this. A few hours later. I sat on the roof of the Empire State Building, leaning against a gargoyle as I looked down at the buzzing city below me. The people were going about their day, they didn't bother to look up, most never do. May had gone her own way for patrolling, Spider-Girl was still a solo act, and Felicity still had to take care of her mother, and that was May more important than beating up thugs. I stood in Peter's costume, spandex and all, with my metallic helmet placed over my head instead of a cloth mask. I checked the web shooters and strapped on my backpack. This was a test drive of sorts, to see if I still got it. I stepped up to the edge and looked down, it was a huge drop down. I sighed and moved back, only to leap forward, arms spread out. Twib. It hit a building and I swung upwards. The rush came quickly, the feeling of butterflies in my stomach, the feeling of utter excitement, like the world was left behind. The microsecond where I released the web line, and for a second, I was free. Before gravity took over and pulled me back down. I shot out another web line and soon my body began to act on instinct, moving through web lines, swinging through the city, woohoo. I creaked out, my joy coming out in my voice. Peter, there's a crime in progress being reported block from here. Would you like me to mark it? Yes please, sexy. and while I'm in costume, don't call me by my real name, okay? I told her as I changed course, following new directions on my HUD. Then what is your new designation? I smiled, call me the Spider. I came upon a shootout. 2 cops were pinned down behind their cars while a gang of Mexican cartel members fired automatic rifles at them from across the street. The whole street had been cleared out, though a small group of civilians were forced to take cover with the police, else they get shot as well. I landed on a roof and looked around, searching for a way to finish this quickly. I spotted a giant dumpster bin in the alley behind the cartel's standoff. So I silently swung off and ducked inside, sneaking behind the garbage bin. With a huff I grabbed the sides of the giant bin and lifted it over my head. It was a strain, I really need to hit the gym. 2 months of stagnation really took its toll. I huffed, hey assholes. They turned, and I threw it. Bam. Fuck, they cried out. One, to my extremely left managed to escape, while the others were pinned down by the giant metal bin, their bodies being crushed, though not enough to break anything. What the fuck puta, the lone escapee cried out as he looked at me in horror. I webbed up his gun and pulled it towards me. I looked at it, inspecting it. Nice toy you have here. I crushed it into a ball before throwing it over my shoulder, shooting a web blast to pin him to the tar road below, asshole. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 266, Chapter 263. I walked over to the police, but the moment I stepped behind cover they shot at me. My spider senses kicked in quickly and I immediately leaped away. Whoa there! I cried out peeking out from behind the cover, I'm just trying to help. Who the hell are you? The cops cried out. I sighed, right, different world, I forgot. I sighed, I'm. Whoa. I snapped my head to the source of that sound. I looked up to see a bright blue light piercing the sky like a spear. It looked like it was coming from the Baxter building. Hey, okay, now that sounds familiar. I sighed, sorry guys, rain check. I leaped into the air and took off, swinging towards the Baxter building. I really hope I didn't hope this was an end of the world situation. Because of course it's the end of the goddamn world, it always is. Fuck. I was a few blocks out when I saw something fly out of the giant beam of light and into the New York air. I landed on a rooftop and focused on it. Sexy, zoom and enhance. I focused, the helmet activating its telescopic features giving me a view of a giant white ape riding a giant green bug, flying around the city streets. I sighed, every day it's something new, sigh. Fine, prioritize, stop the portal, then deal with the giant apes. Sexy, do the Avengers of this world have a helpline or something? Give me a moment, yes, they seem to have a distress signal. I grumbled, fine, hack it and send them the picture of that thing along with its present location. Understood sir, Sexy replied, while there be anything else. I looked over, another giant AP came flying out of the blue portal, I grumbled, yeah, call the Parker household, tell them I'll be late. I ran to the roof edge and shot a webline, swinging over. I quickly reached the building in 10 minutes. By now the Avengers had arrived and were setting up a blockade, fighting and then capturing the white ape and flying bugs. I wall crawled along the Baxter building and found all power was down. Cautiously, I ducked inside and found myself running into Reed's lab, out of which the light came from, because of course it did. Why would I ever think otherwise? I popped my head inside and groaned as I watched another portal float in the middle of the room. For fuck's sake Reed. Why is it always the same thing with you? Can't you for once just masturbate to hentai porn like every other nerd in the world? I walked up to the machine and looked around, no one was there, which was strange. But just as I walked up to the machine suddenly Ben came flying out of it, rolling around the room before stopping right before me. Ben? What is going on? I asked him, helping him to his feet. We got a crisis alert from the negative zone, Annihilus was causing trouble for the New Earth project, we were called to help out, Ben grumbled. Ah, okay, need help. He smirked, you up for it? I know you never had the best experience with traveling across worlds. Yeah, I don't have much of a choice do I? It's either help or let giant white apes take over the planet. Sigh, this should be fun. I cracked my neck as Ben and I charged at the portal, Geronimo. I cried out as I came out of the other side, landed on my feet and stood up slowly, looking around in awe. It was as if space was dead, and right now I was looking at what remained. There were rocks everywhere, just spread out like the remains of dead planets. Their stars dying off in the distance, the last rays of light flashing at me like rays from a supernova. Welcome to the negative zone kid, Ben grumbled, no time to waste, Reed and the others need our help. We were standing on top of what looked like a mountain of sorts. Ben pointed down at a base camp currently warning with the other members of the FF, it looked like it was made by humans. Alright, what can I? WOSH. Ben leaped away, flying down as he smashed into the middle of the base camp, destroying one of the enemies, those giant white apes. Though now that I got a closer view of them, they kind of looked like some kind of giant grey Chewbacca-looking motherfuckers. They all had metallic armor and bladed weapons and fought like Logan on steroids. I groaned as I stretched my arms, this was such a pain. I leaped downwards. The facility had a main base in the center, that looked like what all the Wookiee rejects wanted to get into as they kept trying to break through, but the FF kept them back. Just then one of them white monkeys leaped away from Johnny's reach and ran to the base. Johnny was about to give chase when I leaped over the protective walls and landed right on the enemy's back, plowing him into the ground. Nice to see you, Spider, Johnny grinned as he burnt a few of the Wookiees away, always can do with an extra set of hands. Who are the Wookiee rejects? I asked as I leaped and punched two of them before leaping off their falling bodies and kicking a third in the balls, which apparently they had. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 267, Chapter 264. Valyrian Spider-Man, native warfaring race of the negative zone, Frankie explained as he sent a blast of cosmic power, blasting a group of librarians off the ground, a Nihilus henchman. And Annihilus is a bad guy? I asked as a Valyrian nearly cleaved my head off with a swing of his axe. I grumbled and thrust my hands forward, bringing out 2 of my stingers. I swiped across his chest, cutting through his armor before kicking him away. Annoying. Why are they even here? Lydia, Johnny's Skrull wife, asked. Reed mentioned they want something the researchers stationed here made. Ben grumbled out as he grabbed 3 of the monkeys and sent through the air, landing on another emerging squad of them. And what could that possibly be? I asked. I think that, Frankie said as he blasted the ground again. This time when the dust settled he pointed at the ground, revealing a layer of solid gold right underneath. My eyes shot open. Can I take some? Pretty please. What does a being like Annihilus want with gold? Johnny asked. He's the ruler of a freaking reality. I'm just guessing, Uncle Johnny, Franklin said as he blasted some more Valyrians. This is the only logical conclusion. Not quite, came Reed's robotic voice over the comms. The researchers here have informed me what the Valyrians and Annihilus wants isn't the gold, that is nothing to him. What he wants is what they have managed to synthesis. The world's first and only synthesis of proto-adamantium. If he gets his hands on this it could fuse with his cosmic rod, making him unstoppable. I'm sorry, I'm not following, I asked in confusion, leaping over a Valyrian, kicking him across the jaw. Annihilus has a weapon known as the cosmic rod. It keeps him immortal and grants him powers beyond mortal limits. But it does have limits, its physical container being so. But if he has proto-adamantium, that limitation would no longer be of concern. Proto-adamantium, that's what Logan's claws are made of, right? No, Logan's claws use just adamantium. Proto-adamantium is what Cap's shield is made of, Johnny explained as he and I tagged a bunch of the evil henchmen, but Reed, I thought it was impossible to recreate proto-adamantium. It was, but not anymore. That is one of the reasons they came here in the first place, to create more favorable conditions for the process. Hence they made a perfect mixture of vibranium and adamantium, and what's more, it's in its liquid form, potentially deadly. Guys, Lydia called out, I think we need to focus on this first. She pointed up at the sky as a large ship big enough to block out a nearby supernova came over the facility. Immediately all the few remaining barbarians began to cheer and roar in pride. I gulped as my spider senses began to tingle. I watched as a small portion of the ship opened up, revealing a creature that looked like the love child of the Hulk and a praying mantis. He was huge, bigger than Ben. He was covered with purple armor and wings the size of hang gliders on his back. And on his neck was a glowing yellow rod that just screamed at me, now magically active brain. That thing was powerful, I could tell that. Oh fuck me, I gulped as I watched it fly out of his ship, coming down right at us with an army of smaller bug-shaped enemies coming right behind him. Johnny, burn his lackeys. Frankie and I will deal with Annihilus. Lydia, you and Spy Day stop the ground troops. Ben called out as the FF moved out. I saw Johnny fight off his flying horde, blasting them all with his flames. Lydia and I fought back to back, her morphing her body into that of a giant tiger, charging and slashing everything in her way. I myself was a lot more in control, moving slowly, slicing with my stingers, making sure none were too damaged. I still disliked killing if I could help it. But the highlight of the show was watching Franklin and Ben fight the giant Annihilus. It was like watching gods do battle. I have expected Thor to show up and bring down lightning. Ben jumped at the monster and socked him across the face while Frankie distracted him with blasts of energy. Annihilus fought them off both, throwing Ben and Frankie before blasting sickly yellow beams of energy at Frankie. The world shook every time Franklin and Annihilus clashed. Their power broke the surface of the ground we stood on. Boom. I saw Frankie falter, being pushed back slowly. Just then Ben jumped back into action, hitting Annihilus up the back, giving Franklin the chance to blast the energy back at the monster. Go Frankie! I cried out, back kicking in Valyrian. Rude monkey, can't you see I'm cheering for my #1 fan? Kid, look out! Johnny cried out as suddenly Annihilus appeared in a burst of speed, crashing into Franklin and sending him flying into the ground. My eyes went wide as I saw the insect-like warlord of this world fly right into the base, ignoring the rest of us. Franklin! Lydia cried out as she ran to him, now back to her normal form. She picked him up and held him tightly as Johnny and Ben came up. Hello everyone! I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 268, Chapter 265. I ran to them. Is he okay? I asked. He's just knocked out, Johnny growled as he turned to the approaching army of barbarians and growled as the flames around his body turned blue. I'll kill you all. He exploded forward, sending tsunamis of fire at the army. Crap. He's lost it. Lydia, take Franklin inside and try to get him awake. Right now the kid's the only one who can take on Annie Haluz. Reed can hold him off but only for so long. I'll stay here and keep Johnny from burning us all. Ben ordered. Right. Lydia said as she scooped up Franklin and ran inside. Come on, Spider. You're pretty strong, I told her as I watched blood flow from Franklin's temple. Shit. He's bleeding. What? Lydia asked in a panic. We need to hurry. Lydia quickened her pace as we entered the building through the giant hole Annie Haluz made. We need to split up, she said taking a left. Once I have Franklin awake we'll come for you. Help Reed hold back Annie Haluz. I didn't even have time to say a thing as she just left me, going towards the medbay. I grumbled. I woke up today wondering how to survive going to Midtown High in another reality. Now I'm in another world fighting an immortal bug with a glowing rod. Yup, my life is fucked up beyond repair. I ran, following the trail of destruction. This facility looked like something Tony would considering a wet dream, equipment so advanced I could barely believe it. But I wasn't here for that. I reached the center of the lab and found a giant elevator of sorts ripped out of its tunnel shaft and thrown aside. There was a woman with blonde hair on the ground, rubbing her head in pain. What happened? I asked running to her side. Why are you here? She looked horrified. I sighed, to help. Look, this is not the time for a freak-out lady. What happened? Where's Annie Haluz? There, she pointed at the shaft, he's going after the proto-adamantium. Are you okay? Why yes, please go, stop him, she groaned. I sighed, I ran to the shaft and looked down, it was a long drop to the bottom. I sighed and jumped down, sticking close to the walls and approaching near breakneck speeds. I popped my stingers out and shoved them into the walls, slowly I began to reduce speed, coming to a halt just 30 feet above ground. I pulled out of the wall and jumped the rest of the way down. The underground lab looked similar to the equipment I saw above, with the added bonus of a large smelting pot in the middle filled with a dull silver metal that swirled around. Next to it were 2 containers with boiling metal inside, and standing over them was Annie Haluz. The bug stood over Reed's broken and sparking body, pressing a foot down on his robotic chest. You will not have it, Reed said, his struggle evident in his tone. I looked behind the man, there was so many tech there, sound-based tools for the vibranium and heating coils for the adamantium. A plan began to form in my head. And how will you stop me? He asked. I needed to act, now. I looked at the counter and found a terminal. I ran to it and began accessing the system. Sexy, hack into the system and give me full control. Turn the audio vibration cutter for the vibranium to maximum and blast at the big green bug. Doing so right now, Sexy replied. Die. Annie Haluz cried out about to crush Reed's robot body when the machines around the vibranium whirled to life, blasting the monster with high-frequency range of deadly vibrations strong enough to destroy vibranium on a molecular level. Arg. Annie Haluz screamed in horror as he held his ears in pain. I immediately rushed forward and dragged Reed's metal body away while the bug was distracted, hiding him behind the counter. I looked at him. You okay? I'm fine, Reed replied. I need a new body. I will be but a moment, Peter. Keep him busy. And suddenly the robot's metal head opened up like a ship's shuttle bay doors, causing a brain in a jar to come flying out with rockets attached to its spine. It flew off into the base. I'm guessing Reed has a spare body in here somewhere. I blinked. Shit gets weirder and weirder every day. Keep at it, Sexy. Don't let up. Also, see if you can find out how they made the proto-adamantium. Could be useful. Right, she replied. Stop. Annie Haluz cried out suddenly as he looked at me and growled, green blood pouring from his hands. I think it actually came from his ear. I gulped. Hey, how's it going? He roared as he leaped at me. I immediately jumped away avoiding him. He swiped over my head and I ducked, landing several punches at his torso before leaping over him, landing behind his line of sight and sending a kick so strong it forced him on his knees. I then slammed both my palms on his head and channeled the biggest bioblast I could create, blasting his head with my fury. Bazz. I watched as he head began to smoke. I panted, was it over? Did I get him? And then he moved. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 269, Chapter 266. I watched in horror as he turned around and swung his mighty tree trunk arms, slamming me across the lab and down on the ground, heaving as the pain slowly began to register. He quickly walked over and stood above my body, sending a kick across my jaw. It felt like I was hit by a wrecking ball as I found myself on my back immediately, My helmet shattered upon impact. I looked up groggily as I saw the monster look down at me, almost smirking as he pressed his foot down on my chest, slowly squeezing. I felt helpless, broken, defeated. I saw doom standing before me, smirking once more as he planned to kill me. And I felt rage. Not again, never again. If I was going to fucking die, I was taking this fucker and everyone else with me. Argh. I popped my claws out once more, all three of them. This caused me to rip through Peter's web shooters, tearing it to pieces. I brought them upwards at Annihila's leg, they clicked at his armor, unable to pierce through it. It must be something harder than steel. Claws? You animal, he chuckled as he reached down and grabbed my throat, lifting me up with one arm, slowly squeezing. I struggled, but knew I can't break through, I need to be smart. I looked around, I need something to help, and then I noticed the pot of smoldering adamantium, boiling directly above us. I coughed, my eyes were getting darker. I had to do it now. So I reached with my hands, stretching them up as far as I could, my fingertip inches from touching the bottom of the boiling pot. The bug didn't notice, he was too focused trying to crush my windpipe. I pushed my hand forward, I heard something pop as my fingers finally touched the bottom of my pot. I smiled, got it. I closed my eyes and reached out to the smelter, it was a strange feeling, but I pushed forward until I felt my mind touch the metal. I used my magnetic manipulative powers and pulled with all my might. My body, my mind, and my soul were dedicated to pulling it towards me. And then heard it, the snap of metal. I pressed my feet against Annihila's chest, pushing myself off. The creature looked confused, he didn't understand what I was doing. I commanded the boiling metal inside the container to move, it came flying through the air, the silvery metal landing on Annihila's wings and back. Scree, he cried out as his grip on my neck weakened from the shock and pain. I pushed off his chest, kicking my leg under his neck in order to dislodge the control rod he had attached around his neck like a necklace. I landed with a backflip, grabbing the rod out of midair and holding it in my hand. I felt the cosmic rod react at my grip, I felt its power humming right beneath the surface. And through my mind, I felt it reach out and beg to be controlled. No. Annihilus cried out as he charged at me. I leaped away, he tripped, the boiling metal on his back burning him, causing him untold pain. He couldn't get back up, though he tried. The molten adamantium was slowly melting down into the floor, pinning him down as it slowly hardened. This was perfect, he was pinned down and I had the control rod, all this power, so much power. I knew what it could do, somewhat. I felt it enhance my own powers to massive amounts. It turned a bug like Annihilus into a warlord. So what could I do with it? I felt it resonate with the power inside of me, I felt the world around me. I felt vibrations, I know this feeling. It's the fields that magnets produce, only now I can feel it coming from every single metal in this room. The rod, it was calling out to Magneto's power, of course, that is my most powerful, if not highly limiting ability. Is this what Eric felt like all the time? No wonder he thought he could fight the world and win. The rare metals alone in this room were delightful to sense. It was like being in an all-you-can-eat buffet. The vibranium sent vibrations down my spine when I felt its magnetic field. The adamantium cooling over Annihilus' body was slowly becoming more and more difficult to control, like an immovable force. But the smelting pot in the middle of the room, that was where the party was at. It was like looking at the face of a god. It was like smell God's essence, it's like hearing his voice. It's like a force beyond my understanding. An alloy that was virtually unbreakable. I want it. I need it. I need that power. I felt the rod call out to my magnetic powers, enhancing it. I felt more powerful than I even have in my life. I could feel the metal now, I didn't need to touch it to move it. I simply ordered, and it obeyed. I saw a blob of proto-adamantium fly into the air, floating down towards me. I looked at it, unbreakable, my stingers, they need to be unbreakable. Like the legendary Wolverine, yes, I need to protect myself. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 270, Chapter 267. I held out both hands and released my stingers. Using my magnetic powers I guided the metal towards my claws. The moment the metal touched the bone I felt it slowly seep into the minute porous surface of my bone claws. I didn't feel the heat on my claws, I had no nerves on the bone. So I had the metal dig into my stingers. I had to melt itself into the bones, coating it, fusing itself into my bones. I felt the sting of sensation near the core of my stingers, just a tiny sliver near the core, but the rest of my stingers were coated from the tip to the end. I even had some of the metal seep into the bones present under my skin, burning away into my body. But I didn't feel it, the cosmic rod didn't allow me to feel pain. Any pain. I had my entire claw covered in the metal, it shiner gray and blue in the light. I adjusted it into the shape of blades, one-sided blades. And slowly I watched it cool in fascination. It was similar to watching the adamantium cool, only this did it a lot faster. The proto-adamantium melded together, forming an almost unbreakable bond. When it was done I felt its composition using my powers, I'm not sure even I could separate it now. This made sense. I always did wonder why Magneto didn't just shatter Cap's shield. It's because the thing held itself together with everything it had. It would take so much energy to break apart those electronic bonds, even Eric wouldn't be able to do that. No, please, came a pathetic wheezing from below. I looked down and spat at Annihilu's pathetic face. Oh, you. I almost forgot about you, Bug. You don't deserve such power. I felt the cosmic rod sing at my declaration, feeding me energy to act out my vengeance. You don't even deserve to live. I held out my hands, blasting Annihilus with a powerful beam of energy, flattening him into the ground, his prison of adamantium holding him down. From this day forth let them all be afraid. I declared, no more shall I stand for evil. They will all be burnt. I am the spider. I am a god. With this power I shall rule all. And then what? A voice asked. I turned and saw Johnny there, standing with a nervous look on his face. I glared, and then? And then I rule the fucking world. So you want to be a dictator? What's it? Who else but me, Johnny? Who? Who deserves more power? Who would actually use it for the betterment of humanity? I deserves this, I am owed this. I can't let you do that, Pete, Johnny warned. I threw back my head and laughed. You and what army? The blonde man smiled. No army, just him. He pointed over my shoulder. I turned and the face of Franklin Richards smiled at me as his fist came and struck my head. Thunk. And darkness. Some time later. I groaned as I slowly came to. Just wait a little bit longer, a woman spoke up next to me as she looked into a machine of some kind. I looked down. I was strapped into a chair in the middle of what looked to be a med bay. Johnny, Lydia, Ben, Reed, now in a new body, and Frankie were all around me. I looked around. What's going on? Oh, nothing, Franklin smiled. You just sort of went psycho wielding unlimited power and declared yourself a god. I blinked. I looked down. My costume was torn, my helmet laid to one side of the room, broken into pieces. I turned back to the FF, so, I turned evil. Johnny chuckled. Don't worry about it, we all got a little in over our heads with power once in a while. Some more than others, Franklin muttered to himself, but I heard him. He cleared his throat. Sorry about knocking you out, Spidey, I honestly didn't see any other way. I groaned. So that's why my head feels like it's spinning 100 different ways. I sighed and looked around. What happened to Annihilus? Did I kill him? That cockroach? Nee kid, it'll take a lot more than that to kill him, Ben grumbled. When Frankie whacked you out, Annihilus took the chance to escape. He took the rod too, damn bug. He'll probably think twice about coming here again, after what you did to him. I blinked. What did I do? You don't remember covering him in an adamantium straitjacket? Johnny asked. Oh, that, damn, is he still stuck? I asked. Franklin nodded. He lost use of his left arm as it's still pinned to his arm underneath all that metal. He also can't fly, but he did get unbreakable body armor, so that's a small downside. I grumbled, fuck me. I looked around, so can you guys let me go? I promise I won't run. The doctor turned to Reed, who nodded his head. She quickly unstrapped me, allowing me to sit upright while she began to scan me with her machines. I raised an eyebrow. What's all this for? We are searching for any side effects you might experience due to being in contact with the cosmic rod. So far we see none, but, well, can never be too careful. Okay, why? I asked myself. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 271, Chapter 268. Kid, you do remember what you did to yourself, right? Ben asked in a worried tone of voice. I blinked as I struggled to access my memories. I remember holding the rod and then, something, it felt like vibrations. What happened? Johnny put a hand on my shoulder. Peter, show us your claws. I blinked as I held up my hands, summoning forth my stingers. But suddenly as I moved my forearm muscles to push them out, I realized they felt heavier, much heavier. My entire arm felt like lead. I grunted in pain as much bigger holes were made into my knuckles and forearm. Slowly 3 bluish-gray claws came out, shining in the light. I couldn't believe it. I looked at them, seeing my reflection in their shine. This is impossible. I did this, to myself. You weren't yourself, Spidey, Franklin was quick to assure me. Trust me, when you have that much power in your hands, it's like nothing is the same anymore. Human norms and practices seem unimportant to people with such cosmic level of power, Reed's robotic body told me. It's understandable. You probably wished for power, hence you got it. I sighed. I guess, either way, this is so cool. Logan's going to be super jealous, I smirked. Johnny rolled his eyes, and he's back to normal. Your scans are amazing to say the least, Reed spoke up. The proto-adamantium has bonded with your claws fully. What more, they also seem to be working well with your natural biology. I sighed. That's good to know. I looked at the doctor. Doc, about my name and blood work. Policy is to destroy everything we record. Don't worry, This isn't the first time I have dealt with you hero types, the woman smiled before turning to the rest, he's made a full recovery. Can't say the same about my web shooters, I grumbled as I got on my feet looking at my torn and destroyed set of web shooters on the tray next to me. Pete is so going to kill me. Oh, forget about your web shooters, Johnny grumbled, patting me on the back. You got Wolverine claws in exchange, man. You can just build new shooters. You don't get metal claws just like that. Yeah, I smiled, but you know, I have been wondering. And what's that? Ben asked as we all followed Reed as he led us around the base. You guys aren't going to blame me for what happened, right? I mean, I know the proto-adamantium is rare and I didn't mean to. It's fine, Peter, Reed told me. The scientists in this facility were just researching the creation process, not practical applications. They are already combing through the data your modifications with the metal caused. Nobody blames you. What were the people here trying to find out, Dad? Frankie asked curiously. The New Earth project was a venture, Sue and I began to try and find resources in the negative zone that we could use for our world's survival, Reed explained as we walked outside, seeing many of the project's workers hard at work repairing the damage Annihilus caused. This branch of the project was tasked with finding or making rare metals one wouldn't normally find on Earth, such as proto-adamantium. Wait, what other types of metal have they worked on? I asked. Reed gave a robotic surg, vibranium, adamantium, betasium, silicium, and I believe a new type of metal with the density of diamonds, very peculiar that one. And gold obviously, Lygia said, eyeing the huge deposit of gold inside the creators now sprinkled around the area. Actually, gold is so common here it's worthless, Reed shrugged, we actually mine it ourselves to gain funding for our projects. I blinked, wait, seriously? Worthless? Damn it, I wish I could have some on hand for pocket money. Reed shrugged, mining it is the difficult. We found that the crust of this dimension is much harder than Earth's own, so even if we could discover them, extracting would be too much of an effort. Plus transportation, Ben grumbled, we take what we need, but usually it's too long a process just to pick some of them up. So don't go getting any ideas, kid, otherwise you are going to be stuck with a huge lump of metal you'll have to carry on your back. I grumbled, so unfair. I could maybe use my magnetic manipulation powers to extract the gold, but the factor of transportation will still be a pain. Damn it. And I was so dreaming of building myself a giant mansion like Bruce Wayne. We walked to the portal and stepped through out onto the other side. I sighed, back to a world I knew, I have that at least. Here, Pete, I figured you would want this. Franklin walked up to me and handed me my broken helmet. I sighed, thanks, thought I doubt it would do me any good. The one thing I had and could rely on. I don't how I'm going to survive without my AI. Tony's going to be so glad to hear that, man's been preaching about how great they are and all that. If you want you can fix it using our lab equipment, Franklin said with a shrug, shouldn't be too hard if my dad and uncle were right about how smart you are. I blinked, are you serious? You would let me use your tech? Franklin nodded, of course. Please, right this way, he guided me to a room what was once, in another world, my lab. You know how to get around. Is the password for the terminal still Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? I asked. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 272, Chapter 269. Franklin chuckled, Uncle Johnny always did love that show. I smiled as I set my helmet on the table, thanks Frankie, this means a lot to me. Franklin shrugged, no problem, he walked in and closed the door behind him, he used his powers to summon a few tools and a new plate, shall we begin? I nodded as he and I spent the rest of the night working on fixing my helmet. Of course, being the son of Reed Richards and Sue Storm, Frankie was a genius, he helped fix up my helmet in no time flat. Thanks for doing this, Frankie, I said looking at my now recreated helmet, sparkling new as the internal functions slowly booted up. Don't mention it, Spider-Man, Franklin shrugged, it's the least I can do after you helped us out. You know you can call me Peter, right? I smiled at the kid, that is my name. Sorry, he blushed, it's just, you were my hero growing up, Uncle Johnny and Ben would tell me stories about you. I smiled, well, I'm glad you decided to be hero too. Frankly, I know for a fact Sue would be happy you were so amazing, I smiled. He nodded, thanks. He looked at me, how close are you and? Well, your version of my mother. I pushed a blush down as the metal image of her kissing me came into my head, she's my boss and a very good friend. She helped me out a lot, she even gave my dad a job, helped him get back on her feet. I honestly wish there was something I could do for her, you know, pay her back. Could you do me a favor? Franklin asked. I sighed, you know she's not your mother, right? I know, trust me I do, the boy smiled, but, can you take care of her for me? I know it's a big request but... Frankie, I cut him off, I promise, as long as I'm around, Sue won't ever have to leave a child of hers motherless. Franklin smiled, thanks. I mean it, Spider. Hey, if there's anything I can do, please just ask. I chuckled, well, I could use some help making a new suit, got any ideas? I touched my beaten up suit, as much as the classic inspires me, I could use an upgrade. Franklin blinked. Is that all? Sure, not a problem. What do you want it to be made of? I shrugged. I don't know, something that isn't easily broken I guess. I had flashbacks to Doom destroying my old suit and my new ruined jacket. I have a healing factor that matches Wolverine, but the suits keep tearing apart. Think you can help? Franklin hummed. Well, you could use my dad's unstable molecule and make yourself a suit. He turned to the terminal and pulled up the schematics of a type of material that would not tear, not get pulled out of shape or burn. I remember this as Marvel's answer to superhero clothes. Johnny's clothes are made of this as well. My world also have these clothes, but my Reed never figured out how to make them. Guess this world did. I nodded. This is amazing, Frankie. Can you show me how it works? Franklin agreed and quickly we began to go into the details of the material. We talked for a while longer before he was satisfied. I wanted to make a costume for myself, but I figured that was too much of an ask from them. After all, they barely know me. But, I did save their lives. I hate wearing shit made by other people. I changed into my civilian clothes. Since I had no web shooters, there was no way I was going out there as Spider-Man. I walked out of the place and took a cab to Peter's house. It was about 6 in the morning. Shit. I had the cab drop me off at the front and I quietly walked in, opening the door slightly before making my way up the stairs. But the moment my foot touched the first landing, I heard someone clear their throat behind me. And what time do you call this? Peter was standing next to the living room arch sipping a cup of coffee. I blinked. Morning. Morning, he nodded. Right, would you believe me if I said I went out for a really early morning walk? I would, if Johnny hadn't already called me an hour ago to inform me that you were safe and not dead in the negative zone. Hey, damn it, Johnny. I grumbled. Grounded, 1 week, Peter walked off. What? You can't ground me. I'm you. I'm the adult here. And this is my house, he said, walking into the kitchen. And? This is also my house. I followed him, walking into the kitchen to see May and MJ already awake. No web slinging for 1 week, Peter. That's final. You ain't my dad, Peter. You can't do that. I growled. Well, as long as you are in this dimension, I'm the closest thing you have to a parental figure. I prevented a giant green cosmic bug dictator from getting unlimited power, and my reward is getting grounded. Do you want to make it a month? We glared at each other before I grumbled and sat down at the table. Fine. But I'm going to spend that week making myself some new web shooters. Mine got blown up. Fine, you can use my lab in the attic. Peter nodded as he put a plate of pancakes on the table. Now who wants pancakes? What did you do? May asked me, taking a few for herself. I traveled to the negative zone with the FF, fought a cosmic bug strong enough to blow up a planet, and then spent an hour or so chatting with Frankie. I grabbed 5 pancakes and began to eat. You know, the kind of stuff heroes do, but if you're a teenager you'll get grounded for. Peter raised an eyebrow. 1 month. Okay. Okay man, SESH. I give. God, I so hope I don't grow up to be you. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-Fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-Fi.com/skyarc/shop. Chapter 273, Chapter 270, The Sorcerer's Apprentice. A week later. I groaned. I freaking hate Mondays. Oh, they aren't so bad. MJ smiled as she placed a stack of waffles before me and winked. After all, Mondays are waffle days. I grinned. Hell yeah. Language, Peter warned, looking up from his newspaper. I rolled my eyes. Hey, it's not my fault I fight supervillains that curse like sailors. I'm an impressionable young man, you know. Peter smirked. I'm sure. Just then May walked downstairs, grumbling as she sat down. I hate Mondays. MJ chuckled, like father like daughter. May didn't bother asking what she meant, she just grabbed a plate and began to eat. I have 3 tests today. 3. Arg. This is impossible. I shrugged. You just need to know how to revise, May. If you want I can help you out. Hell no, dash. Language. I don't need more studies. I need some action to distract me. Is it too much for me to ask for some bad guy to come and try and take over the city? Just then my tablet began to ring out loud. I took it out and Sexy's voice spoke up. Peter, I just got an SOS alert from 177A Bleecker Street on the Avengers line. Yes. May cheered. Wishes are real. I raised an eyebrow. What's the message about? The message asks for anyone's help. Something about extra-dimensional threats. I raised an eyebrow at that. Sounds like something we should check out. I turned to Peter. 177A Bleecker Street. Sound familiar? He nodded solemnly. Yes, that is the address of Dr. Stephen Strange, former Sorcerer Supreme. My eyes went wide. Holy shit, I can't believe I didn't recognize sooner. Damn it. Language. Oh come on. Half an hour later. I swung into Manhattan, making my way towards Strange's place with May right behind me. We spotted the creepy-looking house almost immediately and knew instantly this is where we were needed. I swung onto the roof and landed safely, May right behind me. I looked around and found a skylight. Right, do you know anything about this guy? May shrugged as I approached the skylight and looked inside. finding nothing but darkness staring back at us. Not really. I know he used to be a defender and some kind of magician. I think he was also an avenger. I nodded. Makes sense how he would have access to the emergency broadcast lines. I found a padlock and held up my hand, causing my stingers to pop out with a skint. I winced in pain, the newly implanted metal coating stun. I sighed. I hate doing that. I've been meaning to ask. How do you have claws? May asked. Can my dad do that? Can I? No, it's something unique only to me, I told her as I swung at the lock, slicing it open. I picked up the nightlight as we both slipped down inside, landing with a soft pat, the room covered with shadows. I can't see shit, May hissed. Luckily for you I have night vision. I tapped my helmet activating night vision allowing me to see into the darkness. Only to have something stare back at me, holy shit. A piercing roar came out as the shadows around us came alive, creating a giant head with rows of sharp teeth. It lunged at us. I jumped away, but shouldn't have bothered since it didn't even come close to striking distance. What is that thing? May cried out as she jumped away from the shadow, jumping onto the wall before leaping to the ceiling. Stop! It cried out. I think it's not friendly. I called out sending out a blast of bioelectricity from my hand, hitting the thing in the head. Craw! It cried out as a chunk of its skull was sent flying off. It began to scream before suddenly melting away into the walls of the room, letting the light from the skylight bath the room. I looked at my hand. Hey, wasn't expecting that, I replied as May and I jumped down and walked to the center of the room. What did you do to it? May asked. I shrugged. I don't know. I was just a bioelectrical blast. It's strong enough to stun a horse, but not that. Forget about that. Come help me, came an old man's voice from behind us. May and I turned to see an old man tied up to a keyar, his head hanging down. He slowly looked up at us, his face covered with age lines, his hair long enough to reach his shoulder and a beard that looked like it would give Dumbledore a run for his money. The man wore all black, a cloak and robes that shimmered in the darkness. He had a medallion on his chest and a pair of orange gloves. I blinked. Ah, are you Stephen Strange? Of course I am. Who else do you think it was? The old man snapped with a growl. Now get here and untie me at once. Ah, sure, May said as she walked up to the man and untied the man. What was that thing? May asked suppressing a shiver. Its name is Kylokus the Great, girl, Strange spat, a great being from the shadow dimension, you best show it some respect. Okay. May trailed off. Magic, that's new. I shrugged. Trust me, you just kind of accept these things. You'll get used to it. Hello everyone. I want to inform you that the novel Caught in the Web of the Spider is now available in PDF format in the store section. It consists of 8 volumes, each with 100 chapters or more, from chapter 1 to 831. If you want to read the entire novel, go to my Ko-fi and buy it now. Person with folded hands ! Subscribe so you can access more chapters in advance ! Person with folded hands. Ko-fi.com/skyark/shop